Okay, it says I am live. All right, this is the 1122 Wing Nut Radio out here for Anarchy TV. I am now, according to this, live and in living color. And I don't know. I'm gonna I gotta turn this thing on, see if anybody pops up, man. And I'm gonna put the link in. Think about it for anybody that might want to come up. Now think about it. Let me put that in there. Push the comment. Chapow. Chapow, chapow, chapow. 1A, 2A? What's happening? Yeah. Mm. I just thought I'd pop in and see if anybody will pop in and we can get some talking going on, some kind of conversating out here on the YouTubes. Let me go over here. I'm going to double check YouTubes. Oh, no, that's wrong. All right, get rid of that. Yeah, get out of there. Let's see here. And, okay. All right. Ooh, look at that. Look at that. What we got going on, y'all? There you go. Come on up.
Oh, what up?
There you go. All
There
right.
might be some people that pop up after a little while.
It might. Yeah. I mean, there are a few people that, I mean, I don't really get a lot of viewers on my own channel on my own anyway, but who knows? There might be some people coming in from the other one.
Yeah, yeah. And I don't know if anybody else is streaming from the community right now. They probably
I
are.
didn't really even look at the moment. No, let me look. Let me look. I'm going to check something. Well, it looks like Authority Check is streaming. You People is streaming. A couple others. I didn't look at all of it yet.
I know who Authority Check is. The facilitator of drama.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. Well, I mean, he's even admitted it a few times, man. He likes getting that shit. He likes to stir it up. You know what I
Oh yeah,
mean?
that's what he does.
You know?
Yeah,
I mean,
you
he's
don't
got
like
this
me,
thing. Him, it's like this whole thing between like Poor Dirt Farmer and him and all. Or
Wolverine.
there's a
Yeah,
there's a bunch of them actually. They're all kind of like in the past, at least the past few days, been back and forth. Creating drama on both either Poor Dirt Farmer's creating his channel drama on his, or Doherty takes drama. Whatever. It's just
this shit
like
gets annoying after a while.
well, yeah. I mean, me personally, now I'm not, I'm not saying anything about anybody. I'm just saying, I've noticed like when it comes down to some people, man, um, they let that ego or that persona of their YouTube channel kind of take over. You
Yeah,
know what I
like
mean?
they're fucking god or
Alt,
something.
alter ego type of shit, and then slowly, I don't know. I've seen people do that. You know. And then, I mean, I've just related to the CB that I talk on. I've seen people, it's like, you talk to them face to face, they're a whole different person. They get on the
Right.
radio, it's like that whole radio persona comes out.
I know they when they cower when you talk to them in person because it's like you said, it's this persona that they feel weird and awkward doing in person because it's really not them.
Right. Yeah, it's all a front. It's all a front. And, but I don't know. I try to be real no matter who I'm talking to or what I'm on. I try to be as real as I can when it comes down to it because, you know, I think, all it's like bullshit just wastes time, dude. It just
Well,
wastes too much time.
it's a community and we're supposed to be fighting for our rights, but yet there's more inner turmoil than there is fighting for rights. So it's kind of like it makes the community look bad. Because if you go to like say like Schrodinger cat's channel or like Donut Operator,
Right.
that community's tight knit as hell. They're together. You know what I
Yeah.
mean? Then you go to the flip side, that's not the cop community and it's the cop watching community, and everybody is divided. I mean,
Yeah. I mean,
crazy.
that's why I can't really get on the board and calling it a community. Um, I mean, it's just a bunch of people that are like, I don't know, man. I don't think anybody can get like on a standard, like on a consensus. It's like, everybody's got a different style of doing it. Like for instance, the auditing thing.
Mm,
I admit, I did cop watching in my early 20s, you know what I mean? But back then, it was before cell phones and the internet. So we were using VHS camcorders, those big motherfuckers you put on your shoulder.
yeah,
That was back then. And then we didn't really have a whole lot of way of disseminating that video, for instance, and getting it public, that kind of thing. Nowadays, and that's what I like about the movement, is where it's more of a like. It's not necessarily a community. It's more like the movement has grown because everybody's got a cell phone, everybody's got a camera. You know
anybody
what I
can do
mean?
it.
Anybody can do it, and you can download it directly right off the bat, or put it up in the cloud or whatever. I mean, you can let worldwide people see it. That's the difference too. Worldwide people are seeing it, and but that's what I like about it. But it's just trying to get everybody on the same page, dude. You know what I mean? I don't know. Like I
Well,
said, everybody,
we could already
everybody's
be
got
on
their
the
own
same
thing.
page. If you believe in the Constitution and believe in preserving our rights, that should be it. I mean, I don't like. I see a lot in the auditing community. It's a lot of it's over politics, and I see like if you're a Trump supporter, say you voted for Trump, you're automatically labeled racist, and they use the same politics and shit in the community that the Democrats use against us as people.
Right.
And it's crazy. It's like you know, there's more fascism involved in that community than any of them.
Yeah. More,
People are
more
just trying to
Miranda
pound
Raw News. Good morning. Good morning out there, Miranda. Yeah.
it.
Yeah, I agree. The thing is, man, it's like all right, everybody's interpretation of supporting or honoring the Constitution or whatever and all that stuff. Everybody's got a different way of looking on how to do that. You know what I mean? Or standing up for our freedoms and stuff. Everybody's got a different idea. I've seen it because I keep up with a lot of the guys out there. I mean, at least I've watched everything. I might
I
not.
would know everybody, so I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah. So I mean, I haven't met almost anybody when it comes down to personally, but I do. I kind of like I watch everything. Like I said, I like the movement. But me personally, also that I know the importance and the necessity of like quote unquote First Amendment auditors, but cops are only the teeth of the politicians and the legislators, all right, and the judges and stuff like that. We need like auditors watching them too. You know what I mean? Because they're the ones that are really doing the damage, putting all these fancy words on a fancy piece of paper, and then sprinkling some pixie dust on it, and then now everybody's got to obey. You know what I mean?
Yep.
What the fuck? It's like magic. What the fuck? I didn't sign up. I didn't sign that contract. Why do why is this even applicable to me? You know what I mean? That's another thing too. Is like and technically there is no jurisdiction any authority over us. It's just that they assume it and they use violence to impose it.
Sure do. And that's what keeps people in check.
Well, yeah, yeah. Well, I
What
mean, I think
a
that's the only language. That's one of the only languages they know when it comes down to it. So, in some respects, that might be the only way to force them to follow the law is using the same basic tactics, if not modified a little bit on them.
Yep.
You know,
I went to Walmart. This had happened about a year or two ago. Um, and I was leaving Walmart, and
Brushfire Mine, Virginia. Good to see you guys.
they tried.
Sorry.
Hey, they're all popping up. Hell yeah!
I know. Brushfire Mine. That's pretty cool. I'm glad to see he's out there.
What up,
Uh,
Virginia? What up, Bushfire? What up,
Virginia,
Amber?
Virginia. I'm telling you, man. Good to see you. Auntie, Jack. It's too early. I've been fucking smoking too much pot. Fucking really fucking say
What
that.
I said is I was leaving
Best
Walmart,
life, right on.
and they were like, loss prevention was like, you got to come with me, and like grab my arm. And I was like, bro, I ain't fucking going to you nowhere. I don't know who the fuck you are. I was like, you need to get your damn hand off me. It's like, no, you got to come with me, or you got to show your receipt. I was like, bro, I was like, one, I didn't take anything. And I was like, and if you tried to like physically do anything, I'm gonna stomp a mud hole in your ass right here.
Right,
And then
right.
I'm gonna press charges on you and make your life a lot, be an asshole about it. And the guy was like, no, you got to come with me. And I was like, dude, once I pay for my shit and go past the point of purchase, you have no control over what the fuck I do.
That's right.
And
It's
he was
your
like,
property.
I'm calling the police. So he called the police, and I waited because you leave, it makes you look bad. You know what I'm saying? Makes you look guilty. And so I waited, and the police officer was like, "You're not leaving until you show a receipt." I said, "Look here, buddy." I said, "If you can show me on paper where the law states that I have to show a receipt when I leave a grocery store, I'll gladly show it to you." I was like, "Until you can show me that GCSA statute, the code, or even a fucking city ordinance, something on paper,
Well,
I'm
not
not.
only that. I mean,
You
not only
can't
that.
do
What did
shit."
I mean? They couldn't even prove, like, for instance, that they suspect you of shoplifting or anything
I
like
said, "Did
that.
you see me conceal anything? Did you see me take anything out of a package?" He's like, "No."
Right.
I was like, "Then you're breaking your own fucking policy."
Yeah.
Because you have to see me conceal something in order for you to even stop me.
And not only that, I mean, shit, if you just walked away from the damn teller and you're going outside, I mean, come on now. You know what I mean? If you didn't, like, for instance, me, if I was in Walmart, for instance, if I had just bought something, and which, I would probably, I don't know, I'd probably go nuts. But anyway, if I had just bought something and the guy, I know damn well he saw me sit there and pay for this damn thing, and he stops me to see my receipt. And I know damn well it's like, okay, well, listen, if do you suspect me of like shoplifting or stealing something, and I didn't set off the alarm, dude, man, I, I would
Absolutely.
probably put up some big ass stink. I actually thought about it at one time, man. The dollar store, when all this stuff kind of started, and then the Dollar General down here, they started putting all these like signs and stickers all over the place, like 6 foot apart type
Oh
stickers
yeah, yeah,
on the
yeah.
floor, and then they put like signs on all the coolers and stuff. It says wearing a mask was mandatory or whatever. I
Hmm.
was sitting there thinking in my mind, and I live in a kind of a rural area. People are here. We're just like, we're not really going to pay attention to this shit anyway. But I was like, dude, I will probably go berserk if anybody tries to say anything to me about this. I was like, don't even think about, I mean, and it's funny too because a lot of these stores and stuff, man, like even gas stations, they got that plexiglass they ended up putting up in front of the cashiers.
Yeah,
It's like
yeah.
that's going to stay there forever. You know what I mean? It's never going to go away now. You
Oh
know?
yeah, that plexiglass is going to stop the microscopic droplets that travel at thousands of miles an hour from hitting wind from the circulation of the AC unit,
Well,
and
no, no,
it's
it
not
ain't
going to go
because
anywhere around it or
I
under
kind of
it.
actually, pay for my stuff on the other side of the glass anyway. I don't like talking through the glass. I like go around it, and I'm like, here's my money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, yeah.
I mean, you think about it. You got all these cashiers. They might be behind all that glass and all that, but they touch money that's being touched by everybody. You know what I mean? You think about it.
Absolutely.
You know what I
Absolutely.
mean?
The
I mean,
dirtiest
I'm
thing there is.
surprised. I'm surprised people haven't started saying that we need to get rid of money because it's spreading the stuff. You know.
Yeah, that I'm surprised too, honestly, because I mean that's something sounds like something the Democrats would pull out of their playbook.
Well, I mean, because they want that cashless society anyway, so I wouldn't put it past them to try and say, hey, look, it's passing around the stuff, the invisible boogeyman. We got to get rid of it. We're going to eliminate cash altogether because of that. See, I think the boogeyman really thing is like it was the catalyst anyway, because they for generations they've been setting up the infrastructure, and now the catalyst was the boogeyman to get everything in an emergency status so they can kick in all this stuff and get and tighten their grip worldwide, not just here in the states. And I mean,
Exactly.
it is. It's like worldwide, and that's the messed up thing about it. It's like
That's
we,
how people should know that there's a bigger plan. Like anybody with common sense or uses logic is,
yeah,
wait, okay, if because in history, if you look throughout history, anytime a pandemic or anytime something major happens, every country handles it accordingly to how they handle things. When, like you said, on a global scale, it's like they're all working together hand in hand, and people don't find that odd.
right.
Like, like countries that we hate, that is not our ally, we're all buddy buddy now, and just all following the same policies and regulations. It's like come the fuck on. If that doesn't scream one world government, I mean, Jesus Christ.
Right. Yeah. I mean, I'm kind of curious now. I mean, I don't know if you do like look around different stuff that's going around the world, and have you heard a lot that's been coming out, or anything really coming out of Switzerland? Anything at all? Like even like how much, like how many cases, how many deaths, or anything like that of this
I
boogeyman?
think they did some type of crazy lockdown shit there.
Really? I haven't heard a whole
I
lot.
heard,
I haven't heard a whole lot of anything, and I
they
haven't
did a
been able to
green
find
card
anybody
thing.
that's actually living there to talk about it.
They did
Hey,
what's called
Blackburn, what's going on?
the green card pass thing, where it's like they're doing it in Switzerland where you can only buy certain things or eat. I mean, you're not allowed to buy groceries or do certain things unless you have a pass that you're vaccinated.
Oh, yeah. Well, I know in was it um
Which is
like in
scary.
was it Austria, or it might have been Austria, or where was it um Norway. It might have been Norway, but yeah, they're trying to introduce that pass thing, to where you have to have that to like enter a store or get on a cab or a
Mhm.
plane or, all that stuff, man.
That's
I
scary
mean,
shit.
well, I'm, because they're using all the other countries as like that beta testing ground
The
for all this shit.
catalyst.
Because I mean, they want to do that here. You know what I mean? Kind of like an improved passport. For like, not only like international, but like even in regional, inside the country. It's like just getting into the grocery store to get a goddamn loaf of bread. You have to show a pass. No, no, no. Screw that shit. That's why we gotta like people gotta like communicate and actually talk about these things and figure out solutions, man. I mean, for real.
She's the best life in the comments said this guy seems way smarter than Pelosi. I think he might be an imposter, not really her. I'm the
Yeah.
only reason why she's still going, bro. I'm that one smart ass brain cell that's left, and
Uh,
all the other
it's
ones don't work anymore. I'm the only thing keeping her going.
I think it's all that damn formaldehyde that's keeping her standing up in the first
Right,
place.
bro. When she starts doing that crazy jaw shit with her teeth, oh my god, that annoys the fuck out of me. I'm like, does nobody notice this? Bitch looks
Oh,
like she's
right
been
on
up
it.
on a 5-day meth binge. Like what?
Yeah, that's yeah, you might be right when it comes down to Switzerland and Sweden. No, I'm talking about Switzerland, yeah, because I really don't hear a whole lot. I'm curious. I've been actually, keeping my eyes open for like anybody that actually lives there and that I can talk to, and find out like what they're seeing in their area and what they're dealing with, like in their government and all that stuff. People that are there, boots on the ground type of scenario. I
Yeah.
mean, I like talking to people in other countries and finding out what they're seeing in their own area and what they're having to deal with and stuff, man. Because it's like, well, shit. Eventually, they want to try that here. You know what I mean?
Of course they do.
And I mean, and people were even considering. I heard people even considering this damn. What is it? Like a value system type thing, like China's doing.
Social credit score.
Yeah, you know what I mean.
Dude, that's
I was
even
like,
scarier. I
screw.
mean, that's what all this is basically a test run for.
Yeah, screw
It's
that
seeing
shit. I'd sit there and smash this fucking cell phone and just live off the grid like if I have to live in a damn cave somewhere, but I don't want to. See, we don't have to actually. I don't see that's the thing. A lot of people think if we just totally go, stop playing the game and start just trying to like live off the grid, live on our own, we all have to live in a goddamn cave somewhere. No, we don't have to fucking do that. You
and we
know what
just
I
all
mean?
group together and make a fucking compound and make areas of the country where, our type of people, are accepted.
Well, I mean, that
Create their
comes
own
down
type
to
of
like
society.
for instance, like even California and New York, they were talking about seceding from the Union. I mean, in a sense, creating their own nation, I guess. You know what I mean? I mean, that would just like then make all the states their own nation in a sense. You know what I mean? It's just to secede from the new Union altogether. I don't know, man. I've heard people talking about these things, man, but I don't know. Um,
As much as I dislike California and I would be okay with them seceding, it would crash our economy overnight.
yeah,
Because I
they're,
mean
they're
they're one,
scared
what are
stiff.
they like? They're almost half of our GDP. I mean,
Right.
California is like the fourth or fifth biggest GD has the fourth or fifth biggest GDP in the world, and it's only a state.
Yeah.
So I mean, we do need California. They are important, but a
Yeah.
lot of the people there aren't. So
Well, what exactly does California produce that we actually need as a country? What
the
exactly does
majority
it
of our
produce?
produce, let's see,
Really? See, I'd
yeah,
have to look into it because I mean I don't know if that's true or not, but
the
okay.
biggest ports are located off of California.
Okay.
So yeah, it would completely, because the majority, like 90% of all our products come from the West Coast and to the East. So that would really fuck us up.
Hmm.
And then
It's
you
in,
got to look at the fishing industry. Um,
hell, I don't trust anything that comes out of that water over there anyway, man. All that radiation coming off of Fukushima or whatever that shit is. Screw that.
Most people have already forgot about Fukushima.
Or whatever the hell that nuclear thing that blew up out there. Was that
They're
Fukushima?
still having
Yeah,
to
yeah.
put water on the nuclear rods every day. I mean, that's going to be a problem for that'll still be going on after we die. What up, Independent Mini United? What up, Eddie
A
James?
lot of produce. See, that's one thing is we used to here in Florida produce a lot of oranges, man. There used to be orange groves all over the place, man. It's just like there's hardly any around here
Never come from
anymore.
California, bro.
Shit. I mean, it's just like what the hell? And I don't understand it. I mean, I don't really understand the reasoning why it all kind of moved away. You know what I mean? That was one of the things that I remember as a kid. It was like the number one thing that, like, when you first come into Florida, going across the state line, you always see some kind of like thing on the side of the interstate that was selling oranges. You know what I mean? Florida oranges. I'm so sick and tired of that shit. It's like it's not made in the USA anymore. It's nothing made in Florida anymore. You know what I mean? Fuck.
Everything comes from Mexico. A lot of produce, California, Mexico.
Right.
And I don't trust. Listen, I know of people. I grew up with Mexicans that were illegal and crossed the border and worked in produce farms in Mexico with like our lettuce. And
Right.
he would tell me, because they don't like Americans, that they would do. Not everybody does this, but assholes that work for the company would do things like wipe their ass with lettuce and stuff before they package it.
I've heard stories like that. I have not seen it, but I've heard stories like that, man. That's not good at all. That's where that damn,
I
what
don't
is it,
want
E.
no fucking
coli and all that crap comes
ass
from and
lettuce.
shit. Yeah. I mean, come on now. Let's see. Let's basically. Oh,
Fresh fry. Damn right.
right.
He's right. People hate on capitalism, but it's created the best country to ever exist. Now, is capitalism foolproof? Is capitalism perfect? Of course not. But there is no economic system that is perfect. And we've created something that's the best of what we have. So why the fuck try to ruin it? If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Right.
You know,
No, no, that's a trend too. Even though it's not broke, they try to fix it, make it better, and they end up making it worse. They make it worse doing so.
anything the government takes over, it gets worse. I mean, it's just a rule of thumb.
Yeah, I don't understand why a lot of people. Well, see, the thing is, it's like it comes down to the cognitive dissonance. A lot of people, man, they just ignore it. You know what I mean? I get a lot of people, they're just trying to make a living, so they can put food on the table, put a roof over their head, and not have to worry about a lot of stuff. But, I get that, but, that's all, they're so pay attention to like the football games and, all that shit, buying that four wheeler and stuff like that.
All these
That's
things we enjoy aren't going to be here
well,
to
it
just what people
reminds
don't
me of
understand.
yeah, it reminds me of that quote. What is it? Give the people bread and circuses, and they will never revolt. It's
Right?
like everybody's just sitting back, fat and happy, and so who's gonna do shit?
What
You
people
know?
don't realize, like football games, anything with arenas, that was all adopted by ancient Rome to keep people in check.
Right,
It was like
right,
the whole month, Rome, people in Rome, the citizens were angry and wanted to revolt and overthrow the government. But just once a month, all they had to do was give them some alcohol, bread, and a good show, and they'd forget about it.
right.
They'd be like, "Oh, okay, fuck it, it's cool, no big deal."
I don't know. Like I said, I see Eddie James. Good to see you out there, man. I'm trying to think of who else I missed out there, but good to see everybody out there in the chat also, man. Like I said, I put the link in there, man. I don't know if it's too far back or not, but if anybody does want to come up, just
You
let
should
me
just
know
pin
and I'll
it.
put the link. Yeah, well, I don't know how to do pinning.
Go
I'm not
to
sure. Oh,
YouTube.
I have to go to YouTube to do that.
Yeah,
Okay,
just
okay,
pull up
okay.
YouTube and and just do it.
Okay, okay. Hold on. Let me put it in the comments first. We'll do that.
That's how I have to do it on my phone. I think it's because I'm on mobile. I don't know.
Yeah, that's all I'm on is a phone too. I'm doing everything on a cell phone.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
that
and
way,
I'm still trying to figure out all the all the little tiny quirks of StreamYard, but I think I've got most of it figured out.
well,
So
you that's how you can mod people. That's how you can time
right,
people
right,
out.
right,
Do
right,
all that. But
right. Here, I'll be right back. My audio might go out. I don't know. I'll be
I'm
right
gonna
back.
mute for a second. I gotta make some coffee. It's about to get loud.
There we go. There we go. I think I pinned it at the top, y'all. So if anybody does, they want to come up, have a conversation or whatever, man, I'm just sitting
You,
here.
you ain't got to show your face. You can just come up and turn your camera off and talk.
Yeah, yeah. I'm not gonna get porn bombed or anything like that. I mean, especially if I don't know your name, I'm gonna check you out first. I'm gonna let you know. But if I know who you are, man, it ain't no big deal. You know what I'm saying? On Dangerous Freedoms chat and his stream, and he shut down for the night. So I decided to come over here and Pelosi's last brain cell decided to come over and have a conversation with me.
No, that was good. That worked out, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, yeah. She decided to poke her head out and see what's up.
Right? See that damn fucking zombie. I'm telling you, man, there's something they're taking something to keep that woman standing. There's sometimes, man, I know it's the alcohol is kind of, keeping her talking. I'm serious, man. I think a lot of these people need, drug tests and psychological evaluations and um, all kinds of stuff, man. What's going on? Hell yeah.
Let me turn on some studio lights so y'all can see me.
Well, morning time, sir. You are up early.
Hey, I'm usually up this early.
Yeah, I'm usually all up all night anyway, man. I'm usually going to bed when you do your stream. Yeah.
I'll be
Oh,
right
I
back,
gotta
guys.
I gotta slide
Right on.
over. My camera's a little off to one side. So how we doing there, gents?
Man, so far so good. Just kind of like, I woke up breathing once again, and that's about it so far.
Oh yeah, right side of the dirt. That's where I want to be. Oh, let me see how I can do this. How can I see the? There we go. Now I can see some comments. All right. And I'm not actually sure which microphone I'm connected to here. Let me see what I got.
Sounds like it's close to you.
Looks like it's the crappy. Oh wait, no, that's the camera. Okay, yeah, we're on the snowball. Good. This
Yeah.
one.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, I just thought I'd dip my nose in and say good morning. And
Yeah. No shit.
hey, a bunch of people in the chat said they just subbed my channel, which hey,
Yeah.
I appreciate it.
Yeah. No kidding.
I wasn't-
Yeah. That,
I
I
wasn't
have
in
to
here
say that
trolling
too.
for new subs.
There's
I
quite
just
a
popped over to
few.
watch your show.
Yeah, there's quite a few people on this on the chat that actually are content creators, man. You guys on the chat, man, check each other out. Like, I mean, Blackburn Audits. I think he might have changed his name, or you changed it back. I guess it looks like, or you still got it on the thing. But or it used to be like Blackburn Community thing. But he's got a channel. Let's see her best life. Can't remember if Virginia's got anything, but I see her a lot. She's a good chick. Um, let's see
I'll have
here.
to check
There's
out
quite a
that
few.
channel.
There's quite a few different people that have good content, man. Everybody should check everybody out, man.
Yeah, I see Blackburn Audits here.
Yeah.
Oh, I don't want to play his audio. There we go. I don't want to play his
Hey.
audio while we're live streaming.
Hey, Anarchy.
But
Yes, sir.
Independent said if you mod her, she will post links for you.
Independent. Oh, let me see here.
Does any of
Independent
us
Mini United. Let's see here. I have to go through that. Okay, hold on.
so yeah, Blackburn, I am now your newest subscriber. Congratulations on 461.
Yeah, that's the couple of Blackburn is one of them guys across the pond over there. I've been keeping up with at least especially for the past couple of days. A lot of guys out there in the UK, talking about current events and stuff like that. What's going on in each one of our countries, and kind of comparing the two, and trying to get ourselves talking about things so we can actually try and figure out solutions. Because this is a worldwide crap that we're going through, not just here in the US. So I've been trying to talk to people all over the freaking world, man.
Well, we like over here at the BFM, we do every Monday morning. Well, theoretically, sometimes we preempt it for big news stories, but our usual Monday morning is Meme War Monday, and it's important. The meme war doesn't get treated quite correctly. People think of that idea as kind of a joke, as a meme unto itself, honestly. But the truth of the matter is, like, Donald Trump won the presidency largely on the power of the meme war. And what people don't understand about that, and I mentioned this because I bring it up because we were talking a little bit about Blackburn being a UK guy.
Right.
There absolutely is an ongoing war, and it's a psychological warfare activity, and that's what the meme war is. It is a war of propaganda. So on the right and the left, we're producing propaganda against the opponent, and that is an active combat. I know, Anarchy, you've watched my show quite a bit. You have a little bit of my background. I mean, I did special intelligence operations. I've conducted psychological warfare for the U.S. military. It's and now I do this because when I love shooting people so much. When I got out of the Army, I bought a bunch of cameras.
Right.
Learned how to run a camera and an editing suite because I just never get tired of shooting and cutting people.
Right.
But the meme war gives me, for one, it gives me an opportunity to continue to do what I do, which is to uphold and defend the Constitution of the United States of America by closing with, engaging, and destroying the enemies of the United States of America. I don't get to kick in doors and shoot bad guys and drag them out in black bags anymore, but I can show enough, put up some psycho fists and make a hell of a stink on the interwebs.
Yeah. Like I said, I was like talking to these guys, a lot of these guys, and dealing, hearing what they're having to deal with when it comes down to how like lockdowns and like talking about boosters this and boosters that and whatever and all that stuff. And I'm just like, and then talking to a couple of these guys in Australia and seeing hearing what they're dealing with, like boots on the ground type of images. You know what I mean? It's not like I don't take the news as my information. I talk to these people that are seeing it in their neighborhoods, when they're
Yep.
dealing with their local governments or whatever. And I'm just like, man, and it's getting closer and closer because I keep on hearing people talk about these same type of things in this country. Like they're like, okay, we need to be built more like that country. I'm like, but wait a minute. We don't need to be like any other country. No,
Yeah, no, because we're already footing the bill for that country.
we don't. Well,
Which
not only
one?
that, it's like
Name one.
we're our country. We don't need to be like any other country. If anything, we need to be a role model for everybody else. You know what I mean? If anything, you know what I mean. But even then, it's like hell. We gotta take care of our own right now, in my opinion. When it comes down to, making our bed and getting our shit straight up here. But and also everybody in their country need to do the same thing there. It's just that I don't think other countries need to be waiting for us to be the first one to jump off the bridge. I think we all need to do it at the same damn time, in a sense. All of us get together. You know what I mean? All of us, because it's just it makes me think about a lot of stuff, man. I start thinking about like all the different angles that's coming at us, that they're coming at us with it, and it makes everybody frazzled even thinking about it because it's so massive. It's just so it's like that's just can't happen, that kind of thing. And
Hey, real quick, Twisted Tat says the unveiling is happening.
right,
Elaborate on that a little bit for me.
yeah.
Twisted. Tell me what you mean by the unveiling. Because I can think of a few different directions that can go. I haven't heard it used in any particular parlance that way though. And independent media, independent many united. I just subbed you as well, and thanks for the link drop. That's mighty appreciated.
Yeah, no shit. Yeah. I mean, it helps out everybody, honestly. It really does. You know. And now, hey, now that I think about it, hey, if I ever get up on one of your panels or something like that, I mean, I'm not really keen about showing my face, but now I'm able to do it through StreamYard. I'm able to do all that stuff if I happen to get up there one morning or something. If you
Well,
do one of those
if
things,
when we're live and we're open for people
yeah,
to come in,
yeah.
we use Restream, and
Oh,
I'm pretty well married to Restream now, largely because last year, and they actually did it again this year, but last year they ran a they ran a Black Friday special where you could get like the executive, like the highest level subscription to their program at 50% off for life.
wow.
So it's I
What?
think it's like $500 a year or something for that normally, and
So
I'm
does
paying
it
half
work
that.
like does it work like StreamYard, for instance?
They're basically the same thing.
Okay, because I mean, I wasn't sure. Like, for instance, I mean, because I know another guy that's on YouTube that just started doing all his live streams through that Restream thing, and I mean, and he puts the link up. Like, for instance, if I wanted to get on the panel, he puts the link up, but I'm just like, well, it's not StreamYard, so I haven't tried going through the link yet, so I haven't
But do
really
you
don't
pay
I don't
for StreamYards?
Yeah,
say
so just
I
like
don't
this
pay
one,
for it. It's free.
I don't either.
Yeah.
yeah, Restream also has a free service. But I think with both Restream and StreamYard, what happens is if you have the paid subscription, there are other channels that you can stream to that aren't available if you're not doing the paid subscription. And like for me, I mean, I run East Atlanta Video. I've got that production company, so I use Restream for clients as well. So I'll sometimes I'll do I've done funerals, stuff like that, and it'll be especially with COVID last year, everybody was scared of this, that, and the other thing. I did weddings and funerals where I would use the Restream and I would just switch off all the Brushfire Mind stuff, switch off all the East Atlanta Video stuff, and just add the client's social media, their Twitter, Facebook, everything, and then they could have that stream going. And those are honestly, those are great gigs because I'm billing them like, $2-3 grand, and I'm just showing up and setting up a laptop and running some cameras. Stupid easy.
Right. Yeah.
But to get to those extra channels, you've got to have the paid subscription.
Yeah. Right. Yeah. I don't know. I'm going to stick with the free stuff as much as I can right at the moment, man. My income's not all that great.
Well, and like I said, the only reason I've got the paid subscription is because I'm running a business that requires it.
Yeah. Right. Yeah.
If it was just for the Brushfire Mind, I probably wouldn't be spending the money.
Yeah, I kind of do mine really just because I do it for me really mostly, and I think it's really cool that other people actually enjoy some of the stuff. So I mean, I think that's pretty cool. But I also, man, now that I got this StreamYard thing kind of sort of figured out, and I can actually get people on a panel. I like every once in a while, I like the idea of doing like just a chat, on whatever current events or whatever pops in our minds and stuff like that, and because I like the conversation, and you know what I mean, and because honestly, we all need to be, communicating, because if we can't communicate, we can't coordinate, we can't figure out solutions, you know what I mean, I
Yep.
mean. Because I mean, I'm coming from an old analog radio guy. I'm still a CB talker. I'm still trying to figure out how to get everybody together and do this stuff, man. And that's why I was like saying, I was kind of hoping like not only Blackburn, but I mean some of the other guys that happen to go over to his channel sometimes, man. They have pop up, but they're all like in the UK. Just trying to get that other viewpoint. I was trying to explain it to somebody the other day, like for instance, all right, I got this coffee cup right here. All right. And from this viewpoint, that's my viewpoint, for instance, I got this angle on this view. That's all I can see.
Can see your face.
Now, you're sitting on this side and you see that view and that angle. I can't see that view and angle unless I, turn it around and look over there or you tell me about it. But there's also views and angles that neither one of us can see. All right. I'm trying to look at all of it. You know what I mean? I'm trying to look at the whole thing from all the angles, even the ones that we don't see.
Now I'm with you on seeing on trying to get that extra perspective that you can't see, but it's also important to remember, there's a meme that people like to pass around where there's two dudes and they're looking at a number on the ground, and it's either a 6 or a 9, depending on which direction you look at it from.
Right.
And,
right.
The meme says, it just depends on your point of view. The truth depends on your point of view. Well, no. Bullshit. Somebody put a number there, and the number they put there was either a 6 or a 9. There was a reason they put the number there. So just because a perspective seems to espouse a different truth,
it's not the root.
Let's say we're looking at we're looking at numbers 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, and you've got the two guys staring at that 6. Just because one of them standing on the wrong side looking down on it doesn't change the sequential order that it's in. Doesn't change the meaning of that place.
Yeah, fair enough.
So if that's a 6 in a parking lot and they tell you to go wait for your order to be delivered and you go to the 9, you're wrong.
Right. Fair enough. I mean, if you aren't aware and you can't see that that viewpoint, you wouldn't. I mean, that's what I'm trying to say. You get what I'm trying to say? Okay, I'm trying to figure out the right words to how to express it.
And that's kind of the rest of it is. I want to know what the other person's. If somebody disagrees with me, I want to know how they're wrong, or if, and this is a possibility I always make room for. It's possible I'm wrong.
Right. What do they call that? Devil's advocate or something like that?
Then I want to know it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, devil's advocate or something like that.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yes. That's
more
for the point of argumentation where. So what the devil's advocate really is there's two of us having a conversation. We're discussing a topic. We generally agree on the topic. So in order to explore the complexities of the topic, one of us voluntarily takes a position opposite to the position we would normally take and attempts to argue from that position. And it's a great exercise for steel manning the arguments of the opposition, for taking their arguments and making them as strong as possible, as good an argument as possible, so that you can really give hard thought to the arguments which oppose it. And sometimes trying to steel man the opposition's argument will change your mind. And if it does, that's not a bad thing.
Oh, it induces critical thinking. It makes you think.
Right. That's actual critical thinking.
Right.
Exactly.
That's kind of like, actually, in a short, that's kind of like my goal, is to actually get people thinking. You know what I mean? They might not agree with what I'm saying, or I might not agree with what they're saying, but, you know, it made me, you know, I mean, if they don't shut their mind off, or I don't shut my mind off, at least we're thinking about it. You know, I might get something from the conversation, even though I might not agree with most of it. I might get something from it. I might learn something. You know what I mean? Also, and vice versa. I think there's actually something that's actually to gain out of the conversation than actually, you know, not to gain. I mean, honestly, that's what I don't understand about people not wanting to have the conversation. You see these people, you try to actually ask them things, ask them questions on their belief or whatever, or their stance, and they shut up. They don't want to talk to you about it. You know what I mean? Or they try to shut you down or something like that. I'm like, well, you should be proud of what you're thinking about, right? So why don't you want to express yourself? And especially like some of these people.
I'm not running away. I just need to get more coffee. Right. I'll be right back.
And especially like some of these people, man, you know, they're going out there and they're actually have a big platform with a lot of people watching. You would think that these people would want to express their, you know, their view and put it out there on this big platform. But no, they want to be assholes and they don't want to say anything about it. It's because really they don't have any way of defending it, in my opinion.
Because everything they've built is rooted off those beliefs. So if they're proven wrong, especially in a public setting or where there's a huge audience,
right,
it completely destroys everything.
Yeah, they short circuit. They fucking like they pop a gasket or something like that. You know what I'm saying? But that's another thing too. It's that cognitive dissonance or whatever. You know, it's like trying to break that. You know what I mean? Just trying to break that. I mean, I honestly, man, I've been banging my head against the wall against this thing for like 20 some odd years, man. It's the only problem is like I've said this story before to other people, but I was like, dude, I got a buddy of mine that's like that lives that close to me. He's like one of my locals that I talk to the radio pretty much daily. All right, but I was telling him some stuff about, I don't know, about 5 or 6 years ago. I was telling him some stuff. I was researching some stuff. You know, I was like showing him all this stuff, evidence and stuff I was coming up with, and he you know kind of brushed it off like you're crazy, you know, that kind of thing. Well, anyway, like 2 years ago, he comes up and he saw the same exact information being put on like the mainstream media news, and he also heard it on the talk radio stereo, the talk radio station in the town. And he comes up to me, he's like, hey, Wingnut, man, you know, all that stuff you were telling me, man, that was true. You were right. And I was like, well, no shit, Sherlock. Just because it comes out of my mouth, doesn't make it credible. What the fuck? You know what I mean?
A grown man wearing makeup that gets paid over $1 million a year for him to believe it.
Well, it just pissed me off. He's like, it wasn't credible. That news or that information wasn't credible until he saw it on the mainstream news. All right. And this is not the first time, you know what I mean? And he knows me. I mean, he knows me personally. You know what I'm saying? So I'm just like, dude, you know, come on, man. You know, it's like you would think after a while you'd be like, okay, well, he was right a couple of times, you know, and even though it sounds crazy, you know, maybe I'll give him the benefit of the doubt.
At least,
you'd think, you know, but that's not the only case. That just happens to be like, you know, a personal friend of mine. But I've seen that all over the place. You know what I mean? I've got family members that are like, you know, well, they're on that attitude. Well, you know, I'm old. It's not going to worry about it. I'm going to be dead before all that stuff happens, or it's not going to happen in my area. It'll happen in that state over there. It's not going to happen here. Blah 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 blah. And they got that mindset. You know what I mean? And that's, you know, that bothers me.
I've had a lot of family members, younger cousins especially, I'm gonna step off camera and smoke a cigarette. But I've had family members go to college and they're real liberal while they're at college, and then all of a sudden they got some kids to feed and some taxes to pay, and buddy, they're pulling that lever for the red man real
Right.
quick.
Right. Dude. Well, see, I mean, I get, in some ways, I get it. People, they're just trying to, like, make a living, so they can put food and a roof over their head, and all that stuff. I get it, because I'm struggling myself. I'm scratching my ass, just trying to keep enough money in my pocket and keep gas in the car and food and dog food and all that other stuff. I got 5 freaking dogs, they eat a lot. All right. So, it's just one of them things. And then on top of that, all this other crap that's gonna, it's like the fish is being squeezed tighter and tighter. And like I said, it's not just here; it's worldwide. So I mean, it's like, what the fuck, I mean, I wonder, I'm curious, what's going to be that moment where they've realized that the carrot's not going to work any longer, so they start using the stick. You know what I mean? I'm wondering when that's going to happen. Like, for instance, like a big ass protest or something like that. Next thing you know, live fire happens and people get killed. You know what I mean? Like the shot across the world type of scenario, the herd across the world type of thing. But I'm curious what that spark's going to do, what that's going to, how that's going to happen, and where.
They thought it was going to be Kyle Rittenhouse. That's why they politicized that so much.
I'll tell you this.
They were worried about that.
This is my opinion, that if there wasn't all that video footage, they would have railroaded him.
No,
yeah, 100%.
Yep.
Yeah, Kyle was stranded to live or die on the evidence. And
right.
The thing, so here's the thing about evidence. The more evidence you have, the harder it is to ignore the truth. Now, we have a functioning media right now that basically makes its business on ignoring the evidence to the greatest degree possible. What happened with Rittenhouse is because the evidence was widely disseminated across alternative media platforms, it became impossible for the evidence to be efficiently concealed.
Because it was everywhere.
Which was amazing. Yeah, which was an amazing occurrence, because we watched the prosecutor in that case fabricate false evidence and try to conceal exculpatory evidence. I mean, that prosecutor committed crimes in an attempt to convict an innocent man.
See, go ahead.
That's why they withheld the clear view of the drone, because without that evidence, they could paint a certain narrative. Like you were just saying about having more evidence, it's easier to see the truth. They know that, and they can't paint this false narrative with all that evidence. Sorry to interrupt you, Anarchy.
No. I'm trying not to, be a hog or whatever. I don't know. But the thing is, man, it's like that's I was sitting there thinking about that too, the drone evidence and stuff. Damn well they've got 4K cameras and all that stuff nowadays and stuff. Damn well those cameras are a hell of a lot better than what those drone footage. You know what I mean?
So my first experience, I'm a licensed drone pilot. Again, part of my business. My first experience flying drones was, about a decade ago, flying surveillance drones in Afghanistan, hunting the enemy. And the drone that I had then, brother, it was huge. It was like a damn trash can. It sounded like 4 lawnmowers, fighting with the clouds as it went overhead. And the video that came out of it was like 480p grainy black and white garbage. Today, when I'm flying a drone for contracts, I'm flying a DJI Phantom 3 Pro, right? It's like I think mine is 5 years old. I've had it for 5 or 6 years.
Fancy as hell.
So it's a little bit older drone. It's still 4K GPS stabilized. I mean, it's a monster. and you could pick one up. Shit, I'll pull it up on Amazon. I bet you I could pick up a replacement for $600, maybe.
I know damn well the camera on that drone that either was it the police or was it the FBI that had
It was
the
the
drone?
FBI that had
All right.
drones overhead.
I've seen the drones that actually just like sheriff's departments or police departments have. So I know damn well the damn FBI drone is just as good, if not better.
You
And I
think you're
know damn
spending
well that their
taxpayer money
camera
on
is
cheap
good too. You know, I know that sucker can zoom in on a dime if it wanted to. I know damn well it can. You know, I started looking at some of
Motherfucker
those
was
things,
probably
man.
equipped with weaponry.
Well, they're able to hold a load like that. Yeah, I know.
Well, in all fairness, what they're flying for something like that, it's not like they're sending out a Predator or something. They're flying.
No, I'm talking about like
They're probably flying
yeah.
something like a DJI Inspire, which
Right.
All kitted out. You're talking about 10 grand maybe.
Yeah.
And the local sheriff's department where I am has one. It's a good drone. You're still talking about 4K footage. You're not mounting a 6 or 8K camera to it. But you are definitely talking on that about a level where you can put a zoom lens on it.
Yeah.
I believe the zoom lens on those is micro four thirds, a little bit lower light take in than a full frame camera, but you're somewhat limited as far as the zoom in on a dime. You're somewhat limited for a zoom lens like that.
I was being a little bit like
Well, but
yeah,
but seriously, for some perspective, like
yeah,
most drones, most consumer level drones that you get, they don't have zoom in the lens. There's the Phantom, or I'm sorry, the DJI Mavic Zoom is the model name. I think is the only, what we would say, consumer, almost prosumer level drone where you have a zoom control. Outside of that, you actually have to fly the drone closer to get. Basically, it's zoom with your feet, except you zoom with your drone. You have to fly closer to get the tighter image. But once you start talking about something like the Inspire, like what the FBI, those guys are flying for that kind of local surveillance type of stuff, then you do have that zoom capability. But think about it more like the lens on a photographer's camera.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
It's hard.
Whereas the shit we can do with satellites, whew, I can't even talk about that on an open channel.
Well, well, for instance, I'll tell you a story. There was actually a buddy of mine. See, we got 2 Air Force bases. I got Eglin Air Force Base and I got Tyndall Air Force Base over here. All right.
Right.
And there's this one road that kind of goes north to south out there by Eglin, and on both sides of the road is Eglin Air Force Base. All right. Well, a buddy of mine was, traveling up the road. Well, he had to take a piss. Well, he stops on the side of the road. He gets out. He goes into the woods a little bit and takes a piss. He noticed some pine knot or a lighter knot sitting there in the woods, like an old tree, just got and he put a little bit of that in the back of his truck. 3 days later, another guy that we all kind of know actually works at Eglin. He's like, "Hey man, did you get enough wood that day?" He's like, "What are you talking about?" He's like, "We saw you on the imaging or the satellite imaging down there when you were doing that." And he's like, "Holy shit!" You know what I mean?
That's why when they tell you they can't find somebody when somebody's missing, they're a damn liar.
Yeah, I mean, I thought about that when you were mentioning that earlier, because like at Walmart, you get all those missing children type of posters and stuff. But yeah, I mean, shoot, if anybody even thought that like the president was missing, they find him in 2 seconds, right?
Become an enemy of the state and see how quickly they find your ass.
Yeah. I mean, dude, they don't really. I don't know if they're really concerned about it, honestly, because I mean, there's thousands of people that end up missing a year.
That's why I said when it's connected all the way up to the highest powers of the world, it's never going to stop. It's not going to.
Yeah, like human trafficking type of scenario.
It won't ever stop. There's too much money in it.
Now, human trafficking, that's That's a sticky wicket. I prosecuted a little bit of that somewhere in the alphabet soup. I won't go into too much detail there. I can't. But the bitch about the human trafficking situation is you have the bosses that run the program, that run the enterprises, and then you have the kind of under bosses, right? We're talking about heavy organized crime. So
Right.
you've got the sellers on the ground, and we bust those guys all the time, right? We bust them and put them away for the rest of their lives, or send them home in a black bag. But those guys, you're playing whack-a-mole. As soon as you identify them, you eliminate them, and then they're replaced the next day. They pop right back up, because the guy that's a real problem, the guy that organizes it, the guy that makes it happen, there's business happening in America, and the guys that run that business are somewhere else. And then there's business happening somewhere else, and the guys that run those businesses are in America. And you can never prosecute them within the confines of the law, because they're committing their crimes in a jurisdiction where they never exist.
Why do you think Epstein lived on his island?
Exactly.
Yeah.
You're exactly right.
He only got prosecuted because they hemmed him up on that shit in Florida.
Yep. Well, now, I got some theories on Epstein and the Clintons there. I think old Slick Willie had
relations.
I think give up some information.
Slick Willie did some favors for some alphabet soup types back in the 80s.
Yeah.
And
they
got kind of married to keeping him around.
Right.
He just got on his... Many of the bodies are buried.
Yeah. Yeah, he's probably got on his knees and sucked a few things here and there over time.
You might want to wear some sunglasses.
I'm telling you, man.
You know how he was guilty of doing all that type of shit? When they had his the people he sexually assaulted come up there and speak, and he was in the front row.
Yeah.
That look on his face. Oh my god.
That was priceless, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Wasn't it?
I tell you what, I basically have a Twitter account just to promote the Brushfire Mind Show, but because I have that, I do follow some interesting characters. And guys, if you've got Twitter, honestly, it's worth having a Twitter account just to follow Juanita Broderick.
Oh my gosh,
she is savage.
I like people like that they go overboard in the best way possible. It's always nice to see.
I mean,
it's nice to see somebody with some balls that isn't afraid of repercussions to speak their mind. It's refreshing.
Well, I mean, it's hard to find somebody that's actually pretty good at like the good old fashioned roast, like they used to do back in the day.
Oh, dude, I'll
like Dean Martin days, the roast of those days. It's hard to find that kind of a. I'm sitting there, insulting the fuck out of you, but it's funny as hell. Yeah.
Bro, both sides of my family are old military. I grew up young, hearing anything and everything. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah.
But I mean, I think honestly, man, that's another thing too. When it comes down even to the politicians on that stuff, man, I don't think there's enough that quote unquote resistance or whatever backfired. And it's like, in a sense, it's like when they get up there on the podium, I want to see tomatoes actually lobbed at these people. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like when George Bush got this shoe thrown at him.
Yeah, dude, I thought that was awesome. I was like, why isn't this starting as a trend? Just like getting like vegetables and start throwing vegetables at the motherfucker. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? Let them know how we actually feel, because honestly, us just talking, saying it like in protest type of stuff, it's not working. They're just laughing at us, dude. We almost need some kind of force them to comply. You know what I mean? That's why I've asked you this too, Brush My Mind. It's like, who do we call when the government is murdering us, or when the police are murdering us? So it's like, okay, where's our remedy? Where's our remedy?
You are the remedy. And that's what
the remedy is, the Second Amendment.
I agree, but if it's just like a few of us here and there that are on that level, that are awake enough to realize that, hell, they can pick us off or put us in prison or whatever. But now, if it's by the millions, that's a different story. That's where it comes. I agree, and that's the cart. Because I heard that it's like, well, we got the ballot box, the soap box, and the cartridge box, right? So
You remember? I think it was Feinstein that was talking about how gigantic the rounds were in the M4.
right.
Oh, these huge rifle rounds, and she, she actually, I think she actually said that it fires a 50 caliber round. Right.
That's a 50 cal.
This is a round from a 50 cal.
Right.
Now this one's been cut. I use it for a bottle opener.
This is what. This is a 7.62 by 39. That's what a AK would use. And you see how small that is? That's like a damn 22 almost.
In fact, here, let me grab a 5.56 round out of my rifle here, and I'll show you the two of them next to each other.
There's only a slight difference, but there is a difference.
I think the casing's fatter on the 50, isn't it?
No. The difference between this 50 BMG here and a 5.56, that's the 50 cal. That's what we shoot through the Maudus.
Right.
And this is what goes through your M4, your AR-15.
Right. Yeah. Dude, I know.
There's a subtle difference.
Yeah.
There's a
little perspective. When I hold up this big ass rifle round, you got to remember the guy holding this rifle round. I'm a 6.5 foot tall, 350 pound monstrosity. I'm huge. I'm a giant dude.
Hey, what are 50 rounds going for nowadays? What are you finding price wise around your area, for instance?
I haven't even tried to buy 50 rounds.
Okay.
You're probably looking at, if I had to guess, probably $10.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I told Santa I'm going to rob his ass this year if you don't bring me a 50 cal. I'm going to haul reindeer for Rudolph for ransom. Use that red nose for target practice.
Auntie Jack says Feinstein's a gun owner too, not even knowing how to hold one. Yeah.
She's got security. She ain't got to worry about that.
Independent says that's amazing. I want one. I tell you what, Independent, the very first time I ever put my thumbs on the butterflies on the back of a Maudus, because that's what these are for. I mean, well, you put them through something like a BMG sniper rifle, Barrett 99, Snow Wolf, those type of guns. But the very first time I ever messed with these, it was a good old fashioned Browning M2, the Maudus. You put your thumbs on those butterflies and let that sumbitch rip off that automatic 50 caliber, and you're just writing your name in the side of the tank down range. And I swear to God, my dick was harder than Chinese algebra. I couldn't roll out of bed for a week.
Yeah. I like doing long range shooting myself personally. I'm pretty decent at it.
But Anarchy, the best shot I ever took was on August the 1st, 2010. We had just been ambushed. It was sundown, and the enemy was on top of a wall surrounding a small town called Sanjare.
What's going on, Bug Out?
There were three dudes running across the top of the wall. I was 317 feet or meters away. And I know that number by heart because of the location of the tea shop right outside of the base where we got ambushed. I'm sorry, Independent. I didn't mean to assume your gender. Lots of love, though, honey. But anyway, so there's three dudes running across the top of it right after the ambush, and I had just grabbed my radio with my left hand to call in. Hard Rock, this is Meatwall. Troops in contact. When I saw the three of them pop up, and I took three. I shit you not, hand to God, 3 fatal single one-shot, 1-kill shots 317 meters, M16 with iron sights, one-handed, under fire.
Damn.
That's the best shot I've ever taken.
Wow.
That's a hell of that's a hell of a shot.
Yeah, I don't know if I could replicate it. I mean, it was it was one of those dig deep.
Were
and
you
fucking
a
pause
ranger?
things.
Yeah, all the
You were a
conditions
ranger?
were in sync at that moment. Yeah. Yeah. I mean,
Fresh fire?
What's that?
Were you a ranger?
I was not. I was.
spook.
I don't think I can even say it on the air. Yeah, I was a spook, a secret squirrel.
Yeah, I live right next to Camp Merrill. You know where that's at?
Yeah, and
Yep.
on paper, officially, I was a Korean linguist
Right on.
in Afghanistan. I've never been to Korea.
So that tells you, yeah, there was a whole nother game plan there.
예, 그렇지만 저는 한국말 잘해요. 국방외국어대 학교에서 들어서. I mean, I speak the language.
Yeah, sure, man. Whatever you said.
Pero yo puedo hablar español con un nativo también.
I couldn't tell you if you were right or not, man. I mean, yeah.
Please don't blow me up. I have a goat in the backyard. Take him.
Yeah.
Bug out Bushido. I shot a guy behind a Corolla that ended up being two guys behind a Corolla. Some JFK shit. That's a shot, son. That's a shot.
Yeah. I'm surprised to see Bug out here, man. That's pretty cool, man. I think that's the first time he's been on my stream, or even I don't even know if he's ever been on my channel.
Bro, the shit's popping tonight.
Yeah, that's pretty cool, man. I like it. You know, I don't mean to like take people for Hell Dangerous kind of shut his stream down anyway. So it wasn't like I was taking his chat or anything.
You're just borrowing them.
I'm borrowing
Bug out,
everybody.
Bug in, homesteading, the old ways, the new ways, tools, tricks. Okay. All right, Bug out. I'm with you now.
Yeah. He's a good guy too now. Like, I don't know, Bug out, if you want to come up or not, man. Now think about it, I'm gonna put the link in there anyway, just for anybody that might want to come up. I don't want to get porn bombs or anything like that, but if anybody does want to come up. Because I mean, you know, actually, man, there was a couple of channels, man, they were having problems with that. You know, like one of the guys like doing the stream or whatever, he'd walk away for a second. Next thing you know, he'd get porn bombed while he was walked away.
Hippie Auditor got his channel taken down because of that.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, someone just kept coming up and flashing their meat wagon. So
I mean, come on, man. Me personally, now, if it wasn't for YouTube or whatever, but if you're gonna porn bomb me, I want to see titties.
yeah, right. Yeah,
right.
like
come on,
at least
man.
make it worth it.
Yeah, I want to see some nice. I want to see some nice titties. If you're gonna do
the first thing I ever learned in my life is that I like titties.
Yeah,
my motivations have changed over
exactly.
time, not my opinions.
Exactly, but I'm just saying, you know, it's like I don't understand this, man. I don't want to see some wrinkly old sausage and stuff. Come on now.
Right, bro.
And let me tell you something. I love me some titties.
I do too, man.
and I'm not just talking about like primitive male drive either. I've got 4 kids. A great set of titties has saved me a fortune in formula.
I hear you. I hear you.
Hell yeah.
I hear you. You know,
like
and that's the other thing too, man. It's like, you know, that's actually kind of like a well, it's a rare thing. Not a lot of mothers do that. You know what I mean? A lot of mothers, they don't go to that. They go to straight to that formula instead of like, you know, breastfeeding and stuff. You know,
most mothers aren't in shape or don't have a good diet nowadays, so they're putting everything right into their child.
Man, have you seen how much that damn
I married a
goes?
Navy spook.
Yeah, right on.
Good to go. Yeah.
Yeah.
She was a desk spook back in the day. I used to get missions downrange, you know, be gearing up my team to go wipe out some bad guys. And get a mission report and read a serial number across top. Be like, "Oh, baby, hey."
Yeah, Virginia, I'm gonna tell you, breastfeeding is a serious commitment, but it is worth it. Because I mean, honestly, man, I think that there needs to be that connection between, the mother and the child, like that. You're actually replacing it with, like, cow's milk or the formula and stuff, and that's like at the most development part of their stage of their life is right then, and that, when they're a baby like that.
Also, screw rolling out of bed in the middle of the night to go warm up a bottle.
I hear you.
Sucks.
You know.
I was lactose tolerant, so I didn't get no titty milk.
Shit. I hear you.
Bug out's asking about Helmand. I was never in Helmand. Several of my battle buddies were over there. How do I do this? I tell you what, Bug out, if you pop in and watch the BFM live, we're live every weekday morning at 7:30. One of my old battle buddies pops in from time to time, and I won't say his name directly, but you'll pick him up if you pop in. And he's the one that I refer to as my favorite Ninja Turtle. So if you can take that kind of if you could take all that sideways coding and put it together, that might actually be somebody you recognize if you were in Helmand, say between 10 and 11.
Bug out, man. If you want, get up here, man. We'll have a talk.
In fact, Bug out, if you met him in Helmand, I believe his call sign was Magic Man.
But with the bullshit, Bushido, get up, yeah.
I know Bug out, man. He can definitely talk. He's got these.
You can talk.
He can talk, dude. I've heard him on other streams, man. He can talk.
Well, unless he was mute, I would hope he could speak. So. He's like milk left after a bullet chew. Oh, shit. I love. That's one thing I like about panels is they just play on everything you say, and it's great. Some of the things that people come up with.
I mean, we do a live show every weekday, and when the chat is popping, sometimes it just completely derails the entire conversation.
It does.
Right?
It does.
Well, see, that's what I was sitting there saying. I'll tell you, man, some of the topics that you get into over on your show, you cannot really get into the meat of it in 30 freaking minutes, especially if you get sidetracked, man. I'm like, holy crap. I'm telling you, dude. I mean, I like the format that you got going on. I really do. I think it's a good thing. You're doing a good job. I like how you guys do that stuff. But like I said, there are some things, man, I'm just telling you, man, to really kind of get to it and not, have the sidetrack throw us off too much. It's like, dude, you need more than 30 minutes to actually do it. You know what I mean? But
it has a lot to do with if you have too many people on the panel at one time, because everybody wants to give their opinion on the conversation, but not everybody can stay on the topic.
Well, I mean, yeah. Go ahead.
My show, it's always just the two of us, me and Cameron. Well, generally just the two of us, me and Cameron. We have a crew that is our film crew for other projects that we bring on for what we call the Clusterfucks. And the Clusterfucks are those are the big panels, and usually those are just like a hangout. We just go live, and there might be 6, 7, 8 of us, and we might be drinking some whiskey, and we're really just shooting the shit. They tend to start with a primary topic, and we just kind of, for the Clusterfucks, we start with that primary topic, and we just kind of let it spill out. We just kind of go where it go.
Nothing wrong with that.
Bug Out says if that's 7, he'll be driving most days. Yeah, I get that. You can always play it later. You can always catch the replay, and I think I'm going to go ahead and in the not too distant. Looks like some things are shaking up over at Rumble. We're already on Rumble, but I haven't started paying for access to the Rumble live streaming yet. I think that may be right around the corner where we go ahead and start live streaming, and yeah, it's
I agree. I agree.
$5 a month. I might go ahead and take that leap, because for one, we've gotten kicked off of YouTube. We've gotten yeeted off the platform a handful of times for saying things that are true.
Yeah. Morning time, Four Corners.
Like Anarchy. Were you watching the one time that I held up the invoice to send to Stacey Abrams?
I might have. I might have. I might have. If I wasn't catching the live, it was probably a replay, but I might have. Yeah.
Well, you probably didn't catch a replay on that one. It got
okay. Then yeah, I might have. I tried to, but like I said, a lot of times, man, that's about the time when I'm kind of going to sleep, or or like in the mornings. Lately, in the week times, that's when I've been getting up, and I'm already out of the house, and I'm already out and trying to do some stuff around that time. So
yeah,
it's just been, my schedule's been kind of weird. Like for the past couple of weeks, I've been able to make all of them. I'll sit there and listen to it or check but I'm subscribed to so many people. I'm subscribed to like 200 some odd people, whatever, and, trying to catch everybody's lives. I mean,
it's impossible.
I know, but I try to get in everybody's lives, and at least live streams or check their replays or whatever. And, trying to keep up with everything. Because I really like when people are making content. I mean, like I do mine, but like I said, my stuff is not for everybody. There might be something for somebody, but I get it. You know what I mean? But I'm not really trying to like get out there, like make a business out of it. I'm not trying to, I see other people that do that. I haven't really seen where my kind of stuff
is just a social butterfly.
Yeah, I mean, I just relate it to the radio. You know what I mean? I just kind of look at it like the visual aspect of radio. I kind of do my networking and talk to people and stuff like that, and talk, because I like to talk to people. I like to sit down and actually have conversations, like on the so-called taboo subjects or whatever. Things that makes people uncomfortable or whatever. You know what I mean? But that's how we find solutions, by talking about it, right? You know what I mean? Otherwise,
and,
I mean,
speaking of talking about taboo subjects, like I get more views when we do stuff like we talk about science fiction stuff. We talk about current science, tech stuff. I get a lot more views on those videos, and I honestly think it's because, just straight up, our usual topics when we talk politics and analytics are actively suppressed. I don't think it's that more people are interested in the tech and science stuff, especially when we're doing, like, we did several shows at the beginning of the year when they were first declassifying a bunch of UFO reports, and there was the Pentagon report on UFO sightings. We did several videos on those, and they dramatically outperformed a lot of our other stuff. I honestly don't think it's because people are that much more interested in UFOs than they are in politics.
All right.
I see Four Corners is with us.
Oh my God! Thank you guys.
Yeah,
I love you guys.
Morning time.
Yeah, it is.
Hey, Four Corners. I just tried to look you up. Hopefully throw you a sub, and all I'm getting
please do.
All I'm getting is, what is this? ABC News in depth.
No, hell no.
No,
I'll drop the link. I'll drop the link in private chat for you. And I could use all the subs I could get, guys. I mean, I'm at 677
right
subscribers. And that's awesome
Yeah.
to me.
I tend to sub to everybody that subs to me. Anybody that I get, especially if I get notifications. But if it's somebody subs to me, I tend to sub them right back anyway, even if
I
they
don't
don't
want
even
to
have
feel
any
damn
content.
so.
You know,
Yes.
I'm just that way.
Yep.
Me personally, you know what I mean.
I've been subbed to You Anarchy for holy crap, over a year or more.
Oh, right on. Oh, that's awesome, dude.
I've been following you
Yeah.
around, brother. I love you. I don't say
So I don't sub anybody that doesn't have any content, as far as, because you want to be careful about getting caught in the sub scheme.
Yeah.
And
I hear you.
yeah.
and I'm not even saying getting caught doing actual sub to sub, just the
You don't want
appearance
YouTube
of
to look
doing
at it the wrong
sub.
way. Yeah.
Yeah, so you got to be careful about that.
Right on.
We all know that
Actually,
YouTube don't know what they're doing.
I actually go through the people that I sub to, and I mean, there's probably hundreds, and I'll actually scroll through that and look at haven't seen nothing from this guy. You're out of here, period. I mean, sorry, you're out of here.
Yeah, I probably
And
got.
I'll send him a little note. Something about community is saying, "Hey, look, I'm unsubbing from you because you're a dumbass or whatever." You never know what you put in there.
I always respond the same way to people when they say that to me. Like, I'm unsubbing because you don't do this, do that. I tell them, well, I didn't notice your ass when you subbed. I ain't going to notice your ass when you unsubbed.
Right.
So goodbye.
See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya.
Right.
Anyway.
I wouldn't even known you existed until you said something.
Yeah.
I got a lot of
Well-
content. I got most of my content is discussion on who are they and who are we,
They,
I'm
you know,
looking
the
at-
quote unquote them, they.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those guys.
Those aren't my pronouns. I'm offended.
Right.
Well, I mean, it to me, just people ask me, I was like, who are they and all that stuff, and I was like, dude, if I was to sit down and list out all the damn names that actually fall under the word they, when I say
Yes.
they, dude, it'd be like 3 or 4 pages, like college rule type fucking shit. I mean,
Yeah.
Oh,
dude,
no,
it's just easier. It's easier to like damn just say it's them, it's they. You know what I mean? And
Right.
and
If
you
you're
know what I
on
mean?
our side, then you know who they are. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Yeah. I mean, I find it, when it comes down to some people, it's like, who are they? You don't, I mean, who are these they you're
Okay,
talking about?
so in 2008, little story real quick. 2008, I was making great money through the oil industry. I was up in Wyoming. We were doing water reclamation. I was making really good money. I had a freaking I bought through the bank because I was looking so good to the bankers. I bought a 3-bedroom home, a 2.5 bath with 3-car garage, and I had a fucking snowmobile. I had a boat. I had 2 4-wheelers, and I had 2 cars in the garage. Okay, and I thought everything was fine. 2008. Okay, everybody back up to 2008 and think for a second. Then all of a sudden, the president of the United States of America capped all the wells in Wyoming and said no more drilling, no more pumping, no more nothing. And my job was fucking over, guys. I was shocked. I had a family. Everything's going great for me.
Right.
And I was working for the banks, and then the banks came after me and said, well, you're fucked. And I said, well, let me throw some savings at these payments so I can stay above water and see if this comes back. And everybody went to Pennsylvania and different places, and I was sitting there because I wasn't a driller. I was doing water reclamation. Science, don't want to go there. All of a sudden in 2008, I'm without a job. I don't have any income. My wife actually didn't have to work. She went to work for Walmart. And I was freaked out, guys. I'm telling you. So in 2008, I backed the truck up and I said, "What in the fuck just happened? Who are they, and how come they can in one city in Casper, Wyoming, 3,000 people were put out of a job because they decided that they could do that." And I woke the fuck up right then and there, man. It was 2009. I started doing research and history and research, wondering what just happened to me. I was freaked out. We wound up going to Arizona. I didn't work out too well because I almost died because of the heat. It's so hot. I mean, moved from Wyoming to Arizona. Hello. Anyway, I'm serious. You don't shovel snow in Wyoming. You just throw it up so that they can take it to the neighbor's house.
Jesus fucking Christ.
My wife bitching at me because I'm being loud. Anyway, so we moved from Wyoming to Phoenix. She loves me. And then Phoenix crashed.
Put you in the closet.
Oh, God.
She's going to hit me with a stick.
Like
So
a frying
anyway,
pan.
Really?
we moved from
go to
Phoenix to back to our home up here in the mountains
So
of
you can
Colorado,
sit here and scream all
where we
you
got
want,
started
right?
in a little trailer house. But I've been doing the research of who are they? How come they have so much power and control? Why
Get out of here.
why are we
Get out of here.
not a free country here in the United States? We think we're free in the United States, but you have codes and statutes and all this shit that just keeps putting us in bondage. Can't even drive out there on the road with the fucking tail light out.
Sick of this shit.
I have to be quiet, so I yield. I'm sorry if I ranted a little bit. My wife is gonna kick my ass, so I gotta be good.
No, I'm gonna kick
Keep
your
talking.
ass.
I want to hear it kick your
I'm
ass.
just
Keep
coming with
talking.
you.
Keep it.
I'm gonna go to bed.
Yeah,
We've
you'll
been
have to change
together.
the name of the stream.
We've been together 21 years, guys.
Damn,
That's a
son.
long time to keep getting your ass whooped.
Oh yeah, a lot of times. She drugged me. Okay, so the second year we were together, we were drinking tequila. No, it wasn't tequila. What was it? Jose Cuervo. It was tequila. We're doing tequila shots out in a RV park that we were running, and
No, I don't want to hear
I got
this
fucked up.
story.
We were out in the RV park with RV parkers. We would.
Wait, did we just
To
lose the
great big-
host?
He'll be back.
Anyway, we were all drinking tequila shots, and we finally got home, and I thought I was going to get me some pussy. And I grabbed her shirt and ripped it open like I was going to dive into them titties. And she grabbed me by the hair and dragged me around the living room like 3 times.
Damn, bro.
True story. Anyway, we had a second bedroom, and I went into the second bedroom and put a chair up against the door and sit there on the bed like, oh God, she's gonna come get me and kill me.
Someone said Ricky's pegging story.
You're wrong
Was that
for
in
that.
chat? Oh, I gotta mute. Otherwise, y'all gonna hear all this.
Yeah.
Oh, there he's back.
EMS, please respond to 6.
Well, that was interesting.
My damn browser just like timed me out and then kicked me off. That was weird.
Well,
I
y'all,
just
I'm actually
lost
gonna have to
internet
call it.
altogether for some reason.
I'm about to call it and get going. My headphones are about to die. It was good
Well,
talking
hey,
to you guys.
Hey, well,
Later,
good
man. Nice
morning out
meeting you.
there, Brushfire Mind, and man, and, hey, and anybody out there in the chat, and everybody out there, man, look up his channel out there, man. He does some stuff in the mornings on the weekdays, so y'all check him out.
Yeah,
I'm
I follow you.
7:30 every weekday.
Yep,
We'll see
I
you there.
follow you.
Y'all take care.
All right,
Good job, Brushfire.
Hell yeah.
I'm sorry if I ranted.
no,
good.
good, you're good.
I like getting on the panels and because you look at the clock and you're like, damn, an hour and a half's already went by.
Dude, I sat on a damn panel for 8 hours, man, and when we got off of it, it was like, holy crap, it's been 8 hours. It's like shit. I wish we had gotten paid for that, man. That would have been awesome.
Have
Yeah.
You
good
know what I mean?
conversation.
And all we did was just kind of like it was kind of like a coffee house type of thing. It was just a bunch of us, sitting around on a panel talking about whatever we wanted to talk about. And I didn't really, except for like, trying to not say certain keywords. Other than that, we just like talked about whatever. Hey, Cheese Cracker, I want to say, hey, I saw you out there, man. Good to see you out there. You need to go to sleep. Well, right on. Yeah. I'm up for a while, man. I'll probably end up making some coffee soon. I don't know.
That's what I did.
Cheese
Once I'm up,
Cracker.
I just go ahead and make some damn coffee and keep trucking.
Yeah,
Because if
cheese
not, I'll
cracker.
like have that like in between sleep, where you sleep, like where you're half awake, and it just makes it 10 times worse.
Right.
Yep.
Yeah, cheese cracker is another one. Radio guys like me, man. Talks on CB and stuff, man. I've actually talked to him
That's
on the
cool.
radio before.
Nice.
That's what's up.
Broadcasting live over the worldwide
What kind
This
of bud
it.
do you smoke on there, Anarchy?
Wait a minute, say that one more time.
What type of bud do you smoke on?
Shit, man. There ain't no name for it, man. I just call it the Sexy Mexi.
Sexy Bexy. This is what I got right now.
Right.
It's called Ether.
Here in Florida,
What
I
is
mean,
that?
it's kind of weird when it comes down to the legal stuff and stuff, man, because they only do it for the medical. But I don't know.
Yeah, but that just has a black market where you get good ass bud for cheaper prices.
I guess,
So
this is
wait a
weird
minute.
here.
Wait a minute. Are you serious? You're talking about bud? And where are you guys? I'm in Colorado.
Oh, look at you.
I'm just
He's probably
saying I'm
gonna
in Colorado.
he's probably gonna pull out a damn pound in front of us and get us all fucking,
No, I could do
I want
that.
hey, maybe blow some smoke so I can get a contact buzz. Maybe of some of that Colorado stuff.
Man, guys. Okay, so one thing you got to realize about the rules of engagement is we the people control them dumbasses. Here in Colorado, we said, look.
Come on.
Uh-oh, my wife's getting pissed off again.
Uh-oh.
Here in Colorado, we said, look, we want, that's weed. It's free.
Jaeger's good bud.
Like we can grow it. So.
Jaeger's really good strain.
Yeah.
Except for I can't.
This stuff's called Ether, and it's made by the same company that makes Runts. It's pretty good.
Yeah.
It's like in the cake family. It tastes like birthday cake, wedding cake strain.
I've heard of that. I've heard of it.
It's all right. I mean, most of the shit's GMO strains and hybrids. I like land-based strains. I like the originals, but they're really hard to find.
Oh no, they're not.
Like in
Where
Alaska,
are you?
Georgia.
Georgia.
Oh, okay. Right on.
In Alaska, since I'm from Alaska, like up there they have, Matanuska Thunderfuck, which is really good. Comes from the Matanuska Valley.
Yeah.
Well, it used to. It doesn't anymore, but
Yeah, matter of fact, Brushfire Mine, he's out there in Georgia also. You guys are just north of me. You guys are both just north of me actually. I'm in Panama.
Where Camp Merrill is.
Yeah, I'm in Panama City up here in the Panhandle of Florida.
I got family in Jacksonville, and I lived in St. Augustine for a while.
Yeah, I got family in St. Augustine too.
Yeah,
But Jacksonville, I can't stand. That's a sucky ass town, dude.
bro, it used to not be.
It is.
Now.
I've never been across the Mississippi.
Yeah,
I
independent.
would love to do that, man. I'd love to go out there and go to the east,
And I
check
like
it out. There's so
Constitution.
many fucking houses and stuff, out there in Virginia and New England and all. There's so much history in those old freaking mansions and houses. I'd love to see all that.
I just only
But
take
I'd have-
edibles on a weekend.
I'd have to drive drunk or something to get there.
Nah, man. I used to know some people who lived in Colorado, but they were like, what is it? Right outside of Boulder or whatever, or
Yeah.
and,
That's
I
up
think
in the cities. Listen, there's Boulder, Denver, and Colorado Springs, and Pueblo, and all these great big cities. And a lot
I
of
think-
people think that, ooh, it's Colorado, the Mile High City, and this and that and the other. You know what? The majority of the people live up here in the mountains,
right.
and it's like, believe it or not, it's like Tennessee and Tennessee and whatever. Y'all are down there in the valleys. We're up here in the mountains, but there's a lot of places up here in the mountains that you really don't want to come up here and fuck with us.
Yeah.
I live
Well,
in the mountains, but
yeah.
they're not Rocky Mountain mountains.
I'm at 8,500 feet elevation.
I'm only at like
Mountains.
1800. So.
See, but see, it's the same thing,
I got all y'all beat. I'm like 200. I'm like the 15th highest spot in the whole state of freaking Florida.
Wow.
That's kind of cool.
Florida, their highest point, I think, is like 900 feet or something like that.
Yeah, it's like on the
Wow.
Alabama, Georgia, or Alabama line or something like that. I think
It's
Alabama or Georgia line. I think Alabama line. I think it is out toward Bruce.
Yep.
I think it is. Yeah.
I'm up here with no oxygen. I mean, there's no air up here. It's really thin. And I went down to El Paso, Texas, which is, I think it was like 3,500 feet elevation. And I was so fucking hyped up,
Okay.
People around me wondered, what the fuck he's smoking?
But everybody else is, bro. It's Colorado.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. All right. Yeah. I mean, I used to know somebody. They lived outside, like out toward like some of the ski basin area, like out that area, because they actually worked at a ski basin, so they lived close.
Colorado is a Democratic state. They got a Democratic governor. We got a bunch of Democratic dumbasses and libtards, and holy crap. I mean, a lot of the state is big cities like Denver, Colorado Springs, Pueblo. But here's a crazy fucking deal with Colorado. We got these resorts that are way fucking up in the mountains. And who is hanging out here? The pedophiles from California, the oil people from Texas. They come up here. They come up here and make a cabin. I'm gonna build a cabin up in Colorado, up in Telluride and whatever. But they come up here and they build these multi-million-dollar fucking cabins. That's their cabin. But what you got to understand is
Oh,
we're up here in the Rocky Mountains. It's real pretty and all this other stuff. But Colorado is a shit state. I mean, it's crap. It's shit. We don't have a bunch of people here in Colorado that want to stand up for our rights. I mean, it's a shit state. Bunch of dumbasses.
That's why people need to start taking control and running for office in their local municipalities. Because if you
Yes.
can change
I'm
your
gonna
county, then you know, but a lot
I'm
of
gonna
people
run-
don't want to have responsibility, you know.
Yes. I'm working on running for sheriff. I'm going to run for sheriff here in my little
Okay.
county. And I'm going to run on a platform that I have not been indoctrinated by the bar association and trained as a law enforcement officer. I'm going to run on the fact that we, the people here in this county, have to run this county the way we, the people, want to run it. First thing I want to put in place is a grand jury, the people's grand jury, according to First Amendment thing, assembly. I'm going to do that. I'm working on that.
Yeah. Yeah. Also on that level, I mean, you're still gonna have to need some kind of enforcement. You know, I mean, you try and get somebody to come into that court that we've set up. You're gonna have, if they don't want to, you're gonna have to force them somehow. Some kind of threat
Well,
of
yeah,
something.
okay. So once a grand jury is established, the anything that goes through law enforcement will go through a grand jury indictment. You know, we still got a jail, we still got a court system, but the court system is going to be changed over to from the corporation court system to we the people running the court system. We're taking over that building. You're out of here. Got to go. Bye. It's there, I swear. I wish it could happen. Like
They don't
right
bother
here, right
you
now.
if I smoke.
Morning
Does
time,
it anarchy?
Moonchild. Morning time.
Hey, Anarchy. It
What's
don't
that?
bother you if I smoke the
No.
Mary Jane's, does it?
No. I
Hell,
don't
I've
do
been
that
smoking it.
personally.
You can
Well, I
smoke
just
all
think
you
about my
want.
family. So I was just trying to be respectful of your channel.
I personally don't, man. You know,
I don't want to get you fucking flagged for some.
I don't know
something
what would
so
get me flagged
immature.
anyway. If they, I don't, honestly. So,
Yeah, if
but
they don't flag us on our conversation, I think we're all right.
right. You know what I mean? That's why I'm like, I don't like censorship, but if you can like kind of make up code words for certain things, I mean, I think we all kind of know what everybody's meaning. You know what I mean? I just, try and
I'm
keep.
not scared.
Yeah, I get it. I'm kind of not that same way, but I'm just like, I like to say it's the stuff that we put in the arm or the boogeyman personally. You know what I mean? It's just, you know
Right.
what I'm talking
I
about,
agree
kind of
with
thing.
you. I agree
You
with
know?
you. Yeah, I did a. I haven't done a live video for a long time because I did a couple of live videos and I got 3 strikes and one just expired. And I had 2 strikes pending. And if I got another strike, they would like take my channel. So
Right.
I just quit doing nothing, man. I ain't doing nothing.
I've had quite a few of my videos taken down, and a lot of the stuff that I had saved in my playlists are all missing too. But um,
Yep.
and a lot of the like the last one was a couple weeks ago. It was an old video of mine, and I can't remember exactly what it was, what was on it. But they flagged it,
Like
and they
from a year ago.
oh yeah, well a while, yeah, probably about that long. But
That's what they got me on.
and yeah, they said they classified they claimed it was disinformation, and I even appealed it. They denied it, that kind of thing. It's
Right.
like.
Right.
But in my opinion, their claim of disinformation is technically disinformation because
Right.
they had no evidence whatsoever saying anything that I said in that video was actually.
It's just it's a blanket term. It's easier to label you that, just like labeling
I
somebody.
I know, but
I got burned.
What did Independence say? Oh, my hat. Oh, my hat. I had an uncle who was in the special forces. And I don't know a lot about how he served. I just know, some, but
Nice.
he was captured. But of course, he came back home. But I didn't get this hat, probably this POW hat, till a couple years ago. But since one, I had a family member that went through it, and all my family's military. And
Be
you know, the biggest thing with POWs is that they are forgotten, and that's why they say, you know, you're not forgotten, because they are. They're looked
Yep.
over more than any other soldier is. It's just good. It's good to remember, and I love wearing this hat. I get more compliments on this hat than any other hat I wear, and it's refreshing. It makes me feel good that there's people out there that still, you know, carry those same morals and values when it comes to our military.
Damn.
Yeah.
Damn, buddy. Damn. Good job.
Damn.
Love you, man.
That's one of the, that's
High
another
five
reason
and
why.
hugs and all
That's
that.
the other reason why I can't stand fucking old Songbird. You know, it's like I'm kind of glad that little brain tumor has took him out.
Oof.
He lied. He embellished that so much. You're talking about
Right on.
McCain, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yep.
Oh, wait. Did you just hit the ball out of the park? I'm just saying.
Yeah.
People don't know.
I mean, actually,
okay?
man,
So,
I was thankful that the whatever tumor
me-
or whatever was actually, you know, took his life. I was like, thank you. It's about damn time, you know.
let me tell you something. My wife and I were
Thank you,
within
Independent.
that class that we were believing the narrative on the internet, and we actually thought that guy was a hero. But as
Hero,
time
my
went
ass.
along, no, let me finish, man.
Go ahead.
As
Go ahead.
time went along, there was a day where we looked at each other and said, "What? What the fuck?" And we realized that we were in that fucking programming. We were those people out there that come home after working an 8-hour day and sit in front of their fucking TV and believe everything they see on the internet. We changed a lot of shit. So many dumbass people out there, and I was one. I thought I thought that guy was a hero. Oh my god, he's a hero, and he got all beat up. And then I was educated. And that goes to everybody out there listening. Good Lord, quit believing what you're seeing and do your own research. Just saying, I got to make
Well,
another
the worst
drink.
is when you're debating somebody or even having a conversation, and they go, "That's not true," and you're like, "Okay, well, what's your source? Show me. You know, if I'm wrong, you
Correct.
know, I'll agree with you. You know, just but show me the facts." And they pull up Snopes or, you know,
Yeah.
PolitiFact or something like
Yeah.
that, and you're like, "Oh my god."
That was a matter of fact.
Right.
I was talking to these guys over in the UK, and there's this one guy. He goes by Crinkle, that's over there, and it's like talking to him is the same
Yeah, yeah.
thing, man. He'll sit there and he'll do all the research, but he'll go to the mainstream media news and their information and say, look, this is my proof. Look, you know what I mean? And
And dude, Snopes used to be my favorite website as a child. When I was like 7, 8 years old, Snopes was nothing but a fact-checking site for urban legends.
Oh
right,
my
That was
God.
it. That was it, which
Oh,
was
yeah, I
cool.
remember
As
that.
a 7,
Yeah.
8-year-old, that's badass. You know,
Yep.
like you hear a story and you can fact check whether that urban legend really happened or not. That was badass. And then like around, I was about to say 15 or 16, I go back on it, hadn't been on it in like 4 years. I was like, oh shit, you know, blast from the past, let's check it out. I get on there and it's all politics. I was like, oh,
Mhm.
no, but
yeah. Wikipedia.
somebody saw
it
that
equals-
and saw the future and bought that website. We'll put
Yeah.
that already in mind.
How
yeah.
old are you?
30.
30? Right on. How old are you, dumbass?
Wait a minute, are you talking to yourself again? What do you
No, I was hoping you'd answer. And
yeah,
Yeah.
I was like,
and then
that's
I'll
probably what you were
trap
hoping.
you. And I was
Yeah, I
I
hear
hoping,
you.
do that
well,
to people sometimes.
damn.
Yeah.
People,
Got you, brother.
Yay.
I'll do that to people times, and I'll go, "What'd you say, bitch?"
Right.
and then they'll say something.
I'm
I'll be like,
I'm actually 62.
Right? Yeah, no, I'm 47. I'm 47.
Right on. Right on.
Yeah. I'm the
Holy
X
crap.
generation X. I'm like the last generation to know what it was like to, before cell phones and the internet.
I-
Every other generation, they've always had it all their lives.
Right.
Yeah.
right there, Eddie said MySpace was way better than Facebook. Fuck yeah, it was, dude. I knew how to code shit when I was 8 or 9 years old.
Right.
Sweet.
You know what I mean? Like, you had to learn HTML code for your backgrounds and different GIFs
Sure.
and things like that. That was badass. Not only that, you could have your top friends, the top 8 friends, where like if you and your friend got into an argument, you could take them off the number 1 spot and put your other friend in there. That was your new best friend. And, people would get mad, be like, "I saw you took me out of your top 10," and stuff like that. Yeah, good times, good times.
Good times, man.
Hell yeah, man. What this gentleman is talking about is the internet, and HTML is hypertext transfer protocol, and it's all
That would be
based around that.
HTTP.
Right. It's all
Yeah.
based around that. You're awesome, dude. Because I've been doing that for how long? We've been doing that? 20 years. My wife and I met on a web TV. You know what the fuck that is?
What is it?
Web TV.
Nah,
See.
I'm not. Bro, I'm old, but I'm not that old. Come on.
Anyway,
I'm just joking.
and it was all like DOS and HTML, DHTML,
RAM, ROM,
etc.,
DOS, yeah.
all that crap. Anyway, good job. Just
No, I like
saying,
that. I
good
like
job.
that. You could put your man. I miss fucking when like a line. Okay, LimeWire is the number one reason I am a desensitized human being, because you would be like,
Yes.
as a kid, my age, 19 years old, I'm on LimeWire or I'm on Napster, I'm on ShareBear or Kazaa, or
Right.
all those ones that used to be out,
And
and
you are ripping anything you want to hear.
100%. And say like back then, what's a song that was popular for kids? Soldier Boy, Crank That Soldier Boy, dumbass song, but that was kid oriented. It was popular. Anyways, say you put in Crank That Soldier Boy by Soldier Boy, you download. About 45 minutes later, because dial up, your song's done, and you've been sitting there watching it.
Right on.
You go to click on
You're a
it,
nerd.
and it's porn.
Oh no
Somebody
shit.
just titled it as Soldier Boy. So, and then the next one you download, you
Pirate.
click on it, it's a guy being beheaded. Or like one when I was like 9 was
Oh,
a guy
jeez.
having his arms tied to the back of 2 Jeeps and them driving off both ways until they ripped his arms off. I didn't need to be
Okay,
seeing
now
that.
you're freaking me out.
I didn't need to be
I-
seeing that. I mean,
yeah.
well, you don't remember the websites like Ogrish?
I do.
Okay. Yeah. So
There was another one. I think Ogrish, and then Odyssey.
there was like Heaven 666. Like,
Yeah, where the fuck are you finding this? Because I remember these things. That was like 10 years
I was a
ago.
kid, dude, and I was just really, really way ahead of most people in computer with technology. So I would when I was on the computer,
Good job.
I was chatting with adults and shit, like on MSN and AOL, and like just acting like an adult.
Okay, so
People on
so-
MSN thought I was like 22
you-
years old.
wow, that's crazy. So you realized that what you realized is the codes and how to go beyond the freaking internet through Google or whatever. You were probably looking at people's surveillance cameras and shit.
You can do that right now. That's easy. I can easily look up and
Yes.
look into people's their fucking I can, like, I know this is creepy and I'd never do it, but I can hack in
I
easily
do it
into
all
your
the
baby
time.
monitor.
What you talking
Into your
about?
baby monitor. I can look at you
Sure.
through your webcam, you sleeping on your couch.
Yeah.
It's
Right on.
it's not hard. Oh, you can YouTube. You can actually YouTube.
I
how to
love
do this.
nerds. I love nerds, man. Cheers. I really do. Good job.
No, I learned at a young age through seeing those videos that life is the world's messed up.
Actually, what you learned at an early age is coding. What
No,
you
I did.
what
I
you
did learn.
what you got an understanding of is how the internet works and how the language, and you went past. Yeah, I got you, brother.
Like remember GeoCities and Angel Fire? You could build your own
Oh
website.
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
that was cool.
I
I
had
was
a
doing
Geo.
that.
Yeah, I had a Geo. I had an Angel Fire.
That was through Yahoo, wasn't it?
What's
Yeah, it
that?
was through Yahoo. That was through Yahoo.
No,
Oh, it wasn't?
not at all.
GeoCities wasn't?
No. Separate companies. Back in those days, my wife and I here at the radio station, which we don't have anymore, we actually broadcast live radio and did interviews and commercials and all this shit. We had a GeoCity. We had our own website. That was back in the days when we were building websites and learning HTML and DHTML and Java and all those things. Fucking awesome, dude.
What happened to Anarchy?
All right. Can you make a drink?
I think we're talking a lot of shit and we should shut
There
up.
you are.
Let somebody else talk.
God, I was quiet for a while. I ain't said much. Talking too much.
I was making coffee at the same time. There's a reason why I was muted for a minute,
Grinding the coffee.
trying to get all that kind of going.
I still hand grind my coffee. I don't buy it grounded.
I've got a grinder to do one, but I haven't gotten to the point where I started grinding my own yet. I've got a grinder.
Close to 4 o'clock.
I'll say it now. If you have a Gmail account, any type of Google account, any type of account, period, make sure you go into your security settings and make sure you utilize your two-factor authorization and that you have a recovery email address. Because if not, you're going to get your shit hacked by somebody eventually, very easily.
Oh yeah.
I mean, yeah. If you don't have two-factor, people are going to get into it. Even if you have two-factor authorization, it doesn't matter. I mean, someone knows what they're doing. I couldn't do that because that's fucking way above what I know. But
let me ask you, what do you know about like VPNs and all that stuff? Do you know anything about that kind of stuff?
VPNs are good. I mean, for look, if somebody's good enough at hacking, it doesn't matter what you do. They're gonna find a way. You know what I mean? Because
Right.
unless you the way you move on the internet is to completely be anonymous and you watch every move you make on the internet, you watch your digital footprint, you're somewhere you're going to leave a clue that's going to open up a door for them.
Right.
And I don't even know about really hacking into people's emails and shit. I just know how easy it is for people and how easy I see it done. And that the two-factor, usually you're always good.
I have a little bit of experience on hacking. Like I said, I'm an old dude. Yeah, I got a little bit of experience on hacking. Okay, so my wife and I used to run a radio station. We were on the World Wide Web. We got up to the top 20s and it was all commercial and we had people hating on us. And we allowed them to hack us. I hear sirens.
So you set up a honeypot so you could get them their information.
No, what I did is I put on my desktop, I allowed them to hack us.
Mm-hmm.
And I put on my desktop files that they would want to see, like top porn. A file folder on my desktop that said top porn, or a file folder on my desktop that said financial.
Something that they would immediately click on.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, so what it
Sit and
was
check,
is
yeah.
a freaking picture.
He's the only person in the vehicle. Seems very
Hold on,
uneasy
I gotta
and
hear
does
this.
something for our peace.
Okay, so what it was is a picture. You can change an execute file to look like a picture. What they were clicking on was an execute file that immediately dropped a worm on their freaking system.
Is it
I had
backdoor?
them calling me on the phone begging me to stop the worm because I was deleting all their information. I said no.
My account was closed with security message. Messages sent
I
to
don't
valid
need
backup.
security. I need dumbasses.
People told bullshit. They being without a bunch of spots. I don't know. I've never had to recover an account, but some people have trouble recovering their account. Some people it's easy for them to do it. I really don't know. If Google
Account
deems
for
something. He was talking about. I think he was talking about his Gmail.
Okay, I've had that.
Yeah,
too.
his Gmail account. Yeah.
Yeah.
But no, see, you can set up. Yeah, when you do that, that's what some people. But I heard it called a honeypot. You're allowing someone to hack you in order to gain access to their device or whatever they're using.
For sure.
Yeah, it's
Yeah.
yeah. It's like I leave my Wi-Fi connection open sometimes because I have some piece of shit neighbors, and I just got their IP addresses just so if I ever need to do something,
Right.
start from there.
That's so easy. Okay,
It
so when you talk about a honeypot, you put a clickable link on your desktop, and they click on it, and it
Twisted death.
it automatically allows access from me to your computer.
Yeah.
And you say, okay, we're good. Yeah, we're good. We're going to go in this folder. And what you don't realize is I just accessed your computer.
Mhm.
Who's that? Independent Mary? Love you. Thank you.
Anarchy.
Yes.
Are you big into computers?
No, technically, I'm still analog. I really
You're
haven't.
just the CV guy. That's your thing, right?
Well, I'm still analog. I haven't really fully moved into digital stuff.
Wait.
You know what I mean?
Well, VPN's good if you're just like everyday stuff on the internet. VPN's good to have.
Well, I don't know much about it, and I don't know if I even trust VPN type services because I'm not even exactly sure what all that is.
A lot of them are scams. They don't work.
I that's my gut feeling, and I'm just
See,
it would be kind of it would be. I wish I knew how to code like today, because
It used to be, dude, you could just download an application on the Google Play Store. This was like 6-7 years ago. That would change your IP address.
right. I don't know.
Oh my God. It's so much easier than that.
Yeah, no. You should teach them how to
rather than paying for a VPN, pay your ISP to rotate your IP address, like $9 a month. Okay, so let me say that again. Rather than pay for a VPN security system, just pay your. You can call them up and say, hey, for security reasons, I'd like to rotate my IP address, and they'll say, okay, it'll cost you $9 a month. How cheap is that? But why would you do that? I would actually rather people come on over and visit me. Come on,
Ghetto. Nah. can't incriminate something I've never done.
Make your
Incriminate
farm
myself
on
with
the
something
deck.
I've never done. So
Well,
I give
what
up.
I'm saying is, if you want to jump in my
All right.
world, go
Good
right
night.
ahead. Make my day.
Good night. Cheers.
but I appreciate the kind words.
Yeah,
That's
right
what
on.
you're saying. What's
Yeah.
on your mind, Anarchy?
Oh no, I'm kind of listening. I'm kind of thinking and listening and reading the chat at the same time. I mean, it's just like it's been a while. I mean, the only time I've had this many people in the chat is like that very first one live stream I ever did. And it's just like it's nice to have so many people, all hanging out, and I'm just kind of enjoying the conversation altogether. And like I said, I mean, I'm not a computer guy. I wish there were certain things that I wish I kind of did. I knew how to do. It was like coding and stuff like that, or creating AI stuff. Because I mean, me personally, like on like let's say court stuff, or like trying to find like court cases and stuff. I would love to sit there and create an AI that would actually do like my own personal search engine that would search and find different court cases by keywords or whatever. Da da da. There's probably something like that already out there, but I wanted, that's the idea in my mind, like kind of like create my own artificial lawyer in a sense.
Right.
It's like, whatever the damn prosecution or the judge kind of threw at me, I have this AI search up some kind of court case that would like totally rebut or whatever everything that they come across, and
Just YouTube videos and teach yourself. It's
say,
that simple. Just YouTube different videos on what you want to learn, tutorials, and teach yourself.
yeah,
There's no reason even to go to college anymore, dude. In 2021, you
well,
can get
I
anything and
agree. I
everything
mean,
you want to learn anyway.
at the moment, because I mean,
Yeah.
that's my thing too. It's like, I don't think anybody has an excuse to be ignorant when we got all this information at the fingertips right now, like on my cell phone or a computer or whatever, at the moment, until everything gets either wiped or censored or whatever. But right now, at this moment, there is so much information that you have no excuse to be ignorant about anything. All right. And I agree, and I mean, I look into lost stuff. I look, because I'm curious about certain things, and I try to do my own research and kind of get a well-rounded, I'm not like an expert at anything. I'm kind of a jack of all trades when it comes down to it, and I even do that when it comes down to my research. Kind of everything's connected in a way, so I kind of branch off to so many different angles.
Yeah, just take out of it what you can apply to your main.
Right,
Yeah.
right. Well, my brain's already kind of full of a bunch of stuff. And to put anything new in there now, I have to purge something. But
Right.
but yeah, it's like, only keeping what is valuable out of the information that I'm getting. Because I mean, it's like even some of the stuff that I was getting early on, like when it comes down to the boogeyman stuff, because I started going down a bunch of different rabbit holes when it comes down to like reading on white papers, medical published papers and stuff, on certain
Yeah.
subjects like epidemiology and blah blah blah. I was trying to learn more about it on that end of it, and it's funny too because I've actually had some of these conversations like with one guy, and I simply asked him the question. I was like, "Well, do you even know what the ingredients are in this thing that they're trying to put in people's arms?" And he's like, "No, I'm not a doctor. What are you, a doctor?" I was like, "Well, I don't have to be a freaking doctor to freaking read." You know what I mean?
That's the biggest thing. Like when you start like cops, the thing that pisses me off.
Yeah,
Cops
you
say
a
the
lawyer?
most, bro? And I'm like, are you? You enforce a law? I say that I've responded to cops this and had them just shut up. They were silent because how can you respond to what I'm about to say?
Well, no, yeah,
They just
yeah.
say,
It's
"Are
like,
you a
what are you?
lawyer?" And I'd be like, "You went to academy for 18 weeks, and you're a lawyer? I thought you
Yeah,
had to pass the bar exam and get a bar card in order to be a lawyer. Guess we're in
well,
the
not.
same boat, buddy."
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Yeah, flip that script right on them.
Yeah,
I
like,
mean,
fuck that.
I like it. I like it when people do that. I mean,
You have to
honestly,
be a lawyer to understand the Constitution, and
no.
like you
And that's the
said, be
thing.
able
It's
to
like,
read.
it's like what, I have to be a lawyer to read. I mean, I can't sit down and actually read these books, and you don't think I can understand them? I have to be a lawyer to understand it.
The reason why you have to have a
Yeah.
bar card is just to be able to practice law legally. But
Yeah.
two is the main part of it is learning procedures and regulations in the courtroom.
Right.
Because I don't know how to proceed forward and do things in certain type of paperwork. You know what I'm saying? And I know how to do some things, like I know how to file motions and stuff like that.
Right.
But also the hard part of filing motions, stuff like that, is the wording, the language that you use, and how you fill that
Well,
out.
yeah, you have to be aware of legalese. You know
Because
what I
if
mean?
not,
That
they're not
religion,
even gonna even
the
pay
language
attention.
of that religion. You know what I'm saying?
Hmm.
You know, and that's another thing too, man. I've tried to talk to, you know, just on looking up simple words that we use in everyday language all the time in our common everyday stuff. You know, if you start looking at those simple words and you think you know the definition, all right, well, check yourself in like the Webster Dictionary, all right, and then you look up that same exact word and look up the definition in a like a web like a Black's Law dictionary or something, and it's completely different, and it's not what the what we think the definition is. And legalese, yeah, legalese is nothing but that damn crap ass language of that religion. And but that's what the court systems use. So when you are putting up that paperwork, you got to be aware of that thing, because, like for instance, on the paperwork that you get from them, every single word means something. They put that every single word, a particular word, in there for a reason. You know what I mean? Even if it's the word and or of or is,
Yeah,
you
well, look
know.
how laws are always worded. They're very open so that they can basically arrest you for that with very little, relation to that actual charge, just because it's written to be so broad that it can cover so many things that, you know, like what's a law like disorderly conduct. Some of those laws in states are so broad. Cussing is considered disorderly conduct.
Well, see, the
So I
thing
could
is,
be
man, from what
talking
I
to you like this.
understand, now this might change in different states, but from what I understand, when it comes down to disorderly conduct, there has to be a complainant. All right.
Yes, it
Now,
has to be in
like,
public. There has to be a complaint. Yes.
right, there has to be a complainant. Now, like me, like saying "fuck you" to a cop, that cop cannot be the complainant. All
No, and
right,
plus
that's
that's
not
First
considered
Amendment right.
disorderly conduct according to the letter, as far as I know. And now I said, I mean, it might vary from state to state, but you know, from what
But
I
see, they
understand,
also can slip it or flip it around if there's a victim of a victim. Whereas if you're in public and there's people standing around and you're screaming, now
yeah.
all of a sudden that can get you for disorderly conduct
The
because there's
only way it
people.
becomes disorderly conduct is if those people that were standing there and they heard me and they complained to the cop. Now, me just yelling and those people standing there does not constitute as disorderly conduct, because
No.
that's, you know, because there's no complainant. Now, the cop cannot be the complainant, the state cannot be the complainant, but yet that's how they play it. They
Yeah,
use
yeah,
that
just like
damn,
with trespassing. How many times did they solicit a trespass with no proof at all?
yeah,
Not even like
soliciting
exculpatory evidence, nothing.
exactly. Soliciting a trespass is a big no-no too, but they do that all the time. And see, these are the things is that supposed to hold penalties, and these penalties need to be actually enforced. We need enforcement. You know what I'm saying? For all these little infractions that actually hold penalties. You
And we
know?
need independent people. They say Internal Affairs is independent,
No,
but we all know it's not. We
no,
need
screw that.
actual independent
Yeah.
investigators.
Okay,
Right?
so who
Yeah.
would be, real quick,
That's
who would be independent?
it. You can't find any. Nobody's. Everybody's going to be biased.
No,
You can't find.
what if our Constitution said that we have the right to assemble? And what if they have been hiding something from us? When our Constitution said we have the right to assemble, what if they've been hiding something from us? And I'm going to go ahead and dive in there and tell you guys, now check this shit out. The right to assemble does not mean the right to go out there and jump up and down at the courthouse and at the state house with signs. Or you could go to Walmart and jump up and down at Walmart. That ain't gonna change nothing. Same with the courthouse or state house. the right to assemble does not mean the right to protest or the right to have church. The right to assemble, the way our founding fathers wrote these documents, and you have to go back and read the documents and understand what they were talking about. Okay, so the right to assemble is actually the general assembly within your own county. The general assembly. Once the general assembly is established within your county, then the corporations have to stand down. When I'm saying corporations, if you look it up for yourself, your county court system is registered under Dun and Bradstreet, a corporation. Your county is registered, your city is registered, Dun and Bradstreet. Right here in Archuleta County.
Get up here, ghetto.
Get on up here. Right here in Archuleta County Court system. It's a combined system. It's registered under Dun and Bradstreet. We got to get away from putting up with their bullshit.
Yeah, well, yeah, it's good. Embrace anarchy. Embrace anarchy.
Anarchy is absolutely great, but anarchy has to be anarchy. The resistance of the corporation has to be established on our Constitution. Okay, so we lost our Constitution 1871 or something like that. And then you guys actually brought up and them and whatever and the word salad. Our Constitution has been changed 5 times because they changed one word. We got to go back to our original Constitution.
Rick, you listen to a scanner?
It's actually a service radio.
Oh, right on. What are you, fire department?
Yes, sir.
Right on.
Yep. I'm one of those guys.
Well, I think EMS and fire department are actually the true heroes. I don't really think cops are heroes.
I agree. First, I respect fire department and first responders. And I've met a couple good cops in my lifetime.
Well, what if I threw in there that I was a volunteer deputy sheriff?
Well, okay, but that's okay.
No, what if I threw that in there?
That's fine.
I'm
like
actually Popo. I'm actually a cop, volunteer.
Well, like I said, I still stand by it.
Does that scare you?
I still stand by my statement. I think the fire department, EMS, are the true heroes. I don't think cops are heroes.
No, I would agree with you 100%. There are so many tyrants out there. They're so uneducated. Let me tell you a story. Okay, so I'm involved with the sheriff's department. I'm a volunteer deputy sheriff. I get to hang out with those guys, and I asked one of those guys, those guys, I said, "You just came back from training. What did they teach you?" And the first thing he said was self-defense. And I couldn't believe that. And and I'm being cool. One of the guys I ride with, new deputy, used to be the dog catcher. I said, "Well, tell me more about it. What else they teach you?" They taught me how to write tickets.
Oh.
I'm like, "What? They taught you how to write tickets?" Yeah. They taught me how to pull over people with probable cause and hem them up and write tickets. And I said, okay, cool. You know, and I still hang out with these guys, and I'm listening. I'm like, God, holy fuck, you know, what the hell's going on? I'm I'm that guy that I'm involved. You know, volunteer deputy sheriff. I'm hanging out with these guys, and I'm asking, who are they working for? Are they working for us? No, hell no. They're not working for us because what they were trained was self-defense, and we are the bad guys. We the people, we're the bad guys. We got sticks and we will hurt you. That's what they were trained. Then they were trained how to make money for the court system, how to hem up people. One of the things he told me he was trained is to watch the juveniles and get them hemmed up and into the system.
Yeah, I
Like,
agree
holy
to
shit.
let's see here, Twisted Tats. I will say that too. Also, I think we all need to get back to the natural and common law. Anyway, that's the Creator's law. Anyway, right now what we're in, we got the system that's in place here in the states right now is Admiralty Maritime Law. That's man's law. That's not the Creator's law. That's like statutes, codes, policies, rules, edicts, all that other shit. That's man's law.
Yes.
That's not.
Where'd that start? What
What's that?
happened? Where'd that happen? When did that happen?
It was
Sorry,
pretty
go
much.
ahead.
It was pretty much tried to get in there right after the Constitution was written. But it's been solidified over the years. Well, when the Fed went bankrupt, that's when all of it went. A lot of it went down.
Yes.
But
Um,
still, it's the thing is like we got to get back to that natural and common law. See,
Yes.
a lot of people have this misconception that anarchy is like the synonymous with chaos. Actually, anarchy the definition means no masters, no rulers. All right, it doesn't mean that there's no rules. I mean, there is rules. It's called natural and common law.
yes.
All right, and I mean, it brings it down like we were talking
If
about,
there-
like
If
even
there
like
is
crime.
no victim, there is no
Right.
crime.
Exactly. If there's no victim, there's no crime. If there's no damage to life, liberty, or property, there's no crime. Because therefore, the state is a legal fiction. It cannot be a victim.
Correct.
All right. And that's what we got to get back to that our roots. You know what I mean? Because right now it's all this corporate fucking contract law shit that they're trying. Yeah.
Codes and statutes and traffic tickets, and you have to have a driver's license. You have to have fucking tags and insurance, and you have to have only one car on your property, and it better be running. Who in the fuck are they?
Well, the technically, I'm gonna tell you something, man. We are travelers. The only ones that are technically a driver is like ones that use the roads to make money, like for commerce.
100%.
All right.
100%.
So, in a sense, what they have done over the generations, they have convinced all of us that we're drivers, and they've actually
Right.
what we're doing legally by if you look at it, the letter of the law, we're actually committing fraud by actually trying to claim that our automobile is a motor vehicle. And
Right.
we are not a traveler any longer. We are now a driver. We're actually claiming that. When we do that, we're committing fraud. We're lying. But they've convinced all of us that's what we are, and then so they
Right.
can make revenue off of us. All right, because the only
100%.
jurisdiction they have over anything, what they've written in, is anything that has to do with commerce, under commerce. And if they can classify anything that's under the commerce classification, they have jurisdiction over it, and they can tax it and blah blah blah. That's why there's no such thing as
let's-
private property any longer.
Exactly.
You can go
I
to
was
the
just
tax
gonna
office.
go there.
You can go to the tax office pretty much anywhere in your county or whatever, and you can ask the tax appraiser, is there anything classified private property in that county? And he'll probably
No.
most likely tell you no. Everything is
Absolutely
either
not.
residential or so on and so on. But those are
Commercial
classifications.
code.
Yeah, those are commercial classifications, though. All right, true private property. Even the cops couldn't get on there without your basic permission. You know what
Right.
I'm saying? No matter what if they're chasing somebody, it doesn't matter. You know what I mean? See, we need to
love
go
your
back to
attitude.
our original ways. You know what I mean? And I don't think we have to go back to living in the fucking caves to do it. I really don't. But we're gonna have to figure out a
How are
way.
we going to do that?
Well, I don't have the answers. That's the reason why I like talking to people, and that's the reason why I like talking to even people outside of the country, because they're going through the same kind of shit that we're going through right now. All right, and
how would we do that here in the United States of America?
well,
America.
I don't know. I don't know. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I can throw suggestions. Some of it sounds violent. I don't know, but I don't have the answers. You know, that's
What
the reason
if
why. That's the reason why I like having conversations, because maybe we can bring our heads together and kind of find
Yeah.
something, some kind of solution.
Yeah.
I mean, they try to. Well, I've heard that there's like these 3 boxes. You got the ballot box, the soap box, and the cartridge box. If the ballot box
Right.
and the soap box don't work, the cartridge box is what we got left, right?
Right.
Well, there may be other boxes that we don't see, and I'm just trying to. The more we talk about it, maybe we can figure out if there's other ways.
Options. Yes.
But it really comes down
I
to
I don't
forcing
wanna
them
go,
to comply, basically.
I don't want to go kinetic. I don't want to.
Well, nobody does wants to.
Listen. I do want to. I do want them to comply. All of them, the county, the city, everything's a corporation. You can look at your court system; it's corporation. Those motherfuckers pisses me off. How did they do that? Okay, so they got code enforcement and this and that and the other, and you go and you go to Dun and Bradstreet and you look up your county, and if they're doing okay, you can actually invest in your county. If your county is oppressing the citizens good enough, you can actually what happened? Where'd he go? You can actually invest in it.
182 dropped out. Yeah, right on. Yeah,
And that's something we got to understand. Why? Where did this happen? How did
Ghetto,
this
if you want to come
happen?
up, man. I don't know. I think the link is still in there. I think I got it pinned in also.
I'll
Yeah,
drop it.
Ghetto, if you want to get up, man. Anybody that I don't want to get porn bombed on all that stuff, so don't even try that crap.
You let
But,
me up here.
Yeah, I hear you. I can take you out. I brought you in. I can take you out.
Yeah, you let me in here, and you didn't see my camera. I could have like porn bombed you.
Yeah, you could have.
That's a scary fucking thing, guys. Watch out for that. Them bastards. And I think they're cops.
Yeah, paid provocateurs. But have you ever noticed, man?
Holy shit, where'd you go? Oh, damn. Holy crap. Are you serious? Where'd you go, man? Don't scare me. I don't want to be alone.
Yeah, no. I something went to happen. Something freaking technical difficulties. But
Hey,
no,
Anarchy, let me tell you something. Okay, so I got to hang out with you over there last night. And let me tell you something. I've been following you for easy a year, hanging out with you.
right on.
You know, good people.
Well, I like I said, I mean, I do this channel anyway, man, the YouTube stuff, man, because it's the only social network on the internet I'm on. I mean, I like I said, I'm still analog. I stay on the original social network, the CB radio, but I'm just trying to actually kind of incorporate this too to kind of do my networking and
Right on.
talk to people. Because I talk to people like face to face, talk to people on the radio, and I talk to people all over the place, in the states and out of the states. And
Hey,
then I'm kind of doing the same thing on the YouTube, working through different channels and stuff.
Yeah.
And because
just hanging out with people.
well, yeah,
I do that.
yeah. Cut down the radio a little bit. Yeah, there you go.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, your mic's picking that up pretty good.
Sorry. I can't change that.
Right on. I don't mind listening to radio stuff, but you know,
I'm sorry.
honestly, actually, I want to get me this. It's a nice DMR radio, so I can actually get to the digital frequencies, the
Okay,
digital
so
signals. and
let me
stuff.
tell you, let me fucking hook you up. Save money. $700, and I'm telling you this from experience. $700 get you a Uniden. Oh God, I have to sit up and look. Oh my God. SDS 200. SDS 200. Get you a Uniden SDS 200. You punch in your freaking zip code, and it locks in all the frequencies within your area, including all of the digital frequencies that are hidden. All of them, everything, military, every freaking thing. $700. Save your money. Don't. I mean, if you want to buy a piece of shit,
Now, that's just a scanner, or is that a transceiver?
it's a scanner.
Okay.
Top 10. Top 100. I mean, top number one.
Yeah, I'm familiar with the Uniden. Yeah, I'm familiar with it. Yeah,
SDS 200.
I'm really thinking more like a transceiver, personally.
What do you want to do?
Well, I just like to have a radio. I'd make it into my scanner, but I
Well,
would like to have the option.
You want to
of being able-
do ham radio? What do you want to do?
well, no, I just want to have the option. I'm not a ham operator, but I will. I've got radios that go all ham frequencies. You know, even like with the EMS, the fire department, the police around here. I've got all the analog stuff, but I don't really have anything that does
Ours
digital.
is digitally encrypted. It's
Yeah,
hard to-
SDS.
that's the thing. It's like I
listen,
was looking into some of
listen.
these handheld transceivers that are DMR. So it's like
SDS
an
200. I'm telling you, man, you'll hear everything.
right.
I have an advantage. I actually have a service radio, so I hear everything anyway. But I also have a SDS 200 scanner that picks up anything and everything. Okay, so they actually have frequencies that they call TAC frequencies.
Right.
I hear those too.
Yeah.
It's public. I hear that. SDS 200.
Well, I like to listen to everything, but I like that's the reason why I want a transceiver, because I want the option if I ever need to.
All right.
Yeah. But like I said,
could
I've got
hook- I
radios
could
that
hook
can
up
get there.
with
It's
you.
just all analog shit.
Yeah, I could hook up with you, man. And let me tell you something. The ham radio license is really easy now.
Yeah, I don't care. I'm not.
All
I
right,
don't register
all right.
my weapon. I don't register my weapons with the government. I sure as hell ain't gonna register my speed with the government. So
You can
screw that
register
crap.
these motherfucking nuts.
I'm not gonna. I don't recognize the FCC authority in the first place, man. So
Okay,
you
so
know.
ham operators is not FCC authority.
Well, you have to go through.
ham
You have to go through, get
operators.
the license through the FCC. All right, you know what I'm saying. The FCC is
All right,
basically
all right. Well,
issuing
okay,
out
so they'll
a
do that.
privilege that we already have a right to do. They don't own the airwaves, man. That's how I see it. You know what I mean? And
Okay, so
I'm not. I'm just sitting there on my
so
level.
they
I'll be
don't
respectful.
they
I
don't
won't be sitting there transmitting and blocking emergency services radio communication. I'm not going to do that. But they
all
don't
right,
own the
so
airwaves. You know what I'm saying?
they don't own the airways. What if
Hell
I
no.
said what if I said the ham operators own the airways?
No, they don't.
Hell, they don't.
Nope. Sure don't.
FCC don't help us.
Yeah. Well, it doesn't matter. Like you guys don't own the airwaves. You know what I'm saying? I mean, you know what I mean? You know, I mean, if you
Okay,
break it down into the simplest
so
term,
you actually you're saying you have the right to key up your microphone on any frequency and do whatever you want.
yeah, why not? I mean, like I said, I will be respectful for
So
like emergency stuff.
you're saying that my family is in danger. We're going through a forest fire and a situation, and you can key up your microphone and interrupt our conversations. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, that's why I said I'm respectful and I know where I'm at, and I will not be interrupting emergency services or communications. You know what I mean?
So
But
wouldn't it
I
be
mean, I
now
personally will
check
be respectful, but we all have. I mean, honestly, man, it falls under free speech, in my opinion. Okay, under the radio
okay, so
communications.
wouldn't it
All
be
right. So it
better?
doesn't matter what
Would
frequency or what bandwidth we're on. It doesn't matter.
Yeah, it would.
Now, I
Yeah, it
mean, you
would.
know, like for instance, if somebody wants to be an
So
asshole
you can jump
and
out
they,
there and just
yeah,
say whatever you want on any frequency, no matter what you're doing. I mean, no matter what's going on. Really,
okay.
wouldn't it be better that we the people have bands and frequencies where we can communicate as human beings,
Well, we do that now.
pass on. Well, no,
We do that now.
you
It's just that
don't.
we, you know,
You
yeah,
don't. You don't.
what,
You're just gonna key up the microphone and say whatever the fuck you want. You're
yeah,
a
I do. I
dumbass.
mean, what do you
You're a
mean?
dumbass.
How do you figure? How do you figure?
You can
I
key
mean,
up.
for real.
Okay, so
I mean, for
let
real.
me.
I mean, okay, it breaks down to, when it comes down to me, it breaks down to two transceivers trying to communicate. All right. It's like this right now. It's like my cell phone and whatever you're using over there are trying to communicate with each other. That's how we're communicating. That's what it breaks down. It doesn't matter what frequency or what bandwidth we're using to do it. All right. That's all it really comes down to. It's like, okay, if I went over to the ham band and I ain't got a ham call, all right, and then I go over there and I want to talk to you, and you type in like my ham call if I or my thing, and you're like, oh, you're not a ham operator, you can't be here. What? Why in the fuck not? You know what I mean? Why couldn't I be there to talk to you on a
Okay.
ham band if I don't have a ham call
Okay, so
or I've
so
signed up through
let me go
FCC?
one further.
Why is there why does there have to be some kind of a deal that you have to have, like,
Okay,
basically
so
give up
all
your
right,
God-given right in a sense of free speech and then actually get a
okay,
privilege in
so let me
return?
go.
You know what I'm saying? And I get
Let
it. I
me,
get it. I get it. I get the
if I
emergency
may.
services and all that other shit. I get it. I get it, dude. But the thing is, man, I might be one of those respectful people that will not interrupt those type of communications. But
But you're
I
saying
can't. I can't.
it's
I can't
okay.
speak that for. Yeah, I think it's all right. Why not?
No, it's
Honestly.
not. No, it's
Well,
not.
okay. I get it from
And
your
I'll tell
angle
you
because
why
you might
it's
be
not
in it.
okay.
I get it from your angle
Quit
because you might be in
yelling.
an emergency, but when it comes down to overall, you know, when it comes down to overall, you can't stop somebody from doing it. You know what I mean?
Fuck off. What you just gave me.
I mean, for real. I mean, nobody really has the authority
I'm
or
not
the
even. I'm not
legitimacy to
even
stop
gonna listen
anybody
to you,
from
man.
doing it.
That's what you're saying is totally dumbass. I'm just
Okay,
saying.
cool, man.
I'm just saying. Okay, so what if on a frequency emergency operations center is trying to save somebody's life lost in the mountains, and we're doing
You can throw up all kinds of hypotheticals
Would
all
you
you want,
stop for a second?
No.
And we're doing a search and rescue mission, trying to save somebody's life, and some dumbass comes onto our frequency
Then fuck you.
and
dude.
fucks it all up, interrupts
yeah.
everything.
You know,
Is that
okay,
okay?
so
Is
that-
that okay to
You
you? Is
completely
that
go
okay?
private, then create your own frequency somehow that nobody can tap into, that is completely
Yeah,
isolated all on its own. If not, too fucking bad.
yeah, that's exactly it
No,
right
is
there
that
too.
okay?
And then on top of that, you know, you don't own that frequency, for instance, just because you've dedicated it for a particular reason
They're
for your
regulated.
purposes. Well, it doesn't matter. I'm just
they're
saying.
regulated.
It doesn't fucking matter. I'm just saying. Even though these group of people, they've took it upon themselves, calling themselves the FCC, they've taken, or the ham operators, they've took it upon
Yes,
themselves
thank God.
they've took it upon themselves to dedicate certain frequencies for certain operations. But I didn't agree to that. I don't have anything to do with it. I don't give a shit about your little gentleman's agreement and handshake. I didn't have nothing to do with it.
Fucked.
I don't give a crap.
You know what?
about it.
You're fucked.
Well, no, I'm not.
Because-
But that's the thing. Because that's what I'm
thank
saying. It's like
God-
that's why
thank God they
I
did.
am a pirate at heart, dude. I am a pirate radio at
All right.
heart. So when it comes
But you
down to all
only
this
got a damn
stupid
CB
ass
radio.
fucking, like, oh my God, ham operators are better than damn CB operators. You damn fucking blah blah blah. That's fucking stupid, man. It's
I
just
love
two
you, brother.
transceivers trying to communicate. It doesn't matter if I'm registered with the FCC or not, just to fucking talk to somebody on a goddamn ham frequency. I don't give a shit. You know what I mean? It really doesn't fucking matter. All right. You know,
All right.
and there are
I'm
frequencies that
actually-
you can actually
I'm
advocate. You can go to that will actually be a much more private when it comes down to it, communications, and then when it comes down to or emergency type of stuff that even like the general public can't even get to.
Why is something
You know
so
what I mean?
sensitive and so important so open?
Right.
Right, exactly. I mean, you know what I mean? And then on top of that, I mean, you know, it's like, golly, dude. And then on top of that, what other bothers me about ham stuff is that when you sign up, when you apply for that and you get that ham license, all your information is become public. I can sit there and now type in your freaking ham call right now on the computer, look your address up, look at your fucking house through Google Earth. I can tell you about that fucking car you got sitting in the driveway. You know what I'm saying? That's
It's a
bullshit.
truck,
Whatever.
not a
Just
car.
say, I'm not looking at it right now, but if you tell me a
Well,
ham
you
call, I
should.
can look it up. You know what I mean? I can look your ass up right now. You tell me a ham call, and that's bullshit. I mean, I don't like the idea. I like my privacy. You know what I
shouldn't
mean?
have to give up. But see, the
Yeah,
thing is,
shouldn't
though,
have to give
the
up
thing-
our Fourth Amendment right there to give to get a damn privilege in return when we have a right to do it in the first place,
the
no
thing
matter
is,
if it's
though,
on the
that
radio
all that
or not.
information is already public, though.
See,
So,
So
the
I
FCC
am-
has declared.
Wait,
the FCC
wait! Stop! Holy fuck!
Really?
Stop!
What you got? What you got?
I agree with you. 100%.
Better be good,
I'm a
damn.
ham. Listen, holy shit! Something I have never thought about. Something I have never thought about, and you just fucking nailed it on the head. Something I never thought about. I'm a ham operator, and you are correct. My license call letter makes me a target on a fucking map.
Yep.
I agree with you 100%.
it's
Holy
like saying,
shit.
don't ever get
Now
on this.
no,
frequency.
wait, stop. I never thought about this.
No.
More fucking control. I'm a big radio operator,
Dude,
man.
it's-
I am that guy.
They've got control over your fucking speech, dude. Because even though, excuse me, even though that the FCC really their budget when it comes down to enforcement is really not a whole lot at the moment. All right,
What?
even
Are you gonna make a drink or no?
Yes, I will.
All right, thank you.
Yes, ma'am. Sorry, go ahead.
Even though the FCC's budget really doesn't have a lot in it right now for enforcement, so majority of what they're focusing on is like like big broadcast television radio stations. All right, and then also they are paying attention to ham operators, but they really don't really look at them all that much unless a bunch of ham operators get a stink on it and they start fucking complaining. You know what I mean? When they start getting a whole bunch of complaints from a bunch of ham operators about something, then they start looking into it. Otherwise, they're not really paying attention to it as much. And then on the CB aspect, or like 11 meters.
Let me respond real quick to your last statement.
Go ahead.
The FCC does not respond to ham operators because we govern ourselves. Now,
Well-
now let me finish, motherfucker.
Go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah.
so if there is an issue
That's into your
on our ham frequencies, we will turn that into the FCC for an investigation. But we have to triangulate and identify that non-ham operator operating on our frequencies. Now, our frequencies are governed by us, we the people. It sounds crazy. You wouldn't believe it. But the FCC don't have time to play with us. And I'm telling you, we ham operators are from 1998. We have been sending digital information over the World Wide Web. Now we're sending glass over the World Wide Web. We have our own internet through the ham situations. We're communicating with fucking computers like you wouldn't believe, like glass over the ham system. And it's us, we the people. We govern that. When somebody comes in and starts stepping on us, we triangulate them and get rid of them. Cut their coax. Was that okay?
Well, okay,
Just
put it this way.
saying.
I have actually I've seen where ham operators have gone on it's like eating their own selves. I've seen ham operators that just they go to like 40 meters or something like that and sit there and talk shit on 7200 or whatever. They've gotten to the point where next thing you know, other ham operators start complaining to the FCC, and the FCC has come to their house and taken their equipment, or fined
I've
them or
seen
something
that.
like that. You know what I mean? But
I've seen that.
bunch of
I've actually
tattletale
experienced
motherfuckers
that.
using the government to fucking bully everybody else around. I don't like what you're doing. Fucking, I'm gonna get the goddamn fucking bullies to come after you. Fuck that shit.
Okay, I've seen that.
I mean,
I've
back
seen
in my
that.
day, back in my day, I'm a little old for that now, but I mean, I wouldn't put it past if it got too bad. I mean, back in my day, hell, if some motherfucker was talking a bunch of shit or
Okay.
whatever, and it got to the point, it was like a year after year after year of this stuff, all right? Eventually, somebody's going to go to his house and tie a damn fucking tow chain to his fucking tower into the back of a fucking truck and yank it down.
Right.
I mean,
Been
for
there,
real.
done that.
I mean, cutting
I've been there,
coax is
done that.
okay, but no, we'll go out there and fucking
Okay.
yank the whole fucking tower down. You know what I mean?
I love
And
you.
we ain't going to
I
get the
love you, man.
FCC. We ain't going to get the goddamn cops involved. We'll take care of it on
Right.
our
It's gonna
own.
be hard for
You
you.
know what I'm
Right.
saying?
It's okay to
And
cry.
No, that's the way it works. I've been there, done that.
but that's just like, okay, don't be a fucking asshole on the fucking radio. All right. like I said, me personally, I'm going to be
I'm that
respectful
guy,
of
by
certain.
the way.
I'm going to be respectful for certain frequencies because I know they're being utilized for emergency services. All right, I will stay off. I will not transmit on those frequencies. I will listen all I want. But I'm gonna tell you something. When it comes down to the ham band spectrum
I
all
don't
the way
think
through,
so, Amber.
dude, I'm gonna tell you something. I don't give a shit what frequency it is. If I want to
let
sit
me
there and talk
ask
to somebody, I'm gonna talk on it.
let me ask you a question. Is it you're saying it's okay for you to talk on emergency bands?
No, I did not say it was okay. I just said I
Well,
personally
that's
will
what
not
I'm
do that.
saying.
I personally,
Dude, that's what I've been saying.
that's because that's
you
what
know,
I'm saying.
we gotta have rules.
You got, well,
we
no,
gotta
I'm
have
not.
fucking rules.
Okay, who's gonna enforce these rules of yours?
I don't give a fuck.
Oh,
But we gotta have rules.
really?
You can't be
we
telling
gotta
people to
have
do
rules.
stuff if you don't have a plan.
You know what I mean?
No, come
I
on.
mean, honestly, it's like, what are you gonna
come
do?
on.
Like, for instance,
I'm trying to save fucking lives on my
come
fire
on,
channel.
that goddamn fucking.
And all of a sudden you got the right to
Holy shit! I'm trying to save
transmit.
lives, man. Trying to save
Oh,
lives.
I gotta
Yeah, I
make
hear you. I hear you.
You're virtue signaling, bro.
It's a sad fucking story when that comes up. I'm trying to save lives, man. Saving lives. You know, honestly.
I'm listening. I'll be back.
Are both of you listening over there, Ricky? You and the other one? Yeah.
That's funny. Did
Hey,
Ricky self mute himself?
yeah, I guess. Yeah. Yeah, because I guess him and his wife got something to say. But it's funny though, you know. I mean, yeah, I personally, on that level, I like I said, I personally I don't transmit because I am respectful on that. But
But if you wanted to,
I
there
think
would be
yes,
nothing
yeah.
wrong
If
with
I
it.
want to, I have the right to do so. If I want to, I don't think it's a good idea. Like especially if somebody's in need and you're just like screwing up the whole goddamn shit. I see the bad part of that, but
Of course.
you know, I'm not going to be. I don't think you should be punished for doing something like that. I
No,
just,
I don't either.
you know what I mean. You know, I mean, um, if there's any kind of punishment, for instance, let karma do it. You know what I
Well,
mean?
we've
You know,
learned
not
very quickly with the justice system that even the harshest punishments, all the way up to death, guaranteed death, do not stop people from doing those crimes.
right. You know, I don't know. I've had conversation with these like what I call the traditional ham operators. You know what I
Like
mean?
when you were talking to was it Moose?
Yeah, Moose Man.
And
That could have gone a lot worse, honestly, man. If I had
I
not
like
like I
him.
was
Yeah.
trying to be respectful and keep it civil. That was the reason why it didn't go any worse than it did. Because I know if I had challenged Moose on any of that stuff a little bit further, he would have dug in his heels.
I like Moose.
Yeah.
I like Moose. He's cool, but he gets triggered easily, bro.
Well, I knew he would have probably dug in his heels, and it would have been like one of those things. And I didn't want to do that on dangerous fucking channel
Yeah.
and stuff. You know what I mean? So I was trying to keep it civil on my end, and I was like, okay, well, listen, you're a little older than me. I'll be respectful because you're a little older, but that's about as far as it goes. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's how it should be, you know. There's nothing wrong with that. Just
And
being respectful and you know.
well, I mean, you know, he is knowledgeable on certain things and
Yeah, he
stuff
is.
like that. I have to admit, you know, there's certain things that I'm just like, I don't know if that's stuff that it's like knowledge that he retains in his head or not, or he's just sitting there at it looking on a computer every time some subject comes up, he looks it up and then he looks smart by reading it off. I don't fucking know. But um, but if he's got that stuff stored in his head and he's just popping it off when it happens, I'm just like, my God, I don't know. That's a lot of information that he keeps up there then, you know?
Yeah. No, I don't. I've only talked to him a couple times when he was on the panel. He's just somebody that I take because I don't know him, so I don't think he's a bad person. But um, I take from what I've seen, heard his conversations, the way he responds to things. He's really, like you said, he's set in what he believes in and what he knows, and he's willing to sit there and argue till he's blue in the face to make sure that you know that he's right.
Wait a minute.
And
Yeah. No, I hear
there's
you.
nothing wrong with that. I mean, hey, I appreciate people like that who are yeah, ghetto, get up here. He's asking if he can come up.
I mean, yeah. I
Like,
mean, I
get
think
your
the
ass
link
up
is
here.
pasted right
Yeah,
there, or is pasted or whatever.
yeah. But
Hey, Steve, what's going
I
on, Steve? Morning time, dude.
I appreciate people like Moose that are passionate about what they believe in. We need more people like that in
No,
this
I
world
agree. I
that are
agree. But I
passionate
mean,
about
there are
good
some
things.
aspects me and him, like for instance, would butt heads on.
Mhm.
I mean, because I guess it's a generational thing.
Yeah,
It could be that, you know what I mean? Because he's closer to like my dad's age, so um, it's one of them things. I think personally, and
yeah.
there's certain things that definitely, and I get it because I can be stubborn. I can, and I know he can probably be stubborn too. Just looking at some of the time, I've watched him a few times over on.
Look what Ghetto said.
Depressing it.
Would you
I
like
don't
to
want.
tell us about a Ghetto? Would you like
I
to come up
mean,
here and share your
I
story?
ghetto man. I'm gonna tell you, you feel free, man. Just don't ghetto. Just don't fucking like ghetto fucking like porn bomb me and shit.
Right,
I'll
right.
be good to go.
No BBC porn bombs, bro.
Yeah, no kidding. But other than
Nah,
that,
hey man, Anarchy. I wasn't trying to like invite him up here, like give him permission. It's your live stream. I
well,
just
no, yeah,
the
right
the
on.
vibe the vibe of the panel was like, kind of like, hey, come on up, everybody. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, right on, right on.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Oh, but like I said, when like I mean, I might be even willing to like let the damn like the I don't know if they fucking take my damn channel down altogether, but if they porn bomb me with do it with boobies and titties and stuff, man. Yeah, no, no, don't do it.
It's something
But
exciting. Yeah,
huh?
something that's actually exciting.
Yeah, you know what I mean. Come on now, like some nice big titties and stuff, man. But I was sitting there watching. I was like, there's this couple of channels that I watched that do these like was it the VR, the virtual reality chat rooms and stuff. And
Oh,
they
really?
actually got a YouTube channel, so they'll record some of their like VR chat stuff and they put it on YouTube. Well, anyway, there's a website. It's called like Omegle. Have you ever heard of that?
Yeah, yeah.
Have you ever? Do you know anything
Uh,
about it?
yeah.
Well, I never really knew anything about it until I started watching some of the stuff that was like, it was clips from like Omegle and stuff. And I was like, holy crap. I was amazed on how many little kids were on this. And it was like a 90% chance that you might get flashed a big pecker. You know what I
What,
mean?
bro? Listen, okay. That came out when I was younger, and like
Dude,
for a
I'm
very, it was
totally, I
just a
just
very
now come
short.
across it, dude.
It was very short time that it
Right?
was actual conversations or like people pranking each other, but
Yeah.
it nosedive. It did a fucking complete like fucking uh opposite. It went completely opposite. Probably like a year after it was created, and that's all it became. But see, the cool thing though is like um it worked both ways. Like, yeah, you had a good chance of when it switched to a random, video chat, it could be a guy with a pecker, but you could also, easily just skip real quick. And then there's always girls on there.
Right.
And they,
I mean,
and being,
some baddies on there, man.
14,
I've seen some
15 years
fucking
old,
baddies,
you know
dude.
what I'm saying? Yeah, yeah. So I'd always get girls like, like what I would do is do things like we'd play strip poker. If they had
Right.
I'd try to find like if they had playing cards or like I would just find any game to try to, to make it fun and enjoyable, but get them naked. And it worked a lot of times. You'd be surprised, bro, because you're just some random stranger. And so they,
Right.
I mean, I had girls do all types of stuff on there. But, yeah. Good times, good times.
I might have to look into that. Oh, Mo Reese, really? Okay, I didn't know that Mo did that. I know Mo.
But see, being an adult, you don't want to do that now because you don't know the age of the people on there.
That's true.
You know,
You
when I
know,
was 15, 16, it was okay. You
dude.
know,
I'm gonna tell you
now
something, man.
I'm
I
not in it.
mean,
So
they look
it's not
so
good.
goddamn good nowadays, man. Some of these girls there look so damn good, and they look so much older than they really are, and that it sucks on that end of it. Man, I've seen some man that look every bit of like 24, 25 years old, 16. I was like, what?
Yeah.
Golly. They didn't look like that when I was in school.
No, well, also when I was growing up, girls didn't dress as provocative as nowadays.
Yeah.
So, and they were less like, likely to, put a shit ton of makeup on and
Yeah, I agree. I don't really like that sexualization of like kids and stuff.
it's horrible.
I can't stand that when I start seeing all these like these little girls and stuff, dressed up and sexy and dancing around and shit for all these little old farts and stuff. I'm like, no, 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 my God. You know, it starts bringing me toward that like pedophilia type of vibe, and I
It
hated it.
is. That's all it is. It's just grooming and it. I don't even want to talk about that shit. I don't like even talking about that
Yeah,
shit.
right on.
Good one, it'll get your channel taken down. Two, especially if you start dropping names and shit.
Right, right on.
Like they don't, yeah. But it's so prevalent and it's right in our face nowadays. It's just normalized that it blows my mind how like you can try to like talk to somebody and be like, that's wrong. That say you're with your friend and say it's a female and you're walking together talking and you see a lady with a child and the child it's a young girl and she's like 11, 12 years old but she's dressed like a grown woman, she acts and talks like a grown woman, and you say to your female friend that's wrong, you shouldn't raise your child like that. What's wrong with that? She just wants to be like an adult. I've heard that so many times and I'm like, but they skipped the fucking childhood phase. They went from fucking toddler to adult.
Right.
Like what? And nobody sees like what's wrong with that. When you end up with a daughter or son that's 13, 12, 13 years old and is having sexual relations with grown folks, then maybe
Yep.
you'll have a problem on it. When
Yeah.
you need to catch text messages and messages on their Facebook and shit of them
Well,
talking adults.
it's well, it's that morality that's missing from people. You know what I mean? Having that connection with the creator. There's a lot of stuff involved right there that's like missing in most people's lives. You know what I'm saying?
Yep. Family. What happened to Ricky?
I don't know, man. I was tempted to throw him in the basement, but I don't know. Probably, his
Ricky.
wife probably came out with a damn frying pan. Says, "You better shut up! I'm tired of hearing you fucking yelling on that damn computer thing." I don't know.
I guess
I
ghetto
don't. I
ain't.
don't know him all that well, so I'm just kind of, I'm just kidding. I'm
I
just.
don't either. Yeah. He talks shit, so I talk shit back. It's just
Right.
one of
Right.
it's like mutual shit talking where we both
Yeah.
enjoy it. We're not really being like trying to be personal. We're just,
Yeah. Like I said, I mean, on this on the radio subject thing, I got stuff to say about it. And it's like, especially people on the other view of it. It's like I like having those conversations because some people, man, they just get so, you know, like I said, they dig in their heels, and I'm gonna dig in my heels too on freedom and freedom of speech. You know what I mean?
they're
And
like two fucking rams just hitting
yeah,
each other over and over again.
yeah, I hear you.
Yeah. Until one finally gets tired of arguing. Yeah. Not that you don't you think you're wrong. It's just you. Sometimes I get tired of arguing with somebody. I'm like, all right, whatever, you're right. I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not even gonna. Most of the time, I don't even argue with people anymore because I know it's pointless. If somebody's really open and non-judgmental and willing, really receptive and can retain information, they can discern information well, then yeah, I'll try to educate them on something and hopefully change their viewpoint in a positive way. But how many people are receptive? When you try to change their mind on anything.
Right. Yeah.
I mean, I'm not very receptive because I just call bullshit when I hear someone talking or what they're talking about.
Well, yeah, right.
I'm
I
just like,
mean,
I don't know. Yeah, I ain't
I,
gonna
I've
listen to
I've
you.
I've done that myself. It's like there's some things I've heard some people spitting out. Like I was sitting there like I was saying, like some of these guys I was talking in the UK. There's this one guy that I happened to get on a panel with. He goes by Crinkle or whatever, and we started talking about different things, man. And he's one of those type of guys that would like do research, but what he would do is he'd go to all the mainstream media news websites and stuff and get that information that they're putting out and say, look, this is my evidence. Look, it's the evidence right here. Here it is. That kind of thing. And I was trying to have a conversation with him, but he kept on like in a sense what I felt like was regurgitating the same crap that that's being put on the damn news all the time anyway.
Yeah.
And I was trying to pick apart, like dissect different. Like he would never finish a point. You know what I mean? It was like it would continue. It would like that point would lead to another point where you had to finish that to finish the other point. The other
What's the,
point.
the, the biggest problem in like when you're trying to say in a debate or you're discussing something is when you bring up something and make a statement with a fact in it, so you make a factual statement or what you believe to be factual from the information you research. You then need to stop and give me a chance to rebuttal.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, and have a rebuttal to make a comment on what you just said. Like you said,
What
when you go from point to point to point, how in the hell, you know what I mean? You
we did that was the thing. Is like for me, I was like, okay, he did. Like for instance, me and Crinkle when we were sitting there talking that, I was like, okay, he just said a bunch of stuff. All right, now I can comment on on what you just said as a whole, or I can sit there and like what I would like to do is I would like to dissect that because you made a couple of different points all in that one freaking statement or whatever that however And I was like, okay, wait. I mean, I may agree with some of it, but there's some of it I don't disagree with. So I mean, I don't agree with. So I want to pick that out,
yeah.
and it was so hard for some people. It's almost like I saw it on TV. It must be true. And that's as far as it goes. You know what I mean? And I look past all that stuff. Like even when I'm talking to like just people on just general aspects of whatever, I'm trying to look at it at all angles. Not just one angle and how the popular consensus, I guess you would call it. You know what I mean?
Well, the worst is people like to use like a independent brought up like a fact checker articles. Well, a lot of things like not even fact checking articles, but they're just articles in these
Right.
these publications. And the thing that bothers me the most is people use that as evidence or facts, right? But if most of the time they're op-ed, they're opinion pieces, and it even says it right on there.
Right.
So it'll be the article will be 2% fact or 98% opinion, and that person will read that article and take it as 100% fact because it came from a mainstream news source.
Right.
And it's like, well, it says right there it's an opinion piece. That's opinion, and I've heard I've heard people say things sometimes that I can't even wrap my head around it. I can't even process it because it's so fucking stupid. And it's scary how just detached from reality some people really are. It's really
Yeah.
scary.
Hey, Agent X, I see you out there. Good to see you out there. I think we got some really awesome people in the chat. Hey, Steve, you have a
Mm-hmm.
good day out there, Steve. Yeah, we got some pretty cool people in the chat, dude.
Yeah, Ghetto ain't gonna come up here, I guess.
No, like I
He's a
said,
fucking
I have the
idiot.
link pinned, so you know. But yeah, and that's a weird time in the morning too. It's 5:30 in the morning, more local time.
Right.
So
Twisted hats, you little hats know everything. I haven't heard someone say little hats in a while. You know what little hats is, right?
It's not necessarily a phrase I'm familiar with.
If it's what I think he's referring to, little hats or tiny hats, what people refer to Jewish people as, because
Right, right,
you
right, right,
you can't say anything about that group of people. You
right.
can't even use their name, even if it's in positive way. You will get shut down in every possible way known to man.
Yeah.
They are the ultimate protected class of people.
Yeah, it's interesting to see who's really in charge are the ones that you really can't talk about.
Well, you could what group? You can talk about every group of people under the sun except one. Yep. So yeah, that's all I'm gonna say. Anyways, so I don't want people getting the wrong idea, thinking I'm like, you know what I'm saying?
No, I mean, no, no. I know exactly what you're saying, dude. I know exactly what you're saying. I smell what you're stepping in.
I
I'm
speak the
picking. I'm
truth.
picking up what you're putting down.
Yeah. Someone said no idea what Mossad is. Care to elaborate? Oh, Mossad. Damn, where to start?
Well, let's see what's going on. What's this? What's going on? What's going on?
What's
Oh
going
shit!
on, crackers?
What's going on with you?
What up, my
Shit.
ninja?
Shit. I'm trying to finish this. I've been self-teaching myself video editing and freaking all this other crap to, run your channel and shit. And that's why I haven't been able to get up, but I finally got excuse me. Finally got my video done and ready to be uploaded and all my freaking work on it done. I ain't doing shit, just boring shit,
That's
Yeah.
basically what I did too. I was over. We were like, was it A1, 1A and 2A? He was out there on Dangerous's Freedom stream. Also, I was over there, and or I was, and he closed it down. So I just decided to open up this one and see who pop up. You know.
Do you usually run lives?
Well, I mean, I'm trying out like the panel type of thing because I just kind of got all this like StreamYard thing kind of figured out for my phone.
Yeah.
But I do live streams, but it's mostly CB radio related. But I want to have like it's almost like a coffee house type feel where we just talk about whatever. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I don't, I mean, I know when it comes down to like the algorithms and all that other crap, you know what I mean? Certain words, if you can be like a little discreet about it, I guess, I'm not saying censorship yourself, but you know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Dude, you
kind of
got
like how I
fucking
just did.
patience.
Yeah, yeah. You can
You
say
got
what you need to
fucking
say, just kind of
patience.
tiptoe around it. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I'm gonna have a problem at when I start
Yeah, it's
doing my
hard.
lives more.
What's what stuff are you gonna try and do?
I'm gonna do everything.
Bestiality.
Mainly making fun of black people.
Really?
Making fun of white people,
I,
brown
I didn't
people,
think that was funny anymore.
yellow people. Oh hell yeah, it's fucking funny, man.
I
You try being a
didn't think
white
we were
dude.
supposed to laugh at that shit anymore, man.
Look, man, you try being one of the only white dudes in an all black family. You tell me that shit ain't funny.
Really? Yeah.
Shit.
Bro, one day if
Nah,
you
it's more
and you hang around,
it's more on a back in the fucking 80s, 90s way, man. That's kind of what I want to do. Really with my
listen,
lives and stuff, just cut it up with people. It don't
if
necessarily have
you
to be focused on race, culture, anything like that. Just something to make us fucking laugh, pretty much.
All right.
Without everybody getting their booty hurt like Ricky is right now. Motherfuckers' booty's
I don't know what
probably
happened to that,
hurting
man.
right
I
now.
was tempted to
it,
put him back in the basement, man, but I don't know. I'm giving him a
his
benefit of
booty's
doubt if he's gonna come
prolapsed,
back or not.
Ricky's straight prolapsed.
But
Face in the pillow, bent over. Wife got her whole arm in that
shit.
motherfucker. Dare you to speak loud again, motherfucker. Oops, sorry,
Yeah.
ladies.
Yeah, yeah.
He went and put the
He's
rain
like,
boots on and grabbed his
my
arms and was like,
apologies, Mike.
Be like that damn movie Misery and shit.
oh, yeah.
Damn. Like I said, I don't know Ricky all that. I don't know him. So I'm just fooling, man. You know what I'm saying?
Just
So
joking around, yeah, have
You
fun.
can tell when he gets drunk enough, man. You just knock him off the stream, and he'll be back tomorrow.
right, right. Yeah.
Mofos don't know their limit. I think it's disrespectful, honestly.
Just throw
Because
him in
when
a
you know when you know you're inebriated, man, just stay the fuck out of public.
dump.
Right.
Keep going, Ghetto. You might get him back
Well,
on.
I mean, hell, I mean, I used to bounce at a few of these bars down here on the beach and stuff. I don't even drink, man, but but I've seen all kinds of people, man. Some people can hold their alcohol. Some people can. Some people can't. You know what
Yeah.
I mean? It depends. Like I've seen people that are just really happy drunks. Best, they're real happy people to be around. And then some people, man, they get violent. You know what I mean? They think they get. It's like drinking like spinach for Popeye. They think they're Superman after they drink it. You know what I mean?
Oh
Superman
yeah.
juice. Superman
Yeah.
juice. You
Twisted Tat said, R.I.P. Ricky.
know.
When he's sober enough, Twisted, he is alright to talk to. But
Yeah.
He's a cool dude.
once he's a few cranberries and vodkas in, you can't get a word in edgewise.
Right. Well, I mean, I did notice that because he's got evidently he's got something to say when it comes into the ham stuff. Like so that's okay. I mean, I can keep up with him on that kind of stuff. Yeah. So
What's with these random folks in your chat doing that vast.tech stuff?
I'm not sure.
Because that's like the second or third person I've seen do
I've
that
seen
same
the
exact
same
little
shit,
thing.
bro.
Yeah.
I was wondering the same thing. Gives me an
It
eerie
could,
feeling.
that right there kind of reminds me of like sometimes I've seen these. But I think those are bots. Honestly, I
Yeah.
think those are bots. Now I think about it, because
Somebody Google it.
I've
The energies
seen
are fed.
I've seen that shit in comments of videos, not only mine but others, and I think they're bots because they use different names, but they all go to like some kind of they all go to some kind of like porn site or something like that, or
They're
something.
trying to steal your chick.
The what now?
There's a way you can get someone's IP address or you it's a customizable URL. You know what I'm
Mhm.
talking about, Ghetto?
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know if they use it like that or for release a Trojan on you or somehow. I don't know it. I don't. I'm talking out my ass right now.
No, no, I hear you. Yeah, because I mean there are bots that are floating all over like all these social platforms, all of them.
That's how
I mean,
people lose their accounts easily.
Twitter is infested with them, dude. You think that's a real person on the other end of that comment? Nope, it's a fucking bot.
Dude, go to Reddit in places like 4chan where there's threads, big
Right?
threads, and there'll
Yeah,
be hundreds of bots having conversations with themselves.
yeah. I pop over to 4chan, 8chan, 420chan. I pop over there just kind of look around. But because I try to get like a broad spectrum of stuff to look at. I mean, I kind of have to, you almost have to realize what's bullshit and what's not, and kind of pick through it. But you know, if you don't really kind of look around to all these different places, that, like I said, I didn't know about Omegle until just recently. That drives me nuts, and it's been around for a while. You know what I mean? I don't understand how like little kids are finding this shit before I can. I don't understand that shit. I don't know.
Do you get it?
What's up?
Do you know anything about that Omegle or Omegle or whatever it is um, website or whatever it is that you know what I'm talking about?
No, I don't actually.
Oh, okay. I don't know. To me, it reminds me of like a like a like like a fast dating type of thing. You know what I mean? You get a little bit of time, a video chat with somebody, kind of like thing,
Oh yeah, yeah,
and you can
yeah.
pass them or whatever. You know what I'm talking about?
And it goes to, there's absolutely no filter to it or
Right,
nothing. I
right.
remember seeing it on the news, like what was it, like 6 months, maybe a year ago or something.
Okay. Well, I didn't know nothing about it until just recently, man. But I'm just like, God, look at this thing. And it's like, from people I've talked to that actually know something about it or been on it, it's like almost 80 to 90% chance that you'll see a freaking dick, on that stuff, man. And there's all these little kids that are on this thing. And I'm like, what the hell are all these little kids on this damn thing for?
More like what the fuck these parents letting these little kids on
That's
it
a good
for?
question too. But a lot
Yeah,
of people, man, they send them down with a damn cell phone
that's
and
the
a tablet
main
and say that's
question
the
right there,
babysitter. You know what
brother.
I'm saying?
Fuck that shit. Not
You
up
know
in
what I mean?
here.
I see it happen all the time, man. They use it for a
I
babysitter.
No,
You
I
know?
agree with you, but my problem is we just tend to blame the kids so much when they got no. And I'm not saying you were. I'm just saying
Yeah.
that they have so much time on their device to do whatever the hell they want.
Right.
So it's like, I mean, just imagine if we were young and we didn't have to, look around under our brother's freaking mattress for a freaking Playboy, or, you know what I mean? When we had to actually search for shit to do, they have literally the world at their fingertips. They can get into whatever the hell they want. Yeah, skip that noise.
Yeah.
I got a 9-year-old and a 15-year-old. Fuck that. I know what they're
Yeah.
doing on their stuff.
That I
If
remember
I'm,
when I remember when I was those ages. I know what's going on at those ages. I remember.
oh yeah, I can't even imagine what they're gonna be like when they're adults.
It depends on what their environment's going to be like.
Nasty bastards will be wearing freaking stuffed animal suits and shit, talking about I'm finna go have sex with my girl. Like, what the fuck?
What? Yeah, no,
Yeah,
no.
that's
I
like
know.
to put
I've
hands on
seen some
people.
crazy. Some people got some crazy fucking fetishes like that
But
shit, dude,
but
man.
but look, man, that's my point. Like, I mean, the reason, and I believe it to this day, and I've unfortunately been with a few women before my wife, but I've been with my girl for 20 years, right? I understand why God made one other person for us. You know what I mean? Like, by not having any kind of I don't know how to articulate it, right? I'm freaking tired. By basically having every single thing you want at your fingertips, right?
Right.
There's no curiosity, there's no thrill, there's no, you know what I mean? Like, I couldn't imagine how it'd be. Like, I mean, I never even had to go through the dating thing online or anything like that. Yeah, fuck you, Twisted. Peter fucking nasty. my my point
Yeah.
is, like, you learn your stuff with your partner. And I know most dudes are like, dude, what do you mean one chick? You know what I mean? I keep it, as a 40-year-old dude, and I am a man of God, you know what I mean? I try to keep it as faithful as possible when it comes to, relationships and stuff like that. And I don't know. It just,
Well, most people wouldn't believe me, but I've only cheated one time in my life.
well,
And the only reason
unfortunately, I
why,
cheated a whole bunch, but
well, you know
not on
why
my wife,
people
thankfully.
people are always like, you're a liar, you're crazy, you've never only cheated once. I'm like, yeah, because when I get to the point where I'm in a relationship with somebody, I get to the point where I want to cheat, then I tell them, hey, I don't love you anymore, I don't feel the same way anymore. I break up with them, and then I go and fuck whoever I want, and I don't have to worry about the drama. It's that it's that simple.
Yeah.
I mean, but most guys want to have their cake and eat it too. Me, I just played the easy way, and then I don't have to worry about all that shit.
No, for real. I mean, that it kind of formed me on the man that my girl got. So I mean, I understand it because I was a foul ass teenager when it came to women. So I
I
once I
didn't
got to,
treat women the greatest. I just didn't cheat,
oh
but
hell
I
no,
was
neither
an
did I.
asshole. You know,
But yeah, but my point is back, to the kids and having just unregulated time on these devices, you know, especially little boys. Now, I don't know what little girls go through because I ain't a girl, but I know little boys, once you hit, you know, 12, 13, you know, we're fucked in all kinds of ways. And
Yeah.
the the fact that you have unlimited amount of lust and fetishes and all kinds of extra shit, you know what I mean, that you can't even think of at your fingertips. That's too much, especially for a brain like that. So when they get older, just imagine the types of relationships they're gonna have. You know what I mean?
Yep. I mean, it, I'm glad I didn't grow up in this generation that's currently coming up because I would have been way worse. I know I would have. I fell victim to being influenced by, technology. So
Yeah.
I would have been way crazier than I was.
I think it's programmed inside us, cool tools, but I think there comes a time. Ah, fuck, I don't know how to answer that question honestly. Because we're dudes. You know, we want to fuck. That's
Yeah, I
pretty
want to snap.
much what we're
Yeah.
programmed for. You know,
Yeah.
we look for that warm wet spot. Forgive me, ladies, but
It's like
but
you
at the
spend 9 months getting out of it, and you spend the rest of the life trying to get back in.
you know, it's just, we're honestly programmed that way. So it's like, I don't know, I don't know if I believe in the monogamy or the all the other freaking, I don't know.
I don't know, man.
I don't know about. I'm not sure about that either, right offhand, personally, because I want to believe that there is that one for all of us. All of us is there is that one for all of us. But I don't know if that is true. I probably kicked that girl to the curb a long time ago, man.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I'm kind of screwed, man. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? So
It's all about when we meet them as well. Like if I would have met my girl like even a year before, we wouldn't have kids. We wouldn't be, good
right.
now because
How long you
some
been married?
20 years
Oh,
since
right
I
on, right
was.
on.
Yeah, well, I've been with her since I was 20 years old. She was 19, and but and I ain't never cheated on her, nothing like that. Um, she ain't got no reason to. I trip the girls out on here because I'll be sitting there flirting with them and just being my normal self, and my wife will be like 2 feet away from me, dude. You know what I mean? Because it's not in a disrespectful way. You know what I mean? She knows. Um,
She ain't got
she
to
knows
worry.
what's going on.
Yeah.
Yeah, she ain't gotta worry about shit. There's some weird ass women on here though, man, on the internet. So dude, especially when they know you're married, man, it's fucking crazy.
Bro, yeah, when you're with someone, man, I've noticed that the older I get is when I'm with someone, women just come out the woodworks, and I'm like, where the fuck were you when I was single?
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And then when I'm single, it's like, there's women, but it ain't the same. And it's just
Dude,
they want that fantasy, they want that, that fucking thrill of being with somebody that's already with somebody. Yeah,
dude, if I'm afraid if I want to meet the woman of my dreams, I'm gonna have to move out of this fucking area.
right.
Yeah.
Everybody
I don't
knows me where I live, so it kind of sucks.
Anarchy's like a bunch of fucking troll ass looking women around here. I gotta move
Dude,
out this
man, it's hard to
motherfucker.
find one that ain't fucking 400 fucking pounds with fucking 5 fucking puppies running behind it, dude. That's just, I'm telling you,
Hi,
man.
puppies. He said puppies.
Yeah.
I got you. Hell yeah, I got you.
I'm
Oh
serious,
man.
dude. It's crazy, dude. I mean, it's like almost in some of these areas around here, man, it's almost like a law to get damn pregnant and freaking 14 years old. It's weird. It's like, it's hard to find. I see. Okay, you know how women can be picky. well, I'm gonna be fucking picky. You know, that's just the way I am. I want a woman that let's see here is very attractive to me, physically and and she's attractive inner wise. All right, and then somebody that's likes to take care of herself, has her own car, has her own place, has her own money. You know,
Damn, bro,
it-
you asking for a lot in
fucking
2020.
hey,
Oh,
goddamn, hey,
Lord.
why not, dude? Why not? If I'm gonna dream, I'm gonna dream big, right? You know what I
No, no,
mean?
I'm not. No, I'm not. I know, no, I agree with you. I'm 100%. I want all those things as well. It's just,
She can't she can't have any kids, or if she does have kids, they're way grown and they don't give a shit if they're about her about what their mama does. I don't know, but it's just it's hard to find. It's hard to find. You know, especially the way things are now. I don't know what it is, but a lot of kids are kids are having kids. You know, a lot of these kids they start getting
They
pregnant and they start having fun, and all this other stuff and blah blah blah.
That's always
yeah,
been the case around
yeah,
me,
this shit's been going
but
on.
I understand what you
I know,
mean.
but it just seems like it gets worse and worse.
Now it's more ruthless. Kids are more ruthless to the adults and shit like that.
Well,
Yeah.
back in the
It's
day,
just
if a woman or a teenage girl was pregnant, had a kid, and her family helped take care of it, she would get a job and shit. Was more likely to have a job or actually take care of the kid and want to be the mom. Nowadays, if you see a young girl have a kid, the family takes care of it all the time. You know,
Yeah. Another thing is, man, I want to add this to the list, dude. I
doesn't
want to
have
be
to be
somebody that I can
perfect.
actually go through the zombie apocalypse with. You know, all right.
is
She's
that
gonna
what
have
you
to be on top of it, by God.
Like
is
an
that what you
anarchy is going
waiting
to be
for?
handing out surveys and shit.
Yeah, I'm taking applications, right? I don't know. It's just weird. It's just one of them things. But I'm not really looking either. I'm not. I'm just kind of hanging out. I'm single. I don't really care. I'm just kind of doing my thing. I've had a few bad relationships in the past. Like I said, like probably the one good woman, I probably kicked her to the curb a long time ago, and then I've had shit relationships after that. But so I'm just kind of say I don't need anymore. I don't need the drama. I got 5 freaking dogs that give me enough damn drama as it is. You know,
You say you got 5 dogs?
Yep.
Hell yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I got 2 of them laying right here next to me, getting all kind of squirmy. It's getting around that time where the sun's starting
The
to come up.
the public perception on like the difference and the amount of animals you have changes when you bring it up. Like if when I tell you I got 5 dogs, is bro, that's fucking badass. Now if I tell you I got 5 cats,
No,
now people are
motherfucker.
like, why you got 5 cats? You know what I mean?
No,
People are like,
see, I
what
don't
the
mind
fuck?
if you got 5 cats, but if they're in your house, that's where it's like, oh hell no. Now, if you got
No, I
five
got
cats in the
two
yard,
inside
then
too.
hey,
Yeah,
I got
I
me a
agree
couple
with you on
pussies
that,
in the
bro.
yard, but I can't have them shitting in a box and then walking around my furniture. Fuck that.
Right. Yeah,
I
I had
agree,
a
bro.
cat here. It was a stray actually that just stuck around. I fed him, and but it was mostly outside. Like in the wintertime when it got really cold, that was about the only time I let her stay inside and all that. But that it was outside. I mean, even my dogs, man. Like I said, I got 2 of them laying in here right now, but I only the mother is really the inside dog. All the other ones are all the pups are outside dogs.
Yeah. Nah, I
But
got love for cats, man. They're gangsters, honestly. I got a couple myself, but like I said, they stay outside. I built them a little 2-story
Mhm.
fucking cat house out there. Got it warmed up with the heating pad and shit on both levels for when it gets cold, because it's getting cold as shit out here. And they'll do just fine out there. They've caught in a
Oh shit.
yeah,
What up, dog?
I like one.
yeah,
It's
that's my
cool
that's
shit.
that's the firstborn out of this litter of 6 of them. And actually, the one next to it, that's the last born. That's number 6 and number 1 right there. It's big boy and big girl.
Is that like A pit Labrador Shepherd? What?
Okay, I'll tell you this. Put it this way: the mother. I can tell you what the mother is. The mother is
Yeah.
half German Shepherd, half Blue Heeler. All right,
Right.
but I have no idea exactly what breed knocked her up. It's just one of the neighbor dogs that she went and go out. She went out of the yard and hunted down. She got knocked up, and then these and all my males. I had 4 males. They were all white with a couple of spots here and there. And then I had 2 females. One, this is the dark brown one, and there's a light brown one. They're both females. That's how it came out. But
Is there a? I can't all the way see it, but is there like a brindle?
well, sort of, kind of. But I think that might be coming from the mother because, like I said, she has German Shepherd in her.
Oh, okay.
Honestly, the mother looks like a damn coyote. That's what she looks like.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm starting to worry about Ricky now.
I'm gonna go ahead and drop him now. Think about it, because I don't know if he's coming back or not.
He's the one putting all the bots in the chat.
It could be. He was talking about he was a software guy.
Yeah. It's a joke, but you know, I was,
Right. I don't know. I don't, like I said, I don't know Ricky, and I mean, you know,
he's cool.
I'm just fooling. I'm just funning. So, you know, Ricky, if you're listening and all that other shit later on, I'm just playing. Don't take
Fuck
anything
you,
so
Ricky.
personal. Yeah.
And I don't know you that well neither.
Yeah.
motherfucker.
Yeah. Fuck you, Ricky. No, I'm just saying. Yeah. No, I
I
hear
don't know
you.
Ricky that well, and I want to keep it that way. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah.
Nah,
Right.
there's certain people on here you can't spend too much time with, you know.
Yeah. Are you twisted or okay? Oh, never mind. Agent X twisted something. My bad.
My very first dog when I was an adult, actually me and my wife's first dog, he was my other dog had her first litter, 11 pups. And she was a brindle pit, and the dad was my other dog, which was a black chow. And man,
Oh, I hate chows. Oh my god.
dude, they made the
Chows.
fucking best looking dogs.
They're mean as fuck, dude.
I know.
I cannot stand chows. I used to know this chick that had a female chow. That was the meanest damn dog I've ever come across. And I've come across wild dogs out here in the woods. All right. I'm telling you, man, I'd rather go up against a damn Rottweiler than a damn chow.
Yep, I got a scar on my hand from that bastard still. Black chow, the first time I met him, motherfucker got a chomp in my hand because I was just walking in my house. Fucked up shit.
Right. Dude, like one that I knew, man, that it was a female chow. This sucker it stayed in a pen out in the backyard, but and it was like a little pen or whatever, but that's where it stayed all the time. So I think just because it was out there all the time and nobody really wanted to pay attention to it, it got pissed off that nobody pissed it, and then it was just like mean every time you got near it, and it would try to bite your hand off every time you got near it. I think it was just pissed off all the time. I mean, you know, actually, I don't really like that. I mean, I have to tie up my mama dog. Oh, I have to tie up my mama dog sometimes, man, because she'll like to want to wander off, but all the pups will follow behind her, and next thing you know, all of them out there in a little pack running around out in the fucking wood or in the neighbor's yard or whatever. So I kind of have to keep her kind of tied up sometimes or in check, and then also the pups too. You know, like they got that herd mentality thing. Once one of them does it, they all do it, and they're in that chewing stage, and they want to explore type stuff. So it's just trying to keep everybody in line, you know.
Oh yeah.
What I want is I want them to feel like that this is their house. They want to stay here and they want to protect it. That's what I want them to feel. I don't want them to feel like they, you know, need to go everywhere else. I want them to feel like they want to stay right here, you know. And but I don't know.
They got those invisible fence collars.
I don't even want to do that. I'm trying to get it to the point where it's like, you know, they make the decision to do so. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. It's just my way of working with dogs. but they're young and they're going through those young stages and stuff. But it's yeah, like I said, I went through that with all the mother for a while, and I finally got her to the point, of certain things like walking on a leash, and be able to have her, majority of the time do what I tell her to do. You know, there are times she just totally, thinks for herself and does what she wants to do, and that's where she gets in trouble when she starts thinking for herself. You know what I mean?
All bitches are like that. I'm just kidding.
Yeah. I get in trouble doing that shit, man. That's what gets them in
I'm
trouble.
just kidding.
HNX from overseas. From
See, when I say things like that, my wife's usually across the house.
Is that one of those things you got to kind of have to look over your shoulder a couple of times before you say it?
Yeah. Hell yeah, man. My wife had no problem smacking me upside the head.
Right.
Not
like
in a
a
Ricky's wife type of way.
get that, yeah, that damn frying pan. I thought that was just he's like he said it was a stick. I was like, damn, lucky a damn frying pan coming after you.
Yeah.
Get off that damn radio or that damn YouTube stuff, man. I'm tired of hearing you.
I
That's
shouldn't
crazy.
do it,
don't
man.
live with his mom.
Yeah, I don't know, but that's crazy though.
Never.
I'm just busting his chops.
Independent, you should share that channel. Dude. I gotta share Independent Mini. I gotta share it. I'm sorry, I gotta share it. She was looking up Cool Tools
Yeah.
name, to post his channel or whatever.
Yeah.
And the first one that popped up was a person with a tongue. It had a tongue brush for a cat. So, so I'm like, what the fuck? So it was a brush, and I only looked at the thumbnail. I don't know what the hell was in the video.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm subscribed to Cool Tools now. Think about it. Yeah.
Well, she was looking for his link, and I'm like, what the hell?
Yeah.
One
That's
day
a
is
good.
like, I'm gonna give you like three
That's
of
another
those.
one. It's another good channel. You know what I mean? There's a lot of good channels out here in the chat right now. There's a lot of good content creators. Man, I think all you guys are good. I really appreciate everybody coming out here, dude. That's really awesome, dude. I like having the little talks and chats like this too, man. That's what I like. I'm gonna try and do. Like I said, I do the live stream with the radio shit, but I also kind of like doing things like this, kind of like sitting down, having the morning coffee and your morning, morning toke or whatever, and having a talk about whatever. I mean, because I'm not above talking about all this like so-called taboo subjects, politics, religion, and whatever. Da da da. I'm not above. I actually there are things that I like to. I have something to say about, so I don't mind getting into those type of things.
I do. Most people just don't like hearing me talk about them because most of these channels are too one-sided.
Right.
I mean, I think internally we all kind of feel the same way, and then all of a sudden, well, red side did this. I'm like, man, fuck your side too. Shit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Fuck them both. I get it. I understand it. I have 2 kids that have to grow up into this future, into this country that's been divided since before my fucking grandparents were here.
Right.
As soon as they did the Bloods and the Crips, fucking, it's just all, oh man, it's just all garbage. It honestly is. Of course, I'm gonna lean,
Whereabouts are you again?
Oregon.
What, like Oregon? Right on.
Mostly red state, which most people wouldn't know, but
Well, yeah, you got all those blue cities.
I wasn't assuming that you didn't know Anarchy, but dude, there's like 2, same as Texas, same as now states that are real jacked would be like California and New York, but because we have our experiment city, which is Portland, everybody sees it as this big shithole because of riots and all this other stuff. When I've been to them, dude, they're like in a freaking 2-mile radius. It's like it's one big Broadway theater. You got the Proud Girls on the Antifers and the BLMers, and they're all going backstage all together, circle jerking each other. Now, if they were really Proud Boys, like they try to perceive them on TV or whatnot, they would be doxing these son of a bitches and not throwing fucking water balloons at them. If they truly thought that these individuals were trying to take over our country, they would handle them the way that they should. Instead, they're throwing freaking water balloons and eggs and paintballs, and it's just an
There's
act.
some of those people in Proud Boys that really were fucking people up, but they're all in prison. The majority of them are just LARPers.
So they
You know,
say, man. I mean, like I said, so they say. From what I've seen,
I've seen videos and like watched live streams of seeing actual Proud Boys and Antifa actually really fighting. But then, like you said, the majority of it is like I've seen lately. I saw videos of Proud Boys, like you said, driving around and shooting Antifa with paintballs. Like you said, if they really wanted to do damage to them, they'd pull up on them and get out and beat their ass. It would be on site no matter where they saw them. Like
You know
you
what?
said, a
You
lot
know,
of it is funded for a perception and a narrative, and they're
right. Well, you know what? I was sitting there thinking. I was like, and for me, this is just me being on a blunt end of it. All right, let's say like all these protesters with Black Lives Matter, Antifa, whatever. You guys are like your beef is with the cops. Let's say the whole reason they're out there is because their beef is with the cops for some reason. All right, well then fucking go for the fucking cops. Don't burn down businesses. Don't burn down houses. Don't attack people. Go for
but
the
see, they
fucking
don't.
cops.
Well, see, that's the illusion that's
You
given.
know, I know, I know. I'm
That's
just pointing that out. That's what I'm
no,
saying.
I got you. I definitely get you because I have a few family members that are deep into it. But it's again, it's the way it's the wordplay that they used, which is BLM. Obviously, that just the
Right.
fucking name of the organization is gonna fuck people up. Boom, automatically.
so political.
And then the fact that there are these groups of people that are out there, black, Mexican, white, all alike. Because man, I used to get my fucking ass whooped by the police. I already know there's some fucked up police out there, especially
Yep.
in the lower economical areas of the United States, right?
Well, yeah, because
So
you're
we
white.
are.
You know, you're white.
It wouldn't matter though. You know what I mean? Like it
Ain't
doesn't
you?
matter. Yeah, I
So
am.
the
But
I know,
police,
but I'm
if
just
you
saying.
if the
I was getting
police want to fuck you up, they're gonna fuck you up.
exactly.
Yeah, I know.
You know how much dope they done took from me in my lifetime, man, and just beat my ass while they're taking it. My
Yeah.
point is that, well, what I'm trying to get at is
Go
there's
ahead.
groups. That's why I said black, Mexican, white alike that are against the police and are doing things, but then they see this big money corporation come in and say, "Hey, if you guys roll with us, we'll help promote your, your advocacy or whatever the word is, right?" And so they jumped on board. And then they realized, at least for the most part, for the ones that I know personally, it's like once we knew we were being had and we were getting taken over by this corporation, we tried to jump off. But at the same time, where the hell are we supposed to go now? Like if you I don't see the buildings being burned up. I know in Minnesota and I know in Wisconsin, right?
Right.
There hasn't been no fires in Portland other than in a freaking dumpster. You know what I mean? It's all about the illusions that they're putting out there. Now, I'm not saying that corporation ain't doing it because I mean I watched plenty of live streams of what they've done. So I'm
Right.
not saying they're not the enemy, but I believe that particular enemy is the same particular enemy that runs this country. It's all psyops. And just something to keep us, aimed at each other, divided. Same thing
Yeah.
that they've done in every other society, medieval times. Shit,
Yep.
everybody's starving. Okay, let's throw them something to fight about, so they're not worried about how much food we're eating while they're starving. You know what I mean? It's every society they do.
What I think's funny is how one way I've pointed out to many people that these groups that are politicized, and I'll just use BLM as an example, that they only care for one. Of course, everybody points out the black on black crime thing. Like they don't protest or do a lot for like say things going on in Chicago, but that's not my point. My point is they always pick and choose which killing, when it's a white cop and black individual, which one they want to politicize and use and push out there for a narrative to divide us.
Yeah,
It happens all the time. But why are you
it
just
does.
choosing this one?
Do you know why they're
Because
choosing that one?
yeah, because it's the
Because they're
easiest one
being
to.
shown it over and over and over and over by every single media outlet. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? Like,
that's
it
my
just
whole point. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. I mean, it's all being controlled. Exactly. Um, you're exactly right. One A. It's
How often
all
do they
being
play a
controlled.
clip where a cop kills a white person? Even though
Yeah,
it happens
that's
more
what I
often,
mean.
never, because they're not
Exactly.
going to get any people riled up. People aren't going
Nope.
to really care as much. As soon as you put that race spin on it, and you put a racial, context to it, it's over with.
Pretty much. Now it's a medical context. No
Mhm.
matter what, they're gonna try to keep, keep the control, keep the fear. Whatever the ultimate game plan is, not one of us know. We can think that we know. I mean, I feel like I know, but who the hell knows? Honestly. I think their agendas are kids. They're already,
There
like
are
said it.
ways that we can probably disrupt that. You know that, right? There are ways that we can do this. I don't have all the answers, but there's ways to disrupt it, like their supply chain, their infrastructure that they've got set up, blah 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 blah, whatever. You know, there's ways of disrupting. Put a damn monkey wrench in their whole fucking system. Get that random chaos like theory kind of thing coming in where they can't predict like our movements. You know what I
They
mean?
can though. That's
Well,
that
there is
honestly,
there
can't
is the
argue.
thing of randomness. There is that thing of
There
randomness.
is, but if you really dove down into AI and how they are literally
No, I have, yeah.
they're controlling our next moves in certain aspects of our life where we don't, you know what I mean? Like that. I ain't trying to go out tinfoil hat, but I mean, they even talk about it. You know what I mean? Like it's
Social
beyond
conditioning.
advertisement. Yeah, it's the predictive programming on fucking meth. You know what I mean? It's just, and what I mean by they want our kids is, think about it. The same parents that are giving them kids those devices at 2 years old, bam, all of a sudden they're 18 years old. That's 16 years you've had to completely program a human being.
Right.
You
Yeah.
know what I mean? And then now their parents are walking around with their face covered and, staying in line. And, my kids haven't worn one mask. No, they're not adhering to shit. Give a fuck. I pulled them out
That
of
drives me
school.
nuts too, because I hate it. I love looking at pretty girls smile, and it drives me nuts when I see a fucking mask on them. I hate it.
My homie hates
Yeah.
man. She wants to see that smile.
I do, man. I want to see that smile. You know what I mean? And then I think about it also, like even kids, like babies and stuff. If that's all the first images they see is their mother with a fucking mask on. What
Yeah.
the hell?
That's crazy.
Those are the important years of its development, and you're putting a fucking mask where they can't see like facial expressions and blah blah blah. It drives me nuts. It's a form of
Well,
child abuse, in my opinion.
yeah.
You
Well, I
know,
mean, there's more than one leader, unfortunately. Cool tools. You can say Trump. You can say Biden. You can say Pelosi. You can say Rand Paul. You can say every last one of them son of a bitches up in that White House is the hierarchy of BLM, of Antifa, of everything that divides us as a beautiful fucking country.
all right. Well, just have to get past all that shit, man. I mean, honestly, man, I read. I don't know if you've ever read it before. It's called the Willie Lynch Letters. Have you ever heard of that?
I don't know how to read.
Okay, there you
No,
go.
I'm just playing, dude.
There you go.
I'm
They
just
got an
playing.
audio book on
But
YouTube. You can hear. You can listen to it, man.
Def too.
nah, I've heard of them. I've never dove into them or nothing like
Willie
that.
Lynch letter. Well, anyway, man, it goes back into the days of slavery, for instance, and it goes into some of the tactics and stuff that they used to keep the slaves controllable for hundreds of years into the future.
Yeah.
All right. All right. Well, it's if you look at this, that was back in like the 14th century. You know what I mean? When they were doing this, and that those tactics were already kind of like already in a like a guidebook, you know, step by step type of thing already in place, dude. It's if you look at it and you can see the parallels that exactly what's going on today, just on a more massive scale. You know what I mean? It's the same exact thing. Uh, like for instance, on the dividing. All right, that was one of the tactics is to keep the slaves fighting amongst each other. You know, that guy's fat, that guy's thin, that guy's tall, that guy's short. You know
Yeah.
what I mean? Whatever. It doesn't matter. That guy's fucking ugly. This guy's kind of cool looking. You know what I mean? It doesn't matter. There's division between the two. You know, and then edging that in to keep them busy and fighting amongst themselves while the slave masters sit on a porch drinking the fucking tea, laughing. All right,
Yeah.
it's the same goddamn thing.
Most
All right,
definitely. Yeah. No, I understand what you mean. My pops is so if I mean I guess you probably don't know because I haven't had too many conversations with you, but my dad is black. And
okay,
that's why I sound like a wigger. But
okay,
but half my I was born and raised in a black household. He
okay.
got me when I was homeless when I was 12 years old. Anyways, but he's by blood he's my cousin. But anyways, but he has talked to me. I'm pretty sure it is exactly the stories that you were talking about. But he was talking about the black women, like the certain ones that the master would go and actually sleep with, but other ones they wouldn't.
Morning
And
time,
they
Nikki.
and there was like there was a division within the women just like that as well. And no, I definitely agree with you. They've been doing that shit since the beginning of time, man.
Well, yeah, they use
It's
the women, for instance. Okay, the men were doing like majority of the heavy, work. All right, but the women they would do all this like the house stuff. You know what I mean? All right, but they would also use the women to keep the children in line. If the women that was to have children, they would keep the children in line and kind of in a sense, you train them. It's like, listen,
yeah,
that master won't like that, so you need to be okay. That kind of stuff. Whatever. You know what I mean?
Hey, do
But
that
that's
again for me, bro. Do that again for me.
master don't like it when you do things like that.
I got him to do it again.
uh, but
it's getting awkward up here, y'all.
Yeah. Hey, I was
master,
making sure I heard him. I had
Dominatrix
to hear
shit.
it.
yeah, master don't like it when we do like that.
Hey, I'm in the middle. I'm just sitting here. I don't know what the hell you guys are talking about.
I like how you
Yeah.
put the young one in the middle.
Yeah.
He do got a pretty mouth, Anarchy.
Well, if he lose all his teeth and grow that beard and mustache out, I might marry him.
Hey, I got these two hands. Maybe two of y'all. These two hands are putting a lot of motherfucking work.
You could just act like you're skiing, right?
What the fuck?
You'll see.
Damn. It's good to see you do stuff with Nikki. That's a hottie right there. That girl right there, that's a hottie right there. If I was ever to get porn bombed, I would love to see Nikki porn bomb me. But yeah, she's a hottie. Cause I love some boobies. I don't want to get porn bombed by some like crappy ass wiener. But hopefully I won't have to deal with that kind of crap.
Dang,
At
sounded
this
like he
angle
was
right
calling
here.
you out one, eh?
Yeah, I know, because I got this angle going on again.
Yeah, it's almost see right up your nose.
Yeah. No, every time I do this, Ghetto's always like, he's gonna whip his cock out.
Yeah, don't do it. Don't do
No,
it.
that was
Don't
from
do
Virginia.
it.
That was actually from Virginia, and I just couldn't get it out of my head. Like, yeah, that motherfucker gonna do it one day. Watch.
Never know, bro. If I did that, bro, I'd be an overnight viral sensation on fucking YouTube. I'd have like 50,000 subscribers overnight.
Wow.
You
I
be
would just
making the
clip the
Chinese
video.
feel like men, huh? They be like, look at that small white pecker.
Nah,
It's a jalapeno.
That's bad.
nah. They definitely they'd be pleasantly surprised. Yeah,
Well, I'm just average for a porn star.
for a porn
Yeah.
star. Right. That's a good one.
I don't give a fuck how big my shit is. Women don't even think these motherfuckers are attractive. I'm trying to grow my tits out for
Dude, what?
them. Look, man, it's a scientific fact that women are more attracted to other women's bodies than ours.
What?
Ask most of
I don't
them.
agree with that. They
I know
may- they
women. I
may-
know women can appreciate other women's. I don't know, but they're more attracted to them.
Yeah,
They
I
think
see
it.
what they're
Well,
saying. They
maybe that
don't
was
mean
the
as
right
far
wrong
as
word.
their propensity to sleep with women. They just mean that to their eyes, that a woman's body is more appealing than a man.
Yeah, it's more appealing. There you go.
Yeah.
Independent. Stop lying.
Not true for me.
She be sending me all kind of lesbian porn and shit. I'm just playing.
Yeah, the other day she was talking about scissoring, and I was like, "What was that?" I didn't even know what it was.
Oh hell no.
I'm just kidding. Joke.
Just playing. Just playing.
I gotta feed all these fucking cats, man. And then I gotta clean their shitter.
You hear that? Talk about women made you think of. They get you a woman, man. Fuck
No,
time is
I
it?
appreciate my privacy. I like this having women
12:20.
come over, when I need them. And then I enjoy going out and doing stuff, every once in a while, but besides that I like to, keep to myself. And I save a lot of money doing
Yeah.
it. I have a girl come over and she'll be like, "You want to go get some?" I'm like, "Nah, we can cook some." Spending no money anywhere.
Yeah, you eat cool tools. Yeah, I hear you.
Yeah, did you see that link that she shared? Either
No.
one of you guys? She shared the freaking cat brush, whatever the hell it was.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I'd have to go back in the chat and look at it later.
Well, if you're gonna get familiar with doing these streams and stuff, um, what I've noticed is always better, like it says on the thing when you first sign in, you want to be Ethernet, you want to be hooked up straight Ethernet. So you got like a laptop or a desktop you can do it from. Anarchy?
Actually, no, I'm doing everything on a cell phone.
Okay. Well, just if you don't want any kind of technical problems, you know what I mean?
Okay.
You
Yeah.
might, I mean, depending on obviously how much you do it, if it's, even worth it for you or
Right.
whatnot, but and also have a second device. Like that's how I'm chatting in YouTube.
Well, see, I
Going
can
back and forth.
I can on my cell phone I can pop back into YouTube and put a comment in the chat right now if I wanted to, and still be on the StreamYard.
But yeah, but while you're talking, it breaks you up, dude. And then if you're over there too much, that's why you'll get kicked out.
Yeah. I've noticed that too. I mean, it sometimes it'll cut my audio or something like that if I was talking and I went over there and
Yeah.
did something, and I've noticed that. So I kind of just switch back and forth when I absolutely need to, and I don't have to. It won't kick me off or affect with what I'm doing. I'm
Yeah.
figuring it out. I'm figuring it all out when it comes down to it. I mean, and I'm not in it for trying to make money doing this. I'm not trying to make a living doing this type of stuff, man. I just kind of do my channel for me, really. I just think it's pretty cool that other people enjoy some of the stuff that I put out. And then and now that I've got this kind of this StreamYard going on, I like having little panel talks like this. I want to
Yeah.
try and maybe get a few people here and there, and like, and have conversations, even if it's just like coffee time or something, and talk. It doesn't matter,
Yeah,
you
I
know.
got you.
But
No, I got you.
I mean, I
But
don't
if you want
expect
it,
us to fucking solve the world's fucking problems right here on this live stream. I can tell you that up. I don't expect that to happen. It'd be
nah,
cool.
your live stream will be your live stream will be cut
Oh yeah.
if we ever start figuring that part out.
It'd be cut and then deleted right away, wouldn't it?
Pretty much. I'm just saying more on and not a money level, just more on a professional level. You want to just make sure people can hear you all the way.
Yeah.
You're
No,
not
I
cutting out.
agree.
Just stuff like that.
Yeah, I agree because I was sitting there thinking about it, like, because since I'm doing it on a cell phone right now, I've got like a headset type of microphone thing. So I'm thinking maybe even upgrading that to like more like a gamer type headset, with a better microphone in it, but still be able to use it on my phone. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just depends on how much money I want to put into it, because I put a
You
lot of money
you got
into
an
my
old
radio
phone?
equipment.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah.
You got you got like an old cell phone hanging around, like a
One,
5-year-old phone in your drawer or anything?
yeah.
I'd
Yeah.
charge that up right there and just put your YouTube account on it. It'll make a huge difference. Because I think when you're on your phone and you do go back and forth, I think it messes with the reception as well. Messes with your server um, through StreamYard. Like it may not seem it when you're, flipping back and forth and doing the chat and talking and then going back or whatnot.
Right.
Um, but I think when it does, it starts crackling a little bit. It
Right.
starts, you know what I mean? Like that's where the difficulty is. But shit, if you already have a, old phone,
Yeah.
it doesn't need
I'm
to
I'm
run
I'm
anything.
kind of figuring that out as I go too, because I mean, like
Yeah,
for instance, I'll go back and look at the replay, and I'll know, like for instance, if I was messing with if I was messing with my microphone or I was doing something at that moment, like where I was trying to make, like for instance, I think I don't know if you can hear it, but in my audio when I talk, there's almost like a hum. It's in the background. Do you hear that?
it's more a crackle
Oh,
to
a
us.
crackle. Okay.
Yeah, and you'll probably hear it once hear the replay and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
See, that's the
also,
things I'm
it's
trying to
kind of
eliminate.
yeah, exactly, and it kind of gets better in YouTube. So like it's kind of loud for me, but it might not be as loud in YouTube
Right.
because I got some shitty freaking Bluetooth headphones on right now. But usually when I'm doing my stream yards and I'm up here talking and stuff, I'll borrow my daughter's iPods or AirPods, whatever the hell they're called. Um, and they work, dude. They work beautiful, especially because I'm usually on my phone. But you'll notice that dude, it burns your battery out bad.
Well, yeah, but I kind of ruin my battery at the same time because sometimes I keep it on charger at the same time while I'm doing it.
Yeah,
So it's charging at the same time while I'm on the stream. Um, if I can keep it, if I have it at 100% when I start and I put it on the charger and I start the stream, I can keep it topped off enough where it will stay at 100% the whole time. As long as I can keep it from overheating, I'm fine. That's the
yeah. You
problem.
keep
It's
your
like
case on while you're on here.
I don't have a case on it. Nope. Nope.
Oh, okay. Dang, you got
Yeah.
all kind of pussy over there, one eh? Yeah, for sure, Eddie.
The chat talking
Yeah.
shit. Shit.
Yeah, it
And
does.
if you
I've
ever,
actually. Yeah, go ahead.
no, go ahead. Ladies
No,
first.
I was. Yeah, but no. What I was gonna say is like, I have done it where I would start at 100% and I wouldn't have it on the charger at all. And I'd do a live or whatever, or I'd be on a panel or something like that. As long as I'm on a live stream, it drains them even faster. Yeah, right. It drains it even faster. But like just viewing videos, it doesn't drain it as bad. But it will suck that battery flat in like no time, sitting on a panel talking.
Yeah, for sure.
Zachary, yeah, that's I think of Zach every time I think about it. It's like motherfucker, you say, you know, you know, um, I can't remember his channel's name, but Zach, that guy,
No, I know what you're talking about. Patriot
right on,
Brothers,
right on,
or
huh? I can't remember his
he's
channel's
actually
name.
he's the one that got me to stay with Dangerous over there.
Oh
Backwoods
yeah,
brought me over, and then I seen Zach was over there. Yeah, my little sister's got cerebral palsy, and also my little cousin died when he was 10 years old with it.
right.
And so I was interested in getting to know him and seeing how, because there's so many different levels of it, and
Right.
and people always think it's like an intelligent problem, but it's not. They're very intelligent people. They're just trapped in a fucked up body.
Yeah, dude, Zach's right on the money on a lot of times. Dude, he is
Hell
so
yeah.
on it, dude. If he could type
So,
faster, dude, if he could type as fast as most people talk, dude, he'd be dangerous, man. Because I'm gonna tell you
yeah,
something, man. That man, he's on top of it sometimes.
yeah, for
It's just
sure.
so funny though, man. I'll sit over there and watch him, and then he'll want to say something. And he'll start giggling. He'll start laughing, and with him laughing, he can't sit there and type because he's laughing so damn much. And it takes him freaking 30 minutes to type 2 words, that kind of thing. It's just funny as hell to watch him sometimes. But
Yeah,
yeah, he's a good guy. I like Zach. Yeah. Yeah, there you go.
yeah.
Thank you for putting this link up. Yeah, he's a good guy, man.
Dang, Eddie, that sounded all kind of bad. I mean, I don't know the context of your conversation, but maybe I'm just tired. Dang, y'all, ain't it like 7:30 in the morning to everybody over there? Where
6:30 over
you
here.
at?
It's 7:30.
Anarchy?
I'm in Panama City, Florida.
Panama City. All right.
Yeah, I'm on Central
So you're
Time
not.
over here.
So do you watch Survival Living?
Yeah, yeah. He's actually not that far away from me. He's within driving
Yeah,
distance or
that's
less.
yeah,
Yeah,
that's what I asked.
yeah.
He
I have
ain't
yet to
that
meet him
far
in
from me at
person,
all.
but since he started that new class, or he's starting his new class up, he invited me to do one of the first classes that he's doing. And I don't know. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do it or not. If I can get enough time off and stuff to do it, I would love to do it because
Yeah,
he offered it to me. Kind of like a kind of like a local thing, I guess you could call it. But
yeah,
I support stuff like that because honestly, man, I mean, I can't really like support it like financially, but I support things like that, and
well,
he's
he
out there,
might
he's
still have
doing it.
some openings. Yeah, yeah, for
What's that?
sure. But he might still have some openings. I think there was a dude that came in and donated 5 spots, and that
Right,
might have
right.
been why he
Well,
wanted to get you on
I don't know if
local or something.
it might have been one of the spots that he offered me or whatever because
Yeah,
he was telling me about that and he offered it because like he was like because I'm local anyway. It's one thing, and then plus on top of that, until he moves, I'd like to have him on my side if all the shit goes down. I mean, he's not that far away. Technically, if he gets a CB radio hooked up over at his house, we can talk to each other easily. You know what I'm saying? Because
yeah,
he's
yeah.
literally, I got a buddy of mine that lives not that far away from him, and we talk daily on a radio, and we're not even doing all that much with our radio. So I mean, I know damn well me and Survivor Living, we can keep in contact if we needed to, you know. But
Yeah.
he's supposed to be moving, so whenever he gets that going on, but until then, he's like a neighbor.
Yeah, keep him around. That way you can at least rob his ass once the shit hits the fan.
Fuck.
He's got some
No.
pretty cool shit.
Yeah. Yeah.
Fuck
Yeah.
that, man. Prep the preppers. You got to be a thug about that shit.
I
I'm
hear
finna
you.
rob all you motherfuckers. No, I'm just kidding.
Yeah, I hear you, man. Um,
I'm just
uh,
playing.
the only thing is, man, down here in Florida, man, you know, the alligators got to eat too now. You got to
Yeah,
remember.
hey, I lived down there for about 6 months. Y'all are fucking nuts.
I'm telling you, man. You know one thing about the difference between hogs, you know, and alligators? Hogs eat a whole body all up, but they won't digest teeth. An alligator will. It'll take everything. It'll digest everything.
You sounded kind of like a serial killer now, dude. You done that before or what?
No, you know, I've had enough people. I put it this way, like, okay, a lot of people talk about like trolls and stuff like that on the internet. That's not new. I
Yeah.
mean, shit. Like for instance, like the CB radio, for instance, man, there've been trolls on that damn thing forever. All right,
Oh yeah.
and I've been talking on a radio off and on pretty much. Let's see here, since I was 14. I'm 47 now, so I mean, you know, for a while. And I've talked to a lot of people, and I got my share of haters. I got at least one in every state and one in every country. You know what I mean? So I've hit the big time, dude. You know, I'm big time
Yeah.
now. You know, but you
So you
know,
be talking to people, like in China and shit like that on your radios or no?
no. I
Not
mean,
that far.
let's see here. Well, let's see here. Put it this way. Well, I'll say last cycle, but even this cycle is going to be starting up pretty good. But so international stuff will start coming in. So if the conditions are right, which will be soon, like Europe, like Ireland, Scotland, UK, Germany, stuff like that will be coming in probably around early in the morning, like right around sunup and stuff like that. And
Yeah.
then the conditions will move toward the west, and then it'll go across the United States and Canada and stuff, and then the islands down south, and then it'll eventually move over like on the western side over on the left coast like California, and then it'll probably get out toward the South Pacific like Australia, New Zealand. The furthest I've
All
actually
right.
talked, the furthest I've talked was Japan, but that was only for like hi and bye. That was it. But I've only done that
Yeah.
twice, and that was I don't know about 15 years ago. But you know, it's not
So
like
what do you
it's
mean
not like
by
a cell phone. Go ahead.
yeah, no, I got you. So what do you mean by the conditions? What would be the
Okay.
conditions? Just
All right. Check
clear
this out. All
skies
right.
all the way through or what?
Well. All right. Check this out. Um, see, the sun goes through these cycles. All right, it goes through a cycles every
Yeah.
11 years. All right, every 11
Well,
years.
yeah, I was gonna,
All
yeah.
right, it puts off all these solar flares and stuff from the sun. All right, and the peak of the cycle, that's when it pushes off a lot. All right, well, when those solar winds hit the ionosphere of the Earth, it pushes all our radio signals like further around the Earth, all over the Earth. All right, and that's the conditions I'm talking about. It's like that little extra Mother Nature push to push that signal around, and because on a normal basis, I can talk. On a general basis, I can talk probably about a 100-mile radius. With the type of setup I've got with a base station and antenna type of thing.
Yeah.
That's about it. But if the conditions allow, I can get like even further out, like out of the state. Like recently, past couple of months, just inside the United States, majority of the type of conditions I've been getting is like Wisconsin and Connecticut, New York, and then it'll get out toward like Canada, like up in Toronto, and then like if it moves out toward the west, I've been getting like California, Washington State, like Western Canada, like out toward like Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, out that direction, and
Yeah.
Hawaii and whatever. It just depends on the time of the day because it follows the sun also. Like I said, like Europe, they're like 6 hours ahead of us, like well, ahead of me anyway. They're 6 hour ahead. So, about their sunset is about our sunrise almost, you know what I mean, in a way, and it kind of follows the sun. You know what I mean? You know, when it's our
Yeah.
sunset and the sun's going down, that's when about the sunrise in Australia and stuff like that the next day or whatever. You know, that kind of thing. Because like Australia, they're 16 hours ahead. I don't know. That's like talking into the future with them because they're like a day ahead of us. You know,
Yeah.
I mean, the only
got
thing
what
is,
you
I
mean.
wish they can give me the fucking lotto numbers, man.
Hell no. Hey, don't worry. We'll probably be like Australia, you know, in 100 years or so. Way the poles are shifting and shit. Who fucking knows? But
Yeah,
nah,
fish out
I
Katobi.
got what you mean. What's that?
No, I was sitting there reading the chat at the same time. My bad. Go ahead.
Um, so with all these extra solar flares and all this extra solar activity, have you seen anything wonky on your radios?
Well, um, not yet. Um, I will say every once in a while, just on like you know, when I scan around, every once in a while I come across some weird noises that I cannot explain. I mean, you know, and I've actually I talked to a lot of other people out on radios and stuff like that, been on it for years or whatever, and tried to figure out what's the origin of these noises or whatever and what they are. And I mean, there's some of them that just, you know, nobody knows for sure. They got ideas, they got opinions and hypotheses, but
Yeah,
nobody knows.
yeah.
Nobody really knows what exactly it is, you know. And it makes me wonder because you know, there's all kinds of stuff out there in space, and then there's all kinds of stuff here on this planet too. You know, I mean, I'm not sure. You know, there's signals that I mean, like for instance, I know they're man-made, but I have no idea why they're there and what their actually function is. You know what I mean? It's just kind of weird. Yeah, let me ask you: do you know what tinnitus is?
Yeah.
You know, like ringing in the ears and stuff. Do you have
Yeah.
that?
No, not
No.
lately. It was
Well,
early last year,
the
but
reason
I
why
got
I'm
a fucked up
asking.
head, so
Well, the reason I'm asking is because I've actually met people because I have it, but I thought it was just mostly because I mean, you know, been around loud music and been around like construction sites and shooting off guns and stuff like that. That's the reason why I've got it. But I've met people that's never been around that kind of stuff, you know what I mean, to affect their hearing that, and they've got it. So I'm trying to figure out. It's like, wait a minute, you know, if they haven't been around things that are like loud, the damage of hearing to create that ringing, where did
yeah.
they why is their ears ringing? And the only reason I ask that is because like I've found frequencies where every once in a while there's a sound or a tone being generated and
Hmm.
transmitted out there that sounds just like that ringing in your ears. You know what I mean?
Yeah, no,
And
I know exactly what
I
you mean.
cannot explain what it is.
There's actually people that's allergic to Wi-Fi. Like they
Right.
can't be around Wi-Fi what so fucking ever. It gives them sick. It gives them ringing in the ears, and so I know exactly what you mean. Um,
Yeah.
I guess we were getting the ringing in our ears. So when we had the fires on the West Coast, um, conveniently enough, I mean, there was a lot of fires. Don't get me wrong, but like the whole entire West Coast was one blanket of fucking smoke.
Right.
I mean, it was, and I say coincidentally enough because you know there's been a lot of extra shit going on in the sky. I'm not one that says there's no aliens, and I don't fucking know. I'm not God. That's not up to me to know. You know what I mean? But I know they're doing something up there. Um, and you could be right. I mean, they hit us with. I was talking to who was I talking to? Arkansas, freaking whatever his name is. I don't know. They
Arkansas
all
living.
everybody. No, everybody from Arkansas names himself Arkansas something. It's it's no, he's not a regular in here. He's I forgot his whole name, but anyways, he deals with all the radio, with all the sound waves and shit like that. He even made a simple sound wave to fuck with his neighbor, which I thought was the coolest shit. He made a little device that would make his because his neighbor was always loud and shit, so he'd shoot the fucking little sound wave thing at them and get them all nauseous and fucking dizzy and shit. Because we were talking
Right.
about the Havana syndrome,
Right,
the
right,
stuff
right.
they
That's the
would,
first thing that popped in my mind when you said that. Yeah.
yeah. So no, I understand what you mean by the sound waves and all that. I mean, at the end of the day, we're in like one big ass snow globe. So,
Yeah. Well,
all these sounds
we're
and
being
all this.
bombarded by RF signals all the time. Everything. There's all kinds
Hmm.
of stuff. I mean, you talk about the Wi-Fi, Bluetooth signals, and the cell phone, for
Yeah.
instance, right here, where I'm talking right now, is constantly communicating back and forth to the cell tower. All that, radiation, all that RF signal. So I mean,
Yeah.
we're living in a suit, and then the 5G. That's just another step of it. If people actually did the research onto the actual hardware, not necessarily the software part of it, the hardware part of it, and what it's capable of doing, and the type of bandwidths that they're using for that, or they're allocated for that, and the type of, I mean, that you talk about like living in a goddamn fishbowl, dude, and it will be even worse if that infrastructure gets, totally fulfilled.
Yeah.
Because I mean, honestly, man,
Well,
not to get too technical shit. But okay, 2 gigahertz of the millimeter bandwidth is what your microwave uses to cook food. All right.
yeah.
And on that same bandwidth, FCC is allocated for 5G everything from 30 to 300 gigahertz of the millimeter bandwidth.
Right.
That's on the same freaking bandwidth as cooking your freaking food. All right, and then there's this another thing. It's the military uses it. It's called a was a MRAP or something like that. It's like
Yeah,
a,
yeah, yeah, yeah. No, I know it. Yeah.
VMAD. VMAD. That's what it is. It's like a VMAD. It's a crowd control thing. Uses microwave to like well, what they'll do is they'll point it at a crowd, for instance, and it's invisible and it's silent, but they'll turn it on and the crowd will start feeling like their skin's starting to get hot, and they'll back away. That's what it's called. It's like a
Yeah.
vehicle mounted um, active denial system or something like that. That's what it's called. Yeah.
What's up? What is she up to now? Oh no, I'm hip to all that, man. I may sound like I'm unintelligent, but I know a few things.
Well, no, I mean,
Yeah,
there's
those
some
are
people,
fucking
man, start
dummies.
getting into certain technical things. It's like their eyes glass over, and they're like, "Oh yeah, 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 okay, okay." You know what I mean? I'm just
I'll
saying,
just agree with him until he shuts the fuck up.
right? And I'll just nod my head and say, "Yeah, okay, sure, whatever you say, man, whatever you say."
Nah,
I mean,
I know what you're talking about. They got the panic induced ones. I mean, there's all kind of levels that they can throw it up on.
yeah,
And I mean it goes pretty deep. I mean,
yeah,
if you even think about it like sound waves, I mean, think about it all the way down to the monks. You know what I mean? There's also a reason why when we hum, we go, you know what I mean? It goes deep. Sound waves and all that shit goes real deep. You drinking
yeah.
hot cocoa or something?
No, that's coffee, man. That's
It
that
looks
that
all
right there. That
brown like
right
my
there. That's
cocoa.
like no, that right there. That's like motor oil. The only thing is, man, I like my coffee like I like my women. I like it sweet with a good tan. Yeah.
It was a good day.
Yep, sweet with a good tan. That's like how I like my women. Yeah. Oh, JT, good to see you out there, girl. Moonchild, what's happening? Morning time, everybody.
Are you on my channel, Anarchy? Oh, excuse me.
I think so.
All
If I'm
right.
not subscribed, I probably have watched videos. I get around, put it that way.
I only got like two lives and a couple quick little ones. The first one I put up was to show you how to hack into some free TV.
Okay.
The other one is um, a funky ass song that I made like 20 years ago, and then the other ones are just live chats. The reason I was asking is because I'm gonna be pretty much doing something like that as well, like what you're talking about. You know, kicking back, just talking to people. like I
Yeah.
said, it's not gonna be just joking on races and shit like that. It's not
Leave
like
them
that.
back in.
But
1A, 2A, keep dropping out. That's fine.
once
Yeah,
I
well,
start once I
there,
start going hard in the paint, but like tomorrow I'm gonna have I have a video set to come out in the morning. I figured not to do it so late at night like this. Well, I mean it's only almost 5 for me, so I guess it ain't too late, but more or less early. But it's about the weather that we've had the last couple days, and it just keeps building up. That's the only thing I've been focusing on, man. I'm not a political dude. I can't stand either side. I don't
so
trust any of them.
what were your talks? I mean, will you have like um certain topics that you want to talk about, or are you just going to do like fly the by the seat of your pants type of thing?
So once a week, me and my buddy. Well, you may have met Von Erich, um, but he's a brother from Baltimore. Me and him do have an idea when it does come to the racial shit, just simple conversations that kind of go fluidly. You know what I mean? Like we'll have a couple bullet points in our conversations, um, just about cultures and races and what you did in your family opposed to what I did in mine, or you know what I mean? Just kind of
Right.
just a more of a fluid conversation. You know what I mean?
Well, that's
And
interesting
then
too, because that actually, that opens up the that barrier between, so people like understand
exactly,
what most people. That's what the thing is. It's like even in just like psychology, the things that people don't understand, they fear, and what they don't understand, they want to try
yeah,
and kill. So we got to
pretty
get
much.
break that. You know what I mean?
Yeah, pretty much. Well, I mean, our goal is to mainly show people that we don't even need to break anything anymore because honestly, it doesn't, on the racial tip, it really doesn't exist anymore. The racist people are actually the minority in this country, but we're constantly fed with the same freaking bullshit. I
Yeah,
mean,
we got to take back the
you
narrative,
know,
dude.
exactly, you know what I mean? Because if you see a black man outside, getting beat up by somebody or something, you're gonna go help him. You know what I mean? Like, if and vice versa. If my ass needs a kidney, that black dude or the Mexican dude's gonna, be willing to help me out, type of thing. Just I mean, I guess I went a little extreme on that one, but
Well, it depends on your
you
area, man. You know what I mean?
you understand.
How-
Well, see that and that, but that's where I'm coming from. So you know what I mean. In lower level areas, black, white, Mexican, Asian, we're all against one entity. That would be the system. We
Yep.
may fight amongst each other, but we'll come against and burn this motherfucker down if we have to, type of thing. You know what I mean? And we don't even want to do that because shit, we live here. But you know what I mean? So it's like as I was getting older, and then like in these times, I think of everything that's going on a little differently, only because it's like, man, these motherfuckers been doing this to us for since I was born. Like, why are so many people surprised that the government's doing this, or surprised that they're doing, you know what I mean? It's like I
Right.
grew up through the '80s and the '90s. These motherfuckers was sending us shiploads of fucking automatic weapons and fucking crack and heroin and just dropping it off at our fucking doorsteps.
Bro,
I
the
mean,
crack, the crack epidemic was more serious. There was more serious violence during that time than there is right now.
there you go. And that was by the C, the I, and the motherfucking A, and
I
all the
mean,
other
there was over
motherfuckers.
like 5,500 murders in Chicago in 1 year. We haven't got anywhere near close to that.
Uh, I just think that everybody, it's more or less everybody's on the same page, Democrat, Republican. I would say at least 80% of this country is on the same page. And
Well,
the small minority of extreme leftists and extreme rightists both are attacking each other, and we're caught in the middle. So we think we need to pick a side. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I honestly, I believe in my heart that most people, I'd say most people know in their heart the truth. All right, but they got that I don't know, cognitive dissonance or whatever, or they've been, like this massive Stockholm syndrome going around where
Yeah,
it's almost like they know in their heart the truth, but yet they go along with the narrative in a sense because they don't want to rock the boat. you know I mean, that's why I know a lot of cops, they just want to do what they're told, and no matter what's told to them, because they're thinking about their pension, they're thinking about their paycheck, they're thinking about that. They don't care about anything. They don't care if it's actually anything that they're ordered to do is immoral or against the Constitution. They don't care, as long as I still get paid. Boom. I mean, you know what I mean. And that's
that's
you
yeah.
see what I'm saying.
Oh,
uh,
definitely. Sorry for cutting you off, but
no, 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 go ahead.
that's why you'll notice a lot of people thinking, and I even said it in chat earlier, it's me the people, not we
Hmm.
the people, it's me the people. Because until shit actually affects our own personal bubble, we're not going to react. We're not going to do nothing.
Well, the
Because at this
largest
point,
minority, right?
what's that?
You- The largest minority is the individual.
Oh yeah, most definitely, most freaking definitely, most definitely. And I'll tell people straight up, I don't give no fucks. I mean, I love my country, but I'm gonna fight for my children first. You know what I mean? Like I get on some of these channels and, well, you're not out there. What the fuck am I gonna do? What entity are you taking your guns and putting on your fucking armor for? And you're gonna go out and protect or fight against who? They got so many different freaking weapons aimed at us right now. We don't even know who the enemy is.
If
Well,
there's
People
yeah,
know who
somebody
the enemy
fighting,
is.
that
yeah.
would
No,
be
You're all
another
jacked
reason
up,
to
1A.
outlaw guns. Another
One
reason
A.
to demonize.
You're all jacked up on your microphone or something, dude. We can barely hear you. Sound like an
You
old
can hear
drunk
me.
dude. Uh-uh. Well, at least I can't. I don't know if it's different for you, Anarchy, but it's like your connection's not coming in all the way.
My connection's good. It's something with StreamYards because it was like fucking like flickering. My screen was earlier.
oh. Also, I
My
mean, also those damn microphones on telephones, man. I know the speakerphone microphone on this phone sucks ass. That's why I got to plug in something.
Yeah, yeah.
Or
it's like
I've
this.
noticed, like, if I'm not talking directly into it, then it gets all choppy. You know what I mean? For the speakerphone type microphone. But that's just
Okay.
I've noticed that for my phone. I know. But
Fuck you, ghetto. By my microphone.
It wasn't me talking over you, dude. Minnie's being an ass.
No, since you couldn't hear what I was saying, I get it.
There you go. Now you can.
what were you
That
talking
usually
about?
does it though. I was saying me the people instead of we the people because I'm gonna protect my
Yeah.
family before I protect my neighbor. Um, and it used to not be a mentality like that, honestly. I mean, I think we can all kind of agree on that one. But that was more or less in our fathers or our grandfathers' age to where, we protected our country. It was, more country orientated. And the more we've progressed or evolved or whatever you want to call it, it became more individual, more individual, more individual on that note. But see, on my note, just as a father, I mean, this would be my personal bubble. Anything apart from an invasion, hell no, I ain't going out there to fight for nobody else. I don't give a fuck. I'm gonna stand right here. My line is my property. You know what I mean? And I think a lot of people think that similar way, and that's why there isn't groups going out in the streets and raising hell and all this other stuff because they haven't been uncomfortable enough.
Right. Yeah. Well, I mean, I've said it before to other people, man. People think I'm kind of crazy when I say it, but most people won't have that oh crap moment until they start seeing robots going down the street, going killing people, and the drones are over our head. You know what I mean?
Well,
But even then, some people still wouldn't do it. It'd be like another day, another damn Tuesday to them. You know what I mean? But
Because
by then
we're
it's too
being
fucking
numbed
late.
down. Well, I mean, that's what it is, though. We're being numbed down daily. Think about when you were a younger man, right? And you went and watched Terminator, and you were just all inspired by watching this movie. Like, wow, that'd be freaking nuts, right? That was one of the little sparks that started numbing your brain down
Oh yeah.
to black little devices in your face. And
Well, shit.
the fact that we have machines that talk to each other without any internet, without anybody telling them to. We already
Right.
have the Skynet now, and we're normalized to it because just one particular movie, two particular movies, or TV shows, or science fiction. You know what I mean? It's
Yeah.
just we've been numbed out of it or numbed into it.
Yeah. 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 Well, I'll give you an example on the robot scenario. For instance, there's two Air Force bases down here. One of them, Eglin, and one Tyndall Air Force Base. Well, Tyndall Air Force. Yeah, I don't know if you're aware of the Boston Dynamics, the robot dog that they've come up with.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
All right. Well, Tyndall Air Force Base has got it's not made by Boston Dynamics, but it's the same type of platform, like a robot dog kind of thing. And they've actually got those things running around the Air Force, kind of like perimeter security type of stuff. That's just the first step, in my opinion. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah.
Because next thing you
Well, I
know, just
mean,
on the robot dog part of it, next thing you know, that'll replace police dogs. You know what I'm saying? You get where I'm going?
yeah. Oh, most definitely. They
It's
already
just a
have
stepping stone. You know?
oh yeah. They already have the who is that? Gracie. She's a she's a AI robotic nurse in Japan.
Right,
That's
right,
crazy.
right. Well, Japan, they're leading the way on sex bots too. So I mean, they've already got a major industry in that. You know, I don't know.
Ah, you guys know you're curious. Hey, I wonder if that would count as a threesome. Like, I don't think I can get in trouble for that one. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me think about that
Well, I
one.
mean, you know, they've
I'll
actually
try to.
started. They've actually started up, or as far as I know, they've already started up brothels, robot brothels. The only thing is, man, I would hate to
Dude,
be the guy going in and clean up after everything.
well, that's what I was just gonna say. Like, do they have like a self-cleaning?
Look, I have no idea. But being it's Japan, they probably got some little Japanese guy, going in behind everybody to clean it up. I don't fucking know how they do that.
Some little cuckold's fucking fantasy. They're gonna have a bunch of little Rickies around that motherfucker. Like, I'll clean it up, I promise. I'm sorry, Ricky. I know you ain't here to defend yourself, man.
I don't know where I put him in the basement. I don't know if he's still around or not, but
Oh, dude, he probably passed out. He's fond to those what is it? Cranberry and vodka.
right.
Don't ask me why, but that's his drink though. That's what I was like, okay. To each his own. Shit, I was drinking Seagram 7 last night. Some nasty ass rock gut, but that's what I like. Mind you, I haven't drank in years. Just felt like doing it, but
Yeah, I love Hunter S. Thompson, man. The great Gonzo. Honestly, man, I'm actually thinking about I thought about how he got when he died,
have a good one,
Hunter,
Twisted.
Hunter S. Thompson, when he died, he got his ashes shot out of a fucking can in the shape of a fist. I was like, damn, that's a fucking awesome way to go. You know what I mean? I don't know.
Yeah.
He had a huge cannon that was made to look like a big fist, and he had his ashes shot out of that sucker. I was like, hell yeah. I mean, honestly, me personally, I thought about it. Now, I don't know if anybody's actually going to do this for me, but I thought about this. I was like, okay, once I die, what I want is, my body in a casket or whatever, and kind of like a New Orleans jazz band, and everybody partying to carry me down to the water, put me on like a wooden boat, and shove me out there, and then shoot an arrow with a fucking flame on it, like set me on fire and just watch it burn out in the middle of
So
the
a
water.
Vikings funeral.
Yeah, kind of like a Viking funeral, but with like a New Orleans jazz band to kind of like walk everybody out there and then walk everybody back out. You know what I mean? Have a
Yeah.
big ass fucking party. You know.
Shit.
Uh,
Fuck around with the New Orleans, man. You might come back alive. Them motherfuckers are fucking creepy down there with some voodoo shit.
yeah, some of that
Nah,
voodoo stuff, man. Hoochie coochie.
something like. Nah, New Orleans is cool. I like New Orleans.
Yeah, I've spent some time in New Orleans,
Been there
man.
once.
But
Yeah.
there's some parts of New Orleans. I'm gonna tell you straight up.
Nolans.
Yeah, New Orleans. Yeah, there's some parts of New Orleans you just gotta. yeah, you want to watch out. You know what I mean? But the only thing is, man, I went into some areas in New Orleans, man, where it's like you will go over this bridge, and on each side of the bridge was a car that had been blown up, and it was like you're entering the gates of hell, that kind of thing. All right, and
Yeah.
in some of these neighborhoods, but when I was doing it at the time, I was running around with a bunch of gutter punks, like big fucking gnarly dudes with fucking mohawks and big rings in their nose, and you know, some real grunge type cars and shit. So anybody in those neighborhoods, they just like, damn, that motherfucker must be crazy coming wandering around here. But
Yeah.
yeah, you're coming out here, you must be freaking crazy. Yeah, but yeah, I
I
don't know.
gotta
I'm
get
kind of
going,
I'm kind of
brother.
used to it. Say what now?
Yeah. I didn't mean to cut you off. I was just saying I gotta get going, man. I
Hey,
gotta
no
get some
worries, man. No
sleep.
worries. I appreciate you coming up, dude.
Yeah, no, it's cool. You still there, 1A?
Yeah, I'm here, bro.
All right, man. I'll see you
Take
later
it
as
easy.
well. Y'all have a good day.
Well, all right,
Take
man.
care,
You have
man.
a good morning out there.
Uh,
Hopefully, have a
have a good one, chat. All right, later.
all right. Yeah.
Yeah, bro.
I don't know if anybody, like I said, I got the thing pinned. If anybody else wants to come in there, man.
It's pretty cool how many people we've, got to
Yeah,
talk to and shit.
yeah. I like that. I think that's pretty awesome. Blackburn, man, what's up, mate? Um, that's one of
Those are
the Blackburn's one of
over
them
here.
UK guys over there. Yeah.
I was gonna come over here and just talk to you for a little bit because I thought you were just gonna put up a live for a little while. I didn't expect this many people to show because you said that usually only a couple of people.
Yeah. Usually.
I was like, shit.
Usually, I mean, I might get 2 or 3, 4 or 5, maybe popping in and out, but that's about it. I'm not really a big fish and all that kind of stuff. And like I said, my channel's not really for everybody. I don't have the word prepper in my damn name. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
I mean, honestly, man, it's kind of funny. If I really wanted to get a shitload of fucking subscribers, all I got to do is put prepper in my damn YouTube channel name. Next thing you know, I've got like 1,000 subscribers.
Right.
But I,
You could do that.
I don't care.
No, I
But
don't try really to get subscribers. Like, I'll post my link, and if somebody wants to subscribe, they can. If not, it's okay. You know.
yeah, I mean, yeah,
Maybe.
don't get me wrong. I mean, like I said, my channel, I kind of do it for myself, really. You know what I mean? But don't get me wrong. I really think it's awesome that people actually enjoy some of the stuff that I do, or some of the content I do, or even bother to even watch anything. I've noticed too. I got a lot of window shoppers, though. There's a lot of people that don't subscribe to me, and they just come by, watch a video, and then don't comment, don't like, don't nothing, don't do anything. Because I was going through the analytics, and yeah, I got most of the people that watch my videos, or the view time comes from people that's not subscribed to me anyway.
Isn't that crazy?
Yeah, but it's kind of cool that people do come by. You know what I mean?
Yeah, at least people watching it. Shit.
Yeah, I mean, and plus, like I said, I mean, I kind of use the YouTube for that networking thing, and getting up with different people here and there, like-minded people, whatever, and so.
No, you can meet a lot of people. on YouTube.
Well, yeah, I'm
A lot
just
more
it's
than people think you can.
just a lot of a different medium to do communications with.
Exactly.
You know,
Yeah, and there's millions of them. It seems like.
D Smith. I don't know if you're the only. I know Blackburn. He's from UK, so I don't know if there's any other persons from European out here. Um, yeah, I totally agree with you, D Smith, on that deal. Because I mean, they're wanting to. They've been talking about it. They want to try and pass that damn, that passport crap. That boogeyman passport, and
Right.
fuck all that shit. I mean, they're making it. They were trying to make it bad enough where you can't get like medical services. Like for instance, it's like
Mhm.
you need some kind of a doctor to do something. You can't even do that unless you show some kind of a proof. Show your papers. I must see your papers. That kind of stuff. And then there's some places, man, it's like hell. They won't even letting them in damn grocery stores without showing that damn thing. I mean, no, you cannot buy that loaf of bread unless you show me your papers. You know, Screw that crap, man.
All right, man. I gotta hop up over here too, because I gotta
All
go
right,
do
man.
handle
All
some
right.
shit. But I appreciate it.
Yeah,
I'm
no
good.
worries, man. No worries. You know,
But take it easy, bro, and have a good rest of the day. And I'll talk
you
to you again
too.
sometime.
You too.
Peace.
Yeah, I've got the I got the link pinned. If anybody else, I don't know if Nikki's still in there. That hot, sexy woman. Get her on the panel. But when did I start streaming? According to this right here, 4 hours and 55 minutes ago. You know, or actually 56 minutes ago at this moment. 4 hours and 56 minutes. I was JT. I was over on Dangerous Freedoms live stream, like right before he decided to call it a night, kind of thing. And a couple of people over there, we were all like, what do we do now? Where can we go? And I was like, well, shit, I can put up a live stream or whatever. So, like 1A, 2A, he was over here from that, and we sitting there chatting, and a lot of people kind of, I guess, kind of followed from that. Like we were in the chat, they kind of followed over here, I guess, because quite honestly, man, there's a lot of people in the chat, um, which is it's been good. It's been about averaging around 10 or so people the whole damn time, which has been really cool. Oh yeah, thank you, Nikki. Do stuff with Nikki's channel. She's a good chick. I like her. And she's another Florida girl. Us Florida people got to stick together. It's Florida strong. You know, and but yeah, that's all I was doing. Miss Waterman, um, sitting here drinking my coffee, and like I said, I mean, I got the link pinned. If anybody feels like hey, what's going on, Billy? I got it pinned. If anybody feels like they want to come up and hang out on the panel, that's fine too. But no porn bombing. I mean, even though I really love looking at titties, um, I don't think YouTube would like it too much. And I sure as hell don't want to look at some wrinkled little pecker. If you're gonna porn bomb me, I want to see titties. But anyway, um, yeah. So yeah, just kind of hanging out. I don't know. Like I said, I'm having my coffee and having my morning smoke, and I just noticed it was really quiet, and that means the damn dogs are probably getting into some trouble right now. Right? I hear you, man. I hear you. Yeah, yeah. No, I was sitting there talking about it because I mean I think it was what was it, Hippie's channel or whatever that got porn bombed or whatever. It was some little dude with a little tiny pecker doing it or whatever. And I'm sitting there thinking, I was like, golly, man, that sucks, man. I'd hate to be porn bombed like some little pecker out there. But I like looking at titties. I wouldn't mind it. Hell, I mean, honestly, if YouTube didn't care, I wouldn't care if you porn bombed me and with titties all day long. I like titties, but just sitting back watching 1122 grow. Right on, Billy. Watch them go. Watch them go. Well, yeah, Hippie's channel. Somebody, okay, what happened? He was on a live stream. This is, I mean, I wasn't on the live or I wasn't in the chat at the time, but I saw clips that somebody had recorded or whatever. But anyway, uh, he was having a live and he stepped away. He stepped away to like I don't know get something or whatever. And when he stepped away, it was just long enough for somebody to porn bomb the live stream. I think it got his channel shut down because of it. And I think actually that happened to a couple of other channels too. Now I think about it, but Hippies is the one right off the bat that I can think about. Now I think it's I think he's got another channel, but it's independent. Uh, no, that's not it. Um, Something hippie, wandering hippie. I think is his new one, and yeah, I think he's got. Like I said, I think hippie's got a new one. I think it's called Wandering Hippie. Um, but yeah, that's what happened. But you know, but even then, it's like I think um, I'm gonna be really weary for people that I don't really know that want to come up here and talk. Um, but especially for all the people that I'm kind of aware of, it won't be no big deal. I'm not worried about y'all porn bombing me and stuff, so I'm not really worried about it. But even then, um, yeah, like I said, it was one of those times. Like it was just a, um, yeah. As far as I know, it got shut down. Everything got shut down. But it was like I said, it was like one of those times where it was like just during a live stream while he was there, or he like he got up out of his chair to kind of like I don't know go to the bathroom or I don't know what I can't remember exactly why, but he wasn't paying attention, and in that moment while he wasn't paying attention, somebody porn bombed him that was on the panel. So somebody that was I don't even know exactly who did it right offhand. I don't know all the details. So, but somebody that was on the panel at the time, I guess I don't know if they were waiting for that moment or what, but um, just right at that moment, that's when it happened. Yeah, right on, Billy. Yeah, like even Billy. Like I mean, like I've dealt with you. I've had interactions with you, and for instance, so I mean, I'm not really worried about you porn bombing, for instance, if you wanted to come up, whatever. I mean, that's what I'm saying. If I don't know you, I haven't had any interactions with you anymore. That's where I'm kind of weary. You know what I mean? But I don't mind having people up on the panel so we can just like sit here and chat and talk and cut up or whatever. You know, that's uh that's what I'm talking about. Yeah. Yeah, I think it has happened to Dangerous Freedom's channel also, I think. But yeah, but that's another thing too. See, I've noticed that when it comes down to some of these channels, of what they were doing wrong, or what the people that were trying to porn bomb or something like that, what they were waiting for, in a sense. Like I said, it's just like they were waiting for a moment where they weren't paying attention or something. You know what I mean? I don't know. But and then there's other people that I don't know. I'm gonna be a little bit picky, but I'm not gonna be like real picky. I'm gonna be picky when it comes down to people on the panel, and then there's some people that just they don't care. They just put whoever wants to come up there, and they're leaving themselves open for that kind of shit. You know what I mean? But hold on, I'm not. Let me see here. I got to check something while I'm sitting here. I hear noises from the dogs now. Oh, okay. Okay. All right. I that's the thing about kids and puppies. It's when they get quiet, when they get really really quiet for a while, uh damn well they're getting into some trouble. Damn well those suckers are getting into some trouble. So I had to check on them, but they're okay. They're out there barking at something or other. Let's see here. What was I doing? Yeah. Yeah, I'm subbed to his no channel too. Now I think about it. But like I said, I'm subbed to probably about 200 some odd or more channels. So I try to keep up with everybody, but I can't um, always keep up with everything. Right? Yeah. Well, you know, if it grows, my channel grows, that's fine. But I'm not trying to make it grow. You know what I mean? I'm not actively trying to make it grow. You know what I mean? Because I know some, like I said, some people they're doing this for a living. You know what I mean? So they're actively pushing this stuff to make it grow, to get it grow and get bigger. Ah, I'm not trying to make it grow. It just, if it happens, it happens. It's good. If you say so, Cool Tools. Right? Hey, you have a good night. You have a good night or good morning. I appreciate you coming by and doing all that stuff, helping out with the mod and all that stuff. I really do. I appreciate it a lot. You know. Live free in the UK. I think I am. I think I am. He got set up. He's in prison now. For I mean, set up how? I mean, like, um, I think I am honestly because I mean, um, I'd have to double check again. Yeah. I mean, what? Cool tools. I mean, do you know exactly? I mean, like you said, he's got set up, but like, what do you mean set up? Like, how did they set him up? With did they set him up with like tax evasion, drugs, or something? I mean, would they actually end up getting him, pinning him for?
The tree limbs would just start moving, man. They would come down and eat them hickonuts. And then when the squirrels left, the birds would come and eat the leftovers.
I think the link is pinned, but I'll put it up again. I think I pinned it at the top of the chat. But here, hold on. I'll put it on again. Yeah, I could have swore I pinned it on the top anyway, but it ain't no big deal. Yeah, I thought so, Billy. Yeah. Yeah. I was thinking so. Yeah, that was actually the first time I've done that, Miss Waterman. So I mean, I'm pretty sure he did. But that was the first time I've done that, so I wasn't sure exactly how to. But there's certain things that I can't do through StreamYard, so I got to go through YouTube to do it. That kind of thing. Oh yeah, okay. There you are. It didn't give me a notification that you were in. Sorry about that.
Hey, how you doing?
What's going on? How are you this?
Not too bad.
No.
I just thought it'd be easier just to nip on for 5 and explain what's going on.
That's good.
So, I knew Chris many years ago. That's Live Free. And he really changed his life, yeah? For the better. Became, someone that found something that he ended up being very passionate about, auditing. And he's done some great audits. Sometimes a bit too boisterous, but he knows this himself. So anyway, he really successful channel, 65 or 70,000 subs. Making a living from it, genuinely, and nice family, etc. And a couple of toddlers, and he started getting a few incidents with the police, just sort of treating him a little bit harshly, unfairly. A few things getting made up here and there, but he sort of handled them perfectly. So then, out of the blue, an auditor from another part of the country Wales, found out that he was going down to link up with another auditor because Chris was bringing a lot of the up and coming auditors and people out of that community and other communities forward on their channels. So he was using his channel to promote them. So essentially, he was going down to meet this young auditor who had an absolute disaster on his first audit. He ended up getting roughed up, arrested, thrown in the prison cell for 11 hours, police cell, sorry, and then released, and he was terrified. The guy's only 17 years old. The one who, on his first audit, it was an absolute disaster. And they were trying to apply terrorism to that particular chap because in Wales there is a slight element of people not liking the Welsh government, etc. And it was because he was speaking Welsh outside the police station, I believe. So Chris was going down to link up with this young chap, show him where he's gone wrong, show him the errors of what Chris has made. So anyway, another guy got onto this, and this guy is involved in another part of the community, auditing community. Now, they're a bit standoffish to each other, these two communities, because of little bits of things that have happened. But anyway, one part of that guy from this community is in, found out Chris is coming down and started ringing him after getting his phone number, messaging him, and they've ended up having an argument over the airwaves. Chris said, if you've got a problem with me, we'll meet in a public place and sort it out. Meaning talk. Well, this guy was sort of threatening. And they've had some words over the airwaves, and then that Chris has been arrested shortly after. And essentially went to court. Sorry, got put in the police cells. The next day went to court and he got sentenced to 12 weeks there and then.
So, I mean, but what exactly did they charge him with?
Malicious communication.
Malicious communications, really? Holy crap.
In the UK, now Chris had been threatened with his life from that guy, which is supersedes anything. A threat to kill, yeah? Or threat to harm, how fickle it sounds, that can be applied in UK law, and the minimum sentence for that is 4 years.
Damn.
Yeah?
Wow.
But lately, in the UK, there's been a trend. There was a father of three. When England got kicked out of the World Cup, he made a comment on Twitter. He got arrested next day, brought into the police cells, and he got, I think it was 6 months in prison there and then. Your feet hadn't touched the ground. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And what it seems like to me is they're making examples of certain people.
Well, yeah, I agree. I definitely see what you're talking about there.
It's really the start. No one else has been put in prison for malicious communications over the internet in the UK ever, apart from that first guy with the father of three, and that had a racial element slightly as well. It wasn't a terrible, but yeah, it had a racial element, let's say that. And because the three players he complained about were black players that missed penalties. And as for Chris, well, he's got a big community, he's well known, and that would send a message to a lot of people that use the internet, more so than that father of three. So I wonder whether that's been some kind of setup, because the way it happened, it was just so I mean, Chris has sort of played into it in a way, and I'll tell him this to his face when I see him or speak to him, because he'd been stupid. He knows better than to do that.
Is he
You
still
know,
in jail?
yeah. He
Oh, yeah.
gets out on December the 23rd
Wow.
if he behaves himself. But the thing is, what's impactful is, you notice both parties, the first two people that have been imprisoned for malicious communications in the UK over the internet and phones, have basically the feet haven't touched the ground. Normally there's a process, you get a report made by probation, you go through a whole process, and then you go to your sentencing, and it take a matter of months. But these both people, the next day they're in prison, sentenced.
Right.
And I think that's a message. There's been no due process. There's been no. They've basically cornered them, so they had no other choice than to plead guilty. But
It's almost
normally
it almost sounds like a political prisoner type of scenario. It almost sounds.
well, it's funny you say that, because it shines through. I mean, it's not the very sneakiest of operations, because it's so obvious.
Right.
I'm saying this over the airways because I really do know. I mean, I can see it for what it is. I mean, these things have been so highly publicized. It's phenomenal. I mean, the father of three, that was everywhere. He complained about players in the World Cup, Soccer World Cup, as you guys would call it.
You can call it football. I know what you mean. Because I'm
the
one of those rare Americans that will call soccer football. You know what I mean? So, especially if I'm talking to somebody across the pond, I'm going to call it football, because that's what it's called.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah. I just.
He complained. But the thing is you could complain that people miss the penalties, and if there were white players, that guy would have still complained. But it just so happens there were 3 black players. So that looked really bad on him. I don't know what the full comment was, but they did say it had a racial slur. Now, there was a thread to do with that as well. So whether that was in the thread, did he start that? I don't know. But to give somebody who's never been to prison before, never been in trouble before, whip them, it's like your feet don't touch the ground, you're in jail.
Right.
And that's a father of 3, with a job, with a mortgage, with a wife. He's never been in trouble before, a good citizen up to that point. He's made a comment. Come on. He didn't deserve that, I don't think. But that's what makes me believe it is so impactful. Because everyone's going to think now, the country knows about that guy, I guarantee you. Everybody's using these devices, over the internet, etc. So, in a way, that's kind of worked for them, hasn't it? Because everyone knows about that. Everyone. And as for Chris, that probably just is like a reinforcing, it's like to do with maybe the auditing community, yeah?
Right.
As such, because they would cause a lot of trouble. Because they do police stations, prisons. I mean, I don't see Americans doing prisons so much.
Yeah. There's quite a few that do.
Is there?
Yeah. It's not really going on prison property, but like staying on the outside of it and kind of filming it. And, there's quite a few that do. The thing is, man, I mean, I actually, even me personally, when I was in my early 20s, I did it. And that was before the internet and the cell phones and all that stuff came out. You know what I mean? I was sitting there with a VHS camcorder, on my shoulder, at those days, all the stuff that I did when I was doing cop watching and stuff. It was like, you can't find it unless you get those VHS tapes again. You know what I mean? But nowadays, I'm a little older. I don't really do much of that kind of stuff anymore. But if I was, I'm more likely to be really far away with a zoom lens and a parabolic microphone. You know what I mean? I don't want to be anywhere near cops when it comes down to like anything where they can get their hands on me. So I'm gonna leave that to the younger guys.
Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, because Ralphie lad's in the chat. How you doing, brother?
Yeah,
Nice
Ralphie
to
Lad
see
is a
ya.
good guy. Yeah,
Oh yeah,
yeah,
I know Ralphie lad from a few other streams. He's
yep.
cool. Yeah, he believes Live Free was set up as well, and it's absolutely disgusting. That someone in that community could do it. I do believe there's an element of maybe police involvement or something, because they've been wanting to do something to Chris for a while, and the auditing community, they've caused some castle around the police stations, prisons.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like they put a big, the police put a big target on that community, or those people that are standing up for their rights, looking, kind of keep an eye on the government when they don't really want to have any, transparency. They say they want transparency, but they don't know. They want to do everything in the dark where nobody watches it, and they can just continue doing their criminal acts under the color of law. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Agent X just said here there's footage on a channel called We Are Always Watching of what Live Free did.
Oh yeah.
But thing is, Agent X, I haven't seen that, so I couldn't really comment. But
Yeah.
for what I understand is they were in the comments of what they said to each other. They were both as bad as each other, but apparently the guy that set Live Free up actually superseded what Live Free had said as well, with a threat to life. So, I mean, you'd imagine they both go to prison, wouldn't you? But I suppose it's who tells first, isn't it?
Right.
You know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
It's got to be something like that, or one's protected. Yeah. And that's what makes me feel that there is an element of some sort of involvement, of services, because the first guy that I was on about, the father of three, who made the comment on Twitter, well, everyone knew about that, and it was like that did quite a job. But for the auditing community, for someone like Chris, with the second or third biggest channel in the UK doing audits, and probably one of the most most popular auditor in a sense, because he hadn't been doing it as long as the main guy, who's got the biggest channel, if you like, subscriber wise or whatever. He's sorry, I've forgotten the original point. Yeah, God, I'm flipping out. He's basically someone that stands out, and someone that they would want to, it's like a nip it in the bud operation. If we do Live Free, the rest of them are going to listen, because he was bringing so many people forward. I found my original point.
Well, I mean, yeah, no. I mean, I get it, because it's like they figure in the powers that should not be, they figure they can make an example out of him, and everybody else will fall in line. It's like, okay, listen, and you guys want to continue doing what you're doing. This is what's just going to happen, and they'll do that to, they'll pick out the weakest out of that crowd, or one of the people out of that community, do some nasty crap to it, and then, like I said, like making it an example for the rest of the people, would be like, all right, well, we better back off, or we better not, but it could also have a backfire effect too. You know what I'm saying? They could do that, and it would actually empower people to do more, and dig deeper into these corrupt.
That's it. There is that element, yeah, of course.
Yep.
But he was bringing a lot of people through. People with, just started the channels. They've got 15 subscribers. People really starting out, and Chris would push their first audits, and or say what he liked about their style, and do a narration over one of their audits, and then let their audit play. And he was bringing the community forward much more than other people.
Right.
So I think that's why he stood out a bit as well. I do believe he was in trouble before, as Agent X was saying. He was on bail, but that it may have contributed to an element, to a bit, but I don't. If that was going to affect that, they'd have put him through a pre-sentence report and gone to probation service.
Yeah.
He didn't have any of that. He had to plead guilty because otherwise he was going to get 6 months or something like that. They probably put a tariff of a year on it or something like that to scare him. You know, they back him into a corner. You know, and it's, you know, you either plead guilty, you're getting a year.
Yeah,
You know,
I know. It's like
it-
I'm still trying to figure out all the crap that we have to deal with when it comes down to states. You know, the stuff in here in the states, and then try to understand like the laws and statute and all that stuff over there. Holy crap, man! You know, because you got section this, section that, section that. I'm like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, it's weird, man, how they got that set up, man. It's like that because one of the first things that pop into my mind is like, okay, they charged him with that, but really, they, from what I can gather, they forced him to plead guilty, but yet from what you were telling me, I don't even know if they even had evidence to prove their claim. You know what I'm saying? They just said,
Well-
yes, this is it, and you're gonna have to plead guilty, or
no, but
it's
you see, the other guy has let the police see his phone.
oh yeah,
Yeah, so he's obviously told the tale, hasn't he? Yeah.
right,
And they've seen his phone or recorded from his phone the texts, or maybe he recorded the phone calls. There was a lot of texts, I believe. This is what I've sort of come to understand. And
Okay.
one of the texts had said something, you know, but at that point he'd been threatened with his life, so he's responded to that in text. Now I know what supersedes that. You know what I mean? You know, for what Chris wrote, I believe Chris wrote that he was going to do his missus in like I don't know, have sex with Mrs. something like that. It was something a bit off. But the guy threatened his life in the messages before. Now, whether he threatened his life on the phone and then Chris responded in text because the guy wasn't answering his phone, that's put him into a trap, hasn't it? But he has been silly. You know, Chris knows better. You know, and he'll be kicking himself in there. But at least he should be out for Christmas. You know, I'm going to touch wood now because you know, he's got a little family. You know, little kids. It's all about them for Christmas, isn't it? And you know, it might just give him a rest from the internet as well because he was flat out all the time. Now that's how he likes it. But everybody needs a rest, don't they?
Yeah, I was going to ask you actually. I don't know. I mean, I don't know if you're that familiar with him and all, but I mean, I was going to ask you. It's like, do you think he's just gonna chill out doing that stuff, or is he gonna go right back at it as soon as he gets back out?
I'd say he'd have a little break and he'll go right back at it.
Right.
Yeah. Hi, Gregory. I'm keep going back and checking.
What's going on,
comments.
Gregory? Yeah, I'm watching the chat, y'all. So I mean, if I don't say anything out loud, I'm gonna like I said, I'm watching the chat. I'm putting the comments up, man. So
yeah, that's cool.
And I'm kind of keeping an eye on it because I see that in a lot of people's too when they go to like doing these live chats and stuff. They totally ignore the damn chat. You know what I mean? And they're sitting there just talking amongst themselves on the. I'm not crazy about that. Plus, there's so many cool people in my chat right now. I'm so cool. This is so awesome to me. So
this is a good stream then for you. I've listened to a couple of your others,
right?
But I've never sort of really been in the chat as such because I always like to. I'll be honest. I check a channel out before I start typing or sub, you know, or go on the. Yeah. I really check a channel out, and that's nothing to do with yourself. It's to do with
I'm the same way.
Just my process, you know.
I'm the same
I like
way.
to like do that because you know I've checked out a few channels, and let me tell you, God, some of the communities, you know, are way off. it's all about argument and drama, and you know, it's not fun. You know,
Right.
it's not enjoyable. You know, some of these communities, and that little thing that I do where I just shadow watch a few times first when something that I think might be interesting to me comes up. You know, that's why I do that, because you know I don't want to be known by people that end up having a drama channel where you know they sort of like getting your name, your details before you know it. Your name's cloned all over the internet. Do you know what I mean? And blah blah blah, and all you've done is been in someone's chat once or twice. I've known
Yeah.
people where that's happened to.
Well, I mean, I kind of get around. I mean, I go to a lot of different, like I said, I'm kind of sub to a lot of different channels out there. And then on top of that, if people end up subbing to me, especially if they got content, I sub right back to them. You know what I mean? Just because I want to kind of give that right back to people. Um, but there's I'm on a lot of people's live streams. Sometimes I'm flipping back and forth between like 5 or 6 of them, depending on how many's on at the time. And then and recently, since I'm able to get into a panel and actually do live streams for myself, you know, I've been getting into more of them here and there. And I mean, there's a few people, man, that are from the UK. I get into streams with them like lately and get into these conversations, man. I just love it because honestly, I like to talk to people that's not just in my area. I mean, I still talk on CB radio, so I love it when I'm able to talk out of my state or into outside of the country is even better. You know what I mean? So I'm just kind of relating that to the YouTube thing. You know what I mean? I want to be able to talk to other countries. Like, for instance, all the stuff that's going on over there, you know, compared to what's going on over here, we're all going through it. But you guys got
Definitely,
it's a different
definitely.
levels of it, different levels of it. You know, like for instance, and I wonder, even like for instance here, for instance, you know, I mean, our governor is not really mandating like the mask type of thing, but there's still people riding around in their car by themselves with the windows rolled up with a fucking mask on. All right. Nobody's making them do it, but they do it anyway.
It's not good for
Yeah,
your body. That you know,
I know, I
my
know, but
dad, he got recorded of having a high monoxide levels in his blood because of the mask. So they made him exempt of using it. The doctor said to my dad, if I had this much of a, not carbon monoxide, you know what you breathe out?
carbon dioxide.
Dioxide, yeah.
Yeah.
If I had that much carbon dioxide in my blood, I'd be really ill. It was
Well,
76.
we don't live off of carbon dioxide. We live off of oxygen.
Exactly,
Plants
yeah.
live off of carbon dioxide. All right. And then if you're continuously, you know, breathing in that carbon dioxide, more of that, and getting less of the oxygen, it for one, it will create headaches. All right. But the other thing, it does other stuff. Your body needs that oxygen for your blood and all that other stuff to go through,
Definitely, yeah.
you know, your brain, blah, 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 all that stuff. You're depriving your body from that. And then
Yeah, yeah.
I've actually wondered, it's like, okay, what do you guys think you're going to be wearing these damn things for the rest of your life now? I mean, is that how what some of these people think? I'm not sure. You know, it's like, okay, you what? I mean, this when this all started, it was 2 weeks to flatten the curve. It's been 2 freaking years, man. You know,
I just got to say something to Agent X. Oh, God, I've dropped a load of drama. Oh, my God. Well, at least Billy Truth Be Told be good. I've got 5 other accounts, apparently, so I'll drop onto one of them. But anyway, Gregory says he knows who baited him. It was a guy called JB. Is he an auditor, Gregory? I just thought I'd ask because,
yeah. I think
you know,
that's the comment you're talking
it
about.
makes it. It'd be a good little story for you to have a look up on, you know, because there's a bit of content out there about it on Live Free channel. Have you heard of Society X? Anarchy.
Oh, you talking to me, or I thought you were talking to
Yeah,
Gregory? I'm
sorry.
sorry.
Have you heard of Society X?
Society X. Right offhand, it doesn't sound familiar.
There's a Live Free channel and there's a Live Free Extra. The
Okay.
Live Free Extra has got a lot of information of what's gone on with Chris, and I'm sure there's other stuff, out there as well. But
Okay.
just if you're curious, because I mean I don't know all the ins and outs. I just know the basics about it, But there's plenty of people
Right.
in the chat that seem to know here as well. Like I do. It does ring a bell now. JB, whatever his name was, but it's funny, isn't it? How there's them same people. It's like somebody will start a fight or will annoy you all the time. You have a fight with them, you beat them up, and then they get you in a load of bother. I fell foul to that one. Same
Well,
sort
okay,
of person.
like put it this way. I mean, how much do you think the people out there in your area are willing to go with more lockdowns and more boosters and stuff? I mean, seriously, how long do you think people are going to continue to let this happen for the rest of their freaking lives? Because I mean,
Oh,
if
Jesus.
the powers that should not be get their way, this is how it's going to be. It's going to be like every freaking month or every 2 months, and then it's another damn booster or another lockdown for however long they
Another
deem that's.
strain.
Yeah, well, I mean that's
These strains,
inevitable,
that's what's
dude.
pushing it
That's
as well, isn't it?
well, that's another thing too. I mean, even this one, I call it the Decepticon, like a transformer type of shit, because it just keeps changing, dude.
Yeah.
It's a Decepticon crap. It's it's crazy, man, and they keep on going and keep on going. It trying to keep that fear factor up, where people are scared. It's like, well, shit, we got a new thing now, and it's like, oh my god, we got to get our boosters. Come on, man. And then on top of that,
That's
it's like for what, the rest of our lives, our children's lives, forever.
I
Come on.
mean, it's been proved it was manufactured as well, hasn't it?
All right.
There was proof that it's a manufactured kind of
Well, yeah, yeah,
thing.
it is. It was, yes. All right,
So,
all right. It's not a natural thingamabob. It is a synthetic. It has been altered to be more aggressive or contagious kind of stuff or whatever. Yeah, it has been
so why in
modified.
the world gone looking for whoever made it?
Well, because probably the people looking are the ones that did it.
That's you see. This is why
I mean,
I mean,
seriously, what
it's hard
better?
to tell the masses how to, something like that and then believe it. It's very hard, isn't it? You know what I mean? The people that just want to do their job, pay their bills, and they're happy, yeah?
Yeah.
Those people with the mufflers on, who can only just see, right in front of them, they would never believe stuff like that, would they? And that's the masses that are brainwashed kind of thing. Whereas people like ourselves questioning things, wanting the world to wake up, we're obviously the challenge. Those other people are the ones that would never believe someone would manufacture such a thing and put it on the world. But
Well,
for me,
the only thing is, those people will be the first ones that will volunteer themselves to walk onto that train car and into those
yeah,
fucking gas chambers. You know what I mean? Voluntarily, they'll do that. They'll be those people.
yeah, that's essentially those type of people because they've been from many generations. I mean, the Tavistock Institute is something that everyone should have a look at. I researched it quite a lot, so I know quite a bit. That from many years ago, from the end of the Second World War, this Tavistock Institute is absolutely the thing that's brainwashed the UK, because it even though that isn't in play, what it did is in play in the UK, and all the families from many generations before have carried it on in the home without realizing. They haven't realized that what was done to them, it has been carried on in the home. You know, because grandma said to mum, mum said to son, and then son said to grandson. Yeah, you know, like that. As the generations have developed, some of this stuff you don't realise that you've done, and that's changing quite a lot now. But it's the only sort of time, really, since the internet as such. There's people that were, you know, trying to wake the world up using books and a little bit of media, but the media was so controlled in the way of what the mass, you know, what the sort of the tyrannical governments wanted. So the internet is really the thing that's helped change it, because this is the only time when people have truly been waking up.
Well, that's the
Isn't it?
thing. It's like it is like that's what I try to get over, explain or try to repeat more and hear people here in the States. They got to remember, it's not just here in the States. This shit's happening worldwide. All right. Like I said, there's like different levels in different countries and stuff. It's just a matter of we, the people, in whatever country we're in, you know, standing up and putting our foot down and say, hey, we're, you know, I've had enough of this shit. You know, that kind of thing. You know what I mean? You know, but the only thing is, you can't just sit there and ask the government to be better government. You can't. They won't do that. They don't care. All right, because they're gonna still get your damn money from your damn checks. They're still gonna sit there and enact all these damn um, codes and statutes and stuff on a piece of paper, and then they got all these law enforcement to you know, to use violence to you know, and all that stuff to, you know, impose their will.
It's fear, isn't it?
It's still going to happen unless we, the people, actually force the government to comply. You know, force them into following the law, not, you know, and actually holding, like, actually, I mean, seriously, it almost has to come down to the point where gather evidence to the point where, like, for instance, if there's a government official that there is unrefutable evidence that this guy is crooked, he's a traitor, you know, all that kind of stuff. Convict this sucker, put it under a trial, convict this sucker, and hold this sucker accountable. If we have to bringing them, hanging people in them, you know, the main square again, you know what I mean? You know, because honestly,
I think
it would go the other
Sorry, go on.
direction. If they had their chance, they would do that to us. All right. We have to flip that tables onto them, you know, because honestly, if the government is scared of us, that's freedom. But when we are scared of the government, that's tyranny, you know.
I do think that in these times recently, like our current prime minister, he's seen as a bit of joke, a bit of a joke to
You
a
talking
lot
about
of
Boris?
people. Yeah,
Oh yeah, I
bit
don't
of a
like him. I
joke.
don't like his hair.
Yeah, he's like a bit of a joke. But then you think, well, look what happened with Trump. They put
Yeah.
Biden in, and he's a bit of a joke, isn't he?
Dude, okay, that I think was all. See, we the people did not have any choice in that. It was all a fraud.
No,
Right? It was kind of like a coup. They put in their own guy, all right, and they did it, you know, basically, you know, where nobody really, no opposition. Put it that way. You know what I mean? They
yeah,
just
and
they just
that was
come on
it.
in.
He's going to be there for just that little bit of time until they can work out their next move properly. And he's
Yeah.
a bit of a joke, isn't he? You know, he's in poor health.
Yep.
He's, you know, he's been in politics a long time, but he's not
Too
been
damn long.
successful. He's not been successful.
No.
God, they put him forward, right? I'll tell you a little thing. I mean, I quite know this one quite well. Falklands War, yeah?
Yeah.
That was going ahead no matter what. I don't care what anyone says, yeah? The Falklands War, England, Argentina, that was happening regardless. Who did America put forward to do the talks to try and prevent that? Biden. It was his first big gig, yeah?
Right.
Trying to mediate between two other countries. It was like a foreign diplomat type, I don't know, you know, kind of gig for him. It was never going to happen. He couldn't have ever succeeded. It was impossible. And they knew it. Now, for me, he was given a bad thing to do there that was never going to happen. But the thing is, you know, all along the line, he hadn't been successful. So he's somebody they're just like giving the presidency to just kind of like, I don't know, kind of like repay him in some way. But I know for a fact they want to buy a bit of time until they can put the correct person in, because I think they just kicked Trump out because he was too dangerous.
Well, even Trump said this one time, and I kind of agree with what he said. He said that better, you know, quote unquote. I don't know exactly what he said, the names, but he's pretty much just they. Let's say they are not coming after Trump. They're actually Trump is just in the way. They're actually coming for us, the people. All right.
Yeah.
Trump was just in the way. All right. And that
Did you
was what
like
it
him?
was.
I think he was good.
Well, I'll tell you this. Now there were some policies that he signed on that I did not like at all. All right. And then there was some, and that was totally against like our constitutional rights, or you know, the God-given things. Some of them, I'll give you the two that really pop off on the top of my head was when all this boogeyman crap started a couple years ago. He initiated, Operation Warp Speed, you know, to get this thing in the arm faster than hell. All right. And then on top of that, he wanted to implement like red flag laws, which is basically like, for instance, like if I had a neighbor or a family member that decided they wanted to call the cops and say that I have a bunch of guns and I may hurt myself or somebody else. All right. Well, I haven't committed any crime whatsoever. All right. Nothing. But with that red flag law, just because of that claim from that person, no matter who, I mean, they'll come in, seize my weapons, and then I have to go through the court system to kind of, you know, prove my innocence and get it back. And even then, it's going to be a long fight. Which that's the thing. It's like that right there is going against constitutional rights also. And on top of that, I didn't commit a crime. They took the assumption and presumption, or maybe even like false flat out lie from somebody that reported, you know, and taken. It's like, okay, if you're,
Well,
you
it's
know how
easy
like
to create that, isn't it?
right. Well, you know how cops say we got a call, all right, and they
Yeah,
go straight to whoever they got that call. Supposedly, you know, like for instance, you sitting on a sidewalk, somebody calls the cops saying there's somebody suspicious on the sidewalk. Well, next thing you know, the cops come and say we got a call. Well, the way they play it now, because technically by the law, I have to have I have to be committing a crime or be in the process or whatever for them to even get an ID off of me. All right.
Yeah.
But the way they play it is, well, I got a call for service, so therefore you match the description, so all your rights just go away. All right, because somebody called. You know what I mean? Well, I don't know, man. That whoever called might not like me, and they lied. How would you know? Why don't you investigate the people that called? Why don't you actually investigate and see if the call was actually a legit call? Because technically, it's actually a crime to make false, you know, police reports or whatever. You know what I mean? False police calls. And so
that's always going to happen, and that makes it easy for them to obviously do the you know, the false sort of reports, say that someone's. They'll probably phone in themselves, won't they? You know, because sometimes,
well, you never know. You
a
know,
solicitor can go back and say, well, who rang? You know, like, because they should record calls in, don't they?
right.
Well, what happens is the cop rings up, innit? Do you know what I mean? And in the UK, there's lots of things like that, you know, where when there's a report, like you say, that, you know, that they've got grounds. It's like they'll follow a car and they could say we could smell cannabis. Yeah, knowing that car has a certain person in it. Yeah, even though that person is known, but that particular car is clean, it's not got a marker on it, so they can't stop it for them reasons. But what they'll do is they'll follow it and say we could smell cannabis in
Well,
the
yeah.
air.
Yeah, I mean, because I've seen that
Stop
happen
it
many,
under
many
drugs,
times
yeah.
before. Like, they'll do a traffic stop or whatever, and if the person that that's driving whatever in any way to the cop thinks that they're not cooperating, that's always a fallback thing. Oh, you're not cooperating? You know what? I smell marijuana in here. We're gonna have to do a damn search just to hem them up, just to create a problem. Maybe even like
Well,
maybe
your eyes glazed or your eyes look funny. People's
yeah, or
eyes do
something. It
look
doesn't
funny at
matter. You
different
know what I mean?
times.
It's
Yeah,
their
that's
foot in
it.
the door. You know.
They know everyone in the book, don't they?
Well, see,
Yeah,
actually, there's a couple of auditors out there that I mean, I love it when they do this, but they turn the tables on them. They totally flip the script on them. Like there was one. I don't know if you're familiar with James Freeman.
yeah,
Uh,
yeah.
all right. Well, he did this one audit with I can't remember who he's with at the time. It might have been Bow. I don't
I've
know. I can't
watched him
remember.
a few times because I go on upstate
Yeah.
New York's occasionally.
Yeah.
Is it upstate New York?
Well,
No,
well,
upstate audits. I've been on there
yeah,
quite a few
right.
times.
Upstate. Yep. I know who you're talking about. But what he would do, there was this one video he did. He found a cop car with a couple of cops sitting in a parking lot in a church that wasn't, it was closed up. It was a closed up
I
thing.
remember it. Yeah, I
And
remember this.
he went up to him and he was like, well, he went up to the cops and he was like, the other guy was with him. He's like, we got a call that there was a suspicious vehicle sitting here in this parking lot. So we came down here and to investigate and all that stuff. And asking the cop like, so what are you up to? Where you been? Where you going? You live around here? And then
Yeah.
the other guy that was standing next to him, he's like, hey, you know what, man? I smelled pot when I walked up here. And James was like, turned back over. He's like, you really smell pot? And he leaned over into the car and he sniffed and he's like, yep, you're right. I smell pot coming from this thing. And these cops are looking at him like in there. You can see it's like a damn gasket blows or something.
Of course, because that's pressing all their buttons, isn't it?
Exactly, because it's exactly the same question and the same line of questioning that the cops do to us. All right.
Yeah.
You just throw that right back in their face. They don't like that too much. And I'm like, well, no shit, Sherlock. Well, how do you think it feels over here on my end? When you're sitting there asking me, it's like all these stupid questions, all these personal questions that you have no reason to know. You know what I mean? But they put that, they assume that authority where like, just because I ask, that means you have to answer. Well, no, I don't. You know what I mean?
No, they're wasting time on
Yeah.
people they don't need to waste time on. They could be going after people really at summit, there's all these incidents of people going missing, sex offences, kids being groomed all over our country. Gangs doing it. Why didn't they monitor them? These gangs were operating freely, taking teenage girls all over to be, used and abused and all the rest of it, kind of like people trafficking. They were moving freely on the whole. Why wouldn't they leave people alone that were doing stuff like that? Same as in your country as well. Why don't they leave people like yourself or whoever that they're going to just hassle at the roadside? Why not keep on someone they know is involved in that type of stuff? Sit outside his house, intimidate him, the people that are really doing harm. But no, they don't do that. They'd rather go on the street.
Like all the pedophiles and
that's what
human traffickers and shit.
Huge
it's like
thing in the UK now.
If they put all that energy that they put toward like going after like people with cameras and stuff, if they put that energy toward like finding missing children and shit, there wouldn't be any fucking missing children.
Yeah, well, the way these people, these grooming scandals in the UK, the way these kids, they're known kids, they've been brought in a number of times, they've like realised who's with who and all this type of thing. But these kids are still being taken out and going missing for 5 days and this and that. and you find out they've been trafficked to bloody, 5 parts of the country over 5 days, and slept with numerous amount of people, and these people have all been known, the victim and the people ferrying them around, but yet
Right.
they'll still be on the street hassling me or you, wasting time. Why wouldn't you just sit outside that house where that kid started being trafficked from, and just put a car outside his house so he can't move? That kid don't get trafficked around then, does it? And in the UK lately, it's massive. It's massive. There's been so many grooming scandals, and when you hear what's happened, it's scandalous. What are they doing? What are they doing when they've known all the people, and they've just let it go on to, eventually they say it's to build a better case, but it's a load of rubbish. It goes on for a reason, because there's a lot of people at high levels using them sort of girls.
Yeah.
That's the bottom line. Yeah.
I mean, there's money involved. I mean, you think about it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? The more money involved, the more secrecy and the more cover up and all that other stuff happens, all the way, all the way up the chain. You know what I mean? And that's another thing too, man. It's like I've even noticed that too. They talk about like domestic violence here in this country and stuff like that. Dude, there's like 40% of police officers are actually.
I was just gonna say, it's the bloody coppers doing most of it.
Right. Yep. It's pretty. Actually, my dad, when I've had to. My dad was a cop. He was actually a military man. Also went through Vietnam War,
right,
and stuff like
oh,
that. So
brilliant.
I've had
I've got a lot
to.
of respect for them.
Well, Vietnam. I'll tell you this. I have respect for the soldiers.
Yeah, the
I
Vietnam
don't.
War is an awful fucking situation.
Yeah, it was all started from a lie in the first place. You know what I mean? It's crap, man. I mean,
this is something, just for what I know. I've studied the Vietnam War quite closely.
yeah.
God, I sound like a right history buff, don't I? There was a general, end of the Second World War, 1945, 46. There was all the stuff, a lot of military hardware down near some of the Japanese islands and whatnot. Japan were going to come and get the stuff, and something was said, oh, well, are we going to put all this gear on the ships? To somebody high up, he's spoke to this lieutenant general, whatever, somebody, probably a general. Oh no, we'll leave all that stuff down there because we're going to be at war with Vietnam soon. That's 1946.
Right.
Did you ever hear that one?
I think so. Yeah, I think so.
Well,
Because honestly, I think there was a whole
some
list
material. I don't know what it was. It might have been building type stuff. I don't know, but it was all left there because they knew they were going to be in that part of the world at a war.
Yeah. Well, actually, I think that was a part. That was on a list. There was a list of countries that they were going to go. I think the next one in line is Iran. I mean, I will not be surprised if this fucking corporation posing as the government here in the States will go do some shit in Iran. I will not be surprised, because honestly, that's the next step, I think, because
it's probably the easiest one as well.
And not only that, there's some big players over there too. They need to knock them out, man, because you know what I'm saying? And it's just like, but like I said, I respect the soldiers, because I mean, a lot of them, I mean, me and my family, a lot of them, they got in this thing in the military with this idea of like, I'm doing this for my country, that kind of thing. Yeah. But I'm gonna tell you something, man. What in reality, what ends up happening is the governments end up using those kids as cannon fodder, and then putting them in other countries, and basically to be their hired thugs to kind of like, bully the whoever they're going into, because
the best of the generation as well. It was the best of that generation. That ended up getting drafted, and the ones that felt obliged. The ones that patriotic. They
Right.
joined off their own back. You know what I mean?
That was
And
the
then
word I
they
was
got
looking
back
for.
to absolute abuse from really the people that had dropped out, essentially, and the rest of the country. I mean, how all that unfolded and the way they left Vietnam was awful. And I'm going
Well,
to go on to my next bit.
okay.
What about Afghanistan? Fuck you
Yeah,
now.
I
I'm
know.
swearing because that
No, I don't
riles
care.
me.
That's fine. That's fine. No, I'm
That
pissed off
riles
about
me.
it. For one, we sat there for 20. Put it this way. All right, this is what bothers me. All right, this is what bothers me. And I've got family that been in Afghanistan and all that stuff. But anyway, um, you know, here in the States, we've got these public servants, these fucking politicians, these legislators. They're systematically trying to legislate our rights that were endowed to us by the Creator. All right, that is supposed to be protected when it was written down in the Constitution. All right, we
Yeah.
got people that are basically, they are in my mind classified as domestic terrorists. These people are systematically legislating our rights away, and yet we are going over into overseas and killing brown people and supposedly in the name of saving our freedoms. You know, I'm like, what the fuck? What does going over into Afghanistan shooting brown people actually doing for protecting my freedoms? You know what I'm saying? And my rights. What does that have to do with anything? It doesn't. You know?
It was the most anarchy sort of country in the world as such, Afghanistan. Now, as for resources, I mean, yeah, opium poppy,
Right.
maybe some other resources. Lithium was a huge one, but really, apart from that, they engineered that war, didn't they?
Oh yeah, dude. Oh yeah.
I know
Oh
a
yeah.
few stories which I can't really repeat on here. I wouldn't want to because it would cause issues.
Oh,
But I
I
do
know. I
know
know.
it was engineered from the point of revolutionary warfare means when you start stuff, yeah? But when you start stuff with your own country, like, you know, your own soldiers, that's fucking disgusting.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say on that because I don't want to
Well,
elaborate.
it
So don't.
bothers me. Okay, for instance, like there's
It,
people in this
it,
country that their granddads and their fathers and their granddads, they fought in military and they fought, like, for instance, let's say against communism. All right, like, you know, like my granddad, my great granddad, or whatever. You know, when they were in the military, that's what they fought up. And I'm sitting there thinking, it's like now all this like socialist communist crap is kind of working its way in all these countries. It's like, what the hell is my fucking family fight? What did they fight for? What did they die for? You know what I mean? If this is going to seep
it is,
in,
and it's a snut. It's an absolute
it's
betrayal
it's like
of
a
all
goddamn.
those.
It's like they're shitting on my family. And I've heard this from other people, like for instance in the UK, for instance. I mean, there's these guys that are in the same situation. It's like, dude, it's like you're taking a big fat turd on my granddad's legacy in a sense. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? You know, because
I
he was
mean,
a proud man, and I'm proud for his service and all that stuff. You know, and then it's like it's being shit on. You know, because that, you know, that's what he fought against, and now it's kind of like, you know, trying to be worked in as a normal thing. And I'm like, no, 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 no.
I
You
think
know?
also, you know, when they left Afghanistan like that,
Yeah.
they left all that stuff behind.
Yeah.
That didn't have to happen like that. I don't care.
$83 billion worth of fucking military equipment, you know, when it comes down
It
to like,
didn't.
yeah.
There's no way it had to happen like that. Are you telling me they couldn't keep the Taliban off? They didn't try. Yeah?
Well, see,
They
from what I understand, now this is what,
impossible.
yeah.
It was engineered.
Well, yeah. Well, yeah. All right, check this out. From what I understand, the way what they're saying, what their explanation is the weapons that was left behind, for instance, that was supposed to be left for the Iraqi army. All right, when the Taliban came in, they took everything from the Iraqi army, which happened to be everything that we left behind. All right, and then but yes, but it also opens up a lot of other stuff too, man. I was starting to think about it on like I don't know, quote unquote conspiracy theory scenario. Oh, what's up,
Yeah,
Nigel?
definitely. Because let me tell you, right? There's no way that they couldn't have held off the Taliban with Apaches, with air power, with whatever. Yeah,
Well, now they
enough
got them.
to
Now
get
they got them.
some
You know.
stuff out. That business at the airport was the biggest fabrication of the truth than there
Yeah.
was.
Yeah.
It
Are you
wasn't.
talking
They
about where
tried
there
doing a
were a bunch of
Vietnam
people
thing,
running
didn't they?
alongside the plane? Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Dude, did you notice, if you look at that video, a lot of those guys that are running alongside the plane, they're sitting there with their arms up and cheering and stuff. They weren't like trying to get out of the country type of stuff. You know what I mean? They were like,
Well, what they did, they
yay.
tried to replicate the Vietnam thing, didn't they?
Right.
When that was
Yep.
genuine, they've
Right.
tried replicating that, but in Afghanistan,
Yeah. Well, because
and people believe
remember that one image when they were pulling those guys out of Saigon, that one image with
Yeah,
that helicopter and the guy on the top of the roof, they were trying to totally
and it was hanging
duplicate
on the
that.
skids. That
Right.
one.
Yep. They
Yeah,
were trying to duplicate that because that was a picture that pulled on a lot of people's heartstrings. A lot of people still alive to remember that. You know what I mean?
that's ingrained in history, isn't it?
Yep.
That pull out. Yeah,
Yep.
you know, pushing the helicopters off the ships. Yeah,
Yeah.
the pull out of Afghanistan was nothing. It didn't have to be anything like that. They weren't. They had
Hey,
bases everywhere.
check this out.
They had control of the population on the mass.
Yeah. Check this out. From what I understand, if you go to Afghanistan, you can get an American rifle for $300.
Well, I'll tell you something else. What about the Afghanistan? Having a bloody air force.
Yep.
They've got
Yep.
an air force. What about this then? So they're saying they sabotaged the aircraft, yeah,
No, not all of them. Not all of them.
before they left. Now I did see some pictures of some sabotage.
Like I said, majority
sort
of
of
it was.
aeronautics
Yeah.
on the cockpit of a helicopter, yeah.
Right.
Okay, that's fair enough. But the thing is they had a whole parts store. They had a whole parts store in the same facility, yeah,
Right.
with all them parts that were missing or broke or pulled out and disconnected or whatever they tried doing, making out they were doing that. They had a whole parts store in that building. They showed it on a video since. And also they had bursaries all over Afghanistan on these bases.
Uh-huh.
Bursaries, you know, they're like little banks, aren't they? Yeah. And they didn't even have time to get out all the American currency and all the other currencies that were there. So there's millions and millions of dollars that were left.
Oh yeah.
Now,
I mean, see, that was another thing too. I saw
they'll pay
a
the
video.
the people that are going to fix it all, and the
Yeah.
pilots with that.
Yeah. Well, I saw a video where a bunch of Taliban had ransacked one of the governors, one of the officials' homes, found a whole lot of cash, whole lot of gold, all kinds of stuff, man. They just went through his whole house and took everything he had. But that guy was storing a lot of stuff like that. But yeah, I mean, it's like, it was Apache helicopters. It was like Humvees, MRATs,
Yeah.
large and small rifles and armaments and stuff like that.
Yeah, with the
Ammunition.
whole armories and
Yeah.
I mean
Yep.
everything in every
Yep.
these little bases that all did
Yep.
different things.
Night vision, fucking
Yeah.
computers, all kinds of stuff.
Everything, yeah.
Yep.
I mean, when I was told about the currency, now this is something that is beyond me because, I've done some service and I know that it's easy to detail some guys to go and collect that and get it out of the country. Yeah.
Well,
know.
Yeah, I hear you. Because that's like I said, $85 billion worth of stuff that we the people basically got stolen from us out of our labor, and it's just left behind. All right. Well,
but I'm on about the currency part. Yeah.
Yeah,
They
that
fill up
too.
a couple of Humvees, or a lorry, and then escort it to the airport on the plane gone. But this is the reason on this video that I've seen. I was trying to tell my mate about it, but he was searching for it and he couldn't find it the other day. but there's a reason given, and it was they didn't detail the American troops to collect the money from the bursaries because of a trust issue. Can you believe that?
I'm gonna have
So
to
they
let that
wouldn't
sit in my
even
mind.
trust their own troops to
Right.
go and collect from the bursaries as Afghanistan, as bloody Kabul was falling, which is a load of rubbish anyway. The Taliban could have easily been held back, even for that. I mean, apparently there's like $30 million. That's going to pay all these people that fix aircraft. The Taliban are bringing them in now. They're bringing them in. They were showing a guy in that video I watched the other day and shared that. They were going round with a guy who fixes helicopters, and he was telling them what they needed, and he was in the pay of the Taliban straight away. So then they fixed 1 or 2 helicopters already, and they were flying round making a list, making an inventory of what they had and what they could get up and running. And it was the video's named something like the Taliban's got an air force, something like that.
Right.
And it's staggering. They've already got choppers going, and they were going around with this guy who was like a aeronautics sort of engineer, and he was telling them what they needed, what it would cost, what parts they had that could be used, and how many aircraft you could get up and running. And he was in the pay of them straight away, and then put 2 and 2 together, and he's being paid with dollars that was from the bursary.
Yeah. Damn. I started thinking about even some like a weird conspiracy theory type level. I was like, okay, what if these guys from Afghanistan use American equipment, American, choppers and all that stuff. If they decided if they wanted to figure out some way of getting it over here and posing as American soldiers, and then started doing some stupid shit. You know what I mean?
It's not hard for them to get. Right, all they have to do is
get over here.
They've got money. Is to get a ship.
Yeah.
Put it in containers. Yeah.
Yeah.
Or however they transport it, or in the bottom of the ship, cover it. Yeah. Get it over there nearby. It's all fueled up, ready. Get the propellers. And the.
Well, it's not hard because honestly, man, you can take all that stuff. Yeah, exactly. Because I started thinking about it. So if they started, for instance, if they were to pose as American soldiers and started doing all kinds of stupid shit, that'll create a little bit of chaos around, because people wouldn't know what to do, because they're thinking well, hell, that was an American chopper that just shot at us. What the fuck's going on? That kind of thing.
Yeah, I mean, the way they're traveling around in the Humvees now with the American helmets on, and
right,
M4s and. All the other bits and pieces. They got the best optics. They got the best flipping night vision.
Body armor.
Humvees. Yeah, they've even got them other the Bull Mastiffs or something. Them big trucks that are bomb proof.
Right.
So I mean, they got everything, haven't they? Let's be frank. And the amount that's left, I don't care what anyone says. That's a setup. There is a conspiracy there. I don't care what anyone says. It would be hard to convince me otherwise, because they could have got the vast majority of that stuff out. I don't care what anyone says.
Well, you know what? I think that they're that on them, their angle, I think they were thinking it was just too damn expensive to bring it back. I think that's what it was. They were like, well, screw it, man. We don't want to spend the money to try and bring all that stuff back. We'll just leave it behind. And that's bullshit, man, because all that money was actually stolen from us in this country in the form of taxes, and then just basically leave it behind. Like, what the hell?
Me personally, the argument is too expensive to bring back is, not with that sort of stuff. I know I think
it's bollocks to fucking have that excuse, but that's probably what their excuse is. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, they were trying to make that situation at the airport seem like the Vietnam thing, back to that. But it's so valid, isn't it? Because it's a load of, but we can see through it. There weren't that many people there. If they had to go and start shooting people, that's what you do, isn't it?
Right.
To make sure your army and your air force extract safely and with stuff that could be used against you. You know, it's not, you know, it's a few lives. How many lives have been killed over the 20 fucking years, man, isn't it?
I know, 20
It
years.
gets me angry. Sorry, I'm getting really angry with
Well,
it.
you know what?
But
I was sitting there thinking about
I
it.
need to vent this because it's something that's been in my. I really looked into it, as you can tell.
Yeah.
But it's so annoying, isn't it?
Yes, it is.
It's great.
Well, I mean, you know, hell, it's coming from I'm an American. You know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
and they're doing this in so-called our name. What the fuck, dude? I mean, you know, and that's the thing that bothers me. It's like, you know, I that's why I like talking to people from other countries, is because, like, for instance, if some people from other countries have already got a bias, it's like, okay, it's them Americans, you know what I mean? But they're judging by what our government does. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. I got somebody in the basement. Hold on 1 second.
That's why I think. That's why I really think that you know, Biden's been put there for that, just for a little while, and he's a bit of a joke, and they've done them craziest of things and dealt with it, you know, the things that no one else would want against their name as a proper president. That's why I think he's been used, because essentially they've put him in place and he'll be gone soon, and he won't have to live the shame because his health isn't, you know, he's got less than 5 years to live, hasn't he, really? You know, this is what it transpires with his health and all that. A lot of people said if he gets COVID, he's finished. So, you know, his health's really bad, isn't it? So it's not like he's going to be around for too long.
Well, I'm gonna tell you something. I think it, you know, it's like him, like Biden and like Pelosi and all them. I think it's all that damn formaldehyde that's actually keeping them standing up. I mean, they're basically freaking zombies, man, already. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
But I don't know. I don't like it that these people that have been in basically welfare recipients all their damn lives or all their professional grown-up lives, sucking off of us, you know, giving themselves raises, giving themselves all these privileges and blah blah blah, you know what I mean? And then and we're all just supposed to sit back and obey and you know, bend over, tell you, know, thank you, man. I have another.
Like the gravy train, isn't it? And who's this on the panel now?
Morning,
New
gentlemen.
Guru. How you doing, brother?
Good. What's going on? How are you?
I'm all right. I've seen you about before. I think you might have seen me here and there.
I have. Yes.
Yeah. Good to see you.
You too. Likewise. Yeah. I just finished a bit of a panel on you peoples and a bit of a backstage. And
where was that?
You peoples.
You people. Sorry, I thought you meant you peoples as in, you know, I thought you might have been with the English lot. It's been known, hasn't it, Nude?
Right. You people, the host. So yeah, he was having some panel last night, and then went backstage. So anyway, just having some morning grub, and saw you anarchist having yours. So I thought I'd jump on and have some fun at the same time.
What's going on? You must have something to say about what we've been on about.
Yeah, I've only caught a little bit of it for a minute, but it's definitely the topic of my alley discussion. So what have I got to say about that?
Well, the withdrawal of Afghanistan is flipping unbelievable.
What I've got to say is screw the whole system. It's a fraud. It's a scam. Let's not focus on it anymore, and let's talk about some solutions that we can do to make our own lives productive and stop relying and depending on these fucking fools and trusting, right? I mean, a system and people who lie to you over and over and over again. If you're still giving them trust at all, the problem's not them, it's you.
Yeah.
Not only trust money, you know what I mean? I think, and honestly, on a lot of levels, one of the solutions in my mind is just take the damn money away from them.
Well, that's a very good point.
Hit them right in
Money
the damn pocketbook, man.
to
Somehow.
me, money and trust are synonymous because money
Right.
is like it's your voting, right? So your vote, you when you go and buy something at the store, you're advocating, yes, I want this, I'm supporting this business, I'm saying I accept it and whatnot. So yeah, wherever you put it's your mind that you're putting that, your energy, and it represents what you agree with.
Right.
So yeah, it's also the blood source, right? Like this Gestapo, there's no government, just a Gestapo. Let's call it for what it is. And its lifeblood is money. So we've got all these tyrant mercenaries running around, but why? What is actually that fuels them? Money. So
Yep.
if we stop giving it to them, I mean, they just take it so that they can come and extort you. And if you stop letting them extort you for a second, they won't be able to afford to come and extort you further. It's really that simple, right?
Yeah.
Now, on the flip side, if you do give it to them, well, you're actually the cause of the problem, and these people are domestic terrorists. So if you, even if under the threat of going to a cage, hand over your money to fuel the funding of that domestic terrorism, what does that make you?
Well, accomplice in a sense.
Right, and certainly not a very
Accessory.
moralistically inclined individual who stands by integrity and what's righteous. That's for sure.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
So who really is the root of the problem here? This is what most people totally miss the boat on a lot, is that they stand there and they point the finger and want to say it's all these external entities' fault. It's this politician's fault. It's the system's fault. It's the prime minister's fault. It's the president's fault. It's the queen's fault. No. It's your fault, because your participation in it is what makes it matter. If you didn't participate in it, it wouldn't even be real.
Well, that's the thing. Is like it's trying to get even not just here in the States, but in a lot of other countries, is that perception or that veil of fraud that's been put over. It's like thinking that any human has a higher claim over your life and property than you do. I mean, it doesn't matter if they got a badge on them. Doesn't matter if they call themselves the queen. Doesn't
Right.
fucking matter.
I can put a costume on too.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, and I can claim, like, for instance, like I can get a damn roadmap out right now, and I can draw this, like I can take a pencil and draw this box on this damn roadmap, and I now claim everything inside that box of that imaginary line is now mine,
Right.
and I am
Because you
now the
said so.
ruler. Yeah, because I
Right.
said so, and everybody that might be living in there, they need to abide by my rules, or they have to get out of my jurisdiction that I've claimed. All right.
Right.
And that's come on
And
now.
that works. That works if you can convince everybody to cooperate with that narrative because they're foolish enough to do so. Hello,
Right.
everybody. Catch wind of what I just said. Stop being a fool. Stop going along with the narrative of somebody else said so just because they said so. Even at the threat of being put in a cage, stand on your own 2 feet and live, and die on your own 2 feet. Don't die on your knees with shackles around your ankles. It's that mindset, living in fear and submitting your will to this bully, this delusional bully. 9 times out of 10, it's not even a group of people. It's just one person who comes to your presence at a time and tries to depict the illusion to make it real in your head. And you've got nothing to fear. If there's 2 of you, they're done,
Did any of you guys see the thing where it was Bush Senior's funeral, and Trump came in, and 2 of Trump's people handed some envelopes to
I think I remember
the
that.
Bushes. Yeah, the Bushes, Jed Bush.
Is this when they were in a church or something?
That's right. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
And then there was some little message that said that this was in the envelope. It was supposed to be George Bush Jr.'s consensus that the elitists decided he was going to be assassinated or something. That's what I heard. Oh, we lost him. Anarchist. Anarchist, are you there? I'm left by myself already.
I am here. I just muted myself because I was coughing my ass off.
Okay.
Sorry.
I think
Where did he
Cool
go?
Tools
Where did he
is found,
go?
isn't he? Is he on a phone? I don't know. He dropped out.
Oh yeah.
He might be in the basement already. Have a look.
Oh wait a minute. Yep, there he is. There he is. Cool.
Sorry about that. I flipping knocked it off.
Yeah.
It's all right.
Sorry. So yeah, they got the message that that basically they were getting some sort of charge, wasn't it, or they were going to get put in like Guantanamo type situation? Was that right?
When I was watching about it, the idea was that George Bush Jr. was, and they were all getting a letter to confirm that the Gestapo had decided that his days were numbered for some reason, and obviously that's not true.
Yeah,
But that was the rumor. At the
it was
time.
something that Trump was doing, and I thought it was bringing a like a military martial type, court martial type thing on him. But I mean, that Jed Bush, his face was an absolute picture. He was scared to death, wasn't he? I mean, I don't know. And Obama's as well, didn't they? They got him, and but that moment, I mean, I was assuming it was for real. That
Right.
moment, that moment was brilliant. Seeing
that,
them concerned.
Not that I
They were-
want to.
Snapzilla.
Sorry, you finish first. There's this big delay. I don't want to cut you off. You go ahead.
Yeah, Cool Tools. There's a slight delay between us and.
Oh,
across the
sorry.
pond, so-
So is
yeah,
that
so
any
that's-
better?
Well, it's just it's because we're going across the pond. We have a
Yeah, of
little
course.
bit like
yeah.
if it did delay.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's okay.
So-
You go ahead. Finish.
So I wouldn't have thought that was engineered because apparently Trump was kind of against them, and I thought it was to do with 9/11 and the Bush's sort of
Involvement.
involvement in that, and it was some kind of like because it's a president, it's like a court martial. And I thought it was like something to do with that, but anyway, I believed it to be true.
Yeah, if you know the
And there
bigger
was so
picture,
much, you know, I don't know, but
go ahead.
yeah,
Go ahead. Again, this delay, but
Go on.
you finish. Just say finish
no,
when you're finished.
you're saying if you, yeah, sorry, yeah, go on. Finished.
Okay, very good. So yeah, if you know the bigger picture, then it's easy to see how that's obviously not the case. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of nice to have that little belief in there. And I don't really want to bring much more attention on focusing on any of the distraction, which is what it all is. The whole political thing is all just a facade. It's a scam. It's a distraction. It's Hollywood 2.0, if you want to call it that. It's synonymous with Hollywood, and focusing on it
Because the cabal controls it all, doesn't it?
yeah, exactly. So
The cabal controls
Right,
it.
right.
Yeah.
so putting any more
That was scary though. That picture with him around in Trump's office,
right,
stood around him.
so putting it
That was them, wasn't it?
putting yes, so putting much more attention on it than it needs to be. I mean, they control the whole narrative. So if they were to have given that letter down for him to be executed, then it wouldn't have been like that. It would have been, they would have just done it, But nonetheless, here, just again, I don't want to put any more attention on this.
No, I appreciate that. I just wanted to sort of ask that point because, like I say, nothing really come of it, and I thought it was going to be like some kind of trial behind closed doors, and Bush would have got house arrest. But they all ended up back.
Another funny
Anyway.
narrative that coincides with that, just for humor. Again, it's all a facade. It's not real, but just for shits and giggles. Whatever happened to Hillary Clinton being put in jail?
Yeah,
I mean, that was Trump's whole narrative platform to run on, pretty much.
Yeah, that was. I mean,
Matter
I'm
of fact,
just looking in. I mean, I thought that was quite good when to see their faces, however true it was. But anyway, if Trump was trying something and it didn't work, that's what it seemed like to me. But anyway, so yeah, enough of them.
Yeah, exactly. You don't need any more. I mean, how many more clues do you need to see that it's all a scam? But yeah, so it is. And again, it's us, focusing on it that makes it, that gives it any viability, any credence, and that's what they want. They
Yeah,
want
I understand that. You know, it's almost as if it turned around, and that's what he got, isn't it?
Mhm.
He got ousted in a way. So that was all set up, wasn't it?
Yes, and they
well,
want us
When
talking
Trump
about
got
it, right?
kicked out.
They
well,
want it.
I tell you this. Like, I mean, what bothers me is, I mean, if you look at Daddy Bush, he was head of the CIA at one time, and then I don't understand what people were thinking about actually supporting him as being president. And he's the one that, as far as I know, that actually that was my first
Wasn't he
exposure.
also Hitler's secretary too, or something, or his one of his relatives were like his
I don't.
brother or something?
Right offhand. I'm not sure, but he was also around when Kennedy got shot too. So he was a CIA at the time. But
Right.
anyway, the thing is like he was he was the first time I got exposed to the words New World Order. All right, he's the first one that blurted it out in the public, as far as I know.
Right.
And so that was the part of the infrastructure. He was part of the infrastructure.
He would be one of the people that would know probably everything there was to know, in a sense, wouldn't he?
Yeah, if you can probe his head and get all the secrets out,
Yeah,
No.
skeletons,
yeah,
all the skeletons.
yeah.
No, listen, man. No. Those politicians are just minions. They're muppets. They're reading from a teleprompter, and they have bosses above them that
Yep.
correlate to the United
Yeah,
Nations,
but what I
who
mean
have
is he must
bosses
have
above
had a
them.
good understanding, Daddy Bush, by the time he'd been in the presidency for a while and he'd been in the CIA at top level. He must have had a better understanding than most of what really was happening. He was an absolute asshole, wasn't he? You know, and
You can't be in that whole cabal without being an asshole.
oh no, I
Right?
appreciate
It
that,
goes hand in hand.
but I mean, like, he was the worst of the worst.
Well, that's yeah. Obviously, they're going to select the most conniving to be in
Yeah,
those positions,
yeah,
right? The ones that are the most sadistic and have no problem, but with that, they get front runners for the positions of power right away, because they're going to be the ones who are the most successful at acting out the narrative.
yeah.
So
Wow.
absolutely. But again, it's all a facade. And they
I mean,
want us
so
to be
back
focusing
to
our
the
attention on it.
withdrawal of Afghanistan.
Sorry, it's that delay again. You go
What
ahead.
about the Taliban having an air force? That's set up, isn't it?
Yeah, it's that problem, reaction, solution, right? So they use the media, they pump
Engineered,
it out.
isn't it?
It is totally, and they've been doing it for a very long time, longer than you and I were born, and they're
Okay.
very good at it.
If you don't mind, Anarchy, do you mind if I guide the subject?
No, go ahead. Whatever. I mean, I've got nothing on my
I'll
sleeve at the
mention
moment.
one
Go
name,
ahead.
David Icke. David Icke.
Yeah,
What are your
yeah.
views on him?
I've seen
What do you think of him?
I've seen a few of his things. There are some things that I don't agree with. There's some things I do. So I mean, what
It's
exactly
funny
you're
how we can. What makes right? I really thought he's done some great stuff, and a lot of the things he said's come true. But there's an element of him being able to travel freely around the world.
Yeah.
If he was really what he's portrayed to be, and it's genuine, they'd soon not let him in any country. He'd be banned, wouldn't he, from Australia, America, other countries? He wouldn't get free will to travel. like he does
Here's my
after saying what he said.
my two points on David Icke is he's the most truthfully accurate and best articulation controlled opposition public figurehead.
Yeah, because this is what I mean. It's okay him saying stuff from, way back and it's coming true.
Yes.
But of course, they knew, this is what makes me think he's
You
not.
still have to pay $700 to attend his seminar, right?
Yeah. Oh my God.
Is that what it is? Wow.
Oh, I don't know. I'm just, no,
Yeah.
that's not an accurate
me.
number, but
Hey, some of those things, man, it is pretty damn expensive to go watch
Yeah.
some of these guys listen to these people talk. I mean, it's like, what was that? How much money that Hillary was getting to have all those like talks over in like, I don't know, some other countries? You're getting paid a shitload of money just to. I mean, I don't think there's anything that can come out of Hillary's mouth that would be I would even pay to listen to. I don't think there's anything I would pay to listen to.
But she'll have a following, won't she? It's the same as like a pop group, isn't it? They have their following and they're just exploiting them people the
Have you
same
ever
as
seen
they exploit everyone
professional
else.
hypnosis?
Right.
Yeah.
If you've seen one, then you'll know that it's very easy for them to get a following too.
Yeah, true.
That's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. So it's like that then.
Just like mass hypnosis.
She's like hated, isn't she? I mean, but how many people actually like her? What demographic group is it? Pedophiles? I don't know. I mean, what is it with her? I thought she's hated the majority.
It's the demographic that is very easily fooled by the Force. These are not the droids you're looking for.
Yeah.
The ones that the weak-minded are the ones that end up falling for this shit.
With the blinkers on, it's them people that are looking forward to going to work tomorrow to pay their bills, and just as long as they've got some food in the fridge and all the rest of it, and they're going to build a pond in the back garden at the weekend. That's it. And nothing else matters.
Well, it does get kind of occultish, though. Like for instance, like the people that are following Hillary, like she's like the ultimate god or whatever. I don't know.
Yeah, it's
some of these
not
people
even
worship,
kinda, man.
Right? Some
It's
people
totally
surprising. Yeah, they
Same
worship
with all
her like
individuals that believe in their country. That's a fucking cult. Like, realize it.
Yeah. Yeah.
They all these different sorts of politicians. They're all.
I love the
same
silence
thing.
that always follows when I make that statement towards nation state. And it's always it because that's the crux of it, and that actually, not too many people have come to terms with that yet. Like, I've been living outside of nation state for 23 and a half years. I've disassociated myself completely. I have no nationality, no ties with nationality or statism whatsoever. And it's very hard for people to wrap their minds around
that, Guru.
Yes.
That's unbelievable. That's because like some of the statements you made already, I thought, God, they're quite strong. You know what I mean? And obviously you've made up your mind and done your research and decided, and that's fair enough.
Key word, you said it right. You hit the nail on the head. Decided.
Yeah.
Yep. That's what it is. It's a decision. It's not a protocol to follow. This is where people they get lost in it, right? Like, what do I got to do? Where's the forms that I need to fill out? It's like, here's the way that I can sum it up. Is if you're waiting for freedom to become legal, you missed the point.
Yeah. That in itself is, you decided, and that's right. You got to decide what you want to do yourself.
Yeah.
No one's going to do it for you, and if they do, you're going to lose.
Well, it's going to have
anyone really. You are, aren't you?
Well, see, that's the thing. It's like that's why it's so important to have these conversations on these, so-called current events or whatever's going on. Especially with other people that live in other countries. Because, You know, if we don't sit down and actually have these conversations, we can't put our heads together to find those solutions.
Right.
You know what I'm saying?
See,
Even though you might live in like, was it Cool Tools? You're in the UK, right?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay, well, even though you're in the UK, you know, you still, in my opinion, even though I'm an American and we got the Constitution and all that stuff, in my opinion, the way I see it, you were born on this land, on this planet, and the Creator endowed you with certain rights and certain freedoms, whatever, and
Yeah.
free will and all that stuff. All right. Well,
Not
the
because
government did
somebody else said so, but just
right.
because.
It's because, yeah. And then when the government basically, well, then what they're doing systematically here is switching it, trying to get everybody to consent to give up those rights, and then in return given like a privilege that comes with stipulations, regulations, and fines and punishments and all this other shit that comes along with it. You know what I mean? And that's what they're trying to do. They just try to systematically do that all over the place until we all around the world
Not even
realize,
trying.
like,
They've
listen,
been very successful at it.
yeah. Well, but until we as around the world start realizing, it's like, hell, wait a minute, who
No,
are these
hold on.
people?
Hold on. This is where people get lost.
Okay.
Only until you, as an individual, realize
Well, no,
that.
I
and
get
decide.
that, but I personally, like I said, I've been kind of beating my head against the wall for like 20 years, trying to at least open people's eyes to certain things, and it's just like, well, I can see it. Why is it that those blinders won't come off, and some people are just maybe it might be
Okay.
it might be my way of delivering that information.
You
No.
tried doing that.
I mean, partly yes, but there's two aspects here. The first is that hypnosis thing again. If a person is in too deep of a hypnosis state, you can scream in the ear, and the only thing that they're going to do is they'll feel like they're disturbed, as if you're trying to wake some up who's nice and cozy with a nice, warm, comfortable blanket on in the bed, and so they're going to be bothered by you.
Right.
The other aspect is people who are just so delusionally and almost hopelessly, in a way, dependent on what you're trying to advocate against to them, that they clutch on it even further, because if they have to admit what you're talking about is real, then they have to lose identity with their false sense of ego, all the way to their foundational belief system. And it really is hard pill for a lot of people to swallow, to even have a look at it, never mind actually go through all that, right?
I'm going to say something quickly.
It is also, for those who can get it, then it is a matter of articulating it correct. But even if you don't do it, I mean, that's a work in progress, and it's practice. You get better at it over the years. Like, obviously, what I'm saying right now is far from the first time. I've been talking about this for a couple of decades now, and I've been practicing semantical words and seeing what works and refining it and all this kind of stuff. But you're only going to be as successful as far as the one first thing key ingredient has to be there: openness. If an individual is not open and looking for the information, you're wasting your time.
No, I agree.
So,
You could, I mean,
the way I see it, people are set in their ways, and I tried talking at a family gathering. We'd had some sort of party or whatever, birthday party, whatever, and we got into like a bit of a social situation. And sort of 15 of us, and I started having a chat, and it went around the room about 9/11, yeah, and it was a false job. Well, nobody. The older generations, no, they wouldn't do that. They wouldn't do this, and all the rest of it.
Right.
And kind of set in their ways. And then you had the next generation, which was my sister's husband. He said, I did see some. Didn't they have the paint the stuff on the steel? I said, yeah, that's right. It's the thermite coating, which helped deteriorate the steel as it was burning. And I like that. And we had some good points brought up, which the older generation could have, you know, kind of like believed us. They were having none of it, right?
Right.
That generation, they're set in their ways. They like their routine. They like how their life is set up. They like what they've got out of life. They just don't realize.
Convenience is very comfortable, even at the price tag of delusion.
Yeah, that's it. It's like they don't want any change, so
Yes.
they're set in their ways. And
Because it's all I have to do is go to the store and trade in this paper for a loaf of bread. It's very convenient and easy. Even though it's a delusion, it just they bought into the perception of that, right?
But then you've got the sort of teenagers that are almost just starting their teens.
Yeah.
And obviously the young ones are a bit too young to understand. You've got the teens that were there, and the ones that to like my son's age at the time he's 16. Now my son actually believes what I've said, yeah, and he's looked into it with me as well.
Right.
Now he's 16 at the time, but the other below that, they don't care. So
Right.
what it is when they don't care, they're into the games and all that. They're getting brainwashed to that point, and then the only time to influence, I think, is from maybe 15 or 16 through to 21. Now, if you can get them then, you might have them with blinkers off through those other parts of life, yeah.
You know what? There's so many variables. It's really kind of hard to blanket slate that.
But them older generations forget them because it's hard to change their mind.
No, not at all. It's all I've seen people like I have an individual that I speak to right now. He's late 56 or 57, and he woke up because of COVID.
Oh no, I'm not saying you can, but what I mean is I was doing it in what I thought was quite a good setting to do it in. But
Right,
what it is it as a group, it wouldn't happen.
Right.
Like you say, you could single someone off and do it, yeah, you know, definitely. But that's a hell of a lot of time.
Well, I mean, he did it himself, like as far as
Oh
the
right,
starting
okay,
part.
okay.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, no. Again, though, it boils down to where an individual is at as far as I think when you really understand like the first crux of it, it literally is a state of hypnosis for a lot of people that's so deep. They just don't look like they're in that deep of a state, but they literally are. Like, I don't know if you've ever seen a professional hypnosis entertainer, but I have. And if you watch when it's intermission time, just before intermission happens, they tell their minions that are on the stage in hypnosis state that we're about to have this intermission, and on the count of 10 or whatever it is, you're gonna have like 10% more consciousness, and you're gonna be able to interact and see and talk with people, but you're not going to be fully wide awake. And when I call out a couple code words, you're going to fall right back into deep trance, and you're going to start to drive like a car and pretend that you're in a car, and you're going to come right back to the stage. I've watched this. Okay. So you have to realize that this is what's going on with the masses, is that they look like they're not in a deep state of hypnosis, but they literally are. And they get triggered in and out of that state.
I was only on about. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, it's okay. So I'm just saying this because it'll help to actually. A lot of people get frustrated because people who are awake, so to speak, the first thing we want to do is like, hey, jump up and down and say, hey, look, this is what's going on, because we see a solution for ourselves. We say we don't have to be party to this, and it's up to us. We see the answer, that it's ourselves. We just have to stop fucking buying into the bullshit. So it's simple then. All we have to do is tell other people the same thing, and when they see it, they'll be like, yeah, why am I doing this? It should be really that simple, right? But that's in theory. And then you go about doing it, and you speak to some people, and you see that there's nothing but resistance, and sometimes extreme egotistical hard-headedness. And so this is what I'm saying. If you look at it on those sort of categories, then you won't actually be so impartial to that. You'll be able to just kind of go, well, yeah, I see that they're in that state. I see why they're saying that. Most of the time, it's not even with their own self-awareness. And that's why, in my opinion, it's foul play, they've been impeded upon to such a degree that they're not even self-determining. And I'm going to do something about that, but that's another story. But really, until you know how to actually talk to a person in hypnosis, there's nothing you can really do, because their master, just like when you're watching an entertainer, is the only person they're going to listen to.
Hey, Cool Tools. Well,
Yeah.
I was sitting there thinking about it. It's like, for instance, do you have, like, if have you talked to any of your family, for instance, like, where do they stand on like getting a thing in the arm, or like having more lockdowns? What do they feel about that? Or like, getting
Right.
more
This is
boosters
something we chatted
every so
about a
often?
lot. Right then. So as it goes for the jab, what happened was kind of got cornered into it. My dad did, because he had to have an hospital admission, and they wouldn't admit him
Okay.
unless he'd had the injection. Now he's in his late 70s now, and he didn't know what to do, and he needed to go in because he had this hard. I told you the carbon. What's it called? Carbon dioxide levels
Yeah,
were high,
carbon dioxide. Yep.
very high. Yeah, and
Did I drop out? What happened?
that was after not a week. No, you're there. I think.
I think, yeah, Cool Tools. I think you cut out for a second, but he's back. It's all right. Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, sorry. Can you hear me now? Yeah.
Yeah,
So
you're
long
good.
story short, he ended up
Yeah.
ended up having it, and then what it was is he'd actually given it. My grandma had come to stay with my parents because of the lockdown. Ended up giving it to me 94-year-old grandmother, my mum's mum, and my mum, and it was transferred in the household. So this business of a lockdown, I don't care what anyone says. My dad had gone out twice in 2 months, yeah. And one time he ended up getting COVID. He comes back to the house, transfers it to 2 people. Now, I believe that COVID's been transferred in the home just as much as it's been transferred out of the home.
Well, yeah.
Because lockdown's getting people in close confines. My mother is a cleaning absolute freak. No, I should say freak, should I? Cleaning, absolute professional. And she separated them in the house when they found out my dad had COVID. He'd had it for a number of days. They separated the house, and she absolutely sanitized everything every time he went near. But no, they all still ended up getting it, and it was transferred in the home. So then my grandmother had to go in hospital, and she'd already had one jab, she had the other. But she didn't want to have the booster because she had a bad reaction to the second one. But she got put on a ventilator for about 3 days, but actually she did quite well. Comes out. Thing is what's made them good is because they've all been taking a high dose of vitamin D. And apparently it does help with the symptoms. And I believe that's why my family that had got it, because my brother ended up then getting it off my mum. Christmas that was. He had a terrible time with it, but he hasn't had the injection, and my family's been, the older ones have been kind of standoffish about that.
Right.
So then what happens was my sister had cancer for my nearest sibling, and she'd been clear. It was a 5-year point. The thing was, is because of COVID, she didn't get appointments through that she'd normally get, and she'd actually developed another thing,
Right.
in her other breast, and they could have got on that and dealt with it if she'd have been given the blood tests and the appointment she was meant to have. She didn't get it. Long story short, she passed away.
Oh shit! I'm sorry.
So yeah, that was this year. So
Cool
then,
Tools. Oh, sorry.
yeah,
Go on.
no. So she passed away, and she's 45 years old, two children. Awful, worst thing ever. It's like bad. So anyway, it was at the end of the other lockdown when that had happened, and she had her wishes. She wasn't religious. She believed religion caused a lot of trouble in the world. She wanted a humanist ceremony, and she wanted a celebration of life at a hotel. 120 people were going to come. They then stipulated that there would be 2 areas, first of all, but then it stipulated that you couldn't come unless you'd had been vaccinated. I wasn't quite in agreement of that because that alienated some people. I've got a number of cousins that are absolutely anti-vax, but they couldn't come, which was
That
really, really bad.
yeah.
They weren't allowed in the church even. So not the church, the building, the crematorium building. Sorry. So yeah, sister's funeral. If I told you, she'd done that much good work. She's self-taught. She did all Open University course. She wasn't from privileged background, but she got herself highly qualified. She used to do my homework. She was absolutely, and I'm older than her, absolutely gifted where it comes to learning. I didn't know she was that highly qualified, but she's actually qualified in so many areas. She could have been a lawyer. She could have been an accountant. But she ended up working in charity, dealing with single mothers and children that couldn't pay the bills. When we went up to the crematorium, there was all people lined, quarter of a mile on the way in, all lined at the side of the road. And I thought it was for another funeral, but no, it was for her. And she had touched that many people. I was so surprised. People from all sorts of backgrounds, and I couldn't believe it. I was pretty damn proud. So I only knew a little bit, but when it come to a celebration of life ceremony, she wanted the list and list of people that could come. To 120 people. In the end, a number of weeks before it was going to happen, because it was all put off, they said, if you haven't had the vaccine, at least one jab, you can't come. Which I was quite shocked about, but that's how it rolled. And that's the older generation forcing on the younger generation, because I actually had a number of cousins that didn't come, who were quite close to her. I thought they were alienated for it. I did disagree with that, but that was a clear, personal kind of situation where the older group were pressurizing the younger group to have the vaccine, yeah? And if I wanted to be near my parents, I'd have to have it as well. Which I'd already had one. I didn't want to have the second. It made me ill, the first one. The second one made me twice as ill. But I'm not having the booster. No boosters. It's a load of rubbish. Rubbish.
Right. So
Sorry, it's a bit of a rant as well and a bit of a story, but I thought it was quite telling with the older affecting the youngers.
Yeah. Are you the Cool Tools? If I remember, it just dawned on me while you were speaking a few minutes ago. That was I saw on DJ Vix's a few times, and you had the
That's right.
connection.
That's me, brother.
I got you.
Yep.
Well, good to hear you crystal clear for a change. That's great.
Yeah,
Nice
yeah. I was underwater before, wasn't I?
Yes, you were. It was very just.
Yeah, you got frustrated with it, didn't you? I don't blame you, mate. I don't blame you. Nice to see you anyway.
That wasn't me. If it was somebody, no, not frustrated, but I've never actually heard your actual voice till now. So
that's time. Cool. That's cool. You've heard plenty of it in the last 5 minutes.
Well, the reason why I was asking Cool Tools is because I'm concerned, like, like for instance, how people um, are do they what do they expect to just deal with lockdowns for the rest of their life now, or what? I mean, because I mean,
Uh,
I'm trying to get a feel of what people think. It's like, it's like, okay, they
right.
see these lockdowns and these more boosters coming along. I mean, do they expect to just do this for the next maybe couple of months, couple of weeks,
No,
or
it's a
forever?
permanent thing.
I'll tell
I
you the
know that, I
feeling
know
here.
that, I know, but how much is people willing to put up with?
Right.
That's what I'm.
The feeling
Well,
here,
look how
and
much
this is
they
the
are
point.
already, and probably
Yeah.
for as long as it goes.
Well, that's the reason I'm
No,
asking.
no, 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 no,
What?
no, no,
As
Yeah.
long
no,
as you
no,
keep putting that
no,
carrot in front of them, that is,
no,
just a little bit of
Nudie, nope.
semblance of freedom.
Let me tell you, I've got a feeling, right, in my country, yeah, and I should have brought this point out quickly. I've got a feeling. Oh my goodness. Are you there?
Yeah. Yeah.
I thought I knocked you off. I've got a feeling, yeah. They bring this variant out, then they, a little way down the line, they're going to announce a lockdown. They announce a lockdown here, I think there's going to be riots.
Well, I
You know,
mean,
like the
wasn't
other
there
parts
just
of
a
Europe?
protest not just recently? Wasn't there one like on
Yeah, there's them, but that is, I mean, I
You have to
mean,
see that
like there
the
was in
strategy
other
is to
parts.
weaken the herd as much as they can before they pull the rug. And when the riot happens, the people are so weak, they're so depleted in nutrition that they're so stuck they can't get anywhere. That's the narrative in a nutshell.
Well, I believe that the countries that that kind of pissed off, that I
well,
do believe there's going to be a certain element that will riot, like the other parts of Europe have rioted.
Of
yeah.
course there is.
Same
I mean,
thing,
look at
same thing. Eh?
Australia.
Yeah, same thing. I mean, look
Yep.
what they did. They pulled another lockdown. Where was it? God, what's it called? Flipping near Germany and parts of Holland, wasn't it? Rotterdam and that, and they've all rioted
Right.
Yep.
because they've had a taste of freedom and it's been taken away again. And
Right.
and that's
Look,
what's going to happen here.
see,
I
the
put money on it.
lockdowns only matter for people who are dependent on the system.
Yeah,
Well, okay. Well,
in a
on that,
sense.
and well, the part that I don't like, I don't really care for on lockdown, for instance, is being like criminalized for like coming out of your house, being outside. You know what I mean? And I mean, it's like being in house arrest.
Yeah, when
You
it
know?
gets to that point, then that's not lockdown. That's actual execution based on a controlled
Well, they're going
narrative.
to be very careful in this country
And
applying the
yeah,
law.
they've done that already in Australia, and that is going to come everywhere. And that's only going to matter to people who are, again, in that narrative flow. Again, once you're trying to you're in the city, so to speak, and trying to escape. If you weren't smart enough to have already exited long before that, then you missed the boat, so to speak. But
There's been an incident here.
even that, listen to one more piece of the equation, okay? And this is why I want to hurry this part of the narrative up. The beast is running on money. Mercenaries run on money. So what's going to happen when inflation kicks in so high that your few pennies that you make aren't going to afford you to buy the 2 loaves of bread that are in there anyways? That cuts off the supply. So the people that are coming to execute you, they're not going to do that for free.
No, they don't.
So it's basically the end game of the system and the dependency on the system playing itself out. So if you as an individual can navigate yourself outside of that long enough till it implodes on itself, you'll be okay. Now, that's not to say that, there's going to be zombie apocalypse. It's already started. And you're going to have to make sure that you're not in the limelight. And you're going to need to know how to band together with people and defend yourselves. That's just the way that it goes. There's going to be a certain amount of bloodshed. There already is. Just look at Australia. That's coming everywhere. It really is.
Yeah, look at what's
Yeah.
going on in Austria right now too.
Yeah, I think that's the next one. I'm surprised
Yeah.
it hasn't happened to Canada, because Canada is so fucking, again, they seem to be going with the nations that have few people and the ones that are very complacent. Like Canada, the DOS
Yeah,
ability is just
yeah.
fucking ridiculous, you know?
Thing is, though, applying it here in the UK, there was an incident. I don't know whether you heard about it. When there was a lockdown on, there was a girl called Sarah Everard. She's actually from this county where I am, but
Is
she
that the
was
girl that got killed
at
just
college in
recently?
London. Yeah, by the police officer, armed police officer. Diplomatic Protection Squad used his ID during a lockdown and approached her and said, you know, why are you out during a lockdown, blah, 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 where have you been? And then he's tricked her into the car, raped her and murders her. Yeah.
Yeah, I heard about that story.
There's that trust issue then on the lockdown with the police, etc., etc. That actually sparks up the females,
Right.
which you know, the females are really vocal on this, and rightly so. And they made it a bit too much of a female thing, because that could happen to anyone, in a sense. So the way that's happened, that actually ignites the females to be passionate about they're not having a lockdown. And normally the females are less vocal and less violent during something like that. That might be an incident where there's a riot. It's usually the men, isn't it?
Yeah.
So this time round, they try and pull a lockdown after they've announced a new variant, like they have, because that seems to be the theme. They'll
Yeah.
announce a couple of variants, numbers go up, boom, there's a lockdown. I
Yep.
think
Yeah.
that's how they're probably going to do it, try and
Yeah.
do it. But this time, I don't see it. I see it being, even if it's copycat of them other countries, Rotterdam and all the rest of it, you know, what's it called, Austria, that have rioted, that we do. I'd say London goes up at least. And when used in the UK, if there's a good reason for a riot, or say a good reason, or something the population are annoyed about, what happens is it goes from place to place all around the UK. That happened with race riots many years back. Now I think that is likely to happen here. That's the feeling I get.
Yeah.
USA, it's a bit different, isn't it? Your police are more martial, aren't they? In a
Yeah,
sense,
it varies. Yeah, definitely.
much more brutal. There's much more of a risk, isn't there? You know,
I
you've got
think it's
normal
much more
people with weapons.
combative. It's
Yeah,
much more combative, right?
it's just a lot more risky, isn't it? It's just simple as that.
You know what? At the same token, it's much more risky not to. So it depends what side of the coin you're looking at. And I think some people, you know, this is what I like about the one thing about the United States and Britain too, is the people are very much, when push comes to shove, they don't want to be so complacent. They want to, you know, stick to their guns. Whereas, you know, Australia was somewhat to that degree as well, but Canada is just so fucking bent over, and how far can you screw it? It's just ridiculous. That's why I'm really surprised that it hasn't gone even further. But it's bad. It's bad in Canada. Like, don't get me wrong. I mean, they've already mandated that all the federal buildings you need to be double vaxxed, and they're leaning towards you know, facilities. They've left it up to the provinces now to decide what the mandates are, and even interprovincial crossings, if you need to be vaxxed to even, basically each province can be their own country now if they want.
real tough kind of implementation of.
Yes, it's definitely gone pretty strong, and it's going to get further, because people haven't resisted like they should already at this point. So, and they're going to do that. They're going to, you know, as far as people are willing to do it cooperatively, they're going to go that route first, because these people who are implementing it, it's not like they want to be in a big crossfire where their heads can be blown off. So they're going to try that narrative first as far as they can push it. And if they can weaken the masses with not just hypnosis, but the vaccine, you know, if they can get it to, I don't know how much of their numbers is true. You know, they always lie about everything. So, but if they can get
Oh yeah,
50% of a nation to be vaccinated, fuck, that's a lot of people who are willing to be cooperative on their side when push comes to shove. And you've already seen the narrative. They've pushed for getting everybody to, like they always do, to do their dirty work for
Yeah.
them with this
Yeah.
whole vaccine versus anti-vaxxer, you know,
Yeah.
fight over that type shit, right?
Turning people into narcs. You know what I
Yeah,
mean? It's like, you know, your neighbor sit there and that might have already had that shot in the arm, and then
Right.
next thing you know, they might not like you, and they're like, hey, they start talking to the coppers, and it's like, hey, that guy down the street, you know, he doesn't have it.
Right.
Go get him. Go get him. You know.
They might even be so scared of you at some point that they just want to fucking, you know, take matters in their own hands and do the unthinkable. You never know, right?
Yeah. Screw that. I
You
got
never know
something
how
for 'em.
far people are willing to go in fear.
But that's another thing too. I mean, you know, here in the States, you know, we still have the firearm scenario on a majority basis for now.
that's
Until
it. You see,
yeah,
that makes the thing
Stalk
of
them while you can. Stalk them,
riot
load them up.
and disturbance very, very risky, isn't it? You know,
Any of you people
you'll
who
have
have,
obviously.
I'm sorry, it's a delay. You finish, man.
No, that's it. I said my bit.
Okay, I was just gonna say, if any of you guys, you know, have those 3D printers or whatever, start making a shitload of that, because when push comes to shove, you know, hand them out to your fucking neighbors if they're starting to do like what's happening in Australia. You're gonna need that shit, you know.
well, I kind of worry about some of you guys in those other countries that, in my opinion, the best way I can explain it, has been neutered. All right, you know, like I was sitting there talking to a couple of guys that are in the UK, and I was like, okay, if the government was starting to come at you, how would you and a couple of your buddies decided to defend yourselves from that? How would you do it? And they were like, we're not allowed to. I was like, well, I know you're not allowed to, but still, you know, how are you supposed to defend yourself from like a tyrannical?
Since when did you need permission to defend yourself from the person who's attacking you?
Well,
and ask permission from them?
Right.
Well, they've absolutely diluted the gun laws here. There's been a number of incidents. First one, Michael Ryan, he shot downtown and got a bag of sugar. He shot 16 people using an AK-47. I used to shoot at the same club with him. Westbury White Horse Gun Club, it was called. And on the outside range, he was using an AK-47. We went pistol shooting there. My dad had a pistol there, and my friend's dad did. And we'd go and shoot the pistols there. I've had a lot of trigger time. I'm very good with pistol. But what happened was, he went and did that. He seemed like a person that was very distant, and it's almost as if he'd be the perfect person to control. And I believe he's like some kind of Mancunian candidate with what he did. You know, I believe that was to take away automatic weapons, which it did. Okay, so all the automatic weapons go out of the country. Then later on, a guy called Thomas Hamilton went into a school. He was a scout leader, believe it or not. Went to a school, shot a load of children using just handguns, legally owned ones.
Right.
Michael Ryan's weapon was legally owned. Not like it was an illegal weapon, because if it's an illegal weapon, that doesn't put anything on the law-abiding weapons, does it?
Well, yeah, you remember what I was saying earlier about if you're waiting for freedom to become legal, you missed the point.
Yeah, because you know, like it's a guy goes down and he shoots a load of people using an illegal weapon that doesn't have any bounds and any sort of pressure.
Legality had nothing to do with whether they're going to do that or not. It's nothing to do with legality,
that, but
right?
what I mean is their aim. I know these things were engineered. Their aim was to take away legally owned weapons of that type.
Right.
So the second one, where he shoots all the children just using handguns, you know, they take all away the handguns, and the only way you can have a weapon here is really a shotgun or a deer rifle. But it's absolutely you know, like a
Regular.
sniper type weapon. It's absolutely nigh on impossible to get one. I know somebody recently that he had shotgun and a 7.62 deer hunting
You
rifle.
you mean legally get one?
Yeah, legally held. Do you know what happened?
Yeah.
Police turned up at his house. We had a phone call. Somebody said you were holding a weapon in your kitchen. Yeah,
That snitch society.
yeah. This is what happened. I can even show you to the guy's Instagram. Yeah, he's me sister's fella. This is what the call was. And because this person apparently 75 meters behind his house has looked through their upstairs window and seen him in his kitchen with his weapon, right?
Mhm.
Okay. They've got concerned. So they took him all away and he's now trying to jump through hoops to get him back. Do you know what? He ain't getting them back.
Most likely.
It's engineered, isn't it?
Yeah.
Well,
Well,
you
this
know well, okay. What I was going to say, Nudie. What I was going to say
Go
is,
ahead.
what gets me is like, for instance, okay, all right, it's like, okay, you got a barrel of apples. You got one bad apple in there. All right, instead of taking that one bad apple and the rest of them, be okay, what they do is they throw out the whole fucking barrel. All right, you know what I'm saying? It's like, okay, my rights don't go away and all that stuff just because some dumbass wanted to go do a damn school shooting.
Yeah.
You know
That's
what I
right. They're
mean?
trying to
But
domesticate
they've
all of
done
us
that.
because
Yep.
some of us are criminal
Right.
or whatever. Why
Well, no,
punish
Well,
me
my
for somebody
pistol
else?
dealer,
yeah,
my pistol
exactly.
dealer. This is how hard they applied that.
But
My
you know
pis-
what? If you think that you need to get permission to do something, maybe you shouldn't be doing it
Yeah, well,
because
this
you
is
don't
just
have you really actually that just kind of proves that you don't have enough of the kind of mindful awakeness and responsibility.
well,
So
it's
you kind of almost deserve it in a way, right? If you choose, just like, I don't need permission to drive on a road. I fucking drive without a license. Here's the way I see it, okay, other than the permission part. If something is illegal, which is all bullshit anyway, but if something is illegal without a license, then you're getting a license to do something illegal.
yeah. You see, the people that would go against the grain or the system like that. Yeah, there ain't enough of them. And the day I regret is the day I was born. Sorry, it wouldn't really be the day I was born. The day my parents got me christened, got me a birth certificate.
I agree right there. I was going to say,
That's
yep,
where
exactly.
it starts.
Yep, exactly. I agree.
So,
Do you know, my son, 21, he hasn't been christened. He hasn't been put on the register like that. So he isn't in debt to the, £10,000 they say
Well,
originally.
we're dead.
Per
Technically, we're
person.
not in debt. It's just that they convinced us that we are obligated to pay that debt, and they've got that birth certificate stuff as they claim that as a contract. You had no knowledge of that contract, so the
even if you
contract is
did,
null and void.
even if you did, you're right. It is null and void. Even if you did, though, are you obligated to operate under the capacity of a contract 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whether you said so or not?
Well, you shouldn't if you haven't agreed to it, but
That's the
they're
thing. So
saying
do you
your
have to
guardian's
agree?
done it for you, hasn't it? That's how
No, but
it's.
since when did my guardian get to make, or anybody else get to make a contract on my behalf that for my entire life I have no say in?
That's the con, isn't it? That's the con.
Yep.
It's like
that's part of the con, but not really. I mean, there's a lot more to it than that. But if you
well,
want
why
to just go
isn't
by
it?
that narrative,
Because somebody's made your parents or your guardian has made that decision whether you like it or not, and you've got to live with it. Now, if
no, you don't.
you're not going to know
That's part
what
of the
we know
con.
now, are you?
You don't have to live with it. But if you have to understand what really happened before you can actually make a self-determination on it. What really happened is they just traded when you were born, so to speak, long story short, they created a certificate of live birth on your behalf. They said, okay, we're going to call you this name, blah, blah, blah. And that was supposed to be used on your behalf to have an inherited claim of all the entitlements to land and whatnot. Not that it would matter either way, but this is just a way to have a social functional tool that we use to have that for accountability as well, which is not a bad idea, but it is still a concept. Now, so what this so-called government did, which is not, it's just a Gestapo, but is they said, okay, well, listen, we have better, we're betterly equipped and betterly established. So come and give us your birth certificate, or sorry, your record of live birth, which represented all of your inheritance, and we're going to hold it on your behalf. And we're going to give you a trade-in. We're going to give you a birth certificate, which at any time you can come back and trade that if you want. But for the time being, you're going to operate under this capacity. Now, what they did is they flipped the switch from you being a beneficiary, because when you had the original live birth record, you're a beneficiary of the state, and your parents traded that in for a franchise status, is what it's called. You decided to operate under a franchise. Not that you still don't have your original entitlement, though. This is what people don't realize. And you don't even need to ask for it back or anything like that. That's all because your original state is free. All you have to do is decide. So just like, for example, if you are a employee of McDonald's, you don't have to operate under the capacity as an employee for McDonald's 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. It's only when you decide to. And the hours that you work for McDonald's is with your agreement. McDonald's cannot force you to be an employee and go operate your affairs as a franchise of McDonald's or an employee of McDonald's for your whole life. But if you believe that that's the only capacity that you have entitlement to operate under, you're going to do just that. And that's what everybody's doing. They think that their national status, which is capacity, the capacity that you operate under, is my true and only form of societal cooperative measure that I can go by. Totally sacrificing that you actually have unlimited tools at your disposal, and you did by divine birthright. Of course you did, because there's nothing else that can interfere between you and that. You were born free. You weren't born with a nation's title. You didn't have a tattoo with some code on your leg that said you are British or you are this, and all those are fictions. So all you have to do is recognize that and say, well, listen, I'm British. I'm operating under British if I want to, whenever I want to. But if I don't want to for the next 20 minutes, I'm not going to. And when you look at it from that perspective, you can, if you want to, if it's convenient for you, if there's benefit, you can weave in and out of that if you need to or if you want to. I haven't found it necessary to. I've been operating outside of that state just by choice. Again, there's no protocol to it. You don't have to go and do anything. You don't have to go and redeem the certificate either. If you want to, you can. It doesn't matter. You don't have to do any of that bullshit. All you have to do is just decide for yourself. It's that simple. Nobody else can tell you what to do or how to operate your affairs. Nobody else has that state. It's your state of mind that matters.
Oh no, I'm aware of that, but I believe that when that sort of contract is sort of done, that, you know, it's almost as if it's done without your consent in a way, because your guardian's done it, but you're saying you don't have to abide by, you know, other things to do that.
Technically, from what
I understand, if you
want
to look at it from that perspective, it's not even your contract to begin with. Then, so
exactly,
you have nothing to do with it.
No, that's what I believe. But
but even if it is,
number of people, and they're trying to like say that the best thing to do is not do it at all because of this reason, that reason, and the other reason.
Right.
But obviously, you're saying it doesn't matter anyway.
It doesn't. Of course it doesn't, because it takes your agreement for it to be valid, for it to be real. If you don't make it real, there is no real validity to it. It's your mind that makes it real. So, for example, further keeping, if you thought that you had to like get a license at some point because you had some obligatory duty to do so, it's your belief.
Yeah,
that you had
I get all
to
that,
do that,
but
right?
what I mean is I believe that that started some kind of thing with that birth certificate. You know,
Yeah,
of course, if you don't
yeah. I mean,
believe
for
it,
instance,
it
I
doesn't
mean,
matter.
there would be
But
a lot of things that you wouldn't have to go through if you didn't have that to begin with. But yes, since our parents got
I'm
it
still
or
listening.
applied
I
for
just
it to
got to
begin
do
with,
something. 1 second. I'm still listening.
well, since your parents, all of us, we you know, our parents put that in a sense entered that contract. Um, Now it's upon us to actually, you know, in a sense, I don't know. I'm still working on myself when it comes down to paperwork, but and learning more about it. But it's changing your status in a sense. Like
You
yeah,
don't
like
need to do a protocol to do that. This is what,
well, I
if you
mean,
can
don't you
come
have
to
to
terms
like
with
give?
this.
Don't you have to like sit there and serve official notice to everybody? You know,
Why?
like well, because that's the way they do things. You know,
They? Who's they?
well, them. I mean, okay.
So listen. When, again, you're
Like for
still
instance,
looking for,
like for any
you're,
government agency, for instance, the first thing they do is serve notice. Well, and that
that's their protocol.
right in their protocol, like if you were to do that in a sense, I guess for them to I
If
guess
you
to
want to, if,
recognize it, I guess that's I don't know if that's the words I'm looking for. But,
why do you need their recognition?
well, no, I get what you're saying.
No,
I
no,
get what you're
listen,
saying.
no, listen, no. I'm not so sure you do, because you're still looking for recognition. You shouldn't. If you want to stand totally in the free, you stop trying to look for remedy. You stop trying to seek it. You are the remedy by just to yourself declaring, I don't need anybody to approve of what I'm doing.
Well, no, I get that and I understand that. The only the thing that always pops in my mind also, and the way this psychotic society has been built, the use of violence gets put into my life if I don't play their game.
Hold on,
All right,
hold on,
if I
hold
don't
on,
play their game,
hold on. Question: is the use of violence put into your life if you do play the game?
well,
Is the
good
game
point. Fair enough.
itself,
Fair
is the
enough. Fair
game
enough.
okay? And is the game itself, as in the way that it's aligned, it's forcing you to participate? Is that not an act of violence?
Yes, it is. Fair
Okay.
enough. I agree.
So the only thing is you got two choices here. You can submit your will and hope that you have a lesser form of violence, or you can stand your ground in honor and truth. Violence is already what they've professed an act of war. It's not going away. If you want to help matters, you got two choice. The choice that you got to make is to stop being a part of the problem. You have to remove yourself right outside of it and stand your ground to whatever means necessary, including death, if necessary. That is the only way. You have to be totally outside of submitting to their will, no, at whatever cost it might be. No exceptions. That's the only way that you can be the change that you want to see. Because what you want to see is what I want to see. You want to see an environment where people aren't able to infiltrate and force their will against you. We want peace. We want to be left alone to do our thing. We want to be able to self-determine. We want to be able to do anything that we want to do except harm other people, right?
Well, and not only that, I want to be able to punish those that try to do that to me.
Right.
You know, try to violate my, you know, basically damage my life, liberty, or property, or any of that
right.
stuff. All right.
Right. Now, what do you? Why? So,
there
what is
has
it?
to be punishment.
Right. So, what would there be as far as struggle with actually doing that?
That's a good question. I don't know how to answer that. It's a good question. I don't know how to answer that.
Okay, so I have an answer to it, but I'm not going to do it because I want to see if you can, and I'm going to equate this with what we were talking about earlier.
Well, I mean, I can probably go a whole bunch of different angles, but I'm not sure. I'd have to sit here and think about it for a minute, honestly.
Okay, fair enough. Maybe while you're doing that and ponder it, because I don't want to, you know, that's what I want.
Go ahead.
That's what I want.
I like thinking, so go ahead.
Yes, and take your time with it. Take your time with it. No, listen, this is important to do because I want to show you guys something here. Remember we were talking about a little bit earlier as to, and you guys are awake, so it's not like I'm talking about, you know, hard edge people who are in dead stone hypnotic state or whatnot, but you guys can correlate when we're talking to people who are like that. It's like totally just beating your head against the wall. You're going to get nowhere. However, perhaps, And I have found, and I want to show you guys through this avenue, it's not a dead issue. There are ways to communicate with people who are deep in trance state. I've found it, I've discovered it, and it's effective. And there's several things so far that I found, and there's more that I'm experimenting with it as we speak. But I'm just going to help you out with one, because I don't want to overwhelm. One of them is by getting individuals. You're never going to get an individual to just absorb all your information and take you at face value, especially, first of all, trust is important. But before that, if you just proclaim your truth, it's your truth. It's not their truth. Now,
Right.
with that being
Bye,
said,
Graham. All right, John. Sorry about that.
with that being said, if you can help an individual through the process of seeding question, come to an understanding where it's their truth, you will start to begin the awakening process for them, because you're not interfering with their master. You're simply allowing them to discover on their own terms a means of truth. So this is actually kind of what I'm doing right now. So that's why I'm not saying anything. I want you to ponder the question that we just posed and come to a consensus on it. And I'll help infiltrate that process through the same thing. I'll use questions and questions alone to help you rise and resurrect and understand truth, instead of me just flat out stating it. Because I could do that, but then it's there's gonna be like different things.
Even if you state what your view of the truth, whatever, I'm willing to listen to it. But I can also, like I said,
and again, you're open too, right? So you're going to understand more of it than somebody would. But
well,
let me just
because I'm trying to look at it at many different angles all at the same
It's
time.
the same way. It's the same way as you'd sell something. You ask questions.
Yes, sales techniques and hypnotic sales techniques. I'm versed in that. I used to do sales.
I'm a top closer. I've been involved in selling for many years on and off, and
very good. So you'll have an understanding for sure. Yes, it's a very useful tool, because it's basically using the same tool to work in our favor in this sense. But the only way that it does is you have to remember that a master has already put the spell on an individual. So they're under the spell of that master. That's their trust layer. So you can't ever get in and try and go on top of that master. That's where people are going wrong. However, you can use the same language, and you have to learn how to be clever with that language and use the same articulation that the same mastery, so to speak, has used to influence the spell on the individual. And if you use those, if you can match the articulation and just interject the seed, not the opposing to the master, but the seed, then an individual in their trance state can actually comfortably take that and start to self-recognize truth. And it can get to such a point where the truth becomes so apparent on their own terms that they realize that their master is not trustable, and it breaks the spell. That's one form. That's one form. There's other ones as well, but again, I don't want to. And I'm not saying there's a blanket slate. It doesn't work for everybody. I haven't had I'm still new and experimenting this right now, because somebody brought it to light recently that people have been asking for this, because it's bugging people how little effective they are in trying to get people to wake up. And I concur. It is. It's a nuisance. It's like, fuck, there's so many billions of us, and we don't need very many of us to infiltrate change. The more of us, the better on our side. So if we can wake some people up along the process, beautiful. And I think it's worth the effort. But so anyway, back to what we were saying before, that question. What was the question again? You'll have to remind me. What was it that you were pondering, Anarchy, that I was getting you to ponder there? I lost my train of thought with that.
Holy crap on a crack. You expect me to remember? No.
Long points.
Well, I'll tell you this. Well, see, I was gonna ask Cool Tools anyway. When it comes down to okay, I got a buddy of mine that lives down here. He's in the military, but he's from Ireland. All right, and he's got 2 pubs there. All right, he is hemorrhaging freaking money because he can't keep any customers and can't keep the businesses open over there. All right. And I'm sitting there looking at like a lot of these places where like pubs are getting closed or all this stuff like that. Even like at the beginning, like that first year when it started happening here, they were closing down a lot of bars and gyms and stuff like that. I don't know exactly when it comes down to where in your area, when it comes down to some of the lockdowns, what gets locked, what actually gets shut down. And I mean, what's your feel of what like the people out there are willing to put up with? It's like how much are they gonna be able to lose money by their business being closed down or something like that?
Well, funnily enough, my missus is a hairdresser. She's had the opportunity to have a shop of her own. She didn't want to. She's happy doing part-time at her friend's salon, which she's worked with for 25 years, and she does her own private clients. Now, when the lockdown happened, hairdressing and beautician work went out the window.
Right.
Her friend wasn't going to be able to keep the shop. And really, that's the basis of my missus's income and her career, is the shop, because she does like 3, sometimes 4 days there. And the other sort of thing is just a bonus to her, her mobile customers, more of a social thing.
Mm.
Well, when all that went out the window, she's wondering how to keep the shop, etc. Her friend who owns the shop actually got a hell of a lot of help from the government. She got 10,000 kickback rent. It's quite a big sum. It's only a small shop. I mean, that covered the whole rent for the lockdowns. But obviously there's other costs. There's people worrying about their jobs. They all got 90% furlough, which is basically their wages. 90% of their wages they got, which I was quite impressed with. I really thought that was quite generous. And then that went down to 80%. But then obviously they went back to work, that ended, and they had to carry on. But the thing is, the uptake after you've had lockdowns is very difficult. To get the customers back in, there's lots more things they have to do. Sanitization, they have to have individual sort of screens put in. They have to sanitize everything after every customer, the whole area. They have to, new sorts of face masks, different things like that. It's very difficult. But on the 3rd lockdown, I could see my missus really worried about her job, about her security, about the shop. It's her friend at the end of the day as well. So, it's difficult for her. But they managed to keep it. But there was other people. There's actually a lady in our town, you could research it. She ignored the lockdowns. She had a hairdressing shop, first year in business. She continued to hairdress.
Right.
Regardless of the lockdown. She got one fine, a couple of thousand. They then caught her again. She got another. She said she just had family in the shop. She was just doing a bit of cleaning in the shop and doing her friends there. Yeah, and her family like that.
Right.
They wouldn't have none of it. Give her another. She ended up with £25,000 in fines. So basically, they ended her business. But that was somebody, I think that was done as an example. I don't know whether it's true, not. I mean, I could probably, go along the conspiracy theory. I don't know. But apparently, somebody knows the girl, and it was absolutely true. She was just a rebel and wanted to continue and didn't see why. And she got fined. She's in Bradford in West Yorkshire. If you wanted to look at it, I'm sure there's plenty online about it. I've looked at 1 or 2 things from her missus actually.
I don't know if it's the same girl I'm thinking about, but she was standing firmly on natural and common law. You know what I mean?
I don't know if she used that, but I do know she continued over 3 big fines. Yeah, it's Bradford, West Yorkshire. If anyone wants to look, hairdresser continues through lockdown. You'll get all of it. It's a
Okay.
mad story. But yeah, there's other people that couldn't trade, and they must have had the help as well. And I don't believe as many people lost out as maybe they're portraying, personally. But there's a lot of the whole building game. If you worked outside, that was okay, I think. But generally, that all died. I mean, my thing I was doing all died. I was trading. I trade power tools and tools, professional grade, and you know that just died.
Yeah.
Literally, no one's buying. It was like a few DIYers, and they don't want the type of stuff I got. Really, I sold a few bits and pieces, but nothing like I was. I mean, a couple of Black Fridays ago, I turned over a massive amount, over 10,000 on Black Friday week alone. Well, after that, absolutely, the ones after, nothing, like, not even 1,000. It's pointless. So that's all dead. But yeah, the building trade started cranking up, and the thing is I think when the furlough ended, that's when people were getting, the furlough's just to explain it, the top of the wages, if you didn't know.
Where does everybody think that money's coming from? I mean, it's gonna have to be paid back, right? Or
they're
no?
mortgaging it all, aren't they? And whatever interest rates will go up and this and that. I mean, in a sense, they've done it like a war. It's how they fund wars, isn't it?
Again, all that only matters though if you're dependent on it. Anarchy, you just said a minute ago, and I want to touch on that a bit more. Sorry. This thing about natural law and common law. I pose a question to both of you guys, and here's me doing that strategy. So I'm even showing you as we speak, to be fair about things. But okay, here's the question for you to ponder. Why do you think that natural law and common law don't hold very much weight, if any weight at all, in the current common courts?
Well, I mean, the common law is from many, many years back, and in a sense, they say that's what modern laws are kind of loosely based on. But them sort of common laws, it's how the magistrate or the judge give weight to it. If you're going to try and apply common law, it's how it's perceived, isn't it? And they're not perceiving it very well.
Why do you think that is?
Bit of a joker, won't they? They just think you're a bit, because they've got a narrative they're following, and they won't like. I mean, if common law started getting really seriously adhered to, and judges are really, being serious about, your common law right, then more people would do it. It would cause more of a problem. It would block up the courts like crazy. They'd have to go backwards in the laws and how they kind of like, how it's applied in courts and whatnot. So they're trying to basically make it forgotten, if you like.
What's your take on it, Anarchy? Do you understand the question? I'm sure you do. But
well, I was sitting there. I had some stuff in my head, and I'm sitting there listening at the same time. But well, all right. Let's see here.
Do you need me to repeat the question?
Yeah, please do it one more time.
Okay, so why do you think common law?
Okay.
Okay, you got it. All right.
Well, what was popping in my mind? It was kind of like a visualization. All right. Natural and common law is kind of like how how gold and silver is really technically for centuries been money. It's been true money and valuable, had worth. And the main reason is because you had to dig it out of the ground. It take effort to get it out of the ground. That's why it had some kind of worth to it. But anyway, it reminded me of common law and natural law as being something like gold and silver. It has a foundation, has worth to it. There's actually it's you can't. It's not subjective. It's objective. It's not subjective. You know what I mean? It's oh gosh. I was trying to. I had it in my head, and it sounded good in my head, and I'm not sure how to. You
Okay.
get what you know what I'm saying?
I
I
do.
don't know. I don't know if you know where I was going with that, but
I don't know either, but I think I got a consensus so far of what you're
okay.
trying to get at.
Well, I mean,
Um,
okay. Man, what I was trying to like, for some reason, gold and silver popped in my mind as like synonymous to that. All right. Like like all the statutes, the codes, policies, all the rules, all that's paper. That's fiat currency.
uh-huh,
You know,
right,
you
right.
get what I'm saying? One's
I do.
real, one's not. One's
There you go.
actually
Okay.
honest. One's honest. One's not. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. So, okay. So you're more on lines of being accurate. Now I'm going to go back to Cool again for a second, and let me see if I can help you come up to a bit clearer terms. You're on the right path, Cool, but a little bit kind of sideways. Let me ask you let me ask you a question. No, it's okay, but this is how we learn. Cool Tunes. I don't know if there's both. I would assume in UK there's both McDonald's and Burger King. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so both of them, they would have their own business operating mandates. Would you say that's fair enough?
Yeah.
All right. So if you don't like something that's going on in Burger King, what do you think the chances are of you affecting any kind of getting anything accepted if you take the mandates of Burger King and try and get any kind of remedy over at McDonald's?
Well, be different, wouldn't it?
Now, if you can correlate that same understanding as to what people are trying to do when they're trying to use common law, when they're going to court, they haven't identified that common law is Burger King and the current courts are McDonald's. And this is why
that essentially is, but mine was a reaction to that. It's they don't want. I don't think either of them would want common law applied, if you like, because it's just a hassle for them. It's something that.
Yes.
Yes,
so
I
of course
agree.
it doesn't.
It's a hassle for 'em.
Yeah, it is. Of course it is, because that's not. It's like trying to resolve a hockey infraction at a ringette game or a baseball game, and the referees are just shaking their head, going, "You fucking idiots! What are you doing over here, spouting that nonsense to me?"
Well, the only people that are going to do all right out of that is the lawyers, isn't it?
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter again, because here, let me help you even further. Because so you were on kind of the right track, but where the sideways part was is this. Where do you think then, if that's the case, where exactly we've identified that you can't take Burger King, which Burger King in this case represents now common law and natural law. So to take Burger King common law and natural law and to try and use that over at McDonald's obviously isn't going to get you very far. That's just very obvious logic, right? We concur with that so far?
Yeah.
Well, on that level, it's like you have to have courts that are specifically for natural common law.
Yeah. Hold on. I want him to come to terms with it. I want him
to. Oh, sorry.
Yeah. That's okay. Okay, so that is my next question then, is where then would common law, where would the law of common law and natural law, in this case, metaphorically speaking, the law of Burger King, where would that be effective?
At Burger King, wasn't it?
At Burger King. So now correlate that as a metaphor and take a look around. Where's Burger King?
Yeah. Where can you see? That's the thing. I've even looked here in the States, and I don't know any court system or anything where I can get where I'm under like a common law jurisdiction, which
Okay.
that's what this damn country was founded on.
No, it hasn't. That's where you're sideways. Now I'm going to divert my attention back to you. The place that you've been looking for Burger King, has it been in McDonald's?
Well, I mean, see, right now, that's what I understand. Like, for instance, the system that's in place right now is basically a Admiralty Maritime Law system. All right.
Hold on. We'll get there too. I know what you're going to say because we had the same conversation the other day. But hold on, slow down for 1 second and understand my question. Because a moment ago you just said you've been looking for where is
Well, that's
Burger
the thing.
King.
It's like I've actually thought I've tried to figure out, like, for instance, if I was, because I was trying to find a court, for instance. I didn't, like,
Where have you been
physically.
looking for it?
Well,
Where?
I've just keeping my eyes open. It's not like I've been actively searching the damn
Okay, so
map or
you've been
whatever.
on the lookout to see if you
Yeah.
can see one. Is that the case?
Yeah, I have
All right.
yet to have anything come into my lap. For
No,
instance.
but
All right. Okay. Very good. Okay. So
you
then to both of you, can you come to a consensus that Burger King doesn't seem to be anywhere around right now?
because it's hidden. You
Is
need
it
to
hidden?
go back. You need
Or
to
right
go
now?
back. No, but what I'm saying is like to learn to sort of them laws. They're not kind of like current, so they want them
Well,
to flip.
what would make
They-
them current?
Well, what would make them current? The application of them and maybe, I don't know, a way of applying them. Maybe,
Yes.
I don't know. I mean, them
Where?
acknowledging them. They're not going to acknowledge them, are they? So they're
Yes.
going to.
You're
Yeah,
right. They're not going to
they-
acknowledge them. So where? That's the question. Let me ask you another question. Let's say they were current. Okay, we can get to what would make them current, but let's say they were successful at being current. Even if they're current, if you go into McDonald's, is that going to make you get anywhere?
You need to be in the right kind of. I don't know.
It's called
Difficult to say.
jurisdiction. It's called jurisdiction.
Yeah. I was going to say jurisdiction or court, but the thing
Which
is, it
which
should
is
be
Burger
everywhere,
King.
shouldn't it?
Yes,
Yeah.
it should be
Yeah,
everywhere.
but I
So
said
where
that
is
before.
Burger King? Where is Burger King?
It's a good question because, I mean, all right, in my opinion, I think we here in this country, for instance, we need to get back to that natural and common law.
Hold on. I'm going to help you out here. The country you're talking about is actually McDonald's. And it's not a specific location on land. It's a fiction.
I get that part. No, I'm talking about the land itself. You know what I mean? Go back
It's nothing
to that.
to do with the land. It's nothing. And this is where you went sideways before. And now we'll incorporate that because you were talking about, we had a discussion about that the other day. And you asked the question, well, shouldn't the law of the sea stay at the law of the sea and the law of land stay at the law of the sand? Well, let me ask you a question. Whose law? And what does morale change just because you're at sea or on land?
Well,
it's hard, isn't it? Because there's
it's
no
nothing
way.
to do. It's nothing to do with location. That is a farcity. It's nothing
It's
to
your
do with
person,
position.
isn't it? It's your person as a man.
It's your state of mind.
Yeah,
That's
but
all it is.
okay, I'll say this then. Okay, right? There's a guy I was following. Gosh, shipping out a couple of years back now. He was an absolute state of mind, absolutely rebel. Yeah, absolutely didn't want to go with the flow. Common law mad, which I love. Gets pulled over by the police.
Yeah.
Police come up to his car. He wouldn't get out of the car. Unwinds it a bit. You might have seen the videos. I forget the name of him now. He unwinds the window a bit. Starts stating common law. Yeah.
Uh-huh.
About his license, his insurance, right to drive on the highway, Freeman stuff, and all this, yeah, blah blah blah. Now, the way they don't acknowledge aspects of common law, even though they have to kind of abide by some of it to a sense, because it's like modern laws have been made and they've tried to forget the common laws. Instead of, this is what they don't do, which is really funny. You think they make a new law, they delete the other law, make it not valid, but they don't, for whatever reason I do not know. But anyway, this guy goes along with all the common laws. He knows them all off by heart, quoting all this stuff, and all he did was dig himself into a whole heap of shit.
Yeah, because
And
again,
in the end,
he's trying to take Burger King into McDonald's.
yeah, well, the thing is, in the end, that was never going to work because
That's why.
yeah,
Because
exactly. But the
you
thing
can't
is,
take
where
Mc-
does he go? Where does he go?
Yeah,
If his
so let's
state
get
of
back to that.
mind,
Let's
yeah, but his
let's
state of mind was absolutely common law, absolutely rebel, absolutely tyrant. But the system weren't allowing him. The judges weren't allowing him to, where could he take his law? He gets put in a court, doesn't he? He
right.
gets the
So
policeman turn up at the door of his car. He
right.
gets this,
Yes.
So in a
it's
sense, what
enforced on you.
what
Yes.
what
You
I'm
can't.
getting this is we've got to figure out a way to bring McDonald's into Burger King and actually hold them accountable.
How do you
Thank
do
you.
that, Guru?
There you do. There you go.
How?
How? Okay, so let's talk about that because now we're talking about you. You just got it. Okay, you just anarchy. You just showed that my questioning and this method is how you can help an individual come to the understanding of it. Now we're going to have a real discussion about how to have real accountability. So let's talk about that. First of all, let's identify where is Burger King.
Well, that's a good question. I don't know how to answer that right now yet.
Okay. I don't know is a viable answer. Cool Tools, what about you?
Well, there isn't. They say the laws in this country are based on common and modern law. It's a load of rubbish.
Is Burger King laws or is Burger King something else? Maybe we need to understand, first of all, maybe we need to identify what Burger King is before we can identify where Burger King is.
Well, see, I know it's based on common law over there. And I know they just kind of basically...
Yeah, but this is it. It's all...
Anarchy, you were on the right path a few minutes ago. What is Burger King?
Accountability for common law.
There you go. Accountability for
but the
morale
thing is, it
compass,
doesn't
right?
matter. It doesn't matter when they're just going to push on you. That guy, yeah, he was the best of the best. I'm going to try and remember his name.
Where doesn't it matter? Where doesn't it matter? You said it doesn't matter. Where doesn't it matter?
To you personally, if you're following that.
If you're following that, yes, but we're not talking about following that. We're talking about we're talking about not being in McDonald's anymore.
No, you want to be in common law on the street. What?
Anywhere.
Anywhere, yeah.
Anywhere we want it to be. Now, who is okay? We have to identify what, who, when, where, and how. All of these things. Who is Burger King? What is Burger King? Where is Burger King? How is Burger King? And why is Burger King? We have to have those before you will have this understanding in your head for true remedy and true accountability.
Yeah, but
let's go one at a time.
Right, I'm just going to give this example because I don't know the answer, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
I don't, because I've seen this really, really tried to be applied. This was a whole movement, and it still exists, I believe, to a point, but it's not like it was. This whole movement was doing these things.
Doing what?
And, the common law, they were living as a common man, using all these different terms in different situations, even right down to banks.
Where were they using those terms?
Wherever they were.
Were they, or were they trying? Are you saying that they were having problems in McDonald's again?
No, for argument, no. For what it was is, for argument's sake, one time it was debt collectors coming round.
Same
They were
thing.
doing
That's
it
McDonald's.
people's
That's
doorstep. Yeah,
McDonald's.
that's right.
That's
Yeah,
McDonald's.
they won a number of times like that, but
And they'll give it to you, right? Because they want to. Sometimes they'll give you a little win here, McDonald's, because they want you to keep thinking that Burger King rules do apply in McDonald's.
Yeah,
So you'll keep
that's
trying
right.
to look for remedy in McDonald's,
But in
right?
the long run, their whole movement, and I love their movement. I love their vision. The whole movement, yeah, it
Fail.
kind of failed. Yeah, that
Why?
is
Why
it.
did it fail?
And they were committed. I don't care what anyone says. They were properly committed. They had absolutely.
Why did it fail?
Well, their resolve in a sense, because they gave up because it was pointless. 'cause
Well, yes, of course.
they
Why was
they
it pointless?
stuck by dealing with people who were in debt and they had the debt collectors around. That was
Why
really
was it
successful.
pointless? What was pointless about
Because
their
McDonald's
movement?
was ruling the roost,
Right.
and there
Because they were
wasn't a
still
government
trying
in.
to look. They were trying to look for remedy in McDonald's. Still,
There wasn't. Yeah, but see, the thing is it needs to be a more liberal kind of.
remedy is not going to happen by trying to turn McDonald's into Burger King.
No, it wasn't.
This is what people are trying to do. They're trying to go into Burger King thinking that they have righteousness and standing in honor. They're trying to go in McDonald's, thinking that they have righteousness and honor, mandating that we go by Burger King's rules. No.
No, but
McDonald's has every right when you do that, and responsibility when you do that, to call you a lunatic, to throw you in a fucking loony bin, and probably execute you because you're trampling on their courts, you're trampling on their territory, you're trampling on their business.
So what's the answer then? I'm just
Well,
gonna
no,
ask you.
it brings me a question though, and not necessarily a solution, but it's more of a question.
Okay.
All right, let's say, for instance, all right, we decide we found evidence and we want to charge McDonald's and bring them into Burger King's court. All right.
Right.
First off, we would have to have some kind of threat of punishment if they don't come into court or whatever.
Right.
Right. And then on top of that, then we'd have to have some kind of way of enforcing punishment if they found guilty, for instance, of whatever crimes we've, charged them with, whatever.
Right.
But
so first of all, those two you've talked about the how, and yeah, you're mostly talking about the how, which is great. Keep going.
Well, see, that's one of the main things that that pops up in my mind. All right, because I've talked to this with other people when it comes down to it. It always comes down to like, okay, what do we do? Well, I'm sitting there thinking, and it's like, okay, the only way, like for one, to really change things or get them to comply is you have to force them. All right, because if you look at it from their angle, they're forcing us.
Yes, they're certainly not going to submit to you just because you said
Right.
so.
Right.
Not a chance. So
All
that's
right,
about
so-
being realistic about
So
things. For sure.
yeah, I'm trying to be realistic. It's like, for instance, okay, how in a sense, for
We're
one,
getting to it.
For one,
Totally on the right path. Keep going.
well, okay, well, for instance, okay, if we started our own, for instance, started our own common law
You know
court,
what? You know what? You're going
then
there.
we
Hang
had-
on a sec. Sorry, let me pause you. Why don't we? Because this will help with the narrative to go a bit more smoothly. And you were just about to go there. Let's start with the who. Who first?
on which end?
Who is Burger King?
Okay, well, my first reaction answer is, we the people, or the individual, or what. I mean, I don't know how to answer that, but that's my first answer.
You're correct. You're correct.
That's
It's
my
us.
first gut instinct answer.
You are
Yeah.
correct. We are. There's nobody else.
Right.
There's just McDonald's and Burger King. Those are the only two things going on here. So there's McDonald's and us. We are Burger King. You're correct. So that's the who. The who is us. Okay. So now let's lean towards the next. We got. We've identified the who. Now the what. What is Burger King?
Well, yeah, Burger King is common law, so you know what I mean. But
To accomplish what?
well,
You're correct.
holding McDonald's accountable, for instance.
All right. So now we've got the who, we, and we've got the what? Accountability. Right?
Okay.
Our objective is accountability. And we've got the who's gonna accomplish this? Us. Now let's go for the where. Where is Burger King?
Yeah, I don't know what to tell you about that when it comes down to it. But it could be anywhere, like you said. But
Hit
I mean,
the nail on the head.
Yeah, like you said,
Anywhere we
get,
want it. Do
yeah.
we have? Let me ask you another question to help you come to a better understanding, because you're on the right track. Do we have anybody above us that we have to ask permission to, or hold ourselves as?
On a literal sense, no, because free
Right.
men don't have to ask permission.
Okay, so it's basically then wherever we want, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, I get that. I mean, I was sitting there thinking, it's like, okay, like a specific place, like for instance, like a certain place in like Montana or Wisconsin. I don't know.
Be.
But, yeah,
be,
I know. It could be
just
anywhere. Yeah.
Just to keep things simple, right? Just to identify this thing as, you know, because these are the hard questions.
Actually, it would be better off if there was like a form of common law court type of thing everywhere. You know, every town. You
Not
know?
even just town. How about just like, for example, if you're coming after me as an aggressor and my life is threatened, I'm going to kill you. That's court. Do you understand?
Well, yeah, I get that. Yeah.
Okay.
But
so
then there's also that thing. It's like, for instance, you remember back in the day of like cowboys and Indians, I guess you would call it. Like for instance, if you were in a situation, but you shot a man in the back, you are fully at fault, because that is not self-defense if you shot that man in the back.
As an aggressor. As an aggressor, yes.
Right.
Yeah, so that's why the moral compass, like common law, is basically an extension of one thing. Do no harm as an aggressor.
Exactly. The non-aggression principle.
Right. But you have a responsibility to defend yourself.
Yeah.
Okay. So those are the two aspects of the coin there. And that's, you know, everything else is kind of not even necessary. It's just an expansion on that. And it's not bad to have that expansion, because like we still want to have due process is the same thing to do. For example, we don't want to just like execute somebody because they were trying to steal a pack of gum from your wallet or something, you know, that's not righteous. So there needs to be a bit of a cooperative consensus when it comes to the accountability equation. And that's discussions that aren't being had right now, because we're always delegating that responsibility away to McDonald's.
Yeah.
Instead of doing it ourselves.
I agree
right?
on that. I agree.
Okay, so there's a lot.
Because you got a bunch of these dumb assholes that are sitting there up like in Parliament or in the fucking Senate thinking of all this other shit, and they got all these little minions sitting there wording it just right under legalese, you know, and then they got a damn they sit there and they got a damn thing. It's like fucking 4,000 freaking pages. You know damn well none of them motherfuckers read it, but they signed it into law or whatever.
And they constantly make you think that you have a moral obligation and no other option to use McDonald's for remedy and justice.
Well, because honestly, that's part of the illusion.
Okay.
That's the part of the illusion that they're saying that this is your choice. You got A and B, all right, but they're the one. The McDonald's is actually providing the choices altogether. All right, so most people, they don't realize there's actually other choices, other options,
and more. Right?
Yeah, there's other options.
They don't want to think about that.
Yeah, that's what
because
like Cool Tools was talking about. They're trying to just shove it under the rug and forget about it, like it doesn't exist.
They even want to make you feel like a fool for even mentioning it, right?
Well, that's all part of the shove it under the rug strategy, isn't it?
Yeah,
to embarrass you and to make you think that
ridicule you and
doing something wrong.
It's frivolous and all these, you know, I mean, they repeat
that's
the same
what happened
script.
to that guy in a sense, you know, the one I was on about.
But you know what?
You know, like the guy who was on about who went up against, you know, when he had the traffic stop and then he got in trouble for this and that, you know, he had a YouTube channel and all this, and, you know, he just caused a whole heap of shit, which they tried all them things, embarrassment, and made out it wasn't valid, and then they had to apply something, but they still gave him penalties, which you would have got as a as a freeman or whatever. The outcome was just much longer and essentially worse than he would have got. But as an exercise for dealing with the banks, it was quite successful. Like debt collection, things like that. They had a lot of success that way with organizations.
They're gonna give a few little wins here and there to keep the illusion going. They always do, right? Especially if it comes to such an atrocity, like if a tyrant just fucking point blank shot a couple people, they're gonna fucking side in favor because they know that there's only a certain amount of stupidity that people have.
The way I saw it is simply because of this, because the people who were doing the debt collecting were actually having to apply the laws that they were given as well.
Yeah. So there's a lot of hypocrisy.
You know what I mean? There. And that's why they failed, because simply they were trying to apply the new laws, and your man who was helping the people who were in debt, who were getting the debt collectors round, basically was applying the old law the new law didn't supersede. So the debt collectors were failing, but they were actually just trying to apply the law as well,
Yeah.
Rather than being McDonald's or Burger King, they were in essentially the same boat, trying to make the law work for them.
Right.
That's why they failed.
Yeah, I mean, evidently it's a facade. So if you're even clever enough with verbal judo and word game, playing the name game and stuff, you can even beat them in their system. But even if you do beat them, which there's no winners in their game, they can still just say, well, we just made up a new clause and you lose, and throw in a cage. Okay?
Exactly, that's it.
And
that's the whole deal, isn't it?
And they have every right to. And the reason why they have every right to is because you're continuously trying to take Burger King law and run amok inside McDonald's. So they are protecting their own. McDonald's is doing what McDonald's needs to do, and righteously so. And they have actually every right, even though in principle of moral code and compass, you're standing in righteousness. You're saying, listen, I'm a man of principle. When you're standing in common law, you're saying, I'm a man of moral. I'm not going to allow this to happen to me. You're not my dictator. Well, why are you in their courts then? They have every right to label you a fool and label you a crazy because of what you're acting. You're taking that principle and you're bringing it into McDonald's when McDonald's doesn't operate under common law. But McDonald's is not allowed to run free reign on the entire world. And that's where Burger King is.
Okay, so how about this then? So when America first sort of like started, if you like, when people came to your land, there was obviously people there already, but they say that there was a certain amount of English and European that went there. A lot of the American laws, do you think, were based along the way the British laws were made?
Oh yeah,
sure.
Simply.
Oh yeah. Well, because it all kind of stems all the way back to Rome. All of it does.
Yeah. But what I mean is you essentially,
you have to look at Rome.
Earliest laws were when? What was your earliest laws?
Rome and Britain. Like, what's the difference between a nation and a club?
Nothing.
Exactly. So, can you force me to be a part of a club?
No.
And does being part of a club have anything to do with where my feet are on the ground?
No.
There you go. So they put the illusion that a nationality has to do with
where I'm standing,
a landmass, and that's a farcity. It's not. It's simply just a fiction. It's you being a part of.
That's like something they automatically put into you, and it's almost then it's assumed, isn't it?
Exactly. And now, if you're assuming and presuming,
with blinkers on.
Right. And now, if you're presuming you're going to operate under the rulership and the mandates of that club, whatever the club is, whatever the nation state is, and you're going to be a slave to it for as long as you choose to do so. Now, fair enough. If you do that, the worst thing you can do, though, is once you realize that it's a game and say, I don't want to be a part of that club anymore, but now you want to try and stop the club from ruling over you. And the way you're going to try and do that is by going inside the courthouse of the club and say, I'm declaring this, I'm declaring that inside this place, we're not operating under your rules, we're operating under mine. Are you kidding me? That's like if you go into McDonald's and start to say, listen, you need to start selling me Whopper Juniors. They're going to look at you like you're a fucking lunatic, right?
Yeah, that's what it
And
is.
that's why people are failing when they're trying to go into their courts. So that's the game here. The funny thing about it is to make the illusion of it look more legitimate. Yes, it's a McDonald's, but McDonald's, they put in a clause subsidiary of Burger King. So it looks like it's we the people's courts. So you even think when you fell for the trick even further. You went in there and you thought, and you even paid for it. You paid for their court. They stole the money from you, and they put the word public on the court, and you bought into the bullshit of the sign that was on the building. Just because the sign said public on the building doesn't mean it's a fucking public building. It's a private building. It's their building. It's their Gestapo. It's their rulership. You have to come to terms with that. Okay, so if that's the case, then now let's get back to where real remedy is. We identified the who. We are the real remedy. We identified the what, and we identified the where. The next topic is the how and the why. So how do we? Well, actually, we didn't finish with the where. Let's finish with that one. Where is Burger King? Let's make sure we got that understood. I'm sorry, I missed that. Say that again.
Wherever you are.
Wherever you are. Wherever we choose. Because we don't have anybody to ask permission for. We ourselves are the highest authority. There's nobody else above us. There's nobody else even to ask permission to, even if we wanted to. It's just us. That's why the who is covered, because there's nobody else also but us to do accountability. So that's the who, that's the where, the what. Now the how. How can we have remedy, effective remedy, and the change that we want? How can we actually do this? Because right now it's not being done, is it?
Well, it's like
well,
generally.
And hello, SG. Welcome to the conversation.
Yeah.
Hello,
Hey, Guru. Hey, Anarchy. Hello, Cool Tools. I was just going to say, I'm sure there's probably just a sentence needed to be said at the right time. That's all you need to do to get the hell out of it.
Well, we're not talking about when you're inside McDonald's here. We're talking about actual remedy as to hold not just McDonald's, but anybody who is out of line with moral compass accountable.
Yeah, if you give them a sentence which would basically reinforce the situation that everybody's in and reinforce it for them. And then if they did something out of that club system, then it's
So you give
obvious.
them a warning. You say,
like a warning.
Right, you're treading on my property, if you want to call it that, or whatever you want to call it. My will. You're treading on my freedom. You're an
Isn't that
aggressor.
one of the the things of law that even in our convoluted law that you have to warn somebody at certain points?
Well, even as part of moral compass, right? Because let's say there was somebody who was accidentally, they didn't see and they bumped into you, right? You got to give a chance. You got to be fair, right?
You got to be fair. You got to give them that chance, and you got to give them the warning so that they have definitely heard that they did something wrong.
Otherwise, people
Yeah,
are
like
just going to get their egos involved, and they're going to be like, "Oh, well, you took the gum from me. I'm going to blow your head off." I mean,
Yeah.
then it's just craziness. So there has to be a consensus of effectively. And I
notice.
agree with you. I think and thinking real carefully before you do something. I would say it's a circumstance by circumstance case, and there needs to be other things set up in place to
That's
have
what law
proper.
is. It's a circumstance by circumstance case. There is
Right.
no real law that can cover everything
Right.
that goddamn happens because it's
Right.
so different.
So wouldn't due process really be then what makes the most sense for that specific circumstance? And based on that, we have to go back to do unto others what we would want to be done unto ourselves. So if I was in that circumstance, is it fair for this to happen? Is it fair? Wouldn't that be a fair kind
But
of
even
blanket
with that can be a bit wrong as well. For somebody at home, they may do something. You go out and it's completely public for people to what's the word, to accept. But it was fine for him.
Yeah.
And he
I think
it's fine for him to have that done to him or whatever. You know what I mean? People are completely different than others.
I agree completely. So I think then there is at least a basis foundation to correlate with. I think this is where they came up with this thing called habeas corpus. So if
bring us the head or the body.
Right. So if harm is being done, then harm is the basis for accountability. And
some people don't have a heart. What do we do then?
They're
a nude body and then
they're free to live how they want to live until they cause harm to somebody.
A woodsman goes around chopping all the wood down. They don't necessarily need to do that, but
they're causing harm by doing that. They're causing harm. You see, so this is where it elaborates, and this is a lot of people are going to have a problem with this because, but since it's been brought up, I'm going to take it to this level. I wasn't going to yet, but
is this why common law failed to be a usable law for a certain amount of things, and then obviously we just move on because we've got something new?
It failed because it's too complicated.
SG, do you think the system now is where it should be, or do you think common natural law is more like the better way of
I think common law, natural law, is better than any law on this place.
Okay, but how to make that? How to actually have that?
When they started creating the new laws, they were fine, but now it's been completely convoluted and polluted and twisted.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, this is what I'm saying. I know we're not going to figure out the whole goddamn solution now, right here, but it's like, but it's trying to figure out, like, for instance, here in this country or even over there, how to actually get that to actually be applied. How to actually hold them accountable and actually force them to be, into compliance. You know what I mean? That's the point. Is bringing that McDonald's into the Burger King under that jurisdiction and holding them accountable, charging them, and either finding.
I suppose we all need a proverbial Saul Goodman, don't we?
We need a witch.
A Saul, yeah.
A lawyer who's willing to protect you no matter what.
No, we've already identified who.
You're entering into their way of thinking, then.
Let's go back to the who. Who's the who in the equation here? Who is it?
Yeah, you don't want to give your authority or power to somebody else.
Anybody.
You want to represent yourself.
It's us.
Yeah, and that's where everyone needs to be goddamn trained in that shit, don't they?
Yes, we need re-education because it's missing.
And I think that's the problem with the law part of the time. Like somebody already just said, you know that a lot of people, not every person, has read that massive book on law.
No shit.
They actually don't need to. They just need to understand the simple morale that we're talking about. Do no harm. But what you're just saying earlier is, that the principle behind common law has become very convoluted and twisted, which is 100% correct. By who is the question?
What?
Who has twisted it and convoluted it, the
Oh,
concept
who?
of
Well,
common law? Yeah, who?
yes. Well, we all know who they are.
Right, and so those are the ones that don't want it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So do
Well,
they
they
really
want
matter and account
more
for
of a
anything?
version that's in line with what they want,
Right.
because a lot
So
of the law stops them doing what they want.
exactly. So we have two choices. We as being
Kill
the
them.
Burger King.
I mean,
yeah, right. Now you're talking about remedy. Yes,
Right.
you're in the right direction. So we have two choices: submit our will, right, to their fictional state of bullshit, or stand our ground in common law, because they have acted as an aggressor towards us, haven't they? They have tried to impose their will, and by force. In other words, follow our not laws, but
oppression,
follows
coercion.
our rules. And that's why it's very important to understand the difference. They're not trying
Rule
to
by
force
fear,
laws on us.
rule
They're
by
forcing rules on
the
us
sword.
under the threat of not just being put in a cage, but if you disobey enough, you'll perhaps be beheaded. So we have two choices. We can submit our will like cowards, like we have been for the longest time, and allow their rulership to reign over us, no matter how diluted it is. But or we can say, listen, you little peon McDonald's, you can have your little fucking shitbox if you want. And you can have all the people who think that that way of life and operate, you can have those people as well. But outside that little shitbox, go fuck yourselves. We've got a giant fucking land here.
Well, you know, I'm beginning to think all things and companies like that need to make a club, right?
They are
and
a
any
club.
customers will
That's
have
what
to
it
be in the
is.
goddamn club, right?
That's what they
Doesn't
have.
matter
You
if you
not
want
noticed
something
you
that
have
day.
a
You're not going to get it
passport.
that day. You're going to have to join the club first. Then when you join the club and agree to everything that they want you to agree to, and they've agreed to everything you need them to agree to,
Isn't that how it works?
then you can go and purchase something.
Isn't that how it works right now? You have a
No,
driver's license, you
no,
have an identification,
no.
you
They
have a
impose what
passport.
we want them to do, what they want us to do, and we agree to it, or we don't go.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's
but
true.
you also
They don't
need
have to do
have
shit that we do. Ask them.
or you're talking about for them to come on our turf.
Yeah, well, no. For them to do what we want them to do on their turf, it has to be already what they're doing.
Well, I'll
There's
give
no
you an
getting them
example.
to change.
I'll give you
that
one
you're on the
little
right
example
path
on what you're
earlier.
talking about,
think,
SG.
I think the ones that have infiltrated this to such degree, they need to be hung at the throat.
Yeah, I'll give you one example, SG. What I was sitting there thinking when you said that, like for instance, I'll give you driver's license tags and all that stuff for the cars. All right, I gotta pay money to get that little sticker that shows what date I'm up to date on
Okay.
it. Thing. None of the other state
in
cars
their club you do.
Yeah, in their club, they don't have to have all that stuff. They got a tag, but they don't have to sit there and pay. They don't have to pay taxes. Yeah, I
well,
know,
those
I know.
government vehicles are usually exempt, aren't they?
I know. That's what I was sitting there. That's what I was trying to. I was thinking on those lines along what you were saying. You know what I mean? And
it's their club, so
it's
why
their
would they
club.
have to? Why would they need permission from
it's
themselves?
their club, and then and just to point out the kind of lengths they go to with this type of shit is they don't have to follow those same rules of the road, right, for the vehicle.
There you go.
And the vehicle they're probably
rules.
driving is a massively CC'd vehicle, compared to even what you've got,
Right.
And they're not paying the extra
videos.
tax that everyone else has to for a vehicle of such size.
I'll show you videos of a cop pulling over
and then they'll sit there and
judge
complain about the planet.
Yeah.
Oh, all you with your medium cars, you need to get smaller cars. Blah, 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 blah. But they're sitting there in 76-litre 4-engined freaking vehicles.
There's
just like all these elites flying around the planet saying we need to stop producing so much carbon. Never mind the tons of carbon we're producing by flying around the planet to talk about this shit.
Right. There's a maxim
they've
in their
really
law.
become so twisted, haven't they?
Well,
Yes.
see, that's why I was saying, it's like, okay, even on the how,
Well, point those things out and go, tough shit, you fucked up, get the hell out.
yeah.
Okay, but that's part of it. But now here's where a lot of people go sideways is what do we do when, like, they've got a little bit of numbers on their side right now?
Yeah.
Oh,
Right?
you mean like, and they've got some.
Well, I mean,
some
you
kind of
heard.
defensive
Did
system.
you guys
Yes.
catch that that when Biden, for instance, just not too long ago, he was they were talking about like I think they were bringing back that thing about the insurrection, so-called insurrection on the Capitol, but he was sitting there saying, you can't fight the government. We've got nukes and F-16s and shit. I was sitting there thinking, I'm like, you know what, dude?
They're going to blow themselves up at the same time. I'm so
No,
sure.
I was sitting there thinking, I was like, you want to sit there and play like that? You just basically threatened my life right now. All right then and there. You just basically, I took that as a threat. I'm sitting there thinking about it. It took 20 years over in Afghanistan. A bunch of goat herders kept our boys fully armed and fully equipped with a bunch of cool stuff for 20 fucking years. What do you think we could do over here in the States? What do you think we could do?
What do you think we can't do over here in the UK? Because we've got.
Well, I'm just saying. Well, I wondered that. It's like when it comes down to like.
You do wonder, don't you? About like how are they over there? They got some slingshots and.
Well,
Is there anything that they do that we couldn't do ourselves?
What's that now?
They can, of course, do more.
Well, the only thing is that we have we have easier
better.
access to guns. That's about it, right?
Why would we not have an access to anything? Isn't it just a matter of deciding and not letting anybody interfere with that?
I agree. I agree. But I'm just saying, in the state of the current climate, as they say, or this day and age,
okay,
you know what I mean?
I'm talking about as Burger King, not as McDonald's, not operating under a employee of McDonald's. If you're operating as an employee of McDonald's, forget about it. It's game over. You might as well just stay a little fucking cog and continue on with your little life and get licenses and all that kind of shit. But outside of McDonald's,
it's the old police rhetoric. Nothing to see here. Move along, right? Move along.
Right.
And I mean, seriously, I'm not joking. I've got established groups that I'm in contact with that we defend ourselves when it comes time. We have no problem. Fortunately, this hasn't happened to me or any of my groups yet, but it has happened in others. If a tyrant comes in and wants to try and pose their will against one of our own, they're done. It's that simple.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay, like for instance, SG, all right, in your opinion, for instance, if let's say you got a couple of people in your neighborhood or whatever that's on, kind of like-minded type of person, all right, but and either your government or something else came into your neighborhood and was starting to do some crazy shit that you wanted to defend yourself from, and you and your buddies decided you're gonna get together and do that. What do you plan? I mean, is there anything that you can do? I mean, is there
anything you can't do?
Well, I'm okay. That's a good question.
You can
also,
probably drive vehicles at them,
Yeah. I mean, I understand. Okay. Well, I'm just
in a preemptively active way to not continue the thing.
How about one of our own is a very resourceful and talented hitman, and they know how to slit throats in
it's like Glory said, really. What can't you do?
Yeah. Well, I okay, I get it.
As far as your imagination will let you, right?
That's fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah.
So now we just got to get over the fear of doing that. Stand in righteousness, and obviously be realistic about it. For example, we're not going to put grandma or 6-year-old Katie up against a tyrant. That's stupid. And we're not going to send Joe, who's like weak, just with a rifle and send him in a fucking Burger King McDonald's little cop shop, and he goes crazy and ballistic on everybody in there. That's stupid. We have to be like realistic about the scenario and do it properly and appropriately when we're either under attack or when we see somebody else under attack. And we can't force anybody else to participate. Like the groups that I'm involved with, they're actually very private. And even if they were open, we would never force somebody to participate in this as well. Anybody who, again, wants to stay as part of McDonald's, they should be encouraged to do so, because otherwise you're just being a big fat fucking hypocrite.
Well, okay, let me throw this in the mix right here. All right, for instance, all right, on this McDonald's Burger King thing. All right, for instance, here in the States, and it's pretty much, I guess, everywhere. I mean, I got 3 different countries represented right here. I got, you know what I mean, on this panel, for instance. But when it comes down to it, McDonald's has put this big ass like bubble around this whole freaking country, or this whole landmass that we're sitting in. All right, and it's trying to figure out how to basically operate.
It's not even under a specific. It's everywhere.
I
McDonald's
know.
has claimed rulership reign everywhere. Everywhere you go.
Right. Well, I'm just, you know, because this is where I live, so I'm just looking at it right now here. But I mean, yeah, you're right. But okay, on a visual aspect, it's like I'm living in this big ass bubble, and everything inside this biggest bubble is McDonald's, and it's McDonald's jurisdiction, and all this other stuff. But if I want to operate and live as a free man and under Burger King, I mean, okay, that's the that's the part that I'm thinking about. And not only that, and then on top of that,
I tell you what people forgot, that all these, as you could call them, not secret, but private clubs going around, yeah, that they let you into anyway.
Right.
Yeah, so we know what I mean there.
That's
people
what I'm talking about.
can join. Sorry, people can start their own club.
Well, yeah. That's
But
basically
nobody
on the lines
fucking
what we're
does.
sitting there thinking about.
Now and again, certainly recently, you can see the odd. I mean, you barely see because they hide them. The odd company starting up that has done that, and they say like no masks inside.
Right.
Unvaccinated only, or something like that. Sorry if
Well,
I've
there
just,
has been businesses here in the
shouldn't.
States have done that, actually.
Right.
Yeah.
There you go. It's just a matter of deciding. It's not about, the illusion is that the land mass has been ruled over. And the biggest part about the illusion is that you get like employees of McDonald's that have stepped outside the little box that they operate under and start to roam freely in the streets with this costume on, right? And now you start to think, well, maybe, you know, this land, am I really on McDonald's turf here? And, you know, am I an employee of McDonald's? No.
Nobody owns the land. Nobody owns the land. It's all rented for a certain amount of time.
It's not even rented, because nobody can take it with you when you die. We simply have access to it. This concept of ownership is a fallacy that's been implanted to us through indoctrination. Nobody owns anything. We simply are just people, just like the animals, who have access to it while we're live. That's it. And how we want to divvy up that access to it is up to us. Right now, we've been choosing this fictional method called ownership, which makes you live in an egotistical state of competition. That's what they want. They want you to compete instead of cooperate. That's what McDonald's wants, because while you're competing with each other, McDonald's gets to sit back and profit off of it and dictate to you how you're going to compete with each other and punish you when you fall outside the crux, instead of banding together and saying, we're not competing here. No. We are banding together. We are going to cooperate, and we're going to be in harmony with nature. We have access to this land. Nobody has more rights to it than another. And we're just going to, you know, there's, if you look at nature itself and emulate it and be in line with it, there's room for everybody. There's no problem, right?
Yes,
like
if you look at room for greed.
It even caters to that. It's weird. Like, you know, there's only so many apples you can eat in a day,
so
right?
many greedy people.
Exactly.
You know,
greed is because of scarcity mentality, which is corporatism, right? Like when you're in this thing and you have this scarcity mentality, like you might run out, then you're going to want to hoard. But nature doesn't do that. Nature has abundance. When you're in line with it, there is no running out. So there's no fear. There's no reason to be greedy anymore. There's only reason to share, and not even share, just cooperate.
Somebody becomes greedy, and that takes it away from everyone.
Yeah, but when they do that, they see how they stick. There's the reason to do that becomes the reason gets taken away when you remove the illusion of scarcity.
Well, it's been like that since Rome, and we need to change it, though.
For example, and I've used this example before. Let's say you were born in the factory, you were born in the people farm, and you have capitalist mindset. You need to like compete with each other. And let's say you're going broke, and let's say you're stumbling across me, and you haven't eaten for a few days, and you're really hungry, and you see me, and I'm holding an apple, and that's the first piece of food that you've seen in a few days, and you're so depleted and whatnot, and you have 2 cents, not even, and you just don't see the only chance of you to have a bit of energy is to come and take that apple from me. Okay, now I'm outside of it, and I'm not operating this way. I'm a man I live with nature, and where I even got this apple was out in the back. There's a big apple tree there that had a few hundred apples on it, and I'm sitting there with this apple, and I watch you, and you're coming towards me, and you want to steal this from me. And first, if I'm in that mindset, the first thing I'm going to do is give you the apple. I'm not going to be up. Right. I'm not going to be up in resistance. And the second thing I'm going to do while you're eating the apple is I'm going to say, come with me. I'm going to take you by the hand, and I'm going to show you where the apple tree is. And I'm going to say, have at her, because there's a few hundred on there. I couldn't possibly for the life of me eat any of those, any amount of those in greediness. So I'm going to want to share with you, because nature has abundance for all of us. And so if you now recognize that you have access to that, you no longer have the same scarcity mindset. That's taken right out of the equation. So now have at her with me. Come and enjoy the apples from the tree with me, and we can have a good time. We don't need to steal from each other, right?
Yeah.
But in the people farm, you don't have this. In the corporate style of life that you have the opposite. You have scarcity. You have to like do all these fictional things and get things that you never needed to do. You didn't have to get money to insert it in the bark of the tree to pick the apple off of it. What you had to do in the city is you had to pay for somebody who catered to the convenience of your laziness and went out for you to the tree and brought that tree to a little store for you. And because you were too lazy to go out there and do it for yourself, or you were ignorant and didn't realize that it was there, one of the two, it doesn't really matter. You had to do all these external things against your nature to get access to that, to such degree that you even forget that there's access to that, and to the cause of your own health. You become ill and depleted and whatnot. And then you begin to live in a delusional state where you have to step over other people at any cost just so that you can get access to that. And as long as you put that food on the table for yourself and your family, it doesn't matter you hurt who you hurt or how you hurt them along the way. Because moral compass now becomes, instead of cooperation, it becomes only at the end of the day, as long as I fed myself and my family, I'm standing in righteousness. I'm a man now. I'm doing what I need for myself and my family. And that is not in line with nature at all. That's totally in disharmony with nature. And that is why things are the way they are. People are in worse health than ever right now because of that.
I agree.
So put that back in the equation, okay? And we don't need all these bullshit like regulations and all this kind of stuff that people think that they have, because the scarcity mentality will be taken out of the equation, and the fear will dissipate as well. And a lot of other things that have to do with crime that we think we would have these huge problems about that you have right now. The reason why we have these problems of crimes, first of all, 98% of the crime comes from the Gestapo. It's the fucking tyrants that are doing most of it. Right. The rest of it is just, again, people who just by a rigged system did everything they could to get access to, something for food or clothes for themselves and the family or whatnot, but just couldn't because there's a not an abundant supply for everybody. Well, of course, somebody has to fail then. That's by design, That's why people are in fear and panic mode and think that they have to hoard and steal and cheat and do whatever they can to get access just so that they can make it to the next day. That's not a very sane and rational way to live. What's that?
Rome, it really was the end of the world, wasn't it?
I guess so, right? If that was the
Since then,
beginning of
it's been like
corporatism, then
Rome.
yes, right. If that was the beginning, then yes, I would have to agree. That was the beginning. If that's the case of
Except the
stepping
walls haven't fell.
aside, like nature itself is perfect. Okay, so as soon as you have a structure that is outside of perfection, 1 + 1 is 2. You can only have imperfection. And if that's where it started, it really doesn't matter, because the only thing that really matters is what we're doing right now, today. If we're operating outside that structure of nature, we're fucked. Align with nature or die. And nature's not out to fucking, blow our head off like a lot of people think. No, nature wants us to succeed. It just wants us to know how to succeed, and we have to, adhere to that. We have to submit to nature, not this synthetic, fictional way of life bullshit, so that somebody else who has this egotistical idea, perhaps to probably not just rule us, but think that they can probably achieve mortality or something like that, immortality, through these synthetic means, for what God knows, whatever ludicrous reason that they think they need to do that. But it's up to us ultimately. So we've identified the who, we've identified the what, we've identified the where, and we've identified the how. The only thing really missing is the why, and I think we all know why. It's pretty obvious. Why would we want to pursue things this way?
Well, from my first instinct answer for that question would be it would be the honest way to go.
Right.
I mean, that would be my view on it right offhand.
There you go.
A lot of people ain't honest. Not in a world that's imperfect.
Well, I see. That's the thing.
Live up to the world,
I totally see where you're going with that too, SG. I do.
Back to what I was just saying a minute ago. In which world? Which world does honesty is not in your favor?
Well, in McDonald's world.
This world.
In McDonald's world.
Yeah.
Well,
is
it's all
honesty
McDonald's
in your
world now,
favor?
Yeah.
Is honesty in your favor in Burger King's world?
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's like
honesty in anarchy is fine as long as you're not doing anything wrong.
Right. So there you go.
But you'd know not to, because
So isn't that what it's all about? It's about if you're aligning in the proper way, then you're making it so that the things that you would do when you're not aligned in harmony with nature become disincentivized. Right? In a corporate world, you're incentivized to do lies, cheat, deceit, steal, all the things that are what? Anti-common law, right? Anti-morale. So if you get back to nature and you align with the way nature works, the incentive is to do the opposite. You have an incentive to be honest. You have an incentive to be straightforward and stand in honor. Because if you don't, you lose, and so does everybody else. There's no incentive to compete in nature. The incentive in nature is to cooperate. It's the opposite in corporate life. In corporate life, there's no incentive to cooperate, only incentive to compete. Duality at its finest. So which side do you want to stand on?
Well, once you know that the corporate world and the law world have a rule, that rule being, I'm not sure if it's even written down, but everyone knows of it who's well in it, that the customer, right, which is everyone who they come up to, like right, consumer, that type of person,
right,
which is us. They fool them if they are tricked or allow themselves to be tricked.
Yes, it's a maxim. It's called
and that's like
who be deceived.
You can get away with anything if you get away with it.
Right. Let he who be deceived be deceived. It's a bullshit fucking thing, but they do operate on that principle. I completely agree. Yes. And you know what? In a sense, it's fair game, because
if we all knew, though, it'd be fair game, though, wouldn't it?
Well, it's got to start with an individual first being honest with themselves. And like when you make a mistake one time, fair enough. We need room to do that so that we can, learn, have an opportunity to learn what not to do, right? But do we really need to repeat that again?
That's what school should be.
A real school would, yeah.
Yeah.
Right? If it was real, yeah. But isn't nature and living with nature school? We get schooled by nature every day, don't we? Everything we do, living is school. Being alive is school. Everything you do, you're learning as you go along, whether you're in an institution or not. Institutionalization, that's the opposite of school, if anything.
Yep.
So we already have school. We don't even need to go anywhere for that. We've got it all covered and taken care of. They just don't want you to know that. They want you to, again, that maximum. Let he who be deceived be deceived. But again, back to my question. Do we need to repeat a mistake more than once?
No.
Of course we don't. Yet people still do, right?
Yeah.
So isn't it fair game then that if a person, especially after the first time, like if you fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me, because I gave you the second chance.
I think the problem is that these times that we are said to have been breaking whatever rule, it's not in line with common law, which there has to be somebody who actually, like a complainant, somebody who actually had something happen to them because of you, and that's not the case, is it? You can like drive at 90 down the highway. Nobody was on the highway. It was fine. Your vehicle is all right to do that. Blah blah blah. But you're still getting money fined out of your bank.
If you're operating under McDonald's.
Yeah, it's like if they only fined for when somebody actually was harmed, caused loss to or injury, or
don't you think, because we understand that if we understand now that all of that only matters if you're operating at McDonald's, that we should stop complaining that McDonald's is there, because
I just complain at McDonald's.
Well, even still, it actually, McDonald's, we don't even need to obliterate it. It serves as an excellent function for us. You know what that is? Somebody asked this question to me earlier.
The pyramid.
Yeah, somebody asked me this question earlier today. They said, can you name one thing positive about the current corporatized structure at all? And I had an answer for it. They didn't think I would, but before I give my answer, what's your guys' answer? I'll pose the same question to you. Can you name one thing positive about the current corporatized rulership enforced Gestapo structure that we have in this day that's worldwide rampant?
It's good for those that break the rules, so that then they can be trained again and again to actually follow the rules, and that's what they're doing with it for us, though, of course.
All right. What about the rest of you?
That's about my only straight off top of my head.
Okay.
Idea.
Anarchy.
All right. Well, I kind of lost my train of thought, but repeat the question one more time.
I have.
Okay.
I've had something going on. Sorry.
Okay, so somebody posed this question to me earlier on today, and it was a great question. I'm posing the same to you. Can you name one positive thing about the current corporatized, monopolized, Gestapo-run, enforced by force, under threat of cage and death even, rulership scenario that we have today? That's worldwide.
Well, hell, we got fucking roads, right?
Roads, lives matters. Oh my God. Did we really just go
I mean, shit, if we didn't have that, we wouldn't have fucking roads, man.
Yeah.
Where we're going, we don't need roads.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And actually, SG, man, you probably
we don't
right
need no.
We don't need fucking roads.
Education.
Yeah, dude.
Apart from nudities.
Dude, honestly, my honest opinion. Oh God. My first gut instinct is nothing at all. But shit. I'll probably have to really sink into it a minute. But
You
my
need a
first
woman
thing,
with big boobs, don't you, Anarchy?
do I need what now?
You need a woman with big boobs.
Oh yeah, that would be good. I just want one that I can borrow for a while. Yeah.
I want one I can borrow
Don't go to
from.
McDonald's.
No,
Okay, so he needs to
that'll be
ponder it a
false.
bit. What
Well,
about
I
you?
mean,
Cool?
I'm just trying to think about it. It's like I haven't really.
You know how to
Um,
pose a hard question, don't you, Guru?
yeah,
Yeah.
it's one of those things that really kind of you have to almost.
Yeah,
I mean,
it's
I don't
not
want to
easy,
give.
is it?
I don't want to give a
I can't
on the
take the
seat.
credit for the question. It was posed to me, so
Yeah,
you know, I give credit to
hard
the.
subject.
Well,
There's lots
I
of
didn't want to
different.
give a off the seat of my pants type of an answer because
Yeah,
that's the reason
we
why I kind of
tried that,
started
but
with
it didn't work, did it?
yeah, that's why I kind of started with a joke, but because I hear that same shit so many damn times from people, and I'm like, you gotta give me oh my god. But anyway, man, it's hard to find anything that's really that I can list that was actually on a positive note, you know. I guess that's what I'm gonna have to stick with my answer for now, unless I can come up with something else.
Okay, fair enough. So 0. That's your answer. There isn't one.
Yeah.
Okay. All right. And what about you, Cool Tools? If you need me to repeat the question again, no problem.
I think so. Yeah, better do.
Okay. So again, I'm reiterating the same question that was posed to me. An excellent question earlier this morning. Somebody asked me, of all the the current system that we have right now, the enforced, enslaved, Gestapo-run corporate rulership under threat of being put in a cage or even death system that we have that's rampant worldwide right now, can you find one positive thing about it?
Supposedly, it would keep those that will never follow the rules in check, and the rest of us can be free. But it obviously doesn't represent that anymore.
I'm not sure if that answers the question.
No, it's very difficult to actually answer, though.
Yeah, you see what I was saying.
Of course, it's a opinionated, subjective question, but you can state it in a more of a like. It would have to be answered in a kind of in a stated of factual objection. In other words, here is a positive to the system. The positive is fill in the blank.
They scrub your fines if they give you jail time in the UK.
Sounded like you're under a pillow there. Can you repeat that?
Sorry. They scrub your fines if you owe money in the UK to the courts and you get a jail time. Your fine gets negated.
All right.
You could have been in trouble 100 times and got thousands of pounds worth of fines, but if you go into jail for more than 2 days, they get wiped.
Okay.
That's a
Some of
positive
them aren't
thing.
getting wiped now, though.
Pardon?
Some of them recently are not getting wiped.
Oh, SG, you had to mess that one up, didn't you?
Not that it matters for either.
I didn't know
either
that.
comment,
I haven't been involved in the system for a long time. But when I was a nipper 20 odd years ago, I did get in trouble and I ended up going into the small amount of jail time. And I'd come out and I thought I was going to have to pay my fines this week. And I went there and they said they're all gone. £1,500. I skipped down the street.
You're right. Somebody I know got sent to prison for, what was it, 6 weeks? And it was for 25 grand's worth of benefit fraud.
Wow.
And then didn't have to pay a thing back.
Wow, that's pretty good. I
In
mean,
his words, he said, "Fucking idiots!
The early 90s.
I'll do 6 weeks for 25 grand every
all
6
day
weeks."
long. I mean, I had 1,500 wiped for 7 days, and I was quite happy with that. In '93 or '94 or something like that, that was a pretty penny. That was like, I don't know, it's probably at least a month's work. So for 7 days, which you only did 3.5 days, well, you did like 3 really. He did 3 days for the sake of £1,500, which was a good deal.
Mhm.
But that's the only thing. I mean, that was only in our system anyway, Guru. Sorry about that.
Yeah, no, hey, fair enough. You know, I answer when I ask question, it's free reign. I don't have, there's no right or wrong, so to speak.
Can't
Would you
see
like?
that happening in the UK, in America though. They'll probably still want to take your car, your house, your bloody shorts.
Right. So okay, would you like my response that I gave then?
Yeah, go on.
Okay, so it took me about 5 to 10 seconds to really think because I was caught off guard by it. But
that's quick. Is that long for you?
I kind of
Probably.
surprised myself with the answer, and I think he was surprised too that I would have one. He kind of
You've had me and Anarchy here for bloody 2 minutes deciding. You know what I mean? 5 seconds is a pretty good answer.
Yeah, he didn't think he had already chalked. He thought he had me pinned. You see, he's an awesome guy, but he's been trying to stump me for a couple days. So yeah, the best answer I could come up with, and the only one, was it teaches us what not to do.
Which is kind of what I was saying.
Yeah, it's very similar.
Although I thought the only way that it's useful is for those that constantly break it, you know.
I think it's very useful as an example, and a very, 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 like, I'll never forget it. It's ingrained.
It's a good example of what not to do, yeah.
Right.
That's why we shouldn't cancel any historical culture.
Like, we live in duality, so dark is a necessary component of both sides of the equation. So it serves as a very useful function for us. And I think it should be very much permitted to continue to coexist with us as long as it doesn't encroach by force into those who wish not to want to have it encroached upon us. And that's where we have to draw that line. We have to say, no, we don't want that. We're not going to allow that. But you're still, if you want that yourselves, because we don't want to be the same thing that they are. We don't want to be a dictator that forces, the opposite side of the coin on that as well. Otherwise, we're doing the same things, and that's not in line with nature either. We'd be defeating ourselves. So it needs to have a place, and it's an opportunity for that to showcase an example of what not to do. But it needs to be kept in check, and it's our responsibility.
What do we do when
to do
people
that.
turn up to put us in a club we don't want to be in?
Blow their fucking head off. No, I'm just kidding. Well,
yeah,
it depends.
That's why we don't have guns.
If need be, we need to, again, what you're talking is in response to violence, because imposing your will on somebody else is morally wrong. It's a form of rape. Okay. So it's our responsibility, which is back to that principle of moral compass. Okay, everybody has you can do anything you want except do no harm as an aggressor, and on the flip side, you also have a responsibility.
The anarchy, yeah. Okay.
Right, within your means, of course, you have to do responsibly within your means to defend yourself. And if within your means band together, that's what it means. And resist when somebody is acting as an aggressor. When somebody is bullying somebody in the school ground, we have to stand against that, intervene and interfere. Just because they have a costume on or whatever, it doesn't change the narrative of that. And this is what people are getting delusionally caught up in. They think, oh, well, now because they have this perceived righteousness because they said so, wearing a costume or a robe or whatever it is, that they have some divine religious ability to do what they want, to rule and reign, and because they're under that divine authority, so to speak, we have some kind of divine obligation to go along with the narrative. No, we don't.
Can I say something based on something somebody said in the chat? That's all. I'm going to spitball it into what I need to ask you. But like, if those people are downright evil, but they haven't done anything to put them anywhere because they're evil, and their intentions come out with the things they try and force people to do, and let's just say it's not even as bad as all that in the beginning, but the point is they aren't going to follow the rules. They're not.
They are. Sorry, I missed that. They are what?
They're not going to follow the rules. You know, they follow the rules. You can't catch them not following the rules, but they don't follow those natural good law rules.
They only stick to their own rules.
You know, like the evil. Do I have to say, like, you know, specific groups that claim to be evil?
It's our responsibility. We're the only one here that can keep them in check.
Yeah, and that is kind of why we're even talking on these panels, isn't it?
Right.
Because the evil is running amok.
Yes, and we're allowing it. That's the problem. We are the accountability, but we're not doing it, so it's our fault. And this is what people don't want to admit to. They want the people who are doing the wrong to be accountable to themselves. That I'm sorry, but that ain't fucking going to happen. And going up to
I remember somebody running in my friend's shop, and taking loads of stuff. And I remember saying to him, and we were kids, like, you know, that's like 12 or something. And I said, how come nobody did anything? And he went,
because nobody
did
anything.
They're too scared. They were dead scary.
Right. Just because they chose
came in shouting, scaring everyone in everyone's face, and just took loads of stuff. Nobody did shit.
Well, you know what it reminds me of, like for instance, like, okay, they talk about all this, like all these school shootings that end up happening around the states and stuff. All right, you know, when it comes down to what they're teaching the children, like in schools and stuff, on how to react to situations like that, it's like it's nothing but like cower and hide. Hopefully they won't find you, and if they do, you're dead. You know what I mean? It's opposite in a sense. Instead of a reactionary defensive mode, we should be in an offensive mode in those situations. And children need to be actually kind of aware of that and aware of their situational situation.
Give me an example, because I think it is still defensive. But give me an example. I want to see if I understand why you would think it would be offensive. Give me a specific.
Well, like for instance, okay, like and instead of necessarily have no choice but to like maybe like hunker down in a classroom or something like that, and hopefully nothing will happen. You know, I think there's other proactive things that could be done, in my opinion.
Yeah, well, you're talking about. I think. Can you get right specific? Like.
No, I can't right offhand. Okay. I'm kind of just off the seat of my pants type of stuff right off.
Okay. Because I was trying to understand most importantly what you meant by it would be an offensive position. I see.
Well, I think it would be better for an offensive position instead of a reactionary defensive position.
And now I want to understand where. Can you give me when you said that? What was it that made you say that? I think I missed.
Oh crap!
Something.
I forgot now, dude.
I want to see where that would be more the way to go. Because I see everything as being we never need to be an aggressor. We're always we stand in moral compass. When we're being opposed, then we have a responsibility to stand in defense of that opposition, right? We never need to go and beforehand be an aggressor. If
okay, I was thinking along the lines more like, okay, like in a chess game, you know, the defense is not necessarily the best position to be in. Like even some like football, you know, the defensive part is not necessarily the best position to be in.
I guess that's when you're playing
with
a game.
Soccer.
Yeah, but we're not
defense is not the best place to be in. I hated playing defense with soccer at school because
that's what I was talking
about.
Even
though I was good at it, and they used to tell me good at it. Yeah, I might be good at it, but now and again something gets through, and somebody will go, "Dickhead."
and you
I
get
think
blamed.
I think this is the thing though. That's in a game where there's like certain aspects of rules and a competition going on. We're talking about real life here, and in real life,
Well-
we're talking about really just holding. Like you could look at it as a game, it kind of is, but we're talking about when we need to just stay standing in moral compass, and if we
Fair
start to go in an offensive position, we're actually doing what they're doing and starting to domesticate and presuming before something has happened, and taking accountability from a presumption standpoint. That's what they're doing.
What you're saying is we've all got to be sitting on that moral compass no matter what.
Well, okay.
Yes.
Kind of like Gandhi.
Kind of well. So let me kind of clarify. Okay, like for instance, we were talking about like for instance the Burger King McDonald's scenario.
Yeah.
All right. All right. For me to be on the higher moral compass in the first place, I would have to have evidence to bring McDonald's before the court and basically claim charges toward McDonald's. All right. So that's the moral compass in a sense. I've spent the time.
Okay,
I've gotten the
I got you.
evidence. You know what I'm saying?
I got you. Now, I propose then that we just stop using their systematic way of handling judiciary altogether, and
Well,
instead
okay,
we just
fair enough. I mean, it's hard because this is how we've all been. This is how we've
raised,
all been
trained,
kind of raised.
indoctrinated.
Exactly. It's kind of hard to kind of
I
like
know it's new,
wrap our
right?
all. I mean, like I said,
I
I
know.
know certain aspects because
Yes, I do have a channel.
Forgive me a little bit because I've had 20 years to think about what I'm proposing.
I hear you.
So I'm but I'm bringing it to the forefront because I don't want it to be just me. I want to hear feedback. I want to be not just myself in this pursuit of it, even though I know I'm.
Well,
I'm
it
in
is. It's about
cooperation.
creating the movement, isn't it?
It is, and I'm in cooperation with lots of people behind, but I want to bring it to the forefront. I want to bring it to you guys.
Did you know when I mentioned the chap I was on about in his movement, the Freeman, and they're still going, I think.
Yeah.
But they. I mean, I thought if they were going to be successful, they were going to be successful in the UK. But
the thing is, though, when they were doing their own, lawyering, basically,
Right.
they were ending up getting paid for it, and that showed everyone that they could get paid
Right.
for defending themselves in court.
Another Band-Aid on cancer.
I mean, that saddened me, and I think that actually put a lot of people off.
Right.
Because
It's not
everybody,
real
there was a hell of a
remedy.
lot of people wanted to do that.
Right.
See, I looked
don't
into that
think
years
they
ago, and I
had the
think,
guts
I
and
did.
resolve.
Let me ask you a question. Would you rather have $1 million, or would you rather have access to land in abundance that nature provides all that you need for you? You don't have to lift a finger for it. All you have to do is use the resources that are right there.
Well,
I don't want everything for nothing, but
No, I'd say a combination would be good, but
you don't. We've
like
been
a
oppressed for
smaller
too
piece
long
of
to have
a
that
smaller
yet.
piece of land and about $50,000. Yeah, no.
Now, with the reason why you would say the
fancy small
combination,
loading.
with the reason why you'd say the combination is because you're under the belief system that in order to access the former, you would need the latter.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
The truth is,
it's
you
true, yeah,
don't.
yeah.
Again, you're.
No,
this is the
I
thing.
imagine, but it's still a absolute choice, isn't it?
It is. There you go. The former is actually the reason why you don't need the latter. And that's what people are missing out. They think that McDonald's is the only way to the former. No, McDonald's is the reason why you will never get access to the former. If you still try and be free through regulation, you just defeated the purpose before you started. You're never going to get it. You have to let go of all of that indoctrinated mindset, all the layers that go along with it, all the things that you think you know. And this is, a hard pill for most people to swallow because you have to, all of your comfortable attachments to it and the things that have kept you in a security blanket.
Incarceration, don't we?
Yes, to the point where you will advocate. It's your comfort blanket that you suck your
just
thumb
like those
and go to
people who
sleep
become
under
institutionalized to prison and the military.
Yes.
Well, that's
Oh
I've
God,
said
yeah,
this before.
that's just
Also,
so
it's like
true.
almost. I'm sorry. Go ahead. Cool.
That's so true. I mean, the military, you practically get told when to go and have a shit. Yeah,
Yeah.
Right?
in a sense, you know,
Haven't you been domesticated in your own house? You can't even go take a leak outside. You've been potty trained as much as a domesticated animal. You got to go and shit in a fucking pot. What the fuck?
it's
That's not natural,
absolutely stupid. Yeah,
isn't it?
Well, I mean, it's best not to shit just
you're
anywhere, isn't it? But,
controlled,
you know, I get
and
what
the
you mean.
military.
Animals do it.
The military is just a club. They've got a higher authority than the single man or the collective man. They've got the higher authority that says you can go to another country and you can kill this person and nothing will happen to you as long as you do it within our rules. Yeah?
Right.
That's how they do wars, isn't it? Because simply they've got a higher authority than the single or the collective man. So it's basically a club, if you like, or a law in a way. And that military is controlling you, saying it's all right to go to this country or wherever we send you to kill this person because we say it's okay. As long as you make it back here safely, you know, you don't go missing in that country and try and kind of like stay there, you'll be okay.
Yep.
You know, but then that club mentality, it might as well just be the law, isn't it? In the same sense.
Right, and you're just a pawn being used for another means.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Right?
I would 100% realize that.
Yeah. And then some people, a lot of them realize it when they get there after, you know, that it's just monkey fucking wars, monkey games, and it's bullshit. At what point do we take this so far, if we already haven't, that we start domesticating all the wilderness? Why are we still, you know, if you want to look at it from the being devil's advocate, flip the narrative script totally and go back to the corporate mindset. And is this the pursuit that they're doing? They want to domesticate all of nature because the law of the jungle is not sane and rational, right? We can't have animals running around, just like you said a few minutes ago, taking a shit and piss everywhere. We can't have that. That's not civilized.
Is that why they're trying to control the big cats in America?
Isn't it? Isn't that
why,
the goal
yeah.
here? The pursuit, and doesn't it align with the pursuit of trying to achieve immortality? We must eradicate all of nature because it's against us.
Right. What animals, right? In the UK, they protect animals, yeah? Have orders put on them. What animals in America are protected?
Well, there's it's all over. There's a bunch of different animals.
Yeah.
I mean, hell, it even varies from
The
state
eagles.
to state too. Yeah, that's nationally, for instance, the bald eagle. But I mean, it varies from state to state. Like for instance,
They
there's
tell you that, but meanwhile, in their little clubs, and I've seen it, they'll have like sadistic bird bashing parties and shit.
Well, I'm just saying, like for instance, like here in Florida, I'll give you an example. There's a certain type of snake that you're not allowed to kill. Like for instance, if I was to get caught by like the game warden or whatever, if I was to get caught and I had killed it or whatever, I would get fined for that or whatever.
Right.
All right.
Is that poisonous?
Or if I went.
Poisonous.
Yeah.
Is it a
If that's the
poisonous
case,
snake?
it's the real reason is never
No.
to preserve and protect nature. It's for corporate interest.
Yeah, no, it's not the one snake I'm thinking about is not poisonous. Hell, I can pick it up with my
I'm going
hand.
to say you could have pulled
It might bite
self-defense on
me.
it.
It might bite me.
We've
but
got
it's
one
not
in Britain,
poisonous.
adder.
Yeah.
Well, there's a bunch of snakes. I got a lot of
black
snakes
adder.
here in Florida. Yeah, there's a lot of snakes in Florida, but there's this one. It's called an indigo snake. Indigo snake. It almost looks like a solid black, shiny black color, all over the snake, and it's really fast. And sometimes it gets kind of mean, but it's not poisonous. But it's a protected snake here in Florida, for some reason. And there's a few
That's
things.
poisonous.
Yeah, huh?
Is that poisonous?
The indigo snake is not poisonous. No, it is not.
And what? So, is there any protected snake that is poisonous?
You know, I don't think so. Right offhand,
I thought the adder was poisonous in Britain and it's protected.
Oh yeah. I mean, is it rare? Is it rare in Britain?
It's very rare now. It was rare enough when I was a child, but I
that's
saw
probably
one.
why. Yeah.
I saw one and I was close to it, and the teacher said he saw it get away from like this load of tree branches I was walking on.
Yeah.
And I sat on the branch, and below me, about 2 foot, was this adder.
Yeah. I mean, you know,
And I
like
looked
even like
down, and shit was moving, and I moved real quick because we'd been warned about adders being
Yeah.
there. And you know, as a young child, it kind of makes you wake up to the realism of how dangerous the fucking world actually that this planet is. You know,
It wasn't
and
in
the things
Dude, you
out
guys
there.
would
forest,
freak
was you?
out. You guys got that like what damn hedgehogs over there, and that's about it. Hell, you come
Yeah,
over here to
no, I
where
just
I
said adder. They are
live.
rare now, yes, but we used
You
to
weren't
have
in
them. Yeah, lots
Samanak
of stuff that
Forest,
could
was you?
bloody injure you.
Dude,
I
I
mean,
was sitting there.
hey,
I
Samanak
have a
Forest is full
I
of
had a
them.
a
buddy of
sheep can
mine.
kill you.
Yeah, but I had a buddy of mine that I used to keep in contact. That lives in Swaffham over in like the south eastern part of UK or whatever. But
Mhm.
Yeah,
anyway,
so
he was sitting there talking about like, yeah, like the most dangerous thing that he sees around his area is a freaking hedgehog. And I was like, man, you need to come here, man. I got alligators, I got possums, I got raccoons, there's bears, I got all kinds of stuff. Come on
Look at
it's
look at what happened in Australia then.
sugar coated that a little bit.
down.
Because listen,
You know what I did? I
you
said, I
end
was
up
like,
in
man,
a
what you need to do is come on
field.
down. I was like,
You
you
end,
know what you need to do is come on down, and I'll take you down here on the property. And we may or may not see animals, but there might be some turtles out there in the pond. We'll get out there with the gun and shoot them. You know what I mean? And it's like, come on down, man. Come on.
well, try walking through a field in the early morning in an orange t-shirt, and there's a mist you can't see, and then all you hear is something running towards you, and it's a big bull.
Oh,
You know,
shit.
that's pretty dangerous.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I used to
I've
keep
actually
geese.
been
They're
chased
pretty
by cows
dangerous.
before. I've been chased by cows before, so I know what that's like.
Yeah, I've been chased by bulls. That's not good.
Yeah, that's what I've had. Yeah, I've got to
Yeah.
go, guys. So
One real quick thing, if you got 30 seconds left, can I put closure on what I was talking about with the 5 questions? We
Yeah,
were
you
on the
can.
last one, which was
Go
why,
ahead.
which we were focusing on the why. So to answer the why, more accurately, very very easily, you can do it with reversing the question. The question is why not? So what happens if we don't do that? Real quick, what would happen if we don't do all the things we just talked about?
Well,
Then this shit gonna get real worse, and we're gonna have a hell on Earth.
Same
more
thing
than
as
it
we've
can
been
be.
getting, hasn't it? The
Yeah.
only thing that can happen is more of the same, right?
Worse of the same.
Worse of the same. So that's the why. Because if we don't, that's what will happen.
Amplified for everyone.
And
The
that's
same.
it.
Anyway,
So
thanks,
that
guys.
minimum
for
amount of
having me.
people
I've
that
got
have
to
been
shoot.
oppressed and tyrannized, it's going to be a lot more.
Love the conversation, Cool Tools. I hope to see you more.
All right, and you. Thanks, John Mianiki.
Oh,
and,
no worries, mate.
See you later, brother.
Oh, thanks,
Yes,
man.
sir.
And see you
See you
later,
later, man.
SB.
Yeah,
All right,
peace.
bye, chat. Bye.
Cheers.
Yeah. Cheers, beers, boobs, and barbecue.
Cheers, mate. I always used to laugh at a few of the foreign ones, like top of the morning to you.
Top of the morning to you, mate.
See, I never really got that. I don't think that was an English one. I think it's a US one.
I think that came from damn British fucking TV
Did
shows
it?
or some shit. Yeah. I think that's where a lot of us Americans got kind of stuff.
It sounds so not anymore, though. You know.
Yeah. Yeah.
I think probably everything came from goddamn British traditions.
Well, I mean,
Gone in there,
put it this way.
beaten up the country.
I remember watching
incorporated some British traditions and then left.
Well, I'll put it this way. I remember watching the 2 shows that I used to catch a lot is was it The Young Ones and
Young Ones was very good.
And then what was it? Who's Being Served or some shit like that with the department store?
A lot of them can't be played anymore now. It's like it's so politically incorrect.
Yeah.
Fawlty Towers it nearly got taken down the other week.
Well, you know what? Actually, I was sitting there talking about that. When it comes down to comedy, somebody was up here earlier. shit, I forgot his name, not a fan. But anyway, um, making fun of black people, whatever. He was going to do like a comedy skit or whatever, making fun of black people. I was like, well, we can still do that. We can still laugh at black people. We can still laugh at white people. What the hell? That's not allowed anymore.
Yeah.
I just remember when we used to have comedians that could sit there and say these things. It was today would look, they would claim it's racist and all this other shit and all that whatever, but I mean, we just took it as a joke and laughed. You know what I'm saying? It's like the sense
SG
of
is my
humor.
channel name. Sorry.
Yeah.
I just had a few messages mention me in the comments. I'm sorry.
Yeah. So it says somebody drop SG link. SG. What is
Yeah,
channel?
I don't actually have my link, and I can't put it in the chat, can I?
I didn't know
Well,
Cool
And I'm
Tools
on
was
my
along
phone.
these lines. I haven't really I barely got a chance to meet him a couple times, and his audio was always so scratchy, and the topic was never, and the arena where we were having conversations was never kind of forteing this type of narrative. So that was really cool to see that he's in line with this. But does he have a site as well? If he does, I'd like to sub to it. Also, I'm already sub to Anarchy, of course, but
yeah,
you as
Cool
well.
Tools. Cool Tools.
Master
I
Run's
think.
right
Yeah.
there. They can't
Yeah.
be shown anymore.
Yeah, there you go, Monty. Well, yeah. Yeah, Cool Tool does have a channel, as far as if I remember correctly, and SG. Now, this is. I mean, the only thing is I guess. I don't know. The only way I guess is unless you put it in a private chat and then put it in, or I don't know. I got a couple of good mods in there. One of them might find it anyway.
I do have videos, so it does come up.
Right.
When people don't have any content, the channel just doesn't appear, does it? When you do
Yeah,
search.
it's kind of like Master Ron. I mean, and he doesn't have anything, but he's everywhere, or a lot of places.
Which is good. We
Okay,
need
cool.
Master Ron more places,
If there's a mod that could put SG's link, I'd appreciate it. And maybe if you wouldn't mind putting mine too, because you guys, I can always find Cool Tools at another time.
Yeah, it is SG.
He might even be sub to me, I'm not sure. But SG, I think you would be right up to what I'm about. I'm in a pre-launch stage right now, so there's very little content on my YouTube.
I've got you added from ages ago.
Oh, do you really?
Yeah.
Oh, interesting. Okay, well, there you
I'm
go.
trying
then.
to think where I actually spoke to you.
The places I most frequent is Epic Cop Watch, a little bit of Hippie Auditors, and
It may have
lately
been Hippie Auditor then.
might have been Hippies. Lately, You Peoples.
Yep. You've got some content, but it's more like trailers, would I say?
Yeah, it's pre-launch tidbit things. Basically, I'm just showcasing a few other activists that are completely in line with what I stand for. And I also give a point summary of the projects that I'm working on in the description of those videos, which are activist-based as well. Which I suggest
Which is
having
a
a
naughty
read.
word nowadays.
Yeah, it totally is. But that's why I'm going to say it even more.
No, that's it, isn't it?
Yeah. If you're not controversial in a world full of insanity, then it's probably time to take a hard look at yourself and probably
Don't know
ask
if you've
why.
watched a movie called World War Z. World War Z.
Yeah.
I haven't,
Okay,
but
so
I've
there's
heard
a
of it.
bit in that where the one guy, I think he goes to Israel, and he's talking to this politician guy, like a think tanky guy, and he said, I can't remember if it's the 10th man or something. Yeah, I'm the 10th man, and they're like, "What do you mean?" and he said, "Well, if 10 people, which is how we did it, 10 people, look at a problem for what it is and how to remedy it, and 9 men come up with the same scenario and the same thing to do. All agree on it.
Right.
But the 10th man has a completely different outlook on it. That 10th man could be right. And he was right about the zombie apocalypse
Right.
type thing,
Right.
But that's an interesting point I have to give. Sometimes the minority, which the people like us are at the beginning of something, are the ones who are right. We're like the 10th men,
Right. Right. At the very least, if 99 people out of 100 want to go in one direction, and one person doesn't, there shouldn't be a forced consensus for that one person.
Can you imagine a scenario like that, like an emergency scenario, where something's about to explode, and there's like 100 people in the street and they're all running one way, and then the one person decides to run the other way. Should they be picked up and dragged with them into destruction when the actual one person knew the right way to go?
Of course not. It's against moral
Exactly,
compass.
yeah. But
Self-determination should never have exception.
That reminds me of the crab and then the bucket syndrome, where like you put a load of crabs in a bucket with some water in, and they need to get out. They want to get out, and they try and get out. So one puts up its claw to the edge of the bucket, starts pulling itself up. Another crab goes, right, I can pull myself up on that.
Right.
But pulls it down.
Right.
Right.
Well, that's an
And
instinctual
nobody
survival
gets
of
out.
the. Right. That's the survival of the fittest instinct that happens.
If a crab gets out, it's one lucky motherfucker. Yeah.
Right. Now, here's the thing: human beings have the ability to have this rational reason thing. So we can sit there.
Yeah, but we are like crabs, though, aren't we?
We can be, but we have a choice.
A lot of the time, that's all people are. These sheeple, they're crabs.
Right.
If all those crabs got together and actually and figured out like kind of give each other a lift up,
let's be a ladder.
They could even lift
make
each other
themselves
out.
into a ladder
Right.
type of thing. You know what I mean?
That last one could be lifted out.
Yeah.
So this is why, as human beings, if we have more of a rational ability to have conscious reasoning going on, and if we have that, and we still decide to choose to be like crabs, fuck, are we ever stupid? And we deserve.
I imagine this is how the aliens look at us if they,
Yeah.
It's like, are these crabs turning into, like moths yet?
It's a good. Oh yeah. I hear you.
I mean,
It's
seriously,
time for them to grow into garmaganders.
If we, when we have the ability to self-determine, the conscious ability to do that, still, and also in line with that, we also have intuition and moral compass is inbred in this. We know right and wrong. That's not something when you hurt somebody or somebody harms you. I didn't. Yeah, that's what I was going to say in a second. But you didn't. Before that, it's not like you had to teach me that when I get clubbed over the head by somebody, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel right. So these things are embedded in us, and still, with all of that, if we're still going to decide with the ability to have conscious self-determination to choose self-destruction, then we completely deserve our choice, the karmatic response to our choice.
Here's one for you. I think, putting it in my own way and kind of not having ever said this before, I might get it wrong, but this world, or certainly the society and the history that's projected to us through our lifetimes, pushes us into a self-destructive mode.
Right.
And will accept almost anything.
Under the illusion of survival. Right?
Yeah. Through fear a lot of the time. We just give in,
Right. And
people have all these thoughts of, what's right and wrong, but then they end up having to give in,
Well, nature evidently wins. Just because we don't go on doesn't mean nature will. And this is where people have to fucking get real with the program here. Is you can fight with it all you want. And I mean, even if you're able to establish immortality through synthetic means, Is that something you really want? Like the construct here is
I certainly don't need it.
right. I mean, that's if you're in fear mode, right? That's what you
I
do
mean,
when you
I've
like
gone
kind
through
of
the
give up
whole,
on.
like, vampires are a kind of a romantic-y, nice vision
Yeah,
if you think you are one.
until you
Although there's
realize
some
how long
feeding and
eternity
killing
is.
there, it's only through fear that the people,
Exactly,
do
exactly.
that.
And even if it's like just the romantic enticement of it, and not through fear,
Yeah.
you don't forget that eternity, how long eternity
But
is.
there's a whole religious thing there, though, with vampires as well, like, because,
Oh yeah,
you
oh yeah,
do find that certain areas of the world have, like, use them as a bit of a deity because through fear, and then they can, like, feed them, and they won't kill all of them.
yeah. I think
Actually, I think maybe our royal families are all vampires.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, they drink blood, right?
Yeah, certainly it
we're their
happened in the
food,
past where
obviously.
the Dracula comes from.
We are their food. They drink the blood of babies of humans. They don't hide it.
Yeah.
There's a reason for that.
Did you guys hear of the story about Keanu Reeves going to a house somewhere in LA?
I'm not right offhand. I'm just not.
It was some movie, corporate movie kind
Is
of
this
guy.
recently or?
A couple of years ago, I think. So there should be stuff
heard of it.
out there on it in some place. I think it's been suppressed, but I heard this story that he'd gone to this house to talk about movies or whatever, a upcoming movie project of some whoever's, and at one point this guy says, "Would you like a meal?" And he pulls out from the freezer, this fucking fetus or something. And he basically, Keanu Reeves doesn't like that shit, and enters into a small scuffle with him, which you can imagine he's got some training that he could just throw a few combinations at someone.
Dude,
And
Keanu
that's
Reeves.
supposedly what happened. No one was hit because he wasn't trying to, do that. He was just stopping the attack which came at him from his reaction. And the police were called, and they didn't do anything about the guy. Keanu Reeves was also let go without charge, I believe. But that was him standing up against these elite sickos.
Yeah.
But what gets me is, if that's true, and maybe it is true, he's got to work still. And to be honest, if Keanu Reeves had to, had some big scandals or something, I don't know if everyone would believe him straight up. So maybe he was a bit too tall for them to bring down, or maybe they didn't want him. Maybe they need him.
I'm not familiar with the story. All right, I'd have to know. I'd have to have more, me personally. I'd have to have know more about it to actually make any kind of a.
Okay. But do you believe like that if that did happen, that that way that that you would, if it was you, would you carry on working in that business? I know that not everyone is that guy, but
yeah,
that's a representation of some of the people who he thought were all right or something,
Oh yeah, well the whole fucking lot of them is run to the core.
Yeah.
That's why
But
they're
yeah,
allowed to be in.
I hoped you would have heard about that. You see.
No, I didn't hear about that one, but that's another repeat movie. I can't say I'm surprised or anything.
Hey, Billy, truth be told, last guy that was on the panel, that was fuck, I forgot. Just brain fart. Anyway, I'll remember it in a second. The guy that just left. Shit, forgot. Damn it.
Independent Mary United said they'd heard they'd heard a similar story regarding Seth Green, but he was one bringing out the kids.
Huh.
Yes, they usually do have some kind of blackmail being held over them, even if it's a load of bullshit. Because as we do know, eventually in this world,
Yeah.
if you're in whoever you are, enough shit gets thrown, it sticks.
Billy, that was what it was. Cool Tools. That was the last guy that was.
Hello, Gregory.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah, Cool Tools.
Yeah.
And Master On says there's nearly 1 million professors and doctors being censored speaking up against government decisions.
Yeah, I mean, and I
That was
actually,
politically correct comment. I like the way he worded that.
I'm actually kind of surprised at some of the stuff that I've actually still on that. I've got a video I mirrored from somebody else that actually is still not on his channel anymore, but because I actually cut it up. But I've got where it's a doctor that when all this when all this stuff was getting before 2 years ago, when all this stuff, she was actually invited to these meetings or seminars or whatever. It was basically like a sales thing for these new like RMNA technology type stuff. All right, and this is right before all this stuff happened 2 years ago, and the type of stuff that they were trying to like sell basically to a lot of these doctors and physicians and blah 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 blah. And she had got a real bad taste about all this stuff and how they were explaining it, and she was like basically like a better words, like whistleblowing a lot of this. And I've actually I think the ones that I got snippets on, I think I tried to get as much as I could to get the gist of it without having certain things flagged, you know what I mean? But that's one of the things. That's just like that's just one instance and one doctor I'm talking about. There is so many out there that are basically they're being threatened if they do say anything. You know what I mean? Oh, I'm sorry. I was rambling.
No,
that's okay. It's your panel. You're allowed.
Yeah, you never ramble on your own panel. It's just the content you're putting out. If somebody has the opinion that you're rambling, well, they don't have to listen, I suppose.
Oh yeah.
You don't have to apologize to us.
Oh, Roger. Yeah.
I love telling people they don't need to apologize. It usually confuses them, and they go to apologize. And then you can say it again. It's great.
I'm sorry.
Stop apologizing.
Yeah, sorry for apologizing. That'll be the next one.
Right. Yeah,
I'm sure funny social things we're programmed with. I mean that kind of thing there. It actually points out what kind of systems we're in.
Right.
How crazy it all is.
Once you start coming out of it, you can have a shitload of fun, like just kind of playing around with the without causing harm, But it is fun to kind of just like tinker a little bit and toy around with it, and have fun with it. I mean, that's what it's all about, right? And we have to remember that, as serious as it is, and it is serious. It's a very serious thing that's going on, and none of us should ever take it lightly. But at the same token, we should never forget that at our essence, we're children. We are childs inside, and we love to play, and we love to experiment, and we love to have fun, and we love to laugh and joke around.
Till the day they know they're going to die.
That's right, and we need to remember that and never forget, no matter how serious it is, and that things, when they're bleak and they look bleak, that they look bleak because we have a perspective on them, and maybe our ego's attached to it. But if we remove that, and we understand that we're in a state of duality, and we just accept that everything here is like a cocoon state, and we're here to learn and grow from that. And if we align with that, then we're no longer in conflict, and the inside turmoil that goes along with that dissipates, because our default state as a child when we're born stays with us. That default state is bliss. It's contentment. You look at a baby and they're happy. They're not happy because they're not happy with this formula being achieved. They don't think about the things that us as adults think about. We need a new car. We need a material possession. We need to pay our rent. We need a new job. We need all these things. That's after the fact. Babies don't do that. Babies are just, they're happy because, not because of something, but because. And that's our default state. So if we let go of all that and we come back to our default state, we're back where we need to be to begin with. And that's what the indoctrination wants to keep you from. Wants to keep you thinking chase mode. Chase rainbows. You'll never achieve anything that way.
Yeah.
It's a dog chasing its tail for the rest of your life.
Have you ever tried chasing that rainbow?
Of course. Who hasn't? You know, I mean, I got
And
caught
did you
up
ever
in
get to it? What
No.
happened?
You never can. You just it disappears and it moves further. The goalpost moves further the closer you think you get
Yeah.
to it. Every time. Right?
You're
And
like,
you get
I know it's there.
temporary-
I can see it's in front of that hedge, and it's behind that hedge. It's in that bit of field.
Right.
And then when you get to that bit, it's in the next one. You're like, you cheater.
And you get temporary bouts of satisfaction when you think that along the way you picked up, oh, look at this coin, you know, right? And you think that, oh, I'm getting somewhere. No, you're not. You're getting nowhere. You're getting further and further and further. The thing about it is there's nowhere to get. If you let it all go and come back to just being, not you're a human being, not a human achieving or a human doing. Your default state is happiness. So just let it all go. But that doesn't mean not to pursue these things. You just pursue them with that grip hold on being and as an observer. And it's like a fun time then. Don't make your home. This is like a bus terminal, you know? We're all in this temporarily and we're in a mortal shell. And at some point it's going to expire. So I look at that as like we're in kind of a cocoon state. And at some point when our energy parts from the shell, something else is going to happen. But between now and then, we shouldn't dismiss the obvious. You know, we should enjoy the ride and the journey and feed our body just like a flower would. Flower needs the proper nutrient and nourishment and sun and water and these things.
I like it with the bird analogy. So a bird, it has to be free. If it's in a cage, it's just something in a cage.
Yeah, it's never
It has to fly. It's a bird.
Never going to realize the potential.
And we are a bird, the proverbial bird, but we're put in a cage.
Right. I agree. That's a good way to see it. Yeah, we need to be free to spread the wings and realize the potential. Otherwise,
because without that potential, we are nothing.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well,
We're
right now,
not doing anything productive.
one of the first things that pops in my mind is like the virtual bars right now. That's like, you know, imprisoning our mind in a sense is money or the idea of money.
Yep.
That's you know what I'm saying? Because really, when it comes down to it, that's how that prison is basically constructed, is using that money and keeping us in that, you know, or that perception of money or whatever, that idea of money.
Right.
But I mean, you know, see, that's the thing right now. It's like, all right, when we're talking about the Burger King, McDonald's thing, it's like, okay, the money or the stuff that we're using right now for a means of exchange is owned by McDonald's.
That's it.
All right, you know, so in a sense, we also got to stop using that stuff.
You're getting there.
And then on top of that, we'll probably have to create our own form
Well,
of
I think it's a bit late for that, you know, and I've said this kind of thing for a long time. Global non-compliance.
Wait, it's late for who?
Right. Well, what I mean is by that is just lately, because of lockdown, companies like Amazon have become a lot more, you know,
it's only a problem
in their
again,
size.
Though.
People are now changing over here. Imagine the sport, right? Yeah, we have to pay for ours, really. Yeah, all of it. If you want to watch sport, you have to pay for it. So, that being the case, Sky had the deal. Now it's changing to Amazon. They bought like a big enough chunk of all the soccer over here for people to have to change to, and they are doing because they want to watch the soccer.
So, but that is when
give
you
the
say
people bread in circuses, right?
Wait,
we have to fall in line unless we give up soccer until all this shit is blown over, and which I don't think a lot of them are going to do.
But that's not your problem.
Yeah, but this is how ingrained in the system everyone is.
Right.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
again,
I've
that's
never been
only
fully ingrained in the system
a
enough
problem for those who
for me
are.
to
And
not notice the shit that's going on,
I know it sounds like a little like an almost asshole-ish or ignorant to say so, but again, people need to have it's freedom. If people want to choose self-destruction, they need to be allowed to have that. Because if we intervene with that, and again, I'm talking about when they're in a cognitive ability to self-determine that. I'm not talking about the ones, like I draw a line, the ones that have been manipulated to the degree of they're not self-determining because they're in a hypnosis state.
Self-determination is one of the most important things that we have as a whole entity.
Right. So the ones that are in that hypnosis state that is not by their choice to be there, I draw a line and say, I need to do something about that. But that aside, the ones that are cognitive enough, conscious enough, that are self-determining the self-destructive path should be let alone. Till at such a point where they decide otherwise, if and when, and then the light is there for them. We're always still here with whenever they decide at some point to turn, if they do. But if they don't and they go to grave that way, that was their choice of path in life.
Yeah, it's not very good. It's not very great though, is it? Because this whole shit nowadays is splitting families.
We can't judge it because again, we need duality. I mean, we need the other side of the equation to have duality. Otherwise, it's forced divinity, forced dictation on us from divinity, and that wouldn't be very good, would it?
The dark cannot function without the light.
Yes.
The light cannot function without the dark.
Right. So it needs to be free, but free with we need to also make sure that it doesn't encroach on us. Just like it has a right to make sure we don't encroach on them. And that's why when I say, look at the ludicrousness, you're being a hypocrite. You're saying, I want my freedom. Don't impose your freedom on me. But you're walking to McDonald's and saying, I want to stranglehold you because you're McDonald's. And I think you have the right
my
to tell
problem with
McDonald's
things
what to
at
do.
the moment is people are saying that I don't care about your freedom or my freedom. And I'm like, but I care about my freedom and your freedom.
Right. They're not respecting any of it.
Yeah.
And they're thinking, and it's madness, right? You're going in there and you think that you're righteous, and neither one of you are. Neither one of you are. And this is why people don't get anywhere, because they're not pursuing the righteous path. If you want to get somewhere, you have to recognize where the righteous path is. It's within yourself. It's within your mind. You have to let go of the indoctrination that was embedded onto you, and you have to be the change you want to see, and then lead by example by doing so, just like I am.
Be the change you want to see, yeah.
Exactly. So, for example, I can speak credibly on self-sufficiency because for the last 23 years, I've lived a lot of my life in such fashion. Everywhere, everything from, your corporate style, just growing some seed cherry tomatoes in your balcony, all the way to complete no electricity at one with nature itself and everything in between. So I can speak on the subject, and somebody will probably be more adept to listening to what I might have to say because I have that testimony that I can give. But until they experience it for themselves, it's still a theory. But yet I'm still more of a light in that aspect for somebody because I've already chose to be the change that I wanted to see. And nobody can tell me otherwise that it's not possible because I've already done it, you see. So I don't have any fear about it. I don't have any ifs about it. I've already done it and I'm still living it. So I'm an example in that sense for anybody else who wants to choose that. But just like the dark is an example of that side of the fence, I hold steadfast in being on the other side of self-determination. And we need more of that, but we're only going to get more of that if we're willing to do what we weren't willing to do for so long, which is self-defend ourselves from tyranny. We need to be the accountability. Nobody else can do it. And that's the problem. The missing link is that everybody is scratching their heads looking for, again, another third entity, as if, because you've been trained to do that. Part of the indoctrination was to make you seek remedy from a third party. And the third party being the same people you want to seek remedy from. That's madness. You can't. How could you possibly expect to get remedy from the same party that you're trying to get remedy from? That's insane. That's an insane, delusional endeavor from the get-go. The only way you can get real remedy is through the self remedy. Just like a bully, who's trying to be an aggressor against you, you have to stand your ground to the bully. Calling the cops or whatever is not going to solve your problem while the bully is sitting there cracking the daylights out of you. You need to stand up and you need to res up and you need to be smart about things. If the bully is doing this over and over again, you need to. This happened to me in school for quite a number of years, and it stopped in about grade 8 when I finally plotted a plan against this bully that was doing it against me, and decided to wait at 3:30 after school, where I saw his routine, what he did, and I knew exactly where he was going to be at a very specific time and place, and I didn't even have to think about that he was going to be there. I had it all timed out, and I had a hockey stick, and I just gave it everything that I got. I just went and I whacked around the corner, and I severed his shoulder, almost past dislocation. I didn't break it, but anyway, he was out for about 2 weeks. And every day after that, he flinched if I was anywhere near in his sight. That was the end of tyranny against me from him. And that's what we need to do. We need to band together when we're up against, when we're outnumbered and outweighed, right?
Together we stand, united we win, divided we definitely will fall.
Yes, and nature shows
And
us
at the
that that's
moment we
the
are
path.
divided, but we must grow that. And
Yes.
it's like something that was said a few months ago, that, like, during World War II, the beginning of the war, there was only a small amount of people who were even against what was happening.
Right? And even
Yeah,
if they are, it
and
doesn't
that
matter.
grew,
Again,
obviously.
we know that we're aligned with moral compass, and that nature is on our side when we do that. When we're aligned with nature, we have nature on our side. That's a lot of confidence we can have there. To know that, and to know that when you're against nature, you don't have things that you would have at your disposal. So you can stand there and be very confident about what you're doing. There's a difference between confidence and pride. Pride is very weak, and pride is based off of insecurity. And that's what the whole dark likes to run on. Pride and ego and insecurity. And that's a very weak position to take from. It's very easy to force their hand.
Yeah, having pride is fine, but actually using pride is a bit of a difficult one.
I don't even, pride itself is not, there's two sides of us. There's an ego side and a heart side.
If you do something out of pride, it's usually
You're
bad.
standing in ego, right? You're standing in ego. So there's the ego side and the heart side. If you stand in truthfulness and righteousness, then you're in honor, and you don't need to be in pride. You have full confidence and conviction and security with what you're doing. It's that simple. But if you're standing in ego, then you need pride. You need pride to fill that missing hole, because now you're going to feel insecure. So you need to fill the gap somewhere. So pride comes into the equation and say, well, I'm proud of my this. I'm proud of my nation. I'm proud of my money. I'm proud of my this, whatever it may be.
That can be fine. That's just fine. But it's when you actually do something or act in a way because of it.
The action of being proud is actually that action, and that's against nature.
Yeah.
Because now you have the foundation that you're stemming from to go further, and you're not going to act in moral compass when you do
It almost creates something which points into the distance and makes you go that way,
Foundation, right? Keyword, foundation. Yeah. It's the precedence for you to operate from, and that's totally incorrect. It's not in harmony with nature. So you don't want to do that. You want to let go of that ideology, this thing called pride. It's toxic.
You don't want to give one thing too much pride.
You don't want to give anything pride. You want to stay in line with moral compass. You want to stay in line with the heart, right? And you want to be centered with humility.
And that's why I never really got all this pride stuff, like there's like a whole culture out there now, isn't there?
Yes. Well,
On
most of the
anything.
way that society is structured is on pride, right? And it
Like-
stems with
Like we a lot of people might say, right, that they're like us, right, and they are having to say something against the government, let's say, and they could call themselves Pride for Freedom.
right. Pride for freedom, and now you've just become a hypocrisy for yourself.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, right? Is like
Mhm.
people think the idea of like I'm in line with my nationality because I stand for freedom. No, nationality itself is the opposite of freedom, and that's what people don't get.
It's
As
just
soon as you put up
well, there are levels of freedom, though, aren't there?
levels,
even-
yeah, but
Even
it's
the freedom that we want, you have to put levels on it. You can't be free enough to go build yourself a nuclear reactor because you want to, power your house.
yeah. Well,
and you do it badly. You shouldn't
don't-
have that freedom, should you?
Well, we don't need something synthetic though to like do that for us because nature itself has a pullback when we don't align with it. It allows us the ability, like a breathing room, to fuck up and make some mistakes. But if we pull too hard, it's like a rubber band; it snaps back at us.
Yeah.
Even to the point of death. If we're,
There was that lad that built his own reactor.
Right. Yeah.
There was that lad in the US that built his own reactor.
And you know what? Again, somebody who does that, again,
Yeah.
the kind of mindset that would do something
There's
like
always
that
somebody
is
like
because
that.
they're so
Yeah.
outside of touch with nature that they're in
Yep.
fear mode to such a degree that they think they would need to pursue something like that.
I think more on his end, on the kid's end or whatever. He was doing it because I think he was just smart enough and he wanted to try and see if
He
he could
was.
do it. You know what I mean? He wanted to see if he could do it. It wasn't anything more than that, I don't think, and that's my
No,
opinion.
what happened was he, you know those say those clocks that glow up in the dark, the hands
Right.
and the numbers. I'm trying to think what it is. It's a radioactive anyway.
Okay.
So he scraped that off every single thing he could get, and after getting loads of it, he like built with bricks in the back yard. A nuclear reactor.
Okay,
And
so
of course,
I'm
with
going to
enough
show
of
you.
it, you get something that's a bit dangerous. So they came and cleaned it all up.
Right. I'm going to show you where moral compass falls in line and nature falls in line with acting accordingly in this scenario. That nuclear reactor, when it falls off the table or something goes wrong with the coding, encroaches on all of us.
Mm,
We need to stop that.
I know.
Right?
I know.
So
I've
we
spoken about
have
it.
a
Nobody
moral
wants to talk about it.
Therefore we have a moral responsibility to ensure that that doesn't happen.
But right now, I wouldn't like to think how many nuclear power stations there are on the planet.
Right.
And these nuclear power stations are not small. Even when they're small, they're not small when it comes to meltdown.
So
Now that being the case, and we know that's the case, right? What do you think about this? That there's been theories that maybe we should have gone what we thought we were going to do in the 50s. You don't need a big nuclear power station. You just have like loads of tiny ones of whatever size you need.
we didn't
When you go
need any
home,
of that to begin
your
with.
home has a very small, contained, safe, nuclear little power station that does your house.
Well, no,
Your
that's not
car
even the
has
answer.
one. Your watch probably has one.
Again, using moral compass and being in line with nature is the guide for things. First of all, we don't need electricity. That's a farcity. Number two, if we're going to have it because it's a luxury, and we can, I'm not even against technology as long as we don't forget self-sufficiency. That's the key factor in the equation there.
Mhm.
But if we're going to have technology, then we need to have it in a responsible fashion and not get outside of alignment with nature. So let's use that as a basis for determining should a nuclear plant be acceptable to us to exist.
No,
is
I
it
don't
harmful?
think it is.
It's pretty obvious, isn't it? Right? Because
Yeah.
the
If you take us out of the picture, though, and I watched a documentary. I believe it to be a good representation of what could happen to the world if we disappeared. And if we disappeared, you think all those nuclear power stations, don't you? So I sat watching it, waiting for that, and they brought those all into the equation. And
Oh,
after
yeah.
a while, that all sorts out.
It
But
does.
only because we weren't around, did it not affect us.
Nature will always regreen itself, no problems, no matter how much we
In
think
fact, I
we've
think
destroyed it.
in the eons in the future, the only thing that would have been actually left by our existence would be the slightest layer of plastic across the world.
Even that would be broken down eventually. Nature would do
Yeah,
it.
but eventually, yeah. But there'd be like some kind of area of it, wouldn't there?
Sure.
Yeah, I
But
mean,
that's-
yeah,
Here and there.
can you
It
imagine
wouldn't
like
be a complete thing.
can you imagine
thing
like
about
2 or
nature,
3
though, is it
thousand
doesn't-
years from now, like archaeologists digging our shit up,
Right. The thing about nature is it doesn't have the problem of time that we have. Because
Yeah. I mean,
doesn't
I've got a
have
whole problem with our technology. I have, of course.
Yeah,
Everyone
me
should.
too. But what I'm saying is that nature itself doesn't have the same. Nature is immortal. We're not. In our current shell, I mean, like our essence is immortal, but we're here in a temporary state. Nature itself is not. So it's got like infinite amount of years to correct problems.
Yeah.
And that
we
is
have to agree that the Earth does seem to be one giant engine of itself.
Right. It's a resilient recycling.
Yeah, definitely cyclical.
Yes. And that's why it's
and
perfect.
recyclical.
This is what I mean. So we have two things. We can align with that natural alignment, natural principle, or we can operate outside of alignment. And if we're with it, we're totally in the flow. It's in our favor. Everything goes smoothly. If we go outside that, because it's perfect. So if you're in line with perfection, magic. But if you get outside of alignment of perfection, the opposite of magic, you get disease. Really that simple. That is the root cause of all
what does disease mean? It means not at ease.
At uneasiness. So you're at uneasy, everything becomes
So you're
hard.
not
It's
at
hardship.
ease, and that's where you want to be, at ease.
Right. At ease equals being in line with nature, being in the flow of it, being in line with perfection. Very simple.
Easy. It's easy. Everything's easy.
Right? Water falls from the sky. Grass is,
Here's one for you then. When you take
push.
ease, it's really easy.
It is, right? So let's be in cooperation with easiness.
I mean,
why
I don't
why would we
understand.
want to fight
Why
that?
in the fuck has everybody not figured it out, right? It's so fucking easy, right?
Indoctrination. That's
but most of the time, here's one for you. Most of the time, people aren't at ease, even if they're like healthy and happy. They're not actually at ease because they're usually busy. There is no ease.
You're born in a dis-ease
even when
construct.
When you sit down to ease nowadays, you put the television on and listen to that shit.
And,
that's
and
not.
You're still not. That's not disease. Yeah, disease happens when you let it all go. Freedom is when you let go of fear and just live.
NC just said that. I'm going to have to say, yeah, common sense is not common. That's what you said. And I agree with that. It's more like common nonsense.
Yeah.
Yeah. Common, common insanity.
Yeah.
Common unsense.
It's just
because
that's
you're not with the sense.
Nonsense works.
Yeah, it's like
right.
it's like the word insanity in a sense. It's like that the definition of that is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting different results. And for let's see, probably the past 200 or 300 years, maybe we've been doing the same goddamn thing over and over again.
Right. Right. So this is where I'm coming into the equation here, and you guys are getting it, and I love it, because when you do, you understand how semantics are so important, because semantics are what's being used to divide and rule everybody. So you have to start questioning everything, right down to every word that you think you know. Observe it. Look at it.
Well,
Everything you think you know, you need to put through a scrutiny test, your own scrutiny test, and redo it all. Let it all go and start from scratch, and do it fresh with that moral compass
Einstein
and
said
line with
the minute
nature.
you learn anything about this world is the moment that you actually stop,
You stop
listening
learning
to what you
everything.
heard.
Yeah.
It's what you were taught at school. Forget all that.
Einstein is a retard, but he definitely stole a few good
Yeah.
things from Tesla here and
Do
there.
you know what happened when somebody asked Einstein what it was like being the most intelligent man in the world?
How would he know?
Can you say that again?
This is his answer. He said, "Well, you'll have to go and ask Nikola Tesla that question."
Oh, are you
Right,
serious? Yeah, no shit.
Yeah, I remember that. I heard that. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like I said, Einstein was a retard. He totally was. He's in line with philosophy and theory. That's not reality. Tesla is in line with nature and factual proof and truth.
Tesla should have been born now again or something.
I mean, I
what he
wonder
should have
when.
done was created some kind of
there's a Tesla
sleep
in everyone.
chamber.
Well,
chamber.
I wonder when the
you
next.
know, and we ask him questions every now and again, and he comes out and he solves the world's problems and goes back in. You know.
Listen, there's
he
a
was
Tesla
a wasted person in my eyes. That we stole off him and then, left him.
Do you think anything in Tesla you don't have inside yourself? There's Tesla in everyone. Okay.
Well, yeah,
and this is another thing that they don't want.
But not everyone could visualize like he could. He could visualize machines that you need to build.
Negative. Everybody can. It's a matter of understanding one thing.
Well,
intelligence.
Yeah,
is
okay,
a
I'm going to
measurement.
agree with that because I did do it the other day for myself, but it wasn't. But I was aware of what I was doing because of being into Tesla and what he could claim to do.
What we're talking about is potential, though. Even for you to recognize what Tesla or myself or anybody says is because you have it inside yourself. Otherwise, how could you recognize it?
I think you're right, and I've just thought of an experience. There was a soldier in Vietnam in captivity.
That
POW, and they tied him up into like these contorted positions with ropes and that. And to get through all that, he built his home that he wanted to build. Every single nail, every single cut of the wood, everything. He built it from the ground up in his mind.
So that being said, intelligence is a measurement of health, not anything to do with anatomical alignment. It's nothing to do with anatomy. It's a measurement of health. Because fundamentally,
it's more of a how in tune you can get.
Yes,
with that at ease.
At ease. So again, health, right? The more in easement you are, the healthy you are.
Yeah, look at Ayrton Senna. He used to say that like some of the times when he was driving and he was in that zone or whatever, that's where he is. He's at ease, isn't he? You know.
That's right.
He's driving around the fastest that anyone's ever driven around anywhere before.
Everybody is in stroke of
and he didn't have to
genius
think about it.
Right.
Because he's at ease.
All of these things that I say are epiphanies that come to be not because I have some genius that I am different than anybody else. We all have the same potential. You recognize it because so do you. And you can tell me the same thing. And now the beautiful part about it is when we're in harmony together with nature, we can have conversations of profound wisdom and magic beyond belief, because consensus is automatic. Because we're not fighting in ego mode and debate battle mode. We're simply just professing truths and looking at it and coming to more solid consensus of understandings so that we can better ourselves in being in cooperation back in line with nature. That's the way we're supposed to coexist with each other.
Mm-hmm.
And we're examples of that as we speak.
Yeah, in fact, there's not many people in history that really are true people. Unfortunately, they're overhyped at the very least because of what they were saying went with what governments needed. But Tesla, so somebody just people said you don't hear any Tesla quotes.
Yeah.
It's the biggest suppression in my eyes in the history of science.
Probably
You know?
if there were to be one Tesla quote, it would be, "You don't need me." That's probably what he would say.
Probably, yeah. I do have another quote of his. In the world of conformists, the non-conformer is antisocial.
Right. Right.
And that's what we all are, isn't it? We're
Yes.
we're like
I
antisocial.
have definitely been called antisocial before.
Of course.
Yeah. For having an opinion that isn't with whatever that person expects.
I started thinking about it.
Social equaling society. I'm anti-society.
Well, I started thinking about it at the time, man. I was a bouncer at a bar. And I talk to people on the radio all the time. I see people every day, like talk to people, shake hands, and all that stuff. And I was like, antisocial? Hell, I'm around people, and I talk to people all the time. How can it be antisocial? I was like, I don't understand that shit. I mean,
they call
I do.
you antisocial while you're sitting there having a conversation with them.
Right.
I mean, fuck. Can
You
you
know?
be more of an oxymoron? You know?
Yeah, I mean, even like right this moment, I'm on a panel sitting there. I like I said, I got a panel representing basically 3 different countries right here on this one panel. We're having a conversation, and it's been, honestly, it's been going on for a while, which is like awesome. You know what I mean? And so I'm definitely not antisocial, and I mean, I like the discord in a sense.
What an antisocial comment. Obviously, I'm joking.
Yeah, on a platform that is actually the most socially adept, fucking deepest fucking thing that caters to socialism. YouTube.
Yeah, I'm
Right?
trying to work
Oh,
around
no, don't
that.
say
though.
the word socialism. That's bad.
Well, it's one and the same, isn't it? If I'm not antisocial, I'm pro-social. And so I'm pro-socialism is the full semantic religion-based word of being social, isn't it?
Yeah.
I suppose
socialist.
if you need to, but the problem is everything's convoluted with something else nowadays.
Yeah, well, that's the semantic part about it.
I'll give you a good example. The swastika. The swastika isn't just the German use of it. You know,
right?
There's multitudes of uses of the swastika. Nothing
Are you
to
talking
do
about
with that.
are you talking about like what is it, to the right or to the left version? See,
The swastika has been used as a religious symbol as well.
all
in the
right,
past.
okay, the Nazi swastika was basically the 2 rune letters that look like a Z or an S, and put together and made the swastika. That's what they were. That's how that was.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it did resemble other swastikas.
Well, like for instance, like the wheel was going to the right. If the wheel was going to the left with the prongs to the left, that was the more religious, like in was it toward like Buddhism or whatever? It's that it's a symbol of good luck, in the opposite direction. How it was spinning or whatever, if you look at it that way.
Yeah, I think you might be right there with that. But
If you
it's
write,
definitely
if you write down the letter S,
also.
if you look at a letter S, and then you take 2 S's and put them crisscross to each other, that makes the Nazi symbol. If you reverse that, in a sense, that becomes the good luck symbol in a way.
Yeah.
Or a religious.
I mean, symbology and imagery. It's very important to them, and we have it as well. We create talismans, don't we, of sorts? And that's what they are in a way. All those.
Morning time, you people, or afternoon time, whatever it is, maybe.
People, what's up? Welcome to join.
Let's go.
Conversation we've been having here. Great to have you join.
Yeah, no shit.
Well, Nudie, you're supposed to be having this conversation on my platform. No, I'm just kidding.
I ain't cheating on you.
I'm just kidding. I jumped on and there's no live going, Nudie. What the fuck, Nudie?
Yeah. Well, we ended that. Steve wanted to talk to me one-on-one, and we had a great conversation. And then after that was over, I just decided to see what was up, and this was going on. So I jumped aboard for some breakfast, and it's been awesome. I love this. What we've been talking about. We've had some great success in opening minds even further and productive consensus. It's beautiful.
Cool. Awesome.
Yeah,
I didn't steal
that's
them.
some
I didn't
awesome
steal them.
like Tesla type
He's like, I didn't
electrics
steal 'em.
going on your screen there as well. That's awesome with the eyes and shit. That's awesome.
Yeah. I wish I could do
Reminded me
the
of Tesla coil power shocks.
Honestly, on a superpower, that would be one cool ass fucking superpower in my mind. Like
To
Raiden.
electrocute the shit out of people.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Hell yeah.
Yeah, just avoid the water.
That's true.
Right?
I like the water though. I gotta have to figure out. I'm gonna have to figure out how to insulate myself if I had that. You know.
Right? No, that's cool, man. That fucking. I just
Is there a
woke up and-
superhero with powers of electrics? I'm sure there is, isn't there?
Oh yeah.
Well,
Yeah.
yeah. Let's say there's the Star Wars Emperor and so forth.
Well, I mean, I was sitting there thinking about Raiden from like Mortal Kombat. That's what I was thinking.
Thank you. I should have got that myself. I even asked the question. I should have answered it.
Yeah, that's the first thing that pops in my mind.
Yeah, but I mean, who's Raiden actually like based on? God of
in the game, he's a god.
yeah, he's god of.
He's the god of
What is he
thunder.
the god of? Electricity.
No, the gods are different elements. So he's the god of thunder.
Okay, that was it. Yeah. Thank you.
The lightning man.
The only thing I had was like obviously not electricity.
Right.
But yeah.
Well, I mean, it
Thunder
would
and
be
lightning.
awesome. I wouldn't have to worry about, keeping my refrigerator going or anything like that. All I have to do is just put my finger in a socket and get it going.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
In
Hold the
fact, you could
plugs and
probably
go.
just throw away batteries and just power everything.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but then you have to ask yourself, if you have the superpowers, do the superpowers get drained or do they stay constant?
I'll let you know if I get
I would
superpowers.
imagine they get drained, abilities get drained with physical ability. If you get injured, you may not be as strong as you were. May not.
Kind of like on the same level of being tired, I guess, getting tired and wore out, I guess, on that level. I can see that. But I'm still wanting mine. I mean, I haven't found a radioactive spider or anything like that yet.
Yeah. Do you notice how they changed Spider-Man in the movie to a genetically modified spider?
Right.
Yeah.
Because they were like,
that's
yeah, we
always
better
been
not
the
use that
case.
one again.
I think that's always been the case, though. I think that's always been Spider-Man's storyline is that a genetically modified spider bit into him.
Yeah. Well, wasn't it originally just radioactive, or was it genetically modified?
Why couldn't it be now, like the next Spider-Man creation movie scene, where it's like, oh, this is an mRNA changed.
You ever get the notion that all these
CRISPR
superhero
spider,
You ever get the notion that all these superhero depictions that you see in your upbringing are like really precedents to future things that are going to happen to you, and it's so that you don't fight with it, you accept it? Oh, it's going to be cool to be like Spider-Man or Superman.
Probably won't.
I've done a lot of research on that because there's been a lot of controversy on that with people with superpowers and shit like that. And there's some pretty fucked up videos out there, man. I don't know if they're photoshopped or what, but there's some pretty fucked up videos out there.
Yeah,
if I remember rightly, the Nazis were looking into it. Hitler was very interested in potentially, melding humankind with the other kind.
Oh yeah, well he
Which
was
kind?
he was really into like esoteric and sorcery and
Yeah.
stuff like that. Yeah, he was all into that kind of thing. I mean,
One thing
honestly,
we can say right now for sure is cyborgism is well underway.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is. I mean, the more I dig into it, it's like, I mean, like even for instance, that Sophia robot, the Hanson Robotics already got their plant for building these robots automated and everything. They can crank these suckers out. Their idea is to put one of these in every house, like kind of like an Alexa. You know what I mean?
Well, there's
Oh,
a
wouldn't
guy.
it be good, you know?
Well, there's a guy in Japan that is actually making like Android type fucking Android type robots where they can actually start displaying emotion and can intelligently respond back to you with whatever question that you have,
Yeah. There's a
referring to
reason why.
themselves
Are
referring
you
to
talking about the
themselves as
sex
a
robots?
person. No.
Yeah.
These aren't sex robots. These are
I'm just
actual.
checking.
Yeah, no, these are actual
That too.
Android robots that a guy actually had one modeled exactly after him. In fact, you couldn't even tell whether it was the
Oh,
real guy or
Wow.
the fucking android.
oh,
And
I've seen that stories. Yeah.
yeah, he's been working on it for years and years and years, and he's almost got it perfected down to the point where he doesn't have them walking or talking yet, but if they brought the dummy in and you sat down and talked to the dummy, it's so fucking intelligent with
Yeah.
the AI system that they have in it. You can ask it anything and it'll give you an intelligent response.
Yeah. It's actually
Mhm.
pretty creepy when I sat there and looked at it. I was like, man, that's pretty vain to sit there and build that sucker look exactly like yourself. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Well, what about some of these bots that you speak to online? Sometimes you get a message, you're like,
Well, there
what's
was a bot
this?
on the chat
And then
earlier.
you're like, hold on, it's a bot. And then,
Yeah.
you try and work out its weaknesses and how
There was
intelligent it is.
Yeah.
there was bots in the chat earlier. I got 2 of them way back in the back toward the beginning of the chat or the stream tonight. It's those same type of ones that put it like a comment in videos and stuff, and all it is like it's almost like a website. You go to like a porn site or some shit like that. And I've seen those similar things in my comments in some of my videos and also others. Those are nothing but bots. Those are nothing but bots.
Yeah.
And they're all over the place actually, man. But honestly, man, I want to say it's the way the AI system on the platform we're on kind of keeping tabs on everything. You know what I mean?
There's a reason why your phone's operating system is called Android, and it's not
Oh, yeah.
to sound cool.
No.
Holy
Well-
shit, Anarchy. You've been going for 10.5 hours?
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Although everyone having their own data would be excellent, wouldn't it? And I'm not trying to be all Star Trekky, but it would be good. And you know what they'd probably also be at the end of the day is Mr.
Yep.
Policeman.
Oh Jesus!
And listen, I'm not
waiting
into
for
religion
a
or not,
RoboCop
but
version. Seriously, I am. I'm waiting for like a RoboCop version of fucking cops to be coming the fuck
Well,
out.
it's already started.
RoboCop will do as well, yeah.
Well, it's like down here, like at
Would you like
10
cheese on your sandwich? No, I fucking wouldn't. Please put down the sandwich. You have 20 seconds to comply or I'll blow your head off.
Right.
It's just a disagreement.
That's funny.
I'm not into religion in the conventional aspect at all, but just using, there's truth in everything. That story about Adam and Eve, falling prey to the serpent is very metaphorical. Look out for the serpent, and the serpent holding the carrot, so to speak. And the serpent is the system. If you look in their symbology, the serpent is everywhere. Even the land of
always has
America,
something to give.
America in its Latinist form, it means land of the serpent. That's the
It is.
definition
I've
of
actually
America.
tried to get that across to some people, but most of the time, it's obviously people who are from the US. They don't take kindly to it sometimes.
Yeah, they don't because it.
Am I right to be thinking that it's represented by the C and the K in the letters, the serpent?
Amaraka, right? So yeah, Amaraka is the.
They're not always in every name of Indian description, but mostly.
Needless to say, it's
So what does American mean then? American.
Actually, man, quite honestly, if I know a couple of people that have delved into it, and it's not a positive thing. It's actually in line with the evil on that name, the name, the etymological name behind it. You know what I mean? Because everything really has a root. If you start breaking the words down
Yes,
and going back
yes.
to their roots, because like even I'll give you an example. Even as far as I know, now I might be mistaken. Anybody let me know. But as far as I know, that the word government is actually constructed of two Latin words. All right, it's Govino and mentis. Govino means to govern or
Control.
to control, and mentis means mind.
Yes.
Control the mind, mind control.
Yes.
That's what government means. So I
Yes.
mean, you know, if you actually go down to the etymology,
That's all you have to do.
etymological,
So
and
who is the best form of government then?
Us.
oh yeah,
Ourselves.
self-governance, self-governance.
Self-government. You
Got
want
to
to be in
stop
control of your own
governing
mind.
to a degree on
Right.
certain
You want,
things.
you want to be in control of your own mind.
Yeah, to quote Auditron there just the other day.
Yes. So it's obvious, right? When you see things from the root where easiness is, what not to do. I don't want to delegate government authority. I want to keep self-authority. I'm authority over myself. Why would I want to give authorization for somebody to somebody else from my own mindfulness? And that's what people do.
Yeah, but even you, Newt, have said, well, let's start our own court. You know what I'm saying? Like, you can't
That
be
for
all about
accountability for the
well, right,
for
but you can't be all about self accountability without accountability for others. I mean,
Oh, I didn't say not to have like cooperation. That's the difference. The difference
Oh.
is I'm not going to give my responsibility all to another party and say that I have no say in the matter and I have no responsibility anymore. I'm just going back to my video games and, you know, keep my head in the sand and, you know, you guys take care of it.
I got you. Well, and that's the kind of mentality that I would think people would have at that point if they would leave it to other people, you know, like they do now. That's not me. That's not a part of me. That's not, you know, I don't deal with that shit. That's what the cops are for. You
Right.
know what I'm saying?
And to such degree that you actually believe that they have a divine credence over you, and I just need to obey because I don't have the divine, you know, predisposition to even think about those things. That's how bad it's gotten.
I think the problem is though that we police ourselves, don't we? That's the problem.
Yeah, with or without
because
awareness of it.
You know, the sheep don't police the sheep.
Yeah, even though
you
we
know,
do.
So if police were all like sheep, then we'd walk all over them. We're sheep. You know?
Right.
Or we turn into a wolf, you know.
Hey, Purple Spliff, I've never tried Kosher Kush. I haven't even come across that strain yet. So there's a lot of
Has anyone tried
strains
that?
out there.
Sorry.
Go ahead.
Yeah, has anyone tried that marijuana beer?
No, I really want
There's
to.
a marijuana beer?
There's a marijuana beer and there's a marijuana wine.
Really?
They have marijuana.
I'm interested in that beer. It may be the best invention
making
yet.
that?
Surely it's natural and.
Anybody know who's making it? Where's it coming out of?
There's a couple of different companies that are doing it. Hold on, let me do a little check here and
Guru's I'm getting some.
Right on. I'm gonna put my people on it. My people are on it. Or I got you people on it. You people get on it.
I want to know what you think of it, Guru.
oh shit. The Weed Seed Shop tells you how to make cannabis infused alcohol.
But surely smoking, we all know it's not a great idea. And at some point, you might want to give that up, but not that other bit up, you know?
Hell, the
Here's
only
the
reason
weird part about
the
it.
only reason why I'd probably give it up is if I just can't fucking breathe in the smoke anymore. I mean, you know.
I know what you mean.
So they've got Humboldt Distilleries, which I would think is in California.
Yeah, that is California.
And it looks
Humboldt
like
County.
they've got like a tequila. No, it's a vodka. I can share, right?
Ooh, a cannabis
Moonshine?
moonshine? That would be
Wow.
probably. Ah.
That's just a special occasion, I bet. Yeah.
Yeah, that's like for a holiday.
There you go. It
Like
should be in the basement, Anarchy,
absinthe
if
of
you want to show my
cannabis.
screen.
I'm going to throw a interesting twist in my own narrative for you guys to ponder. And here it comes. You ready?
Never ready. But go
All right.
Go ahead.
So let's say right now there's 3 of you on panel. Let's say there's 5 altogether, or even 10. And let's say I offered each one of you $1 million each to do one task. Only one task, but you had to carry and execute it with perfection and no exception. And the task is you have to find one tyrant in the midst of their tyranny who's acting as an aggressor to the point where they perhaps would be threatening somebody's life. And you have to band together and oppose that tyrant and do whatever it takes to end the tyrant's pursuit with no exception, and ensure that that tyrant will never have a chance to do the same thing again. If you succeed, you all get $1 million. Would you do it?
Dude, I mean, that's like a Fight Club type of scenario right there, boy.
But
You'd end up using the $1 million to get the guy off the force.
I think a few people may get wrongly accused of being a tyrant along the way,
Right?
because we got a hell of an incentive there.
But the problem is there's a catch. He says you have to stop it.
You have to stop it successfully, and you have to also make successfully stop that particular
That's going to take a
tyrant
long
only
time.
from being able to do that ever again.
Right? You can't do that. There's no way, because you'd have to fire the person and have them off the force to successfully stop them.
Yeah,
You'd have
that's
to use the $1 million for that.
Yeah, that really bugs the shit out of me. That shell game they play, you know, like a cop gets fired, and next thing you know, he's hired back on the damn cop again in another town.
Now
I hate
listen,
that.
listen. I'm gonna add gaslight it here a little bit, just to help the scenario. You don't have any limitations of what you can or cannot do. Okay, let's throw this. You're in freedom land here, and you know, for whatever you do, you're standing in righteousness. There's no fear about being put in a cage or whatnot. You get to do anything here to stop that.
Including, obviously, righteous indignation.
No exceptions.
The use of that, yeah.
Yep, no exceptions.
But isn't that the case where we are?
There we go. Wow.
Yeah.
So that was
You know,
going to be the
so-
thing. That was going to be the next
In
thing. is-
theory,
SG. Look at the chat. Look at what Gregory said.
You see how you guys jumped a little bit more when I put that
I think
carrot
Twinkle
there?
wants to come on to your panel. Oh dear, Gregory. Really?
Hey,
Now
Anarchy, you want to
let's
share
go
my
back to
screen?
reality, and I'll take away the
I don't know.
carrot.
I'm on a cell phone. I don't know how to do that. How do I do that?
Oh, you go down. If you go down into guess,
Yeah.
it should be in the guess and down in
Okay.
the basement.
All right.
And then add the other you people. There
Okay.
you go.
Okay.
But
Cool.
they've got marijuana infused energy drinks.
I'm going to pose one more thing. Not one of you said, I don't need $1 for me to do that.
Well, no. See, you didn't say no. You put the challenge out there. You didn't say that we didn't want the fucking money. First of all, you're not even giving us the money up front. You're giving us the money after we do
Look
it.
at the justification to go along with it. Here it comes.
You know, I have no problem not taking dollars for it, but if you're going to put out the challenge and the issue, I mean, God damn it, I'm going to expect
I'm
that
gonna
money.
take it. Yeah, of course.
I'll take opportunity when I see it or hear it.
But this was the point, right? It's like the first thing is all of a sudden you put that same carrot that's keeping you entrapped in the system, and I use it back for the same thing. And all of a sudden people jump at it. So take it out of the equation, then the question becomes, where is the wait period and why? Where is this delay in the mind where it's like people are not jumping to do what's righteous without some compensation towards? Isn't preserving freedom enough compensation?
So I think it's them preserving the woolly, cotton-brained images and belief and perceptions of the world they thought they were living in.
Well, it's not even that. You're asking a bunch of people that already do not like how the government and the police fucking act. First
Yeah, a
of
lot
all,
of times they admit it. I have to say, yeah.
Which makes the hypothetical narrative question even better.
Wow, cannabis vodka. Wow.
but you're not asking the bootlicker this question. That's a bootlicker question. You know what I'm saying? Like we have I already don't take any money from anybody, and I'm trying to stop the tyranny. So I mean, you're going to add $1 million to it and say that there's no stipulations, kind of like the purge type shit. I got no problem taking that person out if I'm going to get $1 million because I can disappear.
Well, first chance we get to ask bootlickers, especially a few of them collectively, I'm taking it. I'm definitely going to ask them that.
That's why I've been trying to get a couple of those channels that side with the police. You know, the ones that like post all the police body cam footage of them showing, and they're like, "Oh, they did a really good job," type bullshit. I want those motherfuckers to come over onto our panels and talk. I want them to bring their people over to our panels and talk. I'll go over to their panels and talk. I want to know why they believe so fucking profoundly that none of these cops ever do fucking wrong, that the government is not doing wrong. I want their fucking mindset on it.
Government never lies. The government's our best friend. They have our best interest at heart.
Well, right. And, you know, no offense to everybody here in the 1A community, but it's like pretty much the same fucking opinion between us all. And I'm getting real tired of the same fucking opinion. Cops suck. Fuck yeah, they do. No, I want to go talk to the fucking people that think that they don't, because I want their mindset on it.
Most of these 1A community people that have enough intelligence to realize that still don't realize the crux, that they're still at the crux of the problem. They still believe in this, that we have a real government and we have a real this nationality thing and patriotism. They still believe in all that. They're still highly indoctrinated.
That's
over here.
point.
We've got royalism and patriotism all mixed into one.
Right.
It's all about the
potato,
Queen.
potato, royalism, patriotism. It's the same thing.
Unfortunately, it's not.
Yes, it is. You just put different titles, different hats.
The way I look at it is, for me, patriotism in this country is for the people in the country, not for a monarch. And there's a confusion between that whole thing. That's what I meant. Sorry.
Well, that's what people think too. In other countries, they think that patriotism equates to, you know, being loyal to tribalism, and that's the illusion. And it's actually that too is the highest form of racism, and that's where this whole pride thing comes into effect as well. But then further to that, to stand on guard for the next avenue of that is what comes into play, which is the political arena. And I can understand where you're coming from, because my original heritage is Canada, and I've got the same monarchy queen that you do in that sense. So I see how the two kind of merge together. But it's one and the same. It's just another form of after the fact of tribalism. It goes into the political realm in order to defend that, right?
Well, we are tribalist, and all you have to do is get two people together, and you got a tribe.
I'm a self-tribe.
Yeah, well, yeah, there is that. You can do that.
I'm a self-tribe that cooperates with other self-tribes.
You know, that was something that I thought, if and it was attempted, I think, at one point, but if the Indians had have actually grouped together properly and fought as one.
Aren't we Indians? Isn't everybody an Indian?
Yeah,
isn't everybody?
Yeah, but I mean, I'm just talking about the fact of invaders from other countries coming to, you know,
which
America
is Indians invading other Indians.
Yeah, but if the tribes that were in America at that time clubbed together, that was my only point.
Instead of looking at it as individual tribes.
Yeah, because
that's the problem.
they may have
Right.
won. You know.
There's no need to fight. We just cooperate. And if you want to have some room to experiment, to try out a different way of, functioning, then here's your spot to do so. And I have a spot to do that too. And if you want to be in unison with me over here, that's great. If you want to be by yourself, that's great. No problems. As long as we respect everybody and don't encroach our ideals, impose our will on somebody else, everything works great. Nature has room for that. No problems, right? It's only when you cross that line and start to use force for somebody to come to your consensus. Now you're not in harmony with nature anymore. You're at an act of war.
Yeah, but aren't you like, I'm not saying that you're forcing it, but aren't you like pushing your point of view on how we should be living?
I don't have a way. I simply just remind people that there is another option that they may not be aware about, or if they are, they're forgetting about, or simply just neglecting, perhaps, for those who are interested in that. Nothing more.
See, I love asking you these random questions. It's fun.
Well, no, that was a good question, actually, you people. Yeah.
It is a good
Because I mean,
question.
I can see the angle, because honestly, that's the reason why a lot of times I don't I try to tell people like my thoughts on my own beliefs on religion, on how I see things, because I don't want to sound like I'm trying to put that off on other people and push that on to other people. I don't care, it's my idea. It's the way I do it for me. You know what I mean? But if that sounds good to you and you like to do that for your own life, that's fine. But I'm not trying to push that onto you at all.
Yes, because then you're just being a hypocrite, right? And
right.
that's
Well, I mean, see, okay, I'll give you an example. Like I'll give you a synopsis. All right. I like Bruce Lee. Bruce Lee was so good at what he did.
I was just thinking of him.
Well, he was so good at what he did is because he studied many types of martial arts, and he found the good and the best parts of each one of them and created his own called Jeet Kune Do. Well, I kind of look at that same thing on the basis of religion, a way of life. I look at all of them, try to find the best parts of each of them, and create that in my own.
Yeah, don't we all?
And, well, see, but my way is not the way for everybody. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the reason why I don't try to go around knocking on people's doors, say, "Hey, have you heard about the Wingnut Way?" You know what I mean?
Now, in addition to that, you people, if somebody wants to try and impose their ideals on me, I am going to stand my ground and defend myself to make sure that doesn't happen. I'm going to take responsibility for that. But they have to be the initiator to act as an aggressor to try and do that. I will never be the person to do that against somebody else. You're on mute.
You mean the lady? You mean like the lady I talked to in the grocery store that I ran into at the grocery store?
Right, exactly.
I do that with everybody, so it's like, it doesn't matter what situation it is. I'll always I'm that asshole that always takes the opposite, even if I agree with you, because I want to see what you're gonna say. And my dad does the same thing, and I didn't even realize it because, I'm talking to him about the whole cop watching thing, and he goes, "You're still cop watching?" I'm like, "Yeah." And mind you got to know this guy's background. He's been in jail. He doesn't like the cops. He's always told me, don't fuck with the cops. Don't talk to the cops. Don't do this with the cops. Don't do that with the cops. And then he's flipping it on me. I'm talking to him about it. And he goes, "Why are you still doing this? Why are you, he starts asking me questions on the opposite angle of, why am I cop watching? Why am I keeping these guys accountable? Why am I doing this?" And and at first I thought he was serious. And I'm like, "Yo, Pop, I thought you'd be like, all for me going and fucking with the cops and flipping them off and telling them, go fuck yourselves, and being able to walk away." And he goes, "Oh, no, I am. I just wanted to see what you'd have to say."
Right.
So unknowingly, I got that trait from my father.
Challenging the narratives is a healthy thing to do.
Well, questioning everything should be one of those things, one of those traits that everybody should have.
I got questioning. Even when
I got hated at school by the teachers for that.
Well,
Yeah.
that's part of that despotism scenario, because I mean, honestly, that's how the school systems like has been set up. It's like, look, we've got all these textbooks, and the teachers come in and teach what's in the textbooks, and if you try to, disagree or question anything that's in those textbooks, you're going to be reprimanded or whatever, and it's as part of that indoctrination that what is it, 18 years of that shit as you're growing up. You know what I mean?
At least, yeah.
Yeah, but it
And then
varies in
more,
different
because
schools
you
too.
start learning yourself, and you look at the stuff that you would be used to teach people to teach that at school. And then eventually, after a few more years, you realise that there's an alternative media that you can get some information from, and there's also, of course, libraries, which kind of you get
Nowadays, there's
a
this
mix of
giant.
both there, don't you?
Yeah,
In the
nowadays
libraries,
this fucking
depends what you look for.
YouTube has been the best teacher for me in my life. Like, so not YouTube itself, but all the people who went out of their way to, document their own experiments, and that's how I learned to be self-sufficient. It was because of people who showed the way on YouTube. I wouldn't have gotten anywhere near as far as I did without that. Not a chance. Even
Check,
as long
Jim,
as
but I don't think you're banned. Sorry, I really don't think I've banned anyone.
You might want to go check your ban list, because if you got mods in there, they might have hit them from the channel.
Yeah, and that's all that will have happened.
Yeah, so
it's certainly not me. So.
Yeah. I think I don't know if I was on that live he was talking about. He said he was
I think you may have
drunk
been.
that night. Yeah, I think I was there. But yeah, he said he was drunk that night.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But as far as
Hey,
the schooling goes,
it's okay.
if you know, I'm
not trying to ban anyone on my channel.
Yeah.
I mean, if people come in and they're really like abusive or something,
Yeah, no,
I do
it's all
remember
right.
that night. And
It's all right.
don't worry, I wouldn't have banned you for that, Jim.
Yeah.
It's just some mistake. I'll sort that out.
But go ahead, Nudie. What were you saying? Or you people, whatever.
Yeah, I
whoever's
was
talking.
about to say about the schooling. You have to remember, throughout the years, the textbooks have changed. So back when I was in high school or junior high, the textbooks were a whole lot different, had a whole lot more detail than what they do now. I've seen my kids' books,
right.
and they don't have half the information that I got when I was a kid. And even back then, when I was, in high school and shit, I would fucking sit there and look at a textbook and go, "This isn't right." And then, of course, you get in trouble by the teacher because, the book says what it says. Well, I don't give a fuck.
Book is
Books
God,
say
right?
whatever they say. But, I also read another book that says that this happened.
Yeah.
So how come it isn't in the fucking book here?
But I saw it on
Book
Wikipedia,
dates.
and fucking Snopes told me so. It's got to be true, man.
I think this was before Wikipedia.
I know.
That
I'm just saying.
information has been updated.
I wrote my own book.
These kids have no fucking clue what it was like to go to fucking school and have to look up shit.
Dude, I'm serious. I actually said, I happened to mention the Dewey Decimal System to some kid one time. And he looked at me like, "What the fuck are you talking about?" You know what I mean? They don't know anything about like going through the little card thing, looking up your book number in the Dewey Decimal System, and all that. Dude, that was a chore just trying to find a fucking book in a library.
Yeah, somebody else always had it.
Yeah. You go through like an hour of searching for this fucking book through card
And you're like,
files, and then you go to find it, it's gone.
Can
This
you
is a
imagine what
reference
was
book. It's
there
got to
two
be here.
generations? 2 generations before our time, they were saying the same thing. I remember hearing people, my parents and grandparents, looking at a little bit of the curriculum, just going, "Where's the fucking real information? It's not there anymore." They said the same thing. Can you imagine what was there 100 years ago? It's been depicted that in the 1800s, even to the early 1900s, by grade 7, everybody knew how to defend themselves in any court of law. They knew entire law inside and out.
Right.
That was just standard at that time, right? It's not even standard at any part of life now for somebody to know
It's
even
easy
1%
to
of that.
reprogram a population, isn't it? In a short time.
It sure is. It sure is. If you've got the tools, now they have the tools, right?
Got
As
the
soon as the radio started it, then the television. Now
Well,
the internet.
it's almost like kind of like using the same tools that they use. Instead of propaganda moving us toward communism, why don't we make a propaganda to move us toward freedom? You know what I
Mhm.
mean? I mean,
Right.
I mean,
Freedom.
I'm trying to think of on those lines, for instance,
It's
the
back
same
to
type
that.
of stuff.
It's back to that serpent and apple thing, right? Like the serpent is presenting. At first, it was probably like a something to draw with on a rock, and then it led to a book and paper and pencil, and then it went into, I don't know, a megaphone of some sort, and then it went into the radio, and then the television, and so on and so. And again, I'm not opposed to technology. Look at it, what it's doing for us right now. We're able to have this conversation from different places of afar, and it's very healthy to do. But at the expense of self-sufficiency is where we need to draw the line, and at least the remembrance of how to do that. That's a very dangerous road to be traveling on, and we're headed there in a hurry.
Oh, I don't even know if those stayed. Can you look and see if those links stayed? Because I'm not a mod. I just tried to post Nudi's link and my link.
Well, yeah.
I'll put it in the private chat, and maybe Anarchy can copy and paste it into the chat.
But you're right, though, Anarchy. I mean, using the tools, like I can reach tens of millions of people if I get the right hub set up properly and teach them in a clean sweep. And if even just a small percentage of them, it impacted them to relearn and remember and practice self-sufficiency. Wow, what an outreach that I could never have done 100 years ago, right?
Right. I completely agree with that. I mean, I hate technology. I really do. I hate technology. But on the other hand, I mean, it is bringing us more together now than it ever has before. But that's also a problem in my eyes, because you know you have the good news that is coming out, or you know the news that we deem good, as far as like, you know, the tyrants are being exposed, the government's being exposed. But even with all that exposition, is that the correct word?
We know what you mean. Yeah.
You know, even with exposing all of that, you know, there's still people out there that just are completely blind and don't want to see it. But I also brought up the question because I've talked to people that have grown up in that environment. You know, the family were cops, or you know, they were in high positions, and they never really had to worry about getting arrested or anything, and didn't put two and two together until they were like adults and started seeing shit happen. And a lot of those people are now on our side. You know, they finally opened up their eyes and saw what was going on, and they don't even like their own fucking family now. But there's just way too many people that are blind to the fact that our government and our police forces are just fucking tyrannical, and they want nothing more than to make our lives a living fucking hell, and they have nothing to worry about.
Right.
You know?
Yeah, that's never going to change, I don't think. And, you know, there's always going to be the people who are in that insecurity blanket state and don't I have mommy and daddy, the government, Uncle Scam, to you know, make sure I'm taken care of, and it's easier for me to run my life with that false sense of security. So don't take away that last little bit from me. People are just, you know, they have that, and they'll fight to the death.
Well, yeah, it's kind of like your picture from one of your quotes, where this guy's got a fucking string around his neck on 100 fucking, what was it, 100-mile
today's,
radius
wasn't
or
it?
Something.
Yesterday's. Yeah, right.
And the guy goes to fucking cut the fucking line, and the guy's like, "Don't mess with my freedom."
Right.
So it's like, you know, it took me a second to realize what the fucking picture was all about, and then I'm like, "Oh, I got you." You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm like, "What the fuck is this shit?" But no, I absolutely understand where that's coming from now. Like, there's people that think that they have freedoms. Like, you know, there's people that think just because they're not in jail, they're free. But we're not free, man.
No,
we're
you're
on a
domesticated.
leash. Yeah,
Right.
we're on a
Actually,
leash.
what this lockdown situation around the world has proven to me is that there are prisons, there are levels of prisons, multiple types of prisons, and they turned the world into a more recognizable prison when they did that. You know?
Yeah, I agree.
They
Yeah, it
showed
makes
us
it
what
more
it really
obvious.
was.
The more they tighten the reins, the more obvious it becomes. That's why it's like, I love it. I want it to happen faster because it gives more opportunity to, it makes it easier to point out the obvious.
Well,
Right.
I've said that before because me personally, it's kind of like a Band-Aid on a sore. I'd rather, or like a thing, I'd rather rip it off instead of like slowly peeling it off.
Yeah,
You know what
I
I mean?
agree totally. Just fucking get it on already.
Yeah.
Yeah. And especially with some of this fucking stuff that is so toxic and harmful. Like the first thing that I want gone before anything else is petroleum. Get rid of this fucking, toxic shit that's polluting our air, and we're all totally getting decimated from us, nature, everything, right? Like,
Well, there are different forms of using something, though, and I believe that they have not bothered to really allow the use of petroleum and diesel properly.
Well, I agree because a lot of it has to do with the damn money. When you look at how these cars are
money.
made, for instance.
Well,
You know what I mean on the
on
fuel
that-
economy, and blah blah blah. It's just
Yeah,
it's
on
dude, it's
that
not
economy as
made to
well.
be.
It's there was a in the 50s. I'm not sure the exact year, but in the 50s in the US, I thought it was a nationwide, thing they had going for a certain amount of like a year or something, where everyone would try and do their best to come up with the best MPG over 1,000 miles, and the end of that proved that they'd taken some really really like 40s vehicle, an engine, and they were getting 100 miles to the gallon.
we don't even
At
need
the end
any
of
of that anymore.
yeah.
Even
But then
even
that
if
all
that's the
disappeared.
case, we don't even need that anymore. We have technology right now. You can get electric cars right now that go 300 to 500 miles on a charge. There's new right around the corner. There's already buses that run 500 to 1,000
But do you
miles
think
on a
do you
charge.
think to help the step
where
up to
we-
electric vehicles, we should have electrically powered vehicles,
Yes.
but have a range extender.
Okay, but where's the electricity coming from?
From the
That's what I'm
sun,
saying. A
from the
range
wind.
extender. The electricity in the new taxis in London, the electric taxi, it has a range extender. It's got a 1.4, and it's a generator basically, so that when you've
Yeah.
got no power, it can put it back. But what you've got to know is by driving and stopping, you're doing it with the brake system, and by driving, you're actually like recharging the battery.
That's a good idea.
It really works quite well, and like some big taxi, and believe me, they didn't used to do that MPG. I've got a taxi, the previous model, and that one does about 20 to the gallon at the moment.
So I've got a
They
few
do about
ideas.
50 to 60 to the gallon, these electric ones.
Right, but I've got a few ideas on vehicles that won't even need fuel. Period. If you've just if you're just running
absolutely, I agree.
straight off of electric. So either you can have cars with solar panels as roofs. Granted, there's not a lot of places with a lot of sun. So instead of the solar panel, what's stopping you from putting like a wind turbine in like a nice shape, right? You have the wind come through, the wind turbines
And a
go
solar
through, they
panel.
repower up the
Yeah, yeah.
batteries.
Yeah.
Or you remember when you used to have a bike when you were a kid? Because
Oh yeah, the little dynamos.
you
the
guys,
dynamo.
yeah, where you had the light.
Yeah,
and you had to flick
Yeah.
something onto your tire, and it would charge the light
I've
as
got
you
one
were
of those.
riding, and it would.
I have that idea myself, a small
I've got-
trailer for a bike, an e-bike, and it will charge and power probably everything.
Yeah.
That
Why
little
can't they
trailer.
do that with a drivetrain?
Well, that's what I've
Absolutely, yeah.
noticed too on a lot of these electric cars. They're not incorporating all these different technologies into one car.
The only
I've
thing
noticed
with it
that.
is it can cause resistance if it's in the drivetrain.
And to you people's question there, why can't they do that with the drivetrain? It's because of what you just said. You're waiting for them to do it.
Well,
we
yeah,
need to do that. It's the same thing as
But-
the who, what, when, where, and why that we went over earlier with. If we want remedy, we have to be the change we want to see. We have to do it and not do patents and ask for permission, go through the capitalist
Just build the damn
measures.
thing. Yeah.
Just to build the damn thing, show it to our friends.
Build it. They will
together.
come.
That's it. If we want it, we got to do it. That's it.
Yeah, but there was a gentleman that built an engine that can run strictly off of water.
Yeah.
That
yeah.
got shut. That's not even a viable possibility.
Well, yeah, all his research and work was confiscated, and then he died not too long after he made that public too, didn't he?
Yep.
I pose that to be an unnecessary distraction. The more moving parts you have, the more crap it is.
I agree. I agree.
Understand that. I'm saying what I'm saying is Nude, you got to remember that we're living in a fucking society where the government does not want us to get up above them. If you start making vehicles that take away their fucking paychecks, there's a reason why we haven't gotten rid of oil and petroleum. It's a fucking paycheck to the people in the government.
It's the reason why we've gone to war for it too.
Now we're talking back to what we were talking earlier. You weren't here for the conversation, but again, us uniting and being the change we want to see. How about we start doing those things? If we want to have these things where like you weren't here for it, but we were talking about doing things without asking permission, including driving without licenses and all these kinds of things, basically living nudie lifestyle. So same thing, we start manufacturing our own, we cooperate. If we want cars that run that way and be efficient, we start doing that. We don't wait for some kind of consensus from other people. We put them out there on the road and we just fucking drive them. That's what I'm doing with
You're gonna have to wait for a consensus because to manufacture cars like that, you're going to need land, you're going to need property, you're going to need buildings, you're going to need a business, you're going to have to deal with whatever government you're fucking dealing with.
Why? Why would we have to deal with that?
Unless you are making the fucking factory on a piece of fucking land that is technically now private property.
Now we're talking.
No regulation to be on
now
that
we're
fucking
talking
property.
Now we're talking on our own property.
Right.
Yep. And
yeah, you see exactly what I'm thinking in my mind right now, you people. I mean, I'm sitting there thinking it's almost like, okay, if we can't do it right here in our own backyard, where can we go?
You have to realize that what we're talking about is not where it's nothing to do with where our feet are on the ground. It's simply a declaration of where we are. This is my land. I'm going to use it for these means. That's it.
I understand that, but there's another entity in play right at this moment that already laid claim.
Weren't we talking about how to respond to that?
Yeah. Well, we'd have to get to that point. We'd have to get to that point to get to that point to get to that point. You know what I mean?
That's a holistic thing. What we're talking about is just having enough capacity with numbers so that when the tyranny comes and tries to impose its will on us, we have no problems handling that.
Yeah.
That's all that it is. And let me tell you, usually it's very, very small amount of people especially in its preliminary stages. It's only a couple of little fucking mercenaries that are coming to try and impose the will on it and whatnot. I had the situation happen to me when I was out living in living at one with the wild. The only thing that ever happened to me was a park ranger came and he started to ask questions. As soon as I told him to get out of here, you're encroaching on private property, he left. I didn't own it. I just told him, you're on private property, leave.
Right. Well, my thing is I look at it from different angles, and you say there's excuses, there's moving parts, but there's always moving parts. So I have the great idea, right? I have the great idea of putting a dynamo in a fucking drivetrain and having it fucking constantly charging the fucking battery, and possibly a button to cut it off so that way it doesn't overcharge your fucking battery.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? But I don't have the knowledge on how to make it all work.
Right.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? So
yeah, I'm in the same boat.
I can talk about it. I can talk about it all day long because I have the idea in my head because I can correlate, and I can take different parts and put them together in my head. But as
Yeah.
far as knowing how to actually put that shit together, I don't know. So how am I supposed to lead by example if I don't know how to get it off the ground?
You have two solutions. Before I tell you them though,
it's a good thing we got New Goobery right here to like solve it all, right? I'm telling you.
I want to hear his opinion because he's usually got a really good opinion and it could lead to something else. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Let me before I give you the answer, do you have an answer to it?
My answer would be to get with somebody that actually knows how to put this shit together.
I need mad scientists on my side.
But are those people going to be on the same wavelength as me, or are they going to take my idea and then try to make it fucking public and have it shut the fuck down?
Even if they did that, would that stop you from still doing it with somebody else?
But if they do what they did with the guy with the whole water engine, I mean, you can't even recreate that fucking engine. There's
Why
no
not?
way. You
Why
can't
not?
find
I
patents
believe
for it.
I believe
Why
on that
couldn't you?
guy who with the water engine. Yeah, the
Why couldn't
Navy,
you?
the British Navy is actually using some of that technology in some way.
But back to what he was saying, why can't you do it still?
Well, I mean,
Yeah,
I'm
exactly.
not
I
saying
agree.
I'm
Yeah.
not saying that we can't do it still, but as far as me, I couldn't recreate it.
Okay, maybe
Did
you
you
couldn't
recreate
specifically,
it, dude?
well, okay,
Like-
so you had one of the two answers that I posed correct. That was one of them. Okay, the other one is learn how to do it your fucking self.
Well, no, and I understand that, dude. I do. I understand
Okay,
that,
so
but
now obviously there's a time factor involved, and there's an ins and outs. And if you can have the expertise of somebody and the wisdom of somebody, then that helps to shortcut the scenario, right? So in the
right?
meantime, you
I
got
don't
two
need a tire
things.
falling off.
Right. Like for example, I don't know how to code software right now. That puts me in a bind. There's a whole shitload of things that I could do, and I could probably solve the world's problem digitally if I knew how to code. But I don't know how to fucking code, so my hands are tied. But it doesn't mean that I can't use my talents and work in cooperation with somebody who knows how to code. And that's what I intend to do. And
yeah,
yes,
but my fear is you've got those greedy ass motherfuckers, man.
and you will come across it. So two things then. You got to come to the decision of this. The first thing, is that enough of a reason to not
No, it's
do
it's
the,
not no, it's
to
not
do
enough of a reason to not do it.
Okay, so if that's the case, then you have to be willing to accept two things. Number one, that's inevitable, that it's probably going to happen. And number two, that's okay. If it does happen, that doesn't have to stop you. You can take whatever progress you made and let them be a fucking dummy and be a hypocrite and find another person and carry on until you get there.
So my point is with all your working parts and moving fucking parts, right?
Mm-hmm.
So even if, say, I got the land, I was able to build a factory, I was able to manufacture a car that could run strictly off of its own fucking power and nothing else. Like the only oil that you're using is to lubricate the fucking moving parts.
Right.
Okay. And then I bring a guy in on the project because he's got the expertise on how to build these things. Now he takes the idea that, I had, and he goes and he patents it. So now, therefore, I cannot create that fucking car. I cannot come out with my own version of that car unless I change it and give it something else and give it something different.
That's only if you believe that McDonald's rules apply to you.
But it will if I'm trying to mass produce these cars and make it a more self-sufficient land.
Negative,
aren't I?
That's only if you're using the same avenue to try and get the car pumped out to the masses. You can do it without
but that's
that
just
limitation.
it, dude. You in today's society, you can't have a car on the road unless it's certified to be on the road. It's got to go through certain certifications to be on the road.
Yeah, you don't. If you're trying to get remedy through the system, they're going to squash your attempt before you start.
Well,
even
that's
if you
what I'm saying.
even if you didn't have a shyster that came and patented it, you're going to have to go that route anyway. You're going to have to get it patented. Otherwise, all the car manufacturers and the sales guys and everything, the whole line, the politicians, they're not going to cooperate with you unless if you go through the same channels. And that channel is designed to make sure that you don't succeed. So if you want to succeed at this, what you have to do is you have to first of all, you need a prototype, and then you need to produce a version of the prototype that shows success. And then once you have a prototype
That's a
that
proof
shows
of concept.
success, right, you can prove the concept. Then you can take it to other individuals who can help you produce it
What'd you
more
say?
successfully. And you start to get it in the hands of people like me and people who want this thing and don't care about the fucking protocol. And once we can show that we have this
Right.
and we're using it, other people who would be scared to do such a thing without going through the same system will start to catch wind of it and say, you know what, maybe I want one too. And it'll start to
Yeah, but
catch on a little bit.
That's kind of what's happened with something simple in the UK, but it's the e-scooters. They're all
yeah,
like illegal, but everyone's got them.
yeah.
Right. And
Well-
like I'm actually producing this thing right now that we're talking about, except not perpetually. I'm creating an RV that does exactly that. It's going to go anywhere between 500 and 800 miles on a charge. It's going to be all solar, wind, and hydro-based electric. And I mean inside and out. It's the drivetrain itself is electric, as well as everything inside is powered electric. And it's going to be a bit of an amphibious mobile on top of it, military
That sounds
grade, so
awesome.
to speak. Yeah, so that's one of the projects that I'm working on. I'm not. You think I'm going through patents for any of this shit? No. You know, I'm using people from different factories, a few different ones that are willing to
Well, if
cooperate.
it's already existing thing, you know, then all you're doing is using other people's products to make a
Exactly.
product that is not the same as the singular items that you're buying.
Right.
That's
Now,
fine.
once I finish doing that, I'm kind of going the opposite. I mean, I sort of have a prototype, but my expertise only goes so far too. So I'm kind of
Right.
letting the first version of it be the prototype, and then from there, I'm not selling it. I'm saying, look, here's the plans for this thing. You can customize it for free. I'm putting it on my website at that point. You can take that. You can do what you want with it.
I think you could probably sell it as a kit version.
Don't want to sell it. I'll give it away for free because I just
I know
want
what
the
you're saying, yeah,
information
but-
out there. But I could do that. But I'm not interested in monetary gain. Right? As soon
Mhm.
as you do that, and I'm not saying that that's bad, but I'm saying as soon as you do that, you start to, that's the beginning phases of limitations.
Somebody might do that anyway.
Yeah, and that's okay. If other people want to do that, that's fine. But at least I'm going to make sure that there's always one viable source that anybody who has access to the internet can
Got you.
get access to the information for free. That's my part, right? So, and then you
Right.
can take it and do what you want. You can manipulate it, twist it, do whatever you want. And then I'm going to show step by step how it's done so that you can follow that or change it if you want. And then
I like it.
and then I don't give a shit. I'm taking it on the road and I'm doing the same thing I do right now with when I drive a car. I don't put the same plates on it. I don't insure it. I don't do all those things. It's no different. It's just another vehicle, right? So you have to do that and showcase that it's possible for other people to do that. Now, if you take that concept and just a small town, for example, if it gets wind to people in a little town or city, a small one, just to give it as an example, if it goes a little bit further than just the wingnuts like us, because it has the potential to do so. Okay. Let's say there's a town of a little rural community of, let's say, 50 to 100,000 people, and they have like a little city hall and whatnot. And only, let's say, 10% of that 100,000 people decide to get one of these vehicles and operate without running through the same regulatory protocol that they do. Well, look what that does to tie up the system that would have been used to handle and curtail a few little odds and ends of light bulbs who figured out how to do that. It doesn't take a very large amount of consensus for us to actually backlog the system, the tyrannical system that's trying to come against us, and it's over. Just imagine the capacity that's only 10%. You know, it doesn't take very much. And do you think that it would be plausible for at least 10%, if not more, if they saw a showcase like that where you could do that? And just like with the 1A movement right now, the same thing we're talking about is the same thing with that. If it would be 10 years ago, talking about the people who were doing the 1A movement at that time, they had the same fears, perhaps, other people trying to get the wind of the idea. right? But now you can see that, oh, well, anybody can pick up a camera, and anybody can record the police, and anybody can put it on YouTube, and, you know, and for them to try and stop that is fucking ludicrous. Well, same principle. If we just showcase it and show that, look, well, we can do the same thing with driving and all these things that we want to do without asking permission, just because we said so, then it's an example for other people to gain wind of and get confidence in. And once that starts to take off, you know, it's a slow moving thing. You got to drop the seeds there. But once people get confident about it, that's it. It's game over. But you have to start by being genuine from the beginning. The whole thing has to be not through the channels that are up against you to firewall you from succeeding with this. You have to not ask permission. You have to not get licenses, and you definitely don't go the patent route. You just stick to your guns. You build the prototype, and showcase that it works, and let anybody who wants access to it to have free reign with it. That's the way to do it.
I like the idea of open source stuff anyway, because honestly, I got ideas for a generator, but it's an electric generator. It's a generator that runs on electricity, that generates electricity. But it's the idea in my mind I already have, and it's like I haven't figured out how to build it yet, but I've got basic ideas on how. But what I actually would like to have is just find a, you know, some mad scientists that can help me build it. You know, ones that are like electrical engineers that just like to, you know, invent things. You know,
I can show you some people that I know of that, you know, I don't have direct ties, but YouTube has been a valuable resource. And this one guy, Gerard Morin, he's a fucking rocket scientist.
I do know who you're talking about. Yep.
You know what I'm talking about?
The slingshot guy? Are you talking about the slingshot guy?
He's French.
Oh, okay. Well, it might be somebody else. I was thinking, the one I'm thinking about is German. But
no, this guy's he's French, and he lived in Canada for a long time. Then he moved to Australia. He's an older guy in his 60s, and basically he was replicating what Tesla was doing, and he figured a lot of it out. And he showcased that.
Yeah. He used the motors for like a dishwasher, the drain motor for the dishwashers.
I think it was a washing machine, actually.
Or washing machine, or whatever. But it's the motor, the drain motor for that, and he's using that to kind of like, demonstrate his thing. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
He got frustrated with YouTube and all that stuff, man. For a while, man, he got off of it. Yeah, I know you're talking about. Yeah. But he was working on his version of that, you know, because when he was demonstrating the concept, the idea, and trying to explain it to people through the video using that little motor, he had a little motor hooked up to that drain motor, and the way it ended up being was it ended up cycling back on itself in a sense, but. I mean, you know, when he would plug in like a fluorescent bulb that was burnt out, but this damn thing, the way he had it wired up through that, made that fluorescent bulb still light up.
Right. He proved how all the electric companies were using that same thing against us. They were charging us over and over for recycled energy, and then on top of it with the smart meters, charging us twice at the same time for energy coming in and going out.
Yeah. Well,
like, wow.
Yeah, and I think one of the things that is that's holding off on his main like invention or whatever is finding the right speed controller for his motor. And because he was doing one where he took a washing machine, the motor off of that, and reconfigured it to do basically what he was doing with that small motor. And but he was trying to get the speed control right, and nobody manufactures the right kind of controller for what he wants to do. So he had to actually basically basically start from scratch. Like, okay, go with a company over in China. It kind of like, okay, this is the kind of stuff specs I need. Can you build this? Blah blah blah. I think a lot of that is what's been holding him back at the moment.
Right. So further to you people, here's another idea of I thought of this a long time ago. Pairing up with the right people and being a team is crucial for any successful endeavor. And I always believe that from experience, if you can't have an agreement on a handshake, you have no business being a team with the individuals you're doing business with to begin with. So that being said, like I've done large deals with people, $1 million deals on that basis, no contract and stuff. That's the way to go, which takes trust, of course. So that being said, hypothetically, using that philosophy, if you will, let's say there was an individual or individuals that had capital means and they were philanthropists, real philanthropists, and real activists as well, mindseted. And we took, let's say, you and your idea, you're the concept guy, and we brought it to prototype guy. And then after that, we brought it to refine example guy, who we actually got a working prototype that was mass producible. And then we used our resource and we had our own private factory with our own capital, and we mass produced, let's say, 100,000 of these things without telling anybody. And then what we did next is we gave them away, but we gave them away with a contract. The contract was, you must drive this for 1 year or 5 years without license and insurance.
That
But
would
you
be
get
awesome.
it for free, right? And you get it for free. There's no catch. There's no monetary catch. You don't have to pay for it. And it's yours. It's yours outright, but you have to drive it, let's say, for at least, 3 years without license and without insurance.
That would be awesome. The cops would be fucking having a field day.
Wouldn't they? And we would segregate. We would target a specific area. We wouldn't just throw them 100,000 randomly all over a country. We would make sure we did it isolated so that it would make the point.
Like the whole damn town like that.
There you go. There you go. Right?
See, here's where my thinking comes into fucking play on that is, could we create a kit car? So kit cars are already certified cars, but could we take that kit car and change the engine and drivetrain in it and still be able to drive it on the road, still certified?
Well, okay, what certifies it? It needs like seat belts, it needs brakes, it needs tail lights, front lights. That's basically certification, right? On that line.
I would only want to do that
suspension.
for safety reasons.
But I'm just saying, no,
right.
I mean, to get it certified to where it's legal to be on the road. What is
I would want to get it to theory certification level, just so we know that, like, there's some wisdom in the certification thing and the safety,
awesome.
right?
Theory certification. I'm going to start using that theory certification.
Yeah,
because it's theory certification. It's we're going by. See, what I'm going by is the motorist laws. I don't want somebody pulled over. I don't want somebody yanked out of the car. I don't want somebody fucking hassled by the cops because it's some random car that they've never seen before.
Right,
and
right.
then you've got the government going, well, we didn't certify that car.
Right.
And then all of a sudden there's a shitstorm. That's what I don't want.
But again, this is the objective here. If we get them in the hands, and obviously we set it up appropriately, so 100,000. Say there's maybe, I don't know.
Why not? I don't want innocent people getting hurt, Sunfish. That's what I'm saying. I don't want people getting hurt. You know, and if they're willing to be like me or Anarchy or Nude or SG or any of you that are like, hell, you know what? I'll take the plates off my fucking car right now. And I'll drive down the fucking street because I will. I've told my wife I'll fucking do it. I've seen fucking people do it. I've seen people get away with it.
Yes,
and I'm not afraid of doing it myself. The only reason why there's plates on my fucking car is because my wife and my mother-in-law refused to fucking do it. So it's
would have
happy wife, happy life.
Right.
Yeah.
We would have full disclosure to anybody who wanted to participate, right? We wouldn't hold back any information. We would tell them straight up, there's more than just you getting a free vehicle out of the deal here. this is really a movement, and it's if you want to be part of an activist movement, that's what this is about. And you can learn more by this. You know, if you want to learn about the ins and outs of it before you participate, we suggest you do so that you understand exactly what it is that this whole thing is about. But
they always try and shut you down when people do that, though, don't they? You know,
that's okay.
Just like the music, it was like 20 years ago, and you know, file sharing and music sharing was a big thing, and people copying CDs for people, you know, burning CDs, and then came along the whole sharing point, and
this is why
then it spawned a industry suddenly, actually almost overnight, of people who were producing music that was original and theirs, and they were just making it free to share on these platforms that people were sharing all the other stuff on, you know.
This is why I'm saying.
And then that actually became literally an industry, and the big industry stomped on it.
Okay, so to go methodically, all right. So we get to the point where we manufactured 100,000 of these, and we're ready to go. Now we select a town. And that we find a town that has roughly around 100,000 people.
Right.
And now we're again, though, we're not expecting to get consensus from 100,000 people. That's why I said earlier, 10,000 people in a small suburb town like that would be enough to clog up the city hall system so badly that it would crumble. So do you think that, but we don't know exactly how many consensus we had. There's a chance we could get much more than 10,000. So do you think it would be plausible to have a successful working car like this that we could showcase to people that we were giving away for free, and we advertise it to the people of that town and say, listen, we're giving this away for free, and if you want to come, we're having a seminar. And do you think it would be plausible to get out of a town of 100,000 people at least 10% consensus to participate?
Well, let's just say a free car.
A free car is the incentive, right? So
definitely, we'll send Oprah Winfrey down there. You get a car. You get a car. You get a car.
We can all be Elvis. Give him a car.
Right.
Well, it's not that. It's if people are going to be willing to drive it without the license, the registration.
Yep.
I mean,
right.
my question to Newt is if it wasn't required, would you get insurance on your vehicle?
I would do it just because I know it's kind of a good idea. I mean, I don't like the idea of being forced into it, but you know what I'm saying?
Obviously, the answer for me is no. I've been doing it for 23 years without it. So,
well, okay, put it this way. I would probably, instead of going through an insurance company, I would probably just stick that money in a mason jar and bury it in the yard.
Yeah.
You know, so if I ever had an emergency, I've got that cash on hand.
Sure. And it doesn't mean that there wouldn't be a circumstance where if I had the option to bid against myself that I wouldn't. If it made sense mathematically, I sure would. But right now, the insurance that's out there, not only is it a scam because it's forced on you, but it's also a scam because mathematically it works out of your favor.
Well, it's totally like it's siphoned out of your damn life, the whole damn life. It's siphoned out. Let's say, like just on the insurance scam scenario. All right, let's say I'm a brand new driver. I get my first license, and I got insurance for the first time. My entire life, all right, up until the point where I'm not going to be able to drive any longer, so I'm not driving anymore. That entire time, I didn't have any accidents, didn't have anything, nothing. No reason to actually use the insurance at all. All that money that I have put into that insurance company all my life is gone.
Right.
I mean, it's not like I can't get, I can't just pick it as like, okay, I'm done. I'm not driving anymore. Can I get my money back? No.
Maybe what we could do, you people, is we could set it up where like, okay, you get full free use and access of the vehicle for 3 years. But it's still technically you don't own it yet. And if, and maybe we have something that, showcases that they were fulfilling their end of the bargain, which is to operate without license and insurance for we do have some kind of a check and balance on that to some degree. And if they do that for 3 years, then you get rewarded. It's now outright in your ownership. And if you want to get insurance after that, you can. It's totally up to you.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So then,
my whole thing was because I understand the concept of insurance. You get into an accident, you don't have to fucking pay for the damages, whatnot, so forth. But I understand where he's coming from, that, you know, you pay all this money into the insurance, and if nothing ever fucking happens, you're out all that fucking money.
it's not even just that. It's also that if you have to take responsibility for your actions, it ensures you're going to be more responsible.
True. I
Right?
completely agree with that.
That's
statement
why I
as
said
well.
it's a good idea, but I don't like the idea of being mandated into it.
Yeah.
No. Yeah.
It gives you a get out of jail free card, and it allows you to be more careless, which doesn't boast well when, yeah, you may get monetary help, but if you lose a limb or somebody else loses a limb or even a life, the monetary shit is not going to do anything to bring that back, right?
Right.
So, and people forget about that. They look at money as if that's the only focus on the deal here. That's the
Right.
problem.
No, and I understand that. But I completely understand where you're coming from as far as the you know, that if you take more, if you're not leaning on that insurance to fucking take care of it, then you're going to be a hell of a lot more responsible. I completely believe that we'd have less texting and driving, eating and driving, just distracted driving, period, messing with your phone. Because if you were to pay all that money, I mean, seriously, I don't think people realize how much money is put out besides your $500 deductible on how to fix a car,
Right.
especially after an accident.
And this is getting into other avenues of like just the system itself. Like we're so hell bent on the rules of it because of the safety aspect, and that's why we need to overhaul the whole fucking thing. The whole thing is a moronic system. It's Russian roulette to the tits every time you get out in the fucking thing. If we really want true safety, well, we need to design that from scratch. We need to stop designing these fucking bullets that can go 200 miles an hour at the push of a pedal and putting them in the hands of a 16-year-old irresponsible kid who can just do what they want with them. That's not a very, I don't care what fucking rules and mandates you put in place. That ain't going to solve that problem. If you want to solve it responsibly, we have to, do we need roads that are concrete? Do we need vehicles that are made with hard fucking metals that can pelt you in 2 seconds and end your life, right? So we need to start thinking about those kinds of things and have moral, ethical manufacturing standards. Everything that we do has to be in line with nature.
Nude, you're going to have those people that are going to say, yes, we need the cars. Yes, we need we need those trucks. We need those vehicles because, that's what transports not only us, but it transports. People have gotten too used to the technology. If this was back in the day, like when cars were first coming out, I completely would be like, you know what? We don't need fucking cars. Hell, when I was fucking younger, I didn't have a license. I ran my license into the ground because I just got ticket after ticket after ticket. But that was not because of my bad driving. That was because I was living in a small town area and nobody liked my family. But I never paid my tickets. I let it go. I had a fucking list of fucking tickets. I didn't have a license for like the longest time. And my dad was adamant that I couldn't fucking drive. And I'm like, Dad, I can fucking drive. Give me the fucking keys. I bet you the car will turn the fuck on. It's like, it'll turn on. I can drive down the fucking road. But then it got to a point where I was like, well, fuck it. I'm never getting my license back, because of the list of shit that I had. And I'm like, well, fuck it. You don't need a fucking car. But believe it or not, you need a fucking car. Like, I'm tired. I got tired of riding the bus.
So did I.
I live in a rural area outside of town, and it just happens to be like by car just to get to the Walmart, for instance, it's 35 minutes just to Walmart in car. You know what I mean?
Here again is where we got to be the change that we want to see. So we can start thinking about these things. We can start manufacturing cars that are way more designed with safety and morale in line. How about using silicone? I've seen before a silicon being used where, you know, it actually, if it bumps into something, it like a balloon, it just kind of imprints and it has a cushion room. You know, maybe there's still going to be injury, but at least at the very sense, it might take away the fatality aspect of vehicles or something. You know, I'm sure we can do a lot better than the bullshit fucking clunker vehicle system that we got going right now. That just
Well,
yeah,
see,
I want a flying
well,
car.
no,
God damn it!
No, the flying cars. See, the thing is, you know, cars are made so shitty nowadays. They're made to crumple. They're made
Yeah.
to total. They're
Yeah.
not made to withstand. And
Now there's the road.
My 85 Grand Prix, I sideswiped a minivan. That minivan was completely totaled out, right? Like I
Right.
came out, my brakes wouldn't work. So my front end hit the front end of their car and went all the way down the side of their van. Totaled out their van. My Grand Prix had a fucking dent this big in the front quarter panel. And nothing was wrong with my Grand Prix except my brakes went out on me. And their van was totaled. And it's only gotten worse. They've only made these fucking cars more crumple. And you hear of all these deaths. Like last night, when I was doing my panel, we decided, all right, fuck it. You know, it was starting to get dead. And I was like, let's go do some cop watching. First thing I came across was an accident. One vehicle had its tire completely ripped the fuck out from the front of it. And then the other one, the back tire was ripped out from the back of that because they're made to break apart. They're made to be totaled. So you have to buy a new car. It's a greed money thing at this point.
Yeah.
What isn't?
Yeah, one reason why I just bought an old London taxi, because they're actually designed so you can change every single body panel, including rear arch and so forth, and it's all take-offable and put back on. You know,
you can't do that anymore.
Yeah, okay, maybe with 4x4 vehicles, but over here there's not many cars that have like a proper chassis with a body on top.
Right.
You know, and that another reason I went for it.
Capitalism
And they're very
equals
safe. They're
aggression.
built to
It
be
doesn't-
safe to carry passengers in. You know.
Right.
People think capitalism equals progress as if it's a motivator. That's wrong. Capitalism interferes and gets in the way of progress because it doesn't make sense. It makes sense to have something. It's more sustainable as a business model to have something break down. The more it breaks down, the more we have a better economy for fixing.
Yeah,
it,
because
for,
you know that company that made the light bulbs that didn't break actually went bust because they weren't selling enough bulbs at the end. You know.
Right.
Well, and that's what they came to. That's the realization that they came to. But what happened to those companies that used to make stuff that used to last for years?
Yeah, they turned into companies that make stuff that doesn't last. Yeah.
Right. I've got stuff that was made in the 1930s that I can still use as tools.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like, I don't understand where we went wrong. I mean, I understand you're not, you know, you don't have that customer base coming back to you because your shit broke. But if you have that customer base coming back to you because your shit broke, eventually they're going to stop coming to you because your shit's breaking.
Right. Not to mention that, look at the way that, you know, pharmaceutical and FDA, Food and Drug Administration, that whole aspect of things, you're not doing very well for sustainability if the ultimate thing that you're doing is killing your customers.
Right.
That
well, I mean, it was like I
an
was
example of that. Mobile phones.
Yeah.
They break so easily. Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And they don't even need to be hit to break. You know, they just break anyway. And they're so expensive, and they use so many resources. Yeah, they're running out of these resources, and they're like, it's a rip-off. It's an absolute rip-off.
Right.
Well,
how many phones have we owned?
Capitalism is a
Each.
ripoff.
Yeah.
How many phones have you ever owned?
I make knives on the side. You know, I make knives and stuff, and one of my things about knives is I like to make something that's going to get used and it can last. You can probably pass it on to your kids or whatever. Because I'll give you an example. My mom has these kitchen knives. All right, it's made by Old Hickory. These things have been around for 100 years. All right, and they're still very, very good knives. All right, and the thing is, man, today, when it comes down to knives that you buy, unless you want to pay an absorbent amount of money on something, you're going to get something that ain't going to last you like freaking, you'd be lucky if it lasts you 6 months. But they make it so cheap, like where you can go out and buy another one. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
This knife
Well, that's what
is from
people
the
say, isn't it?
1970s.
Well, that's broke. I'll get another one.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's just
It's so easy, right?
Yeah.
It's so easy to have your convenience of disposableness.
It's not ease, though, is it?
It's not, because capitalism rips the abundance of nature right out from your feet.
Yeah.
Yep.
And the
Well,
and the tiny crumb that you get in exchange is so fucking insignificant. Yet people, they take that crumb and they treat it as God, like as if it's everything, and there's no other possible way of life at all.
Nice.
This is the only way that we can have some kind of a structure to how we can get along and survive at the end of the day. Really? We can't even think of anything else other than this fucking segregated ant farm lifestyle that we're doing? There's no other way at all? I mean,
Right.
sure, maybe I'm only one guy. I pull some answers, but fuck, there's probably 1,000 that a few people can come up with if you really think about it.
Well, that's the reason
Anything.
why I like the conversation, because none of us are greater than all of us. I mean, you know what I mean? Even just
Exactly.
us right here, 4 on the panel at the moment, we're putting our heads together, but there's all these people in the chat, for instance. And then on top of that, everybody that we talk to, and everybody they talk to that we've talked to, you know what I mean? The more we
Absolutely.
talk, the more we conversate, and the more we actually put our heads together, the more solutions we kind of, come up with. I mean, and then put them in a practical use and actually get them
Practical,
implemented.
right?
You know what I'm
and
saying?
do it. Action, right? The
That's
root
that's
of
where it's
capitalism
really
is
at. I
action.
mean, we can sit here and theorize all we want, but until we actually get it to where it's actually in a practical use, where it's like like it's part of our life. You know what I mean?
Right, right.
And like that's what I like about talking to people from all over the world, is because these are things that affects all of us as it is anyway. It doesn't matter where we live, and we gotta talk about these things and get these things out in the open so we can figure out how to fix it. You know what I mean? Because it's fucked otherwise.
Anarchy, I'm going to tell you a little saying I came up with a long fucking time ago. You can have 500 of the smartest fucking people in one fucking room having a giant conversation, but you will still not have all the knowledge that there is out there in the world in that room.
No, you're right. That's what I'm like.
A grain of sand in comparison to the universe. Still,
there will be always something that somebody in that room does not know. They could be the smartest motherfuckers. They can know pretty much everything. You ask them a question, they got an answer, but there's going to be one fucking question that they don't have an answer to.
Yeah, here's one as well. Every single person in the world in a room, yeah, we still don't have the answers.
Well,
did you say a system?
No.
I didn't hear what he said. What was the last thing
every
you said?
single person in the world in a room, let's say, yeah, we still won't have the answers.
Oh, the answers. Okay, I got you.
Or the information that you're saying that is missing, it's still always missing. Humans invariably don't have all the answers.
Right.
Well, I've probably said this. I don't know if you guys have heard of this metaphor before. It's kind of like looking at this cup. Now, I, from this angle, got this view and this angle. Like if you're sitting on the other side, you got that view and that angle. I can't see that view and angle unless I go turn it around to your side, or you show me, or you tell me about it. But there's also sides and angles that neither one of us see. You know what I'm saying?
You know what? I actually have to a little bit kind of disagree there, SG. When you align with nature, you start to get epiphanies and wisdom uncovered. Not that it's new wisdom, but that was already there. You just are tapping into and accessing it. So I think what it is like, it's not a matter of knowing it all. It's tapping into the know-it-all.
We already know it all, yeah. I mean, Tesla did say that, all he did was tap into like a great information
pool
source.
Yes,
it's already there.
Hell,
And
when
when
I
you
was
align with
13, I knew
nature, that's
everything.
what happens. When you're unaligned, then
And
you
I
get
have to
cut off
admit,
from
it's
that.
more like we already knew it, like we were saying earlier, when we were born. You know.
I know
Right.
I knew everything when I was 13.
Yeah.
Well, there's a difference
Yeah.
between thinking you know everything
Yeah, I
and
know.
being in the flow of the everything.
Right, I know.
You
Right.
I
see?
know. I sure as hell thought I knew everything at the age of 13, man.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, the
Nudie, to
ego
go back
loves
on
to
the
think it
subject,
knows it all. It does.
right? To go back on the subject of the cars, man, if you've got connections, I'm more than willing to be the idea guy. I've got a shit ton of self-running idea car, self-running car ideas. You don't even flip it. No, if you've got those connections, you let me know, because I think that's another one of my parts is I don't have those connections.
Well, I like your angle that you're going with, because I mean, I've thought of the same thing, because there's a lot of, like, even the regenerative braking idea. I've seen that in some cars, but they don't add these other technologies that generates electricity all at the same time. I like the incorporation. It's almost like the unified field theory in a sense of the car, bringing all those technologies in one. Well, you don't have to plug that motherfucker in anymore. You know what I
Right.
mean? I mean, it could be charging its batteries just sitting in the parking lot, or it can be charging it while it's rolling down the road. But
Right.
you never have to plug it in again. You know what I mean? I
Right.
love that idea, because that's why I asked the idea. It's like, okay, if we go all electric, for instance, which some of them want, where in the fuck's this electricity coming from if we don't
Well, and
do
I
something
think
like
that's
that? You know what I mean?
well, I think that's what stops a lot of people from getting these electric cars, is because they have to get a
That's
whole setup so that way they could plug it in and have it charge overnight.
Right.
The
Right.
batteries don't last as long, but the batteries aren't getting charged while it's being used. So if you use a dyno or you use a generator, that's not going to overpower the batteries, but
Well,
you can
even if
still
you
run
did
it down
something
the
like an
road.
alternator on it, or you know what I mean?
Well, that's
Or
what I'm saying. So you have the dyno or you have the generator, right?
yeah.
One
Right.
isn't. I've already worked out the math. One isn't going to cut it, but if you put 3 axles with a alternator each, you're good to go.
Really?
Yep.
You couldn't with the size of those electric engines now, you couldn't put like one nice size generator or alternator in there.
You probably could.
With the current, possibly if you redesign the entire structure of car and how it worked, maybe. But if you're just talking about with current designs,
Well, whatever happened to that, Nude? Isn't that what we were based on? We took somebody else's idea and we made it better.
yeah. Well, this is
Isn't
what
that
I'm
what the
saying.
Chinese did?
You could. This is what I'm saying. If you just want to show that the idea works,
I don't
it
want
would
to
be
show
very.
that it works, Nude. First of all, it's not a money thing, but it's
No.
it's a money thing. I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. No, it's not that, man. I seriously, like, look at the lockdown, right? When we were all locked down for those like 2 months or whatever, when I walked outside, I saw the bluest fucking skies I've seen ever in my fucking life. I could go up my fucking mountain over here in the back of my fucking house and I could see damn near to fucking Casa Grande. Like the skies were so clear, the air was so fucking fresh. Why do we need fossil fuel? Why do we need gas when we
Of
we
course we
have
don't.
the technology? Huh?
Yeah, of course.
We never
Of course,
did.
we don't need it. We never did. We never
Right?
needed it. Yep.
But
And
that's
what I was
that's
saying.
where the greed aspect in that area comes from, because what are those people going to do now with all that gasoline that they're creating?
Yes.
You know what I'm saying? Like,
and maybe it's also a matter of realizing that, I mean, maybe people are a little spoiled. Like, maybe you don't even really need a car to go 1,000 miles on a charge. Like, really? And, and maybe you don't need to go that fast either. Maybe, stopping off for an hour of a charge and getting having a pee break and something to eat is kind of just part of the journey, like, really. People just want this instant gratification all the time. Like, and that's the convenience of a gas station, is you can fill up your tank in about 5 minutes, right? So they want that fucking replacement. And it's like, the trade-off for that mindset is, can you spare 15 minutes? If you can have 80% of your batteries charged up, 83 or 85, if you can spare 15 minutes.
I'm not kidding around, and don't mind my backyard because I haven't hit my backyard yet. But